these storms where it's knocked down stuff that he's built up, but nothing like to where it's been obviously not a deathly experience because he's still alive. Well, I don't know about now. This was like about 6-7 years ago when I came across this guy.
So there's laws, right? So to found your own province or country or whatever you want to call it, then there's laws. So you got to have like 3 things, because I've seen this thing where this guy tried to he built a platform. He literally set the pylons out in in international waters, and he named it after himself. And he's trying to get it established with like the UN and all that. But there's things you have to have. So one of the things he had to have that he found out was you have to have running water. So he wound up having a drill, and he struck water. Literally, he struck fresh water, and so he went to reapply and everything. So this motherfucker built a platform offshore, out in the middle of the ocean, and he started having trips for people. So he's having parties on this big ass platform, almost like a empty oil platform, basically, so people are coming out there partying. I guess they could gamble and shit like that, and nobody could tell them, laws and all that, because it was his and all that. But the whole thing was about him trying to get sovereignty and all that. And I forgot what happened in the end, but it did inform us about the laws and all that. So you got to have like a structure, and it's got to have running water, fresh water, running fresh water, and a couple other things, man. But it was interesting to learn about. Because what if you just take a bunch of boats, you buy a bunch of old shitty boats, and you have a barge? And I know this requires money, but you just go out there and like sink them and shit, or some old concrete pylons and sink them, and basically you could make an island. You could make your own land. So there are laws and everything, and so you could do this. It's more likely and more realistic to do it if you live on the coast. You could make a jetty and then build it in with dirt and shit like that. But at the same time, if you find something past 6 miles offshore, it's international and everything. But to be recognized, there's certain laws. But I don't know who would tax you. Like if you're out in international waters, I don't think anybody would really have the right to tax you if you're way out there, off the international waters. It's an interesting topic, man.
Hey, I sent something to Apocryphon. Did you get it? He's not there. Hey, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
We can hear you.
Hey, well, anyway, I wanted to talk about something, kind of current with the moon and its position. I was trying to talk about this yesterday. He's not there.
Is Ruhit still here?
You sure don't want
to? Yeah, I can hear you.
You want to buy an island, bro?
We can hear you.
Because I think another thing that we were.
Well, anyway.
And now you're delayed.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
So yesterday I was trying to talk about the moon. It's a shadow it's casting. The sunset just set on the west. And on the east, the moon rose. So if the shadow is casting it's called a gibbous moon, which is more than half a moon. It's like 63%. So if it's casting a shadow on the upper part of the moon.
Yeah, that never made sense to me, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, let me post what I'm trying to explain in the chat. So you got.
I know exactly what you're saying, bro.
You got the sun rising in the east. You have the sun setting in the west 3 hours prior, and now the shadow that's cast on the moon, the upper part is the dark side of the moon. That means that it's directly pointing at the sun. Should be underneath, pointing at it, but it just set in the west. If you guys can get that.
I do get that, man, and I posted in my last debate with a version of that, because a couple days out of the month, it's really obvious that the moon is not pointing. This is one of the times where it happens every month too, where the moonlight is obviously not facing the sun. So if they're going to pull the math on us and say like, okay, if it's 1 degree above the horizon, according to the math, the horizon is 0, and then 1 degree, they'll say that puts you like at 93 million miles away. That puts you over 1 million miles higher than your feet technically, and that's how they use this argument. Which okay, I'll give you that. You know, it's like 1,400,000 like per degree, whatever, in its orbit. But even if I give you that, then you got to hold to that. So now, if it's on the other horizon or about to set another time of year, don't change that. It's still got to follow that rule. Like if it's 2 degrees under my feet, then that means it's got to be at that downward angle, like 2,800,000 or something. And the math to me doesn't always work. Now, Ruif might be able to say something different, but it doesn't make sense visually.
Well, okay. Let's just use no other example, just for the moon where it is. I'm sure everybody can see the moon, or everybody saw the moon today. Well, if the upper part is dark, then the sun should be shining below it, but it's set in the west. How is that possible?
It should be a full moon or close to it, right?
Well, it should actually be, when the sun rises, it should be about 3 hours before the sun rises. If it's there and the moon is there now, that would explain it. But where it is now, it just set in the west. So it's not even close to
yeah. So it's actually literally on the opposite side. Literally the opposite side that's supposed to be lit up is lit up. Is that's what you're saying? If I think I'm hearing you right.
Yeah, it's about 9 hours late, or you know what I'm saying? It's about 9 hours late of where it should be. So that's kind of all I wanted to bring up. I don't know if it pertains to you guys. I don't know if you guys have a moon in your sky, but where I'm
gonna post a video. I'm gonna post a video that agrees with you and shows the visual evidence. You don't have to watch the whole video. It was the opening to my last debate on modern day debate. You just watch the first 1 minute. It'll show you a perfect example of what you're talking about, man. And then it goes in further about the angles and all that. But yeah, I encourage you to watch it. I'm gonna post it in live text.
Right on, man. I'll check it out. All right, guys, that's it for me. I just thought
I was just looking at the moon, and it's like a total like cut off half moon underneath, top cut off, very like edgy looking half moon, and yeah, the west.
Hey, who's talking there?
New perspective.
Hey, new perspective. Yeah, right on. I don't know if you grasp kind of what I'm saying. If is your top half of your moon that you're looking at, is it shadowed or is it dark?
It's shadowed.
So that means that in order to get that what we're looking at, in order to get that, the sun would have to be shining under it, right? Directly, because that's how you cast the shadow on the moon, is the sun shines on it directly.
Right, and have to make the world make that the earth. Then if it is the earth casting the shadow, it would have to be like completely like an edge.
No,
like
no. Okay. They don't say that, dude. They don't say that the earth is. Yeah, no. This is all the sun doing. Shining on
it. The angle, yeah.
Yeah, it's just an angle. And you know how they claim that the sun has parallel rays, right? So they can't get around this one with the parallel rays thing. And so when you stick them on that, so if the sun, if the moon is rising in the east, and it's casting that shadow that it's casting, that would mean that the sun would have to be under it about 3 hours prior to sunrise.
Bro, you really got to watch my video, bro. I really encourage you. I just posted it, and it's called Flat Earth Test. It's called Modern Day Debate Intro. And it's not only that, but everything you're talking about, parallel rays and all that, dude, I think you'll like it, man.
Well, here's the problem with what I see in that image you just sent. The sun and the moon, the moon is where it is. But
I didn't send an image, bro. I didn't send an image. I posted a video. There's no image. I didn't send an image.
You sent a video and it has an image, the moon is not even what's going on here, so it can't really apply. That's why I want to talk about this
Right, that's
current
me.
subject.
That's just me showing the math, bro. That's not. I show the moon in real life and the sun in real life, bro. That's me showing how their math, how they try to explain it. I know that's not how it works, bro. I literally show the actual sun and the actual moon at at the same time, and how it doesn't work. But anyway, sorry for interrupting.
No, it's all right, man.
In other words, I'm agreeing with you, bro. Just so you know.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. But if you guys want to continue talking about this, because I'm gonna,
are you
get
trying
off
to figure
now,
this? Are you trying to figure this out to the point where it'd be like worth it for me to go take a picture of the moon that I'm seeing right from where I'm at on the West Coast?
Well, yeah, I'd like you if you
I'll do
could
that.
take a picture.
I'll DM it to you.
Well, I took a picture too. Did you see it in the chat? And then I kind of showed a little diagram of where the sun would have to be to cast that sort of shadow. Although my picture that I took, it's kind of blurry, but it does show the part of the moon that has the shadow on it somewhat. But when you see it in real life, obviously our eyes are a lot better to look at the moon.
Where are you right now?
I'm in New Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in New Mexico.
I'll go take a picture.
New Mexico. All right, man. Hey, for you, the sun is going to be closer to the horizon, right? 2 hours. So it'll be low for you. That's even awesome. And then the sun just set for you like 3 hours ago, right? The same thing. So you're going to see the sun setting in the west, but then you're going to look at the moon and the upper part is shadowed. And then the only way that could happen is if the sun was on the east side, shining upward at the moon. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it shouldn't be possible once the moon breaks that horizon. That should not be mathematically possible in their model. I don't think it is. Anyway, I don't believe it should be. So yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. I think I do anyway.
Well, look at my pic. Do you see my picture, Brian? That I kind of drew a little sun and an arrow.
I'm gonna look at it right now, bro.
I sent it 10 minutes ago. And it's actually not northeast. It's more eastward. But I just threw the northeast in there just for shits and giggles, just so somebody doesn't say, "Hey, well, the moon is rising from the north." Well, no, it's not. It's rising on the east.
I see it. So, yeah. That's exactly like my video, dude. That's the exact same moon that's in the video, and it shows the sun before it really, like, right when it's first coming up, and then it shows like a few hours later. It's showing, I think, exactly what you're kind of the picture you're painting, man. I really encourage you.
Well,
man.
So this is east.
I can draw it for you when I get home.
Set in the west, dude. The sun just set in the west. How is the sun
3 hours ago?
shining from underneath the moon?
Because you're 3 hours past sunset.
That is not 3 hours. It would be 12 hours, because if our horizon is 12 hours from when it sets and then it comes around.
I'll tell you his argument.
Draw it for you when I get home.
Yeah, that's what I drew in my video, because this is their argument, is that if it's just 2 degrees below the horizon, then technically it's 2,800,000 miles under your feet if you draw a straight line. That's their argument, but I can show times where even that don't fucking work, bro. That's why I'm encouraging you to look at this.
Even if he wants to say that, it's 9 hours. It's 9 hours too late, is what I'm saying.
I'm driving at the moment, but I'll draw it when I get home. So it's not difficult. Remember Gio? Remember Vaxy Waxy? I think it was Vaxy Waxy said, "Oh, you can never see a slim crescent moon during the night or something like that." And it was fucking so simple.
There are a lot of discussions about the position of the moon and different claims and ideas. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to pinpoint it on a heliocentric model because it's all just so theoretical. Like 93 million mile away sun, the size that they say it is so incomprehensibly beyond anything that we experience or measure or test in any tangible reality that we have access to, that it's just all theoretical on that level and really hard to ever perfectly model. So it's just like a reverse engineered mathematical model that they just kind of assume works. And you have to assume it works as well. So it's kind of hard to pin down.
And this guy, please log on to Stellarium or something like that and check what it should look like from your location. Otherwise, I'll just draw a 2D top-down thing when I get home. Like it's not difficult. You're in New Mexico. You're close enough to the equator.
Well, I actually was stepped away for a bit, so I actually didn't hear this whole discussion. I don't know if you guys are finished with it, but I think earlier, wasn't Brian going to ask Ruhif, like, wasn't there like these questions or whatever that you were going to ask him? What was all that about? Remember what we were gonna do?
Yeah. I did have a group of questions. If it's we could do it, probably take about maybe 5 minutes or less if he's interested.
Yeah.
I just remember it was kind of on the.
Okay, here we go, man. Okay. All right. So, would a flat plane form a visual horizon?
No, the horizon would just fade into the distance.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold every globe earther to your answers, man. I'm considering you.
Well, you can't do that either.
Ruhif, yeah, no, I'm just gonna make sure y'all are all on the same page. I'm tired of having argument and changing my argument every debate, dude. I at least want to hold y'all accountable to your answers, okay? And what's your explanation of why
there would be no hard horizon on a flat Earth? It would just fade off into the distance. Like light would eventually be scattered away, attenuated.
Okay, so I actually put if no, would the ground or the sky complete the photograph? So if we photograph the horizon, if we photographed out in the distance on a flat Earth, would the ground or the sky encompass the entire picture?
Neither. It would meet. If we're looking horizontally, right, it would just meet at eye level.
So there'd be a horizon then in the picture.
No, but it won't be a hard horizon. You know how we see a really crisp, hard line for a horizon? That there's no mechanism for that on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I think you're referring to like zooming in or something. All right. So let me rephrase this then, because this is my first time asking him. So with the naked eye, if I take a picture with a camera on a flat plane, would there be a visual horizon?
Not a hard horizon. So it would just fade off. It'd be similar to Black Swan.
Fair enough. Okay,
Yeah.
so not a hard horizon. Okay. Is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional?
Yes.
Okay, you say yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Unless you're talking about elevation as well, but the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, yes.
Can you mathematically represent the entire surface of the sphere in 2 dimensions?
Are we talking elevation, like topology as well, terrain?
No, area. Can you mathematically represent the entire surface of a sphere in 2 dimensions?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Our GPS
As long
satellite.
as long as we're not talking terrain, like elevation. Yeah.
Okay, as long as we're not talking about terrain. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Our satellite. Hold on. Let me get back to my list. Our GPS satellites told their distance from the center of Earth.
They know their position. Yeah. Yep.
From the center of Earth, though. From
yes,
the center of Earth.
That's the coordinate system, ECEF.
Okay, second question. How do GPS satellites know their distance from the center of Earth?
I think they're told, aren't they? They're given like an ephemeris thing.
Okay, so they're told. Right. Okay, good. All right. Is the horizon we see the leading edge of a sphere?
Yes.
What? Are you
What?
sure? What?
Sorry,
What?
I might want to slam the brakes on that one. Anyway, we can elaborate on
it. Are you sure it's not a refracted horizon? A refracted jacked?
Yeah, it's still refracted.
A refracted jacked and corrected?
It's still refracted.
A corrected jacked.
How does that make it not? How does that make it not the leading edge of the sphere?
Well, that.
Wait. Here's an additional question. Wait, how about adding, is the horizon we see ever not the actual leading edge of the sphere?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. It's a visible horizon.
Is there
Always
ever an artificial horizon that's not actually the edge?
The edge that we see is still affected by refraction. This
No, I'm
geometric
saying,
horizon
is
idea
there
is
ever
just useless.
is there ever some is there ever a place where it seems like the horizon, but it has nothing to do with the edge?
Say no to that.
No, it's always the edge.
No.
It's always the leading edge, no matter what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you'll have
I'm
things
You
like
have
a
the
black
illusion.
swan.
if anybody has
You'll
any ideas to refine these questions, yeah, throw them in. That's a good revision. So the question is the visual horizon always the leading edge of a sphere?
Yeah, I'd say yes, but it's still refracted.
And you're adding to that, there's never an artificial horizon just created by the illusion of the sky meeting the ground.
No, that sounds wrong, bizarre.
Like, what if you had like a horizon that was too close for the leading edge to be the leading edge?
I'm not sure how that would work. You'd have to have an inferior mirage.
Does refraction ever bring things closer than they actually are? Appear to be closer than they actually are?
Closer?
Yeah,
No.
closer. No, never closer.
That doesn't make any sense. You're talking about bringing the horizon closer?
Yeah, like no, not saying the actual horizon, but is there ever a time where it seems like the horizon, but weather conditions are making it seem like the horizon, but the horizon should really be beyond that if it's the leading edge?
With an inferior mirage, it's kind of hidden. The horizon's hidden, so it's a difficult question.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to hold. I pretty much got what you got, and there's about 15 more, man. So we have plenty of time to talk about these. I'll make
just 15 more.
I've got to pick up my daughter shortly.
I'm sorry.
And
then he's got to feed the
maniac
dogs.
around the shops.
How long do you got? I'm sorry. How long do you got?
Probably 10 minutes. Probably about 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm walking around the shops now.
Fair enough. Okay. Does the horizon appear to rise to eye level?
No, it does not.
Does it appear to rise at all?
No, the higher you get, the lower, the bigger that angle is downwards.
So it doesn't rise with. It doesn't come up with you. Anyway, that's why I specify put emphasis on appear. So it doesn't come up with you as you rise. I'm just asking.
No. As you gain altitude, the angle down to the horizon gets bigger.
So as you go higher, the horizon doesn't go higher too.
Correct. It drops further.
I would say I'll put that on your answer, but I would say even on a globe, the horizon does rise up with you.
This is all going in your file, Ruth. It's all going in your file. You know it's all going in your file.
Yeah. The angle down to the horizon gets bigger as you gain altitude.
This is going on a checklist that every time you come into the chat,
but the horizon does.
Ruth, we're going to plug this into a multi-layered AI in order to take over the plane.
Yeah.
The AI is going to paint us a picture of what you look like based on your answers.
That's funny. Okay, so at sunset, does the horizon fade to darkness evenly?
Yes.
You say it does fade to darkness evenly?
Say the question again.
Okay, at sunset, does the entire horizon fade to darkness evenly? Like the whole horizon that you can see out,
right.
Does it fade to darkness evenly?
You're talking left to right, so like closer to the sun is brighter than left to right or something?
Yeah, sure. It's all apparent questions about appearances.
I'd probably say no to that. I'm not so sure, but I'll say no. Yeah, make sure you write it down.
Fair enough. Yeah, I put no for you. Okay, and then I asked a couple stupid questions like, is NASA considered a branch of the government? But you know what? I'm just gonna. And does the government lie? We all agree. I'm not even gonna ask them questions. If I lay a horizontal, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They do, but not as much as you think.
Right. I don't think just government workers lie. Yeah, that's a whole deep discussion. So if I lay out a horizontal line over 2 miles with an auto level, okay, point to point leapfrogging. Okay, basically you understand I'm leapfrogging point to point, and I lay out a horizontal line 2 miles long in free space. Okay, the question is is that a straight line?
Is it one horizontal? You said leapfrogging though, right? So that
Yes.
would mean resetting your instrument somewhere else.
Yeah,
and then doing
I actually
stuff.
put every 50 feet. I'm resetting.
Yeah. Okay. So the
over
answer
2
is no. That's not a straight line.
Okay, so you put no, that's not a straight line. Okay, got it. And will a 2-mile water level match my beginning to end elevations of that line?
Sorry, will it be the same elevation?
Yeah, will the elevations match the auto level?
Are you citing the auto level from the start to the end 2 miles?
Yeah. No, I went 50 feet at a time.
Or are you doing a leap?
And so I'm asking, well, yeah, that's
Oh,
a
okay.
good question to refine. So yeah, so I basically went 50 feet at a time. So will the will the water level points match at beginning and end?
Yeah. So if you're leapfrogging and doing equal backsides and foresides approximately, then yes, the elevation will be the same as the water level. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Now, what determines if an object floats in water?
Density and volume, I guess.
Okay, density and volume. Okay.
I think. Again, tentative.
Okay, what's the difference between
Density
a
and displacement.
displacement?
Yeah, that'll do.
Okay.
Probably
All
better
right,
answer.
I'll change it to displacement. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me change that real quick. You say displacement's your final answer? Displacement.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the difference in distance between a straight line on Earth? Or no, let me refine this a little bit. What's the difference between a 50-mile straight line on Earth and a straight line? Let me
Sorry,
ask you how I wrote it
50
down.
mile straight line. Yeah.
What's the difference
Say it again.
what's the difference in distance? I'm sorry. What's the difference in distance between a straight line on Earth and a straight line?
So a straight line surface arc measurement kind of thing.
Okay, so arc measurement.
And a straight line. Yeah, an arc length of straight line. An arc length of 50 miles on the surface and a 50-mile straight line. As in, like, how much would they?
No, it doesn't have to be we don't have to go into the math, but so arc length is the answer. So you're declaring that
Okay.
the straight line
Yes.
on Earth is arcing basically.
Well, a distance over the surface is arcing. Yeah.
Fair enough, man. I'm not really trying to go right or wrong. I'm just trying to pin everybody down so make sure, because sometimes these debates get stupid because it's like I debated with you and learned what I thought I learned, and then hear different shit from Danik right behind you, dude. So I'm just trying to pin it down a little bit.
Don't hold me on the density, displacement, volume shit. Someone else will know that better than me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I'm not trying to get into the numbers really either. So anyway, I'm not really going to hold you to this shit anyway. But can you draw a 2-dimensional square on the surface of Earth?
Oh, can you draw a 2-dimensional square? That's an interesting question. That's kind of a tricky question because you can draw, like if you're looking straight down on it and you just project a square on it, then yes. But is it going to look like a square from any other angle? Probably not. It's kind of the same question as if I put a circle on a sphere and then look at it from the side, it looks like an oval.
Unfortunately, this is a yes. Unfortunately, this is a yes or no question, bro. Can I draw a 2-dimensional square on the surface of Earth?
Oh, fuck. No, it's a trick. I'm going to say no, but it's a trick question.
All right, I'm going to put no trick question to clear through.
Yeah.
But I think my answer would be a fucking course you can. But
well, no, but yeah,
I'm just being.
It's like spherical excess on a triangle, right? Or what is that? A triangle, maybe?
Yeah, well, I could ask triangle and everything, but we get the point.
Yeah.
So here's another one. So we can go back to any of these really, but can you draw? Oh, I was about to ask the same thing. Can you draw a three-dimensional square? No. Does buoyancy increase if gravity increases?
Oh, I don't know.
You like these questions, don't you, Ruhip?
I do. Like, I need to learn shit. Hang on. I'm sure I could look up the formula.
Yeah, we don't really got to get into the mathematics, but I guess the formula does kind of tell the tale technically. But yeah, it's just kind of a yes or no question. I can put down short caveats if you have, but the question basically is, does buoyancy increase if gravity increases? You know.
Don't know.
You want me to write down you don't know?
I'll say yes. Like, I think it would, but I'm not sure.
I'll put yes
it's on that
with a
below,
question mark. I'll put yes with a question mark.
Yeah.
Yes.
There will be a pop quiz, Ruhef, at any time in the future. So
Yeah. There will be a pop quiz for sure, man.
and you have
you're exposing me.
Yeah. This is what it is. You have to answer the same way, and if you're different, then the alarm bell goes off.
Yeah.
Well, you know, science does change. You know, we can always change our answers as long as we're improving on what we said before, right?
I'm obviously totally joking. But yeah, no.
Yeah, that was fucking hilarious, though, bro. That was good timing for that, bro. That was funny. Okay, so I put yes with a question mark. Does the atmosphere 20 miles above the Earth rotate faster than the atmosphere above sea level?
I'm aware of super rotation. I don't understand how it works. So I'll say yes, but I don't understand why. And I learned today that Venus.
Will you find the mechanism that makes sense besides the rotating Earth at some point?
I'm sure I'll be reading the same Google page that you would if you Googled it.
Yeah, but they'll say it's the rotating Earth still without the mechanism.
I'll say this, y'all. Interestingly enough, we could have and have had whole discussions on these topics, which is, like I said, I'm trying to narrow down the ultimate answers. And some of them he's leaving a little vague, and that's fine. If that's how he wants to answer it, you know, we'll ridicule him on it later. But yeah, once again, if y'all do want to refine
temperature in too, by the way. Yeah, temperature and rotation.
Yeah, we can also refine some of these questions too, man. This is my first time asking them, and I did want to wait until I got somebody like Ruhif to ask them first. But so I put yes and question mark, you know, so that's a little vague. But do clouds drop in the distance due to perspective or Earth curve?
Well, both.
Okay, both. So due to perspective and Earth curve, you say both.
At what point does perspective stop and Earth curve start? With the clouds going down.
They're both in effect. Like let's say we were on a flat Earth and we had clouds off in the distance at the same altitude, you know, they would drop in angles, right? But also the Earth is curved.
Are there limits to the eyesight and how far we might be able to see any clouds or any horizon?
There's resolution limits, but there's no limit. Like there's no fucking dude standing there going, oh, you know, hey, photon, you know, you've traveled too far. I'm not going to let you in, right?
What?
So there's no limits to the distance. There's no limits to the distance you can see. There's limits to the resolution.
The human eye can see forever.
Yep. As far as that light's traveled, it can enter the eye.
Now, if you found out that the human eye, for sure, could not see forever, would it augment the idea that we could see stars from that far away?
Sure. But it can't. So, you know, well, can't not see forever. There's no.
Because I thought you might just say, well, the star's light is traveling to us, so it's not really a matter of how far we can see, because the star's bright enough to reach us.
Yeah, that's it. It's simply a matter of light being able to reach us. I mean, I could answer the question and say the observable universe is the furthest we can see.
let me try and get through these. I only got like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 7 more.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, that's
You
fine.
got 4 minutes.
At what
4 minutes.
okay, yeah. So at what distance would the sun being closer to Earth directly affect the temperature noticeably? So like they say it's 3 million, but we don't really. It doesn't make a change. At how much closer would the sun have to be for us to directly notice a temperature difference?
You're talking about ellipse.
Yeah,
Elliptical
like
orbit?
an approximation type of answer. You know, you ain't got to
Fuck, I
tell
don't
me
know.
point. So you ain't got to say like 3.7 or something. Just roughly about how much closer before we directly see.
Probably 10. I'll say 10. 10's a safe answer, right? 10 million miles.
All right, 10 million. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, hello.
10 million miles. So, okay. Did a remote control rover video mushrooms growing on Mars?
No. I've never heard that. Mushrooms? Like
Yeah,
actual fungus?
I'll show you the video and you could be the judge of that. Okay. Do people have free reign everywhere on Earth?
What does that mean?
Free to travel?
Are they free to travel anywhere on Earth?
Independently.
No.
Okay, no. What about
You can't just
Antarctica?
rock up another country.
What I should have said Antarctica. Do people have free reign to explore Antarctica independently?
Independently, probably say no. There again, Antarctica is owned by various countries, so say no.
Okay. Does Google Earth periodically adjust their data?
Yeah, of course. Elevation data, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Are vertical hanging plumb lines parallel?
No.
Okay. You say no. Okay. That's okay. Have you seen suspicious videos of the crew on ISS?
No. No.
Not
Fucking
none. Not
the one that
any.
Brandon had of the no.
Not even when they
It's
fade out. When they fade out of existence and the background stays, or not only even when they the stuffed animal appears out of thin air when the lady's doing
of course.
a address
Of course,
to
that's
the
a video
elevator
trick.
school. That's
It's not
suspicious.
suspicious.
Man. You don't
Do
think
the
that's
harnesses?
suspicious?
Do the harnesses? Do you think they use harnesses at all on the ISS?
No, not at all.
Okay. Wait, let me see. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Original. Let's see. What did I write? Does original Apollo film look authentic?
I'll say yes. I haven't studied it, but yes.
You should. You should. Okay. Yes, but
Surprised you haven't.
hasn't studied. I will put that in there just for your sake, just to stick up for you a little. Okay, he said yeah, but he
Do you
hasn't
think
studied.
the Tesla car in space was totally legit?
Yeah.
How far is the closest star?
The closest star, Alpha Centauri, 2.4 light years, isn't it? Something like
Okay, you say about 4 light
that? I
years.
think.
Okay, I'm not gonna
2.4, I think.
gonna
Alpha
hold you.
Centauri. Or Proxima Centauri. Proxima for
No,
close.
the closest star is 93 million miles away, guys. You
Yeah,
don't know
no,
that?
yeah, that's a good one.
Nice one.
Got him there.
Nice one. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to remember that. But nobody will say that. But that's a good point.
Yeah.
So, what makes thunder echo?
What makes thunder echo?
Yeah,
Echo or just make a noise?
reverberate. Like it ain't just a bang. It reverberates, echoes, whatever you want to call it. What causes?
I don't know. Don't know.
Okay, don't know. Okay, let's see.
Lots of things I don't know, Brian.
Why do long haul southern hemisphere flights cross north to above the equator?
Sorry, between two southern hemisphere points?
Yeah, the long haul flights in the south. Why do they cross the equator?
They don't. What flight crosses the equator?
Well, it's hard to catch a nonstop flight. I do realize, they all pointed out that
A
some of them
non-stop
do
flight.
exist, but usually they cross the equator. If I'm trying to get to, maybe I shouldn't say long haul, but if I'm trying to get from like Argentina to Australia, most of the time it's going
Yeah.
to cross Los Angeles or Houston
No.
or something.
Go to Santiago. Argentina, Santiago, Sydney. Done.
I'm not saying they all cross. I'm saying why do the ones that cross? Why? I'm saying why.
Because you want to fucking waste half your life on a plane? Why not get the shortest route?
You think that they all just go directly to across the?
Well, you don't have to cross the equator, and it'd be much quicker to not cross the equator. Give
Yeah, I
me
know.
any
That's why
flight that you think has to cross the equator,
hence
and
the
I'll give you a
question,
shorter one.
Hence the
Yeah, they
question,
don't.
bro.
Yeah, but they don't.
Okay, they
The
don't. I'm
answer
gonna
is they
write you
don't.
down
Yeah.
for they don't. I'll write you down for they
Yeah.
don't. Except for literally the soccer team, the whole team, and a lot of the country. They had about 24 flights from I think it was the 1976. It wasn't the World Cup, but it was an exhibition between Australia and Brazil and Argentina, I think. And they all cut through Los Angeles and a direct one way, not picking up any new passengers. They all crossed through Los Angeles. So I was wondering why.
Why? I don't know. Did they have the range to get across? I don't know. Well, why didn't they go from Santiago to Sydney?
That's
I
why
don't
I
know.
was asking. That's why I'm asking you to see. I've heard different
Don't
answers.
know.
I'm just trying to pin it down.
Okay. Well, the short answer is they don't. There's direct flights, to get
Okay, there
across
you go.
the three main continents.
Fair enough. That was the last one. They don't.
All right.
Okay. And but just so you know, they definitely do. And every now and then you could catch a direct flight. They pointed that out. But usually they don't have direct flights between the long hauls, and but the connecting flights are always above the equator. I'm surprised, very surprised you don't know that. Bro.
Yeah. If you find a flight you think has to go above the equator, I will find a direct flight that will be faster. All right. Anyway, I got to go. So
One last question, Ruhiv. How did the Tesla car get into space without any paint or tire damage?
What would damage the paint and tires?
The heat or the cold?
The heat. But there's no atmosphere.
Pressure, how about that?
Yeah, again, that's fine. You think the tires can't handle, that differential?
So you think the car went up completely normal without any modifications and went into space, and the tires didn't pop and the paint stayed on and all that?
Oh, they pop! Holy shit! How weak do
I'm
these
just
tires
asking.
are?
It's something that flat earthers ask about. I'm not sure what the.
I did hear they let
be.
some air out of the tires.
You heard that? Okay.
They're not going to pop. Yeah, they're not going to pop. That's silly. How much pressure do you think you can pump your tires up to at the gas station before they pop?
Were there any extreme conditions that the car might have had to deal with whatsoever?
In terms of heat and cold, no, because there's no atmosphere. What's it going to do? Explode?
What about it? What about when it's going up into the? What about it before it goes into the no atmosphere zone?
Yeah, they held in the capsule.
Oh, okay. So was there actual video footage of it coming out of the capsule?
I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go. So I'll
Okay.
catch you guys later.
Yeah, that would have
We
been.
got to start pinning them down. We got to start holding them accountable and make sure they're all on the same page, man. I'm tired of having an argument and hearing all this shit, and then the next time, like 2 hours later, talking to somebody and them just totally telling me something different. So I at least want them to be held accountable to their answers. If they act like they know for sure, if they answer, they don't know, that's fair enough, But if they're telling me something for certain, I want to make sure that they can work this out betwixt each other, and there's no better way to do that than to record it. So y'all good with that?
Yep, that's a good idea.
And if y'all want any questions, anybody wants to add, or even subtract, just let me know in the future.
I think you should add the Tesla car one onto the ISS, because that's the one that is like, even my friends that are not wanting to talk about flat Earth with me, they'll like laugh at that and they're like, "Oh, that was probably just a gimmick." They'll still
Yeah,
like
here's some other ones they'll laugh at, bro. Is can you draw a square on the surface of Earth? And he couldn't answer. I mean, that is laughable, in my opinion. That a lot of the questions I asked were simple yes or no questions that are really no brainers, in my opinion. But I was just trying to point out kind of really the ultimate goal was to point out that simple questions are not simple in his paradigm.
Then, well, you should ask them on top of that, can they draw a square on the surface of Earth? And then can you draw a square around any major city? Because they're all blocked, it's all Euclidean geometry. You bird's eye view of any city, those are all straight lines. And it's over right there, really.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was curious to hear what he had to say though about what makes the lightning echo, because it echoes and reverberates. I'm wondering what their answer is, Me, I would think it's because the sound is contained, obviously, in my opinion. I don't see what else could cause that, but I'm curious to see when one of them do answer that.
The gravity bounces back just like the dome would. Do they probably say that or something like that, right? The ionospheres, whatever it is, like the layer of atmospheres.
The gravitainer.
Gravitainer, right? Yeah, that's a good one. I've never heard that. Gravitainer. Have they used dark gravity yet?
No, I haven't heard them use dark gravity. But so then I asked him, would a flat plane form a visual horizon? And so I'm refining that to if I took a picture of the distance of the shoreline on a flat Earth, would there be a visible horizon in that picture? And the obvious answer is yes. Even on whatever you think the Earth is, there's still going to be a picture with that's half ground and half sky. And the way he answered it is really what we see in reality. Yeah, it's not a defined point. I mean, unless you zoom in, it just you just see the ground just kind of stop and fade into the distance. That's what we see in pictures. That's why I say they're spoiled with zoom. We've went out and did so much photography and zoom in where they act like that's a globe Earth edge or something. But you heard his answer about but I mean he gave good answers. Honest, I feel like he answered them. But when he said the horizon doesn't rise with eye level, even on a sphere, the horizon rises as you go up. It goes up.
It wouldn't
not 100%, but it still does follow you up.
Well, do they have that worked out efficiently to satisfy the people that think just mathematically that it would be exactly what the plane sees at that altitude, or is it pretty much false?
Think about this, bro. Think about this. If I put a stake at the ground, at the horizon of you standing on the beach, then I lifted you up in a balloon, okay? Would I keep pointing my head down toward that horizon? That's why they don't think, bro. They just think about the sphere and how to answer it, and this ain't nothing I wouldn't tell Ruf if he's here. So that no, it has to rise with you on both models.
He thinks the leading edge is 3 miles out or even 20 miles out, like he was giving to the conversation before. If he thinks it's 20 miles out, then then that horizon, there's no way. If that starts to curve down 20 miles out to hide things, then if you went up in a balloon or a plane, then it doesn't seem to make intuitive sense that it would look just like we see. It wouldn't rise. It may not rise all the way up to eye level, but the planes use a horizon level to fly with, right? They have to be able to see it.
Dawn thinks he can answer some of your questions, Brian. Why didn't you get his answers, Brian?
What'd you say? Sorry, one more time.
I said Dawn is willing to answer your questions just like you did to Ruhif.
Yeah, he was hoping to, I heard.
Yeah, okay. I got the question still, and I got time.
Where are you, Dawn?
Mic open, but silent. We were gaslighting him. I don't think he probably want to answer him.
No, dude. I'm just trying to refine the discussions, man. I hope that this saves time in the future when I could tell Ruhif about somebody else's answers. You know, most of them might be the same, but they're, you know, if it saves a 2 hour long freaking rant, you know, then we can narrow these discussions down and make sure they're all on the same page. And if they're not, why aren't they? You know.
Don says he needs perms or something. He can talk, right? Can't you talk, Don? So
I
I can
can't
answer
hear him.
any questions, but he says don't have perms yet. But he's typing, and I don't get what that means. He's unmuted. Type what you mean, Don. Did you see he also put a message to you, Brian, saying, why are you treating Globers as the authority if you think they're totally wrong on everything? But obviously that's not what you were doing. You were trying to pin them down on other answers.
I don't think they're wrong on everything, man. I'm just
okay, Don says
have a
he's
different
suppressed
outlook.
on the VC. Let me see if I can help that. How does he get suppressed? I've never heard of that. Gio, are you here? Okay, invite to speak. Is that what I hit? I don't know if I have those perms to do. Anybody know? Brian, do you know about that?
I know I don't have any permissions to grant permissions. I don't know if you do. I
Right, but
think
does
you might.
anybody
You
here
should.
know about how to get him able to talk? Because I don't know what he's talking about. Suppressed, I've never heard of that. Gio, are you here still? Anyway, those are good questions. Yeah, I would add a couple of gotcha questions to it, maybe two. So that I was like the Tesla car, but then there's another one I was thinking of. You should add, how did they convince people that they were upside down relative to being right side up on a daily basis before the theory of gravity?
that's kind of political. That's kind of political.
Well, no, it's a real question though. How before the theory of gravity, how were people convinced they could be upside down without realizing it?
Okay, you're saying before gravity.
Yeah, before the theory of gravity, how were people convinced that it's a ball, right? Because you'd think that would be one of the questions they'd have to make sense of. Like, oh, we're upside down. Well, that makes perfect sense. Without the theory of gravity and all that, it would be. You'd think it'd be a lot harder to convince people that that was the case, especially when they thought it was the opposite beforehand.
They might have called it like a downward force or something. I would have just made up my own term.
Yeah, maybe it's before they did the mathematics. What's up, Don?
Thanks for unsuppressing me.
I don't get the suppressed thing. How is someone suppressed?
Might have been what happened to me before I left ages ago, or it might be just a thing for new joiners because I've only just joined.
I didn't know that was a function. I didn't even see anything to correct that.
Doesn't matter. It's fine.
Cool. I didn't do anything.
It stops like the N-word people coming straight in VC and showing, doesn't it?
Maybe that's it. Yeah. Anyway, you're all set. You want to answer these questions or no?
You want to answer the questions, Don?
Yeah, some of them I don't know the answer to.
That'd be the honest answer. Is even Ruhif, I had to put I don't know on some of them. So all you could do is answer honest, you know, or you could, you know, give me whatever kind of answers you want, man. I'll record them or not.
First question: how long before everybody realizes we're not on a spinning? How many years before everybody realizes we're not on a spinning ball, Don?
Oh, that will never happen. I don't think.
Wrong
Some
answer.
people will realize you'll get more numbers. Over time, you'll get more numbers, and then you'll get less numbers. Then you'll get more numbers, and it will just go up and down like it always has.
Yeah, I think everybody we ask, we'd probably get a different number on that one, man. I tried to keep the numbers out of it. A couple of them are approximations. So if it's a number question, just give me a guess, an approximation. That's all I could ask.
First, why have you created this list of questions?
To try and refine the arguments down, man. To you know, I feel like we waste time. Like if we're arguing with Ruhif or something, and then somebody else comes along and we bring up the point, and we get a whole different set of explanations. And I think we waste a lot of time like that. And also to try and point out that simple answers are sometimes have to come with so much caveat. You know, you might realize that, damn, this should be a simple answer. And but really just to kind of refine the argument, bro.
I definitely get that with people like Zanuck around. You often get completely different answers, don't you, from people?
Yeah, even day to day. Sometimes with Zanuck, if you're talking about Zanuck, he changes his shit even sometimes day to day.
All right, then go for it.
All right, here we go, man. Okay, so is the surface? Wait, what did I ask first? Okay, if I'm standing on the shore and I take a picture of the distance on a flat plane, would there be a horizon in the picture?
Well, that is an interesting one. I think there would be a horizon. I don't think it would be as hard as what we see in reality. It would be a softer, blurred horizon, and it would be further than 3 miles. It'd be further than what we see now in reality, I think.
Okay, so you say yes, but no hard horizon?
Yes, there would be further and a bit blurred.
But further and blurred. Okay. Further and blurred. Okay, I'm writing your shit down. Before I map this out, I'm just using a different ink so I know it's you. Okay, so is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional?
Oh, I love this one. No, but it can be thought of as in math.
No, but okay, that was another question. Can it be mathematically expressed as two dimensions?
Yes. So no, and then yes.
Okay, that cuts down. No, but mathematically. Yes. Okay, got you. Okay. Now, are GPS satellites told their distance from the center of Earth?
No idea.
No idea. Okay, well, the other leading question is
I've got a guess as the answer on that. That they don't have really high tech details like you'd imagine. Some of them are just thrown into orbit and kept there and happen to look down and see Earth and collect some data. They're not all like high technology systems.
okay. So, is the horizon we see the leading edge of a sphere?
I don't call it that. I think every part of the surface of the sphere is the edge.
Oh, wait,
I
wait.
think-
We refined this question. I'm sorry, Don. Is the horizon we see always the leading edge of a sphere?
I don't know really what you mean by leading edge. No, the horizon we see can change due to atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, that's honest. That's an honest answer. That's not what Ruhip said. He even when we changed it, he said yes. It's always what we see is always the leading edge of a sphere, which is
I
ridiculous.
know what you mean by leading edge. You mean the bit before it starts curving down, like visually,
Yeah,
2D field, right?
yeah, basically, yeah. Okay. Does the horizon appear to rise to eye level?
No, I've never thought. I've always told Lemon off for saying it.
Okay. Does the horizon rise with the observer?
No, but I would say it can appear to, for a normal human going up, the horizon does appear to rise. But I don't think it appears to ramp up to eye level. I think it appears to stretch out into the distance.
Okay. I put can appear to. No, but can appear to. Okay. And you can answer these if you want or not. 2 questions that are kind of political. Does the government lie?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay.
The basis of government is lying.
Yeah, right. Is NASA considered a branch of the government?
I think it's considered a branch of the military, so maybe that's the same thing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it obviously is. Okay. Does the entire horizon?
Their website is nasa.gov.
Right. Exactly, dude.
I'll
That
give
was
a
it.
on that. I mean, I don't know the specifics of what government counts
Does-
as, but yes.
Yeah. That's that's their website. Is NASA? We are the government. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So does the entire horizon fade to darkness evenly?
That's so weird. I don't really know what that means.
Picture yourself standing on a beach looking out at the entire horizon. And does it fade to darkness evenly?
Right, no, it doesn't. It fades to darkness depending on where the sun is. So it's brighter where the sun was and is, and dark away from where it is.
All right, an interesting caveat is when we see the ISS sunset or its orbit, it does fade evenly, which is weird. You might want to look into that. But
Well,
okay, if I leapfrog over 2 miles with an auto level, 50 feet at a time. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that was Geo hot micing.
I didn't. Okay, so if I lay out a horizontal line over 2 miles with an auto level, leapfrogging from point to point, is it a straight line in free space?
No, the leapfrogging technique will never assure that you've got a horizontal straight line.
Okay.
Bad technique. It can work on short distances for buildings and stuff, but not for
Okay.
knowing you've got a definite horizontal.
Will a 2 mile water level match my beginning and end elevations of that line?
If I guess what you mean,
You can think about it for a second. Any, just so you know, any of them, if you want to think about them for a second or ask me to rephrase them, that's fine. Just so you know.
yeah, I've got it in my mind, 2 mile water level. But what are you asking about it?
Is the height of the water level going to match the line I just laid out? The 2 mile line I just laid out, the beginning and end. If I put a water level right next to it, is the elevations going to match?
Oh, I think the leapfrog one will be off, and the water level one will be closer to the two elevations on a curved Earth.
Okay, leapfrog, no, and continuous, yes.
Yeah, continuous could be done, but I don't think a 2 mile water level is very practical to actually do, but theoretically.
Okay. Okay, what determines if an object floats in water?
Oh, I'd say the buoyancy.
Okay, buoyancy. Okay, now. Okay, now, does buoyancy I kind of skipped down because I think these two should be asked together. Does buoyancy increase if gravity increases?
If gravity could increase, that would make buoyancy less.
So you say no, it'd make it less?
Yeah, and that's only an if, because you can't increase gravity. It's a natural law.
Right, it's definitely a hypothetical. So no.
Unless you've got UFO technology.
Okay, well, I don't have that. Okay, so what's the difference in distance between a straight line on Earth and a straight line? What's the difference? No, I should ask it like this. Is there a difference in distance on Earth between a straight line? No, is there a difference between a straight line on Earth and a straight line?
So the straight line that isn't on Earth is just a hypothetical. So you can imagine it's perfectly straight. Whereas most straight lines on Earth won't be perfectly straight. They'll be nearly straight.
Let me ask you like this. So is a straight line on the surface of Earth the same distance as a straight line in free space?
Well, it depends how long the two straight lines are. Are they the same length or are they different lengths?
50 miles. No, that's the question. If I draw a straight line on the surface of Earth, 50 miles, is it the same distance as a straight line in free space?
Yeah, 50 miles is 50 miles.
Okay, so it's the same distance as a straight line in free space. Okay, I'll put yes. 50 miles. Well, I don't gotta write that. Yes. Okay. Can you draw a two-dimensional square on the surface of Earth?
Yes.
Okay, yes. You can draw a two-dimensional square on the surface of Earth. Okay.
It won't be perfect if you draw it big, huge. Like if you draw it the size of America, it won't be a perfect 2D square.
So then no, or?
Well, it depends on how big you're drawing the square and if it's on a blatantly curved bit of Earth or a flat bit of Earth.
There's flat bits of Earth?
Yeah, sure.
Where would that be?
the bits where there's no mountains or just ocean, even though it's curved round the planet, it's thought of as flat because there's no elevation. So if you
Okay.
drew a square there, small, it would almost be a perfect square. But if you drew it big, it would slightly curve, wouldn't it, around all the curves? So it wouldn't be a perfect square.
Okay, I put yes and no.
Yeah,
Okay.
Do you understand my caveat?
Yeah, I do understand.
It depends on scale, because depending on the size
I'll
of the
put
sphere,
scale. I'll
Yeah,
put
okay.
scale as a variant. So it depends on scale. I'll put okay. So does the atmosphere 20 miles above the Earth rotate faster than the atmosphere at sea level?
Yeah, I'm sure they're a bit different. I don't know if it's faster. I'm sure
So
they're not. I'm sure it's not equal all the way up.
Do you think the air 20 miles above your head is moving faster than the air at your head?
I don't know about faster, but I'm saying I do believe it's variable at different heights.
Okay. I mean the atmosphere in general, like as a whole.
I think as a whole, mostly it's in sync. But if you did an experiment where you went up and tested airspeeds, you'd get loads of different results at different heights.
Okay, you want me to put variable?
Yeah, a bit variable, but mostly in sync.
In 100 years, people are going to be back listening to this recording, and we'll be able to see what be able to score you. See what you got right. See what you got wrong.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, do clouds drop in distance due to perspective or Earth curve?
They drop in apparent distance due to Earth curve.
Let me rephrase that, man. That's gonna be I'm gonna get the same answer every time.
Drop
So
in apparent height due to Earth curve.
So let me ask this: do clouds touch the horizon due to perspective or Earth curve?
Obviously, Earth curve.
Okay, I gotta jot a note that I changed that one. So okay.
I would say the Earth curve creates the perspective of seeing the clouds touch the horizon.
Okay. At what distance would the sun, or how much? This is a guesstimate for you, but at what distance would the sun being closer to Earth have a direct effect on the temperatures, like a noticeable effect? Because it's because at 3 million miles closer, it's no change basically. So at what distance will we start to see a direct effect on temperature?
Where did you hear that number, 300 million miles?
Well, the elliptical orbit goes from 90 to 93. So.
Okay, well, I'll say a bit closer, 400 million miles. Some instruments will start picking it up, and some nature will start changing.
You say about 4 million miles?
Did you say 300 million?
No. 3 million is the difference in the elliptical orbit.
I'll go with 4 million then. If it was 1 extra million more elliptical, we'd definitely notice a change on Earth.
That's a good guess. Okay, did a remote control rover video mushrooms growing on Mars?
Not that I've heard. I'm going to guess no, and they didn't even go to Mars. Is my caveat.
Ah, that's a good one. And I'll put no rover. That's interesting. That's an honest answer.
But they wouldn't even be able to check because they never got there.
That's a good answer, man. That's I think a flat Earth answer, in my opinion. No insult intended. Do people have free reign to independently explore Antarctica?
I think I want to change my answer to the sun one and say the distance always affects Earth, but an extra million will. The change in distance always affects Earth, but an extra million will definitely make sure it's on the news.
Okay, 4 million makes news.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting, to say the least. Make news. Okay, I'm writing this with Sharpie, so I'm trying to make sure I write it where I can translate it later. Okay, so do people have free reign to everywhere to independently explore all of Antarctica? Now, I'm not talking about military bases. I just mean like the entire continent. Do people have free reign to independently explore Antarctica?
I found this question interesting because I think technically any human has free reign to go anywhere in the universe, but if by free reign you mean humans might stop you, then no, we don't have free reign to go hardly anywhere we want to go.
Yeah, I think Rue answered the same way. Okay, does Google Earth periodically adjust data?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, yeah, that's a common answer.
Wait, but don't some globe earthers say you can freely explore Antarctica? Like they'll actually say.
Yeah, that's what I said. We ask enough people, we're going to get different answers. We've
I was
already got
gonna
a
say that
different.
there's another caveat. If you get enough people and you don't cuck to authorities and find a good way in, you'll be able to do it.
Oh, so
Easily.
now you can?
You could if you had the right equipment and money behind you and planning. But I think Brian means free reign, as in you could just go there and start walking to the middle of it. That's not
Yeah,
easy to do.
Kind of what I meant.
I think my answer is yes and no. They
Yeah,
would try
let's
and
see.
stop you, but that doesn't
So I'll
mean
put
it's
no,
a huge
no,
venue.
unless a big group.
I mean, I guess I like. Here's the question I would like to like. Okay, do you think that you can go to Antarctica, freely travel all over the continent, like Brian said, not like in the military base? You're not trying to break into someone's property. I'm just saying, can you freely go to Antarctica in your viewpoint, if you had the money? You got all the money you need. Could you just go there, walk across, go to the middle, go right under the South Sigma Octantis, watch it rotate, just check it out? You know, camp along, take your shit in a bag. Like, do you actually think that that's possible, or not?
No, not without secretly occulting yourself.
See, look, I'm gonna put. Can you freely kick it in Antarctica?
Yeah, not without cloaking yourself.
Yeah, you'd have to hide yourself and do it undercover. That's the only way.
All right. Well, there are globe earthers that say no, that's totally cool. You can just go there. And then there's others that admit, okay, there are a bunch of forms you have to fill out. You have to pay one of them is like you have to pay $100,000 up front to even be considered.
No,
Even get the permit.
I'll admit they will do whatever they can to stop you. So if Brian means by free reign kicking it, yeah, it's a no.
Yeah, and I think the environmental reports, the cheapest you're ever going to find is like a couple $100,000. That's a cheap one, bro, but that involves a lot of work. But anyway, all right, we ready to move on?
It's a no, but the caveat is that shouldn't stop you. You should still try if you want to.
Okay, no, still try. That's good. Okay, I'll put that. Still try anyway. Yeah. Okay, so our vertical hanging plumb lines parallel.
No, not unless they're right next to each other and you're Bev.
Okay. I guarantee you there ain't a construction worker on Earth who would agree with that, but we will go with that.
They can be considered parallel on a building site. Yeah, I'll give you that. But that doesn't mean they are parallel.
So the answer is no. Okay, I understand there's caveats, and the technicality won't really be an issue of arguing. You know, it's just the technical answers I'm kind of looking for.
I'm not,
because you'd be surprised.
I'm not ignorant to builders treating them as parallel to make good buildings. You understand that?
All right, so everything's built as they're parallel, basically, but no, they're not parallel, is what you're saying. Yeah. All right, I wish you could listen to how ridiculous that sounds, but that's fine.
No, it's ridiculous for you not to see the huge nuance that makes sense.
I understand, bro, but you're basically saying
right down scale,
that everything on Earth is
misunderstood scale
Earth.
Again. Write that down.
You're basically saying everything on Earth is basically concave by a little tiny amount. Every building.
Convex.
No, concave, because if the lines aren't parallel, yeah, convex. You're right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not saying all buildings are slightly convex. I'm saying on a bigger scale than a building, plumb bobs technically are convex to each other.
Right.
Non-parallel.
We know what you meant, man. Okay, so have you seen suspicious video from the crew on ISS?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a fair answer, man.
Lots.
And I'm not asking them to prove anything or say they have proof. I'm just asking about suspicion. And I think Don gave a fair answer. Some of it
lied about that.
Yeah, I do believe he lied. Okay, or else he just hasn't seen it. You know, because not all of it, but there are some things that are definitely suspicious.
Be in his position and not have seen it. That's a lie.
That's a good point. You just gave me a thought. That's a good thing you just said. Okay, do original Apollo film look authentic?
Do what? Original NASA film?
Yeah, does the original moon landing footage look authentic?
Oh, no way. No.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I've got
Anybody?
a caveat. Some of the Skylab footage happens to look kind of authentic to me. Which is
Okay, I'll put
nice mystery.
Skylab
Appears
does.
authentic.
Yeah, put does. So okay. All right. How far is the closest star?
Oh my God, I've no idea.
It's
93 million miles.
Oh man, you shouldn't have answered that for me. I can't put that.
Maybe I would have got there. If you gave me 30 more seconds, I might have got to that.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay. What makes thunder echo?
I would have said much, much further than the sun or something, because I don't know the number.
All right, I'll put much further.
What
Farther
was
than
that,
sun. What makes wait, farther than sun. All right. What makes thunder echo?
Oh. I don't know if it does echo. I'm not even sure.
I like rumble. You know what makes it vibrate or rumble
What
or
makes it make the
echo?
sound?
Yeah, I mean we know it makes a sound, but it's a rumble. You know, like what makes it reverberate or echo?
I'd say it's echoing off the ground.
Ground. That's a good answer. Okay. Ground. Okay.
My answer for how thunder makes a noise is that I'm not sure. It's alchemy in the clouds. It's chemical reaction in the clouds.
Do you want me to write that down? Chemical reaction in clouds? Or
Yes,
ground?
I think that's partly your question. What is thunder?
No, not really what it is. What makes it echo, you know, is what I was looking for. Like what's kind of like what's it
What do
bouncing
you mean
off of?
echo? Do you mean people hear the same thunder again?
Like a
backwards
rumble?
off a mountain? Or do you mean
Well,
after someone hears it, someone further away hears it?
well, let me just say this. If I give you a big ass spark, it just snaps, you know, or a little spark snaps, but a bigger one's going to be a little deeper. But at some point, you know, like that spark, like a lightning strike, I would compare to a spark. What makes it reverberate and echo, or whatever you want to call it? What makes it just echo? It's,
I'm not sure I understand the question. It's a chemical reaction in the clouds. This makes a sound that travels through the atmosphere and echoes off the ground a bit.
You want me to put chemical reaction in the clouds?
I don't know what your real question is on this. So
What makes thunder reverberate, echo? What makes the sound echo? Like if I'm in a cave, I know it's the walls of the cave. If I'm you know, I'm just saying, what
I don't
up
know
there?
that thunder does echo unless you're next to a mountain.
Okay, so no echo.
I'm not sure if it echoes. Yeah.
Well, think about it for a minute. And if that's what you want me to write for your final answer, I could put not sure it echoes. But I've already wrote ground, so I haven't wrote chemical reaction in clouds. I'm not asking for the cause of thunder and lightning. I'm just asking what causes it to reverberate.
Okay, I'll go and answer chemical reaction in the clouds.
Chemical reaction in clouds. All right. I hate that answer, dude. I'm just kidding, dude. Chemical reaction in clouds. Okay. Now, this is the last question. So, why do some southern hemisphere long haul flights, that means between the continents, why do some cross the equator?
Why does somewhat cross the equator?
Yeah, why do some of the southern hemisphere long haul flights cross the equator?
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
I don't know. Is it because it's faster?
Certainly not faster, Don.
Brian, you're saying if they take off in the southern hemisphere and they land in the southern hemisphere on a globe, you would not cross over the equator, whereas on like an AE map you would. Is that what you're saying? Because you'd be going.
Yeah, in a way, but also I've got multiple answers, and I'm tired of arguing multiple answers, and so I'm just trying to narrow it down. But yeah, you can draw that on an AE map, and yeah, that because it's in a direct line, right? You have to cross if you're going to take the shortest path. In reality, you have to cross the equator, but that's reality. These answers have nothing to do with reality. You've noticed, right?
I'm going with fastest, shortest distance on a globe.
Okay. Shortest.
But Don, you see what he's saying, though.
Yeah,
On a globe, like from South America to Australia, you would just always be in the south. On a globe, there'd be no reason to go over the equator. On an AE map, where it's like a dartboard and all the continents coming out from the middle, now I don't know exactly which one he's talking about, but there are flights that from the southern South America over to Australia where you're I'm sure you've seen that flight. It's like on an AE map, it's like to go the straight line, it's almost like you're cutting it right in half there, and perhaps you would go over the equator.
I think it's a good meme because it looks shorter on a flat Earth. I think there's still real normal reasons to take a curved route and maybe cross the equator to get from one place to another on Earth, on a planet.
Yeah, that's crazy, but that's fine. So let me see. So I only had questions. Oh yeah, wait. We got one more. We got the new edition. Okay.
All right, hold on. Let me just say real quick. This is the quickest one I found. I don't this is not even really the one I was just saying, but check this out. This should at least kind of show it. This doesn't really show what it is on a globe, but dude, imagine going from South Africa to Australia. On a globe, you would just stay in the south the whole time, dude. In that lower left of that one I just posted, you would just take off, you'd fly right over to it on the similar latitude, done. Whereas what they're saying is that the flight actually is that it goes all the way up north, and then south. And then when you look at it on an AE map, see how that crosses over the equator? So you go into the northern hemisphere.
It's showing that they're landing up there.
Well, it does look like a pit stop or whatever, but they're saying that's the flight path. But you look at on the right on the AE map, that goes over the equator. That's a really good question. It's something we don't talk about often.
I'm switching my answer to sometimes it's quicker and sometimes they need a pit stop.
All right.
No, that's not the point. On the AE map, it goes over the equator. On the globe, it wouldn't. That's the key. It's not because they stopped up there. That doesn't matter. That path on a globe, if you were to fly to those places, you would just always stay in the south. I mean, that image is not all showing it perfect. I don't even know what that image is. I just quickly found it and pulled it up.
If Earth was flat, it would make that flight make sense because it's shorter.
Yes, and it travels over the equator as well. But yeah, it would be the straightest line. Yeah.
I think there's a logical reason why planes don't want to go like that on a planet.
Almost all the long haul flights in the southern hemisphere, if you draw them on a map, they're all straight lines. Every pit stop in Los Angeles from like Argentina to Sydney, you draw them all. They're straight lines on reality on a map.
Yeah, but planes don't like flying in straight lines all the time. They go a little bit curved to get around a storm or to get around the planet. And the wind tunnel bits.
I don't think so, Tim.
When people argue against AE map, I'm like, have they even? I mean, you got to at least consider it because look at the fucking flight. They're straight lines. Why can't that be a fair representation of our world when it's how we fly? Look, are we saying that we fly fucking zigzag? Look, it's a straight shot. Why can't people at least consider the possibility of linking flights with reality? That's why I can't believe people don't even consider the AE map. Like, maybe it's wrong, but it represents our travel better than anything.
Brian, so do you think that's so? This is a big question, actually. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just this is a big question. So, Brian, do you think this is how partly they could be doing the deception? Because if they're being told to go a little left, little right, little left, they're following coordinates. If those coordinates are actually going in a straight line on the actual Earth, but the way they show them in the coordinate systems, the little adjustments, they're fudging it in terms of that part of it to then put it on a globe model.
That's a good point, man. That's a almost obvious possibility.
consider various reasons. My answer is various reasons why they might cross the equator on a globe.
I mean, I guess what I was talking about originally,
Super-
that image that I showed, I know that it does show it taking a pit stop up there. What I think, and I'm not even sure it was the exact point Brian was bringing up, but I was just saying that, yes, a southern to southern, like South America to Australia flight on a globe would just go around the bottom part of the globe. Whereas on an AE map, it goes up and passes over the equator. So that's where the huge difference would be.
Yeah. New Perspective actually added one that we can vote any of these off, or we can always add more to this. I hope we do it sooner than later. But I wanted to say that the question: what is New Perspective still here?
Are there more questions, or is that?
Oh,
all?
he
Yeah, I'm here.
he had an add-on to it. It was
The Tesla car.
Yeah, ask that question real quick, and so I'll write it down as you ask Dawn.
Do you think that the Tesla car in space was totally legit? Do you think or how? And then a follow up to that would be, how did the car go to space without any kind of damage to the car? And if it came out of a capsule, is there any footage of that actually occurring?
No, it was mostly fake. These maniacs might have fired a rocket that never comes back into space with a car on it, but the footage that you're seeing is not that. It's made up bullshit.
Yeah,
Here you go, y'all.
Dawn's one that will
we
call out.
recover the car in space. Can we keep it? Is it free?
Technically, you could spend billions on a rocket with a car stuck to the top and fire it off Earth. But
So
what he's showing and what you saw launch isn't real.
So most of the stuff they do out in space is real, but some of it's not.
No, a lot of it, what we're showing, is completely fake. I do believe in a secret space program behind it all.
There's so
And I
many
don't
questions we
believe in
could
all
ask. Like, we could make like a compendium of questions, like hundreds of them, because there's so
You
many
are
on all sides of these discussions, no matter what your cosmology is. Because another one, just a straight one that I just thought, like, okay, Don, I'll ask you, like, is space real?
Yes.
I'll write that down.
Brian, are you willing to go through these again with Costco?
Don, let's go in your file.
Is space real as explained?
Well, you need to really word that question properly, because space is real and fake.
Well, I often
As
I
described.
guess, yeah, I mean, you know what I meant probably, but because I would almost use the term, I often use this one, like NASA's outer space, essentially. The one they claim to pop a man into, and then I know there's the other space agencies, but it's like NASA's vacuums outer space thing.
But even that,
I'm going to add this too,
yes
man.
and no. What NASA shows you is bullshit, but NASA does have the budget to go into outer space.
Okay, how does the world end?
What they showed you of Jupiter, the CGI, the beautiful oil painting, is not real, but Jupiter is real.
Okay, yeah. So, but how does the world end? That's a question I should have put in there. How does the world end, Don?
You should ask that one at the end. You should put
Ryan, are you willing to go through these with Kosho again in a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am. I'll do one more. But how does the world end?
The world ends with Jesus as the Son.
No, I'm not talking about time-wise. I'm talking about our physical world.
That's what I'm telling you. The people that believe in Jesus, it's actually the sun, which is a huge hot orb, and that's going to engulf Earth in flames eventually. But you
I mean space. I mean, I'm talking about spatially, geospatially. Whether it's even this question could apply to flat earthers, like you might say a dome wall, or it doesn't. I'm asking, like, how does your universe, whatever you want to call it, how does it end?
Yeah,
you mean is there an edge?
No, how does it end? No, does it end, and how does it end?
Does he mean die, Gio? Does he mean cease existing?
No, like, what would stop you? Could you go forever? And if something stops you,
I don't know. I think it's infinite, mate.
You think it's infinite? Okay, that's fair. Flat earthers could also give that answer. So let me. Oh, gotta switch to the other pen because red represents dawn. Okay, infinite. And what was your answer to?
I've got a bit more of an answer. As you get to the edge of the universe, it's less and less stars, less and less systems, less and less dust, until it's just vacuum forever. Infinite vacuum.
Okay, infinite. to nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, not even ether?
Oh, I believe in ether as like an energy round each planet and stretching through the universe. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
Wait, you're an ether globe earther?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's weird.
That's
Yeah, I don't
awesome,
think-
dude.
I
I've
don't
heard of.
think ether,
That is awesome.
It's a rare
Ether
breed,
isn't-
but they do exist.
ether isn't like the stars spinning round us that we can measure rushing by. It's more of an energy field of nature.
Yep, that's one way it could be described.
That's fair enough. So it's just basically energy, basically.
Yeah, mystical energy.
Yeah, I could ask Coach. Okay, wait. I never wrote nothing down for this. Is space real as described?
Oh, this question's too hard. You've got to reword it and change it into 3 questions, I think.
Out of all the answers, bro, that's the one he describes as difficult. Is space real as?
I'm
Yeah, I
saying
would
your question isn't worded specifically enough for me to give a yes or no.
Like I would almost
Well,
hear it like this, perhaps. Like, does outer space, as NASA describes it, exist,
Yeah.
No.
or is it real? The way NASA describes
By
your
NASA,
astronauts,
right, okay.
ISS, all that shit. Like, is that
But
real?
yeah, I wonder if I say no to that, he thinks that I don't believe in Jupiter or space travel or orbits.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay. You
Well, I don't know,
understand
are
that
you?
I just mean NASA's space agency productions are not about
You
outer
can put
space.
no,
They're
it's
not real.
smaller. No, it's smaller than they describe, or no, it's bigger, or
Well, are
no
you
period, or yes.
Are you heliocentric?
Yes, I believe heliocentric.
All right, then there has to be like a solar system, which then means like, I mean, do you think that's outer space the way NASA describes it? Is that even what's going on, or do you
see,
think?
the-
I mean,
the bit
here's
that
a
they
trippy
describe-
here's a trippy globe idea. It's like a little bit like pretty like an expansive, like on the spectrum of like open mindedness. What if you could think, okay, yeah, the Earth's a globe, but all the shit they show us is fake. So what it really is and what outer space really is what they're actually hiding. That's actually kind of a fun idea. At least if you're on the globe, at least like get your mind blown with that one.
Hey, if any Globers join us,
hiding, because then they could be hiding an entire realm from us.
I recommend this to Gio. If any Globers join and they're ever interested in, or if any are listening and you're ever interested in answering these questions, to give honest answers, I would suggest that when I start asking Kosho, that you mute or deafen just for long enough so you could give your own original answers. I mean, of course you don't have to, but to me, the only give honest answers coming from yourself is the only way is not to have previously heard them. But that's up to the individual.
Dude, yeah, no, these are great. You remember that guy rolled in the boulder? He did this for a while. Remember, he had that list of questions that were kind of more physics based, and he was asking them to everyone. It was so fun, dude. Like it was one of the best streams. Like it was all positive and just high vibes, and everyone wanted to hear everyone else's answers. Everyone wanted to answer it. We were tweaking it, trying to improve it. It is a really cool thing to do, to have like a list of questions and to ask multiple people. The ones you were asking sounded more globe oriented in a sense, and I assumed, yeah, that was like the focus of it. But it's fascinating to ask globe earthers those questions as well, and it's so far it's been really great to listen to.
I think it helps you guys, especially Brian, because he's the one noting it down. Helps you guys get an idea on which idea might be the main idea or the main fact, depending on how many globers agree.
Well, the thing is, people always say, "Oh, like when flat earthers all have different viewpoints on things." What's ironic is that if Brian did this to a lot of globe earthers, we would probably find a dramatic variation of answers. So it's like, well, actually, you guys don't agree on anything either. You just maybe a couple of the mainstream stuff you go with, I suppose.
That's exactly right, dude. That's a good point, dude. They're already varying already, just so you know. I think it's going to be the same thing. The obvious questions we're going to answer mostly alike, but as far as some of the questions, they're to the individual, and so that's a hell of a good point. That's the same way. So they've lost that argument. You've just created a new defense, like them trying to say that we all have different shit. So do y'all. Y'all have different
Honestly,
thoughts.
guys, I do this, what Brian's doing, in my head to flat earthers for the last 3 or 4 years. So I build up what I think most flat earthers think. And then I test new people. Do you also think this?
Hey, Brian, I also came up with a list of questions a while back that I just found. If you want to hear, if you guys want to hear them at all.
Yeah, why not?
All right. I put, what is the difference between knowing something and believing in something? That's number one. Number two, what is the second law of thermodynamics off the top of your head? And does this include the idea of high pressure to low pressure according to your interpretation? Number three, can elliptical orbits have a completely consistent constant velocity? Number four, define conspiracy. Number five, are there any conspiracies that you've become aware of that were admitted to, that were not admitted to, and or any that you suspect or speculate about that haven't been admitted to? Okay, so the ones that were admitted to and ones that haven't been admitted to, that they've, because they usually like are, oh yeah, there's a conspiracy, but it's something that like the government's already admitted to, and it's usually just something like a slap in the hand that they put out there to make us believe that they're always like being caught if they're doing something bad, you know. It seems like they'll always bring up stuff like that, like, oh, we did find this out, they admitted to it, so it's that confirms it. Like they're ever going to admit to some of these other things, right? Number six, if there were a worldwide conspiracy to keep the nature of our reality hidden from the masses, would you want to know? Number seven, and if yes, how might you go about discovering such a thing beyond asking the sources that might only then reify such a reverse engineered masterpiece of deception? I still on? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
dude, those are all good,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, those are great.
Yeah. Number six, do you think there's a possibly a governmental controlled opposition on the flat Earth side?
Oh,
Right one.
Number seven, and if yes, do you think it'd be to just create societal confusion and separation, or are there other reasons you might have pondered about?
you know what? That just quickly made me think, dude. And now this is
Definitely
kind of, this is not really something I'd be into because I'm not really into this kind of thing, the agent calling out and whatnot. However, this would actually be kind of a trippy thing to do. I just thought about this. If you were to like do a poll of everyone in the community, tons of people, and ask like that question you just said, like, are there any like, you know, paid implant agents, shills, etc. Like ask questions. And even, you know, now maybe they wouldn't want to say publicly or whatever, but even like ask them, who do you think they are? And then like, you know, register all of those results and then put them onto like a bar chart. I'll be like, this is the guy, this is the one that people think is most likely to be. This is like second, third. These are all like, you know, 20%, 30%.
I've even thought maybe there's a way to find out if there's any J-Trigs, if there's a way to find out for sure if someone's J-Trig registered or not, just to know who we're dealing with. Like there could be a way of finding a list of people that are employed. Who knows? But
Pretty sure that'd be classified, wouldn't it?
Is it? Oh, maybe you would know. Are you classified?
Yes. Okay, I could tell you, but then I have to kill you.
You have a non-disclosure agreement, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So number 8, considering the last.
If I tell you, then I have to kill me.
Yeah, Ruhif would dream of actually being an agent. He's actually just a dude who's coming on here, like we all are, but he's not.
How do you think he got the 10 million to put in escrow? Come on.
No, I think
Ruhif got into some, let's just say, some quick and sketchy business deals. And
come on, Gio.
You know it. You know it.
What is
I know. I could talk to you for hours about how not sketchy it is.
It's Shriners versus Freemasons. Globers are the Freemasons. Flat Earthers are the Shriners. And it's the PSYOP set up by Wank.
Dude, that just like I just had a vision of Ruhif with like a little holsters and a sheriff's badge when he was a kid, dude, like going around enforcing shit, man.
You said Shriners for FE people. Well, I don't. Yeah. I'm just gonna say this because it's a fact. I'm not pointing the finger in any way. However, Karen B does do her Flat Earth conference at a Shriner Center.
Yeah, that's how I got to this. They're all connected, but they must be two sects, two groups.
Has anyone ever asked her about that?
I'm surprised how little it's brought up, to be honest, and how many people seem to just roll with it.
Well, they talked about where they could do it, you know, and then they narrowed it down in that place, you know, before they even established it. They that place everybody agreed on because that's the only place where you didn't have to wear a mask, so it was kind of a no-brainer.
Brian, do Kosho, test Kosho so I can see how easy he finds it.
Yeah, but
here we go.
Brian, I mean, would that not be
Come on, Kosho.
would that not be a deciding factor for you if you were hosting? Like, would you do it at a Shriner Center, even if it was a good center? Would you?
I thought about that when there was like 3 options. I forgot they even options, but to me the other 2 weren't even an option because you had to wear a mask. So she said that she's like, well, you know, we can go to the this place, but it's Shriners, you know. He obviously pointed that out, and we talked about it. I didn't talk about it, but I listened to them talking about it. I felt like I was talking about it with them, and it was a no-brainer. It was the only place where you didn't have to wear a mask. So yeah, it was a no-brainer.
Well, I kind of got the idea.
I mean, I don't know if it's the only one, but I did hear at the time. Yeah, Karen was saying that they were cool on the mask thing, but I don't know all the details. I've only heard. I mean, back then I did hear some of them. You know, some of the discussions about it and stuff.
Well, don't you think that there's
hear someone else's answers to the questions?
Well, don't you think there's some answer? Like, don't you think there's some flat earthers that if they thought that was the case, then they might think it's like a white hat Mason group as well as a black hat Mason group, and that's okay?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the understanding that some people have about it. It seems, I would guess. Because there's networks.
I don't think Karen Bee's a Shriner.
Metatron is a real thing. I don't
think the Shriners have women, dude. Anyway, I definitely don't think she's a Shriner.
No,
but dude,
I
mean, those Shriners, dude, all those like
about
children,
association.
Dude, it's pretty intense to even associate with them, though. Even if they're not actually that or whatever, even if they're just associating, because I mean, the Shriners are corrupt. I mean, I know that there's some like stuff on the surface it looks like they're doing, but I mean, not to go too dark on it all, but I mean, you get into like the actual child trafficking and the shit that's going on, like they're right in that network. I mean.
Yeah, if you look at my history, bro, I played darts at a Shriner, like a Moose Lodge. I think that's Shriners. I'm not sure, but they had a dart tournament there like every Friday. I ain't went in a little while, but I used to go there every Friday because it's right down the road from my house, and all my friends went there. But I don't think any of them were Shriners. But there was a dart tournament there at the lodge, man. So yeah, I don't know, man. You can point some of it. There's explanations. I will say that
there's been a few things I've noticed over years, like little things that are maybe bigger than little things that give me the idea that Flat Earth has a topic's been put on the table and the sides have been chosen, and we do have a certain commodity of the truth, and Flat Earth is an allowed topic. And it could be, you know, not to say that everyone that's it's in a network or whatever is controlled, but that there's an understanding that this is a topic that's allowed, and that's why it's a platform for, you know, people to make debate channels about and everything else. And it's like, I don't know the reason, the ulterior motive, or if it's a complete rollout, or if it's something they had to embrace to some degree. I'm not sure about any of that, but it's like for instance, there's a lot of military people. And I've talked to military guys, and a lot of them, it's almost like a certain group of them have been told that, yeah, we're going to let this truth out, and it's going to be, because they do have like social armies, you know. I mean, they don't let the truth just run wild. They have social networking armies that make sure that they keep the narrative at bay to some degree, I would imagine. Why wouldn't they?
Real quick, Gio, can I go to Livestream too to do the questions? And then come back and read them if anybody's in, and read the answers.
You want me to read the rest of mine, Brian? I got a few more. I just got 3 more on my list.
Wait, what do you mean? Really like I don't know exactly what you mean.
If I could go to Livestream too, I know that it's available. I'm asking if it's cool that I can take the Glovers into Livestream too. In other words, anybody who wants to come listen, that's fine, but it won't interrupt the conversation. And
let's just do it now, dude. No, let's just do it now. Go for it.
I want to hear how.
You want me to finish up with the last 3 on my list?
Just go, yeah, Brian, go for it, bro. I mean, whatever you guys want to do.
Brian, you want me to finish up?
We're just kind of shooting the shit. Yeah, let's go for it.
I'll tell you what, start with those questions. I'm going to grab a pen real quick and new perspective.
Okay, I'll finish mine. All right, so the last one I said was about the government-controlled opposition, and if yes, do you think it'd be just to create the societal confusion and separation, or are there other ulterior motives involved? Considering the last few questions, what do you think could be done better or differently on a Flat Earth side to uncover, combat, or resolve the issue of the globe Earth conspiracy?
Ooh, I
Like
can
if you
answer
were a
that.
flat earther, you want to answer
Ooh,
that? Like what on the flat
wow.
earth side?
Can I answer that?
What would you do if you were a flat earther that would be better than what we're doing? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would attempt to make predictions based off my model and test them in reality.
The things we don't have, right? The
I'll tell you
predictions and
my
the model.
answer. New perspective. My answer is I would have special children that I bring up to be able to infiltrate NASA.
There you go. That's another one. Covert operations.
Wow, that's
Okay,
deep. That's deep, dude. He's gonna like have kids and raise them to be
and raise them as
spies.
Glovers,
Griff
and
has
then
no
once
idea
they're
how
at that level,
glamorous.
he'll tell them the secret. It's really flat, but find
Uh,
out.
Griff thinks
I'm
science.
taking
fantastic.
Ruby Sarah's
This
bed and
guy's
I'm putting it
going.
on Don, dude.
He's going generational. He's making sure to have this shit covered for a couple decades.
Hey Brian, how did Dawn, like, what did Dawn answer differently to me? What was the main differences?
All of them, bro. All of them. No, not all of them.
All of them, really?
Okay, right off the bat, will a 2-mile water level match the beginning and end elevations of my 2-mile line? And he said,
Yep.
leapfrog, no. He said,
No, leapfrog, yes.
he said no. He said leapfrog, no, and the one line, yes, which I thought would be backwards, but that was he doubled down on it.
That is backwards. Yeah.
And different, but I don't even want to sell this with Kosho listening, man. I don't even want him to know you're thinking about going into to another room.
Okay, that's why you want to go to the
Let's do
different channel.
Costco, and then we can all do New Perspectives Level 2 quiz.
All right. Well,
All right.
there's only 2 more on
We'll
my
go to
list.
number
Real
2
quick.
on our list of coaches.
Yeah, new perspectives.
Here's one for you,
some of
Ruhib.
these are very,
Yeah,
very
some
in-depth.
good. They're more political, but they're good.
Okay. There is one for you, Ruhif. Excluding all optical observations which could have multiple interpretations, is there anything about your sensory experience that indicates you're on a spinning ball planet rather than a stationary plane?
Wow, that's a good
So
question.
no optical, no visual.
No optical observations whatsoever.
But I can measure things like centrifugal force.
Sure, if you feel
Yeah.
that force. If you feel the force, yeah.
No, I can measure it, or do I feel it with my
Here's the question
senses?
again. Excluding all optical observations which could have multiple interpretations, is there anything about your sensory experience that indicates you're on a spinning ball planet rather than a stationary plane?
I'll probably say no.
Fair enough. Last one. Does perspective drawing require that you draw a straight line across for the horizon, a vanishing point where all lines converge, and incrementally less detail from the bottom up and top down as you draw objects closer towards the vanishing point?
That's a tricky question. When you say less detail to the bottom, it's actually the other way around. But it's the other way around, but it's also
less detail
not
at the top?
significant. Yeah, because if you're drawing something that's close, right? If you're drawing a building that's close, right? You are closer to the bottom of it than you are to the top of it.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. So it is the opposite, but also in the observations we look at in flat Earth, it's negligible. It's nothing, right? Because we're looking at things very, very far away. So the height of
I was just
something
asking
is
about
not going to
perspective
change.
drawing. I wasn't even asking about the Earth. I was just asking, does perspective drawing require that you draw a straight line across as the horizon?
No.
A vanishing point where all lines converge, and then incrementally less detail from the bottom up and top down as you draw objects closer towards the vanishing point?
I'm confused by the bottom up and top down.
There's less detail as you get
closer?
towards that vanishing point, regardless if it's top or bottom. There's less detail.
So you're talking about closer and further away, not bottom up and top down.
The vanishing point's further away, yes.
Okay, so you are talking about distance. Then I'll say yes. Yeah. Yes, less detail.
And then the last one is the 1,000 mile per hour. Is the 1,000 mile per hour equatorial rotational velocity an actual speed, or does the idea of it being only one rotation make it literally slower rather than only relatively very slow?
No, yes, 1,000 miles an hour. The
actual speed. And it's not less just because you think of it as one rotation relative to the whole.
Oh,
So it is very
it's
fast.
kind of, it's very
Because
subjective.
a lot of times you hear ballers say, "Oh, it spins so slow," but that's only in relative to the size of it. But it's not
Yeah.
actually spinning slow; it's spinning very fast.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, what are you doing with that speed? Like if you're saying 1,000 miles an hour is fast, like sure, but I mean, if you're talking about how much centrifugal force, then it's irrelevant. It's more to do with the angular speed. Kind of a tricky
Yep.
question, but
Literally
it
1,000 miles
is
per hour,
literally 1,000
regardless
miles
of
an
how
hour.
big
Yes,
it is. Because I
yes,
think
I
that's
will
a
say
cop out
literally
the way
1,000
that
miles an hour.
like because relative to the whole, it's very, and this is with everything you guys talk about, like because relative to the distance to the stars, or relative to the orbit that goes, it takes a year to get around the sun, so it's a 66,000 miles per hour is really not that fast relative to the whole, and it's always a constant trying to minimalize it and state it and try to avoid the bigger numbers,
Yeah.
and it seems
Oh
tactical
yeah.
on your side.
Okay,
Seems tactical.
then
Like
I'll
you're always
answer it
trying to make us think it's less than it actually is.
right. I'll answer it just factually rather than any sort of subjective ideas. Yes, it's 1,000 miles an hour, linear speed. Yes.
Okay, so then with 1,000 miles per hour over an 8-hour period, that'd be 8,000 miles per hour, 8,000 miles
It
distance,
doesn't matter.
right? And then at the equator, and then 8 times 66,670, whatever it is. It's like over 500,000 miles over an 8-hour period in another
Okay.
vector in a different direction, correct?
You're talking about the orbit.
Yep, the orbit.
Okay. Yep. Cool.
And a vector that's not at all the same vector as the orbiting vector, right?
Right. Yep.
Not the same direction, right? So we have two different directions, and we have the sun going in another direction, not the same, right? Because the orbit's different than the direction of the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. So over an 8-hour period, we're talking millions of miles that you would have traveled from your original point in space and time, correct?
Yep. Yep.
And then how is it that an 8-hour time elapse still produces perfect concentric circles, just like it's the same choice as, it's either the sky moving or us moving. When you make to get that same result, in my mind, you'd have to have one perfect, consistent camera movement and all those different directions over millions and thousands of miles in opposite vectors. Even if the vector maths make you think of it as one consistent motion, how do you literally assume that it's just the same and it would come out with the same result, regardless of how the stars are fixed? They could be close, they could be far, if they're fixed. The only way to get that result, in my mind, is to have the turning of the camera consistently or the turning of the sky consistently, not several vectors.
Yeah, I can answer that. So you got the rotation of the Earth, the orbit of the Earth, and then the movement of the solar system throughout the galaxy.
Right.
The movement of the solar system throughout the galaxy, you've got to think about all the other stars that are also in the galaxy and moving, at approximately the same speed, right? They're all rotating around the galaxy arms.
With the sun, but not with our orbit or our rotation on our axis.
Yeah, we'll get to the orbit and the rotation in a second. But the movement of the sun is going to be negligible relative to the stars that you're looking at in the same galaxy, because they're all also moving as well. I'm sure they're at different speeds, but they're all moving. Right? We're not just moving relative to another star that we see in the sky, because that star is also moving as well around the center of the galaxy.
So all the stars have
movement,
different speeds?
Yeah, but because they're all rotating around the galaxy as well, that negates most of that movement, right? So that's not really something we have to take into account. The orbit, right? So you've moved, was it 500,000 miles or something in the orbit? Thereabouts. Yep. The distance to the closest star is like, what did I say? A couple of light years away. How many miles is that? Let me just check.
It doesn't matter. We know it's light years, right? It's light years. It's over 6 trillion, right? Go ahead.
Is it 4 light years?
6 trillion is 1 light year, right?
Miles.
So it's got to be at least 1 light year away. I'll even give you 6 trillion. It doesn't matter. You can say they're infinitely far away. They're fixed, but you need to explain how there's one consistent camera movement, not just how relative we are far away from something, because that doesn't really create the one consistent camera movement still.
Yeah, if you do the trig on 500,000 miles to whatever 6 trillion or whatever it is, the amount of angular change is fucking nothing. It's stationary for all intents and purposes.
Well,
And obviously the
relative
same
to
for
the
the
distance,
rotation.
you could say that, but you're still not describing the camera movement.
I'm not sure what you mean then.
I'm saying that if you're moving in one direction, 8,000 miles per hour, and in another direction, 500,000, it doesn't matter how far away the stars are. You're not going to get that same result. You need to turn the camera consistently in one consistent motion, regardless of how far away the stars are. It doesn't matter how relatively far away we are or any of that. It is one consistent camera. Draw me a picture of that one consistent camera motion that creates the perfect concentric circles.
Are we talking about the orbit or the rotation now?
All the movements would not create the same result. You need one vector. You need either
The
stationary
two vectors
camera
that
with
we've discussed so
one
far
sky moving
are
or
negligible.
Or one consistent camera movement with the sky stationary.
When you guys have to draw a picture.
The two big speeds that we've talked about are negligible in terms of changing the location of stars, which means we're just left with the rotation of Earth, which is what causes the star trails.
It doesn't matter if you say negligible. You have to explain how the camera moving in separate vectors would actually be negligible, no matter how fixed or far away those stars are.
I thought I had covered it.
Draw me a sketch.
The movement of the sun relative to other stars is fuck all.
Doesn't matter. You have to.
It does matter.
You have to. It does. It matters in your way of explaining it, but it doesn't matter as far as showing one consistent camera movement. It doesn't matter. You still need a consistent camera movement, no matter how far away the stars are. And you can't describe all
let's say we're not rotating, right?
Directions as one consistent camera movement.
Let's say we're not rotating. Okay, so we've just got fixed. We're on the North Pole, looking straight up, right? And we're not rotating. If we move through our orbit, that photo will change by nothing if we've moved 500,000 miles.
That's your opinion.
Ruhif, I think I think you should jump ship to a stationary geocentric globe. I think it's your only chance.
Anyway,
with the celestial, you know, in a geocentric, if the globe is stationary, geocentric, and then the sky is moving around it.
Just draw me the 123. Just draw, like, it doesn't have to be to scale. Just draw a little sketch of how the camera, if it were the Earth moving, that's causing the perfect concentric circles. Just draw the camera, a little sketch, and show the movement overall that shows that it would be one consistent camera movement with all the vectors included.
I'm puzzled as to why my previous two explanations.
Because you admitted that we'd be going in separate vectors at many thousands of miles. And it doesn't matter how far away the stars are. You still need one consistent camera movement.
I don't know what you mean by that.
It does in your mind as far as like the relativity and the change we would see, but it doesn't show that the camera is doing one consistent motion to create the same effect. That's what you need.
What do you expect if we are moving in these directions, that you won't get perfect circles? Is that what you're expecting?
Because you're moving in several different directions. That's why.
Right. But two of these movements we've discussed have utterly negligible consequences.
If you walk far enough away from Polaris, does the angle change?
Yeah, of course it does.
So then if you're moving in several different directions, thousands of miles, would the angle change?
Yeah, we've discussed them separately, right?
Then
There's
the one
sun moving.
Camera movement. Your angles would change.
The sun is moving, the Earth is moving in an orbit, and the Earth is rotating. Those first two have no difference to what you see of where the stars are.
Draw me a sketch, Ruhif. If you don't get it, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't get what your
Could you draw me a sketch?
What I've already said.
Can you draw me a sketch of how it works? Would that be impossible to draw a sketch, or is it just vector mass that convince you?
It's the idea that both of those linear movements have no noticeable effect on the position of stars.
Okay, well, if we talk about like, if you bring it back to what we would feel or not feel, right? Isn't it the vector maths that make you convinced that it's one consistent motion?
There's an acceleration. Yeah, there's a change in acceleration between the equator and the poles. Yep.
With an elliptical orbit for sure, right? Does
Yeah,
it
the
change
fuck all.
too, right?
The elliptical
Right.
orbit is also free fall, so it doesn't do
Right.
anything.
So over an 8-hour period, right? You're talking thousands of miles in separate directions, which you admitted to. You can't
Yep.
make that look like one camera movement, like one consistent camera movement. Even if the stars are infinitely far away and relative to
Hang
the,
on.
you still can't have the camera focused and pointed in the right direction to make it work.
Hang on, I'm going to draw something. I'm going to draw two of the motions at least.
Well, why not all of them?
I'm just trying to do two to simplify it. All right.
Because the way it's described, I've noticed, has been like, oh, well, if you're sitting in your, let's say you're sitting in your office chair and you spin around, it could create that same effect. And, we'll have to admit that. But we're not talking about just one spinning around. We're talking about different directions. And it's like if you slid across the floor with your wheels on your chair and we're spinning around, it doesn't matter how far away they are. You're not going to get the same concentric circles in your time-elapse photography. There would be blurs.
Anyway, so I posted a video. Posted a picture of drawing. Right. So that's the Earth going through its orbit, going from right to left, and as it's rotating, you're kind of doing those corkscrewy kind of things. Is that what you're talking about?
Let me look at what you're putting here on. Okay, so the camera, draw the camera. Where's the camera start?
Camera's the red line.
The camera's the red line. Okay, so then draw the motion of the rotation and the other vector of the orbit with the camera.
The vector of the orbit is the blue line.
Right. Well, yeah, but we know that that's just the way that you think about it. We're talking about different directions. I know you can think about it as just one motion, but the Earth rotating as well as the orbit, you can't say that every time you put your camera solid stationary on an Earth and focus at Polaris and take your time elapse, that it would always turn out the way we see it.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
And
I do.
That sketch doesn't do it.
It does, because the distances are so far.
No, you don't get it. You don't get the reality of it. Okay, so what you would have to do is draw the ball Earth with your camera pointed at it at the Polaris, right? And then show the rotation in one direction, and then show the orbit in another direction, and then the third direction would be the pulling in the other opposite way with the sun pulling it, right? Now you could say that the stars are still relatively moving with our sun to some degree, I guess, but those other two, you can't say the rest of the galaxy is moving with our rotation or our orbit, which are two separate vectors, and the camera would not be knocked out of place in the way that it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same. You need one sky movement or one consistent camera movement, and I would even argue you'd have to have the camera itself turn. You'd have to have the camera. The only way to create
that's an equatorial mount.
The camera actually focused at the star and just moving the camera, nothing else. You couldn't even be rotating. You could only just turn the camera to get that same effect. You have to create
That's what an equatorial mount does. An equatorial mount counters the rotation of the Earth, and that's why you can take long exposures of stars not moving. Right? If you don't have an equatorial mount, you'll get star trails.
And the orbit causes no star trails whatsoever, just because relative to the
entirely negligible.
You think it's negligible, but we're talking 500,000 miles in another direction.
And what's the closest star? 23 trillion miles.
Yeah, but you lose angle just walking across the Earth.
Yeah, what's the angle?
Not lose angle over
that's the rotation.
Miles?
That's the rotation part of it.
Another direction. The orbit is still in another
500,000 miles.
Yeah, so you would lose angle. Your angle would
trillion.
change. Your angle would change drastically from the beginning of that 500,000 miles to the end of that 500,000 miles.
No, it doesn't. Do the trig.
The trig is not the answer to this. I don't know how it convinces you. It's not. Gio, do you know what I'm talking about? Are you still here? Do other flat earthers understand what I'm saying about this? Because it is a thing that should have been punctuated
Yeah,
on.
but
They
mathematically,
have
though, I mean, in reality, that's one thing, but mathematically, do the math,
Yeah, the
you're not
reality
going
is
to get a
totally
lot
different than the
in most of
mathematics
the
of
time.
it. If you're not realizing
No,
it, that's the main problem.
the mathematics matches reality.
Yeah, the
100%.
mathematics depends on everything else you say, though, Ruif. It's basically what he's saying. And if you don't buy the stars are that distant, then why would you buy any of the other bullshit? Is the point I
Well,
would
then
say.
you just
Even if the stars
destroy
are that
many of the
distance,
globe, right?
my argument is it doesn't matter how far away the stars are. They could be fixed. They're
Yes, it
fixed,
does.
right? They're fixed
It
relative
matters
to
an
your
enormous
position,
amount.
right? It doesn't matter with the camera movement, Ruhif. You have to take actuality into account and saying just because the maths make it seem relatively distant away so that you could somehow think of it as like one consistent camera movement, you can't really draw it that way. Because on that
Yeah,
red line,
you can't get star trails if you move your camera, Ruif. And if you were to, even if you kept the same angle, like if you were on a complete flat ground and you knew it, you move the camera, you lose your star trails, bro. In reality, but I
really
don't
do.
think he's talking reality, new perspective. I don't think he's talking about in
Also,
his
if you move your
model.
camera,
Trying to get him to realize that even if the trig makes it seem like it's possible in his mind, if you were really to look at the actuality of it, just like the 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation not seeming to be fast, even though he has to admit that it is fast, those kind of things.
no, it's
It doesn't
subjective
work.
whether it's fast. I said it is 1,000 miles an hour.
So you're saying 1,000 miles per hour is not fast?
I'm saying 1,000 miles an hour being fast or slow is an entirely subjective assessment. It is 1,000 miles an hour.
Is it fast for a human being to experience?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd imagine. I imagine it would be if we were actually moving. That'd be crazy. Anyway, I'll draw you a sketch, maybe, how it doesn't work. That'll help.
Yeah, I can't see how we're ever going to get past but nuh-uh.
I'm not saying nah. I'm saying draw me a sketch that actually makes sense. The vector mass, or the way you want to think of it, is the rotation and the orbit aren't one movement. No matter how you draw that little corkscrew, it's not the same movement. So the fact that there's two different movements makes that just in that, no matter how far away the stars are, just the fact that there's two movements, let alone three vectors to account for, you can't show that camera movement being consistent enough.
Let's say we're not rotating. I said this 5 minutes ago, actually. If we're not rotating and you move 500,000 miles in your orbit, the stars will not change. Do you know how much parallax there is between
your
6
angle
months?
to the stars, your time elapse will change.
That's caused by the rotation. The star trails are caused by rotation only.
You don't get it.
No, probably not. Anyway,
you think several vectors are okay to make one consistent camera movement because the stars are so far away. That still the camera movement would be consistent. It doesn't work.
I must not know what you're talking about. But anyway, you think there shouldn't be star trails. I think there should. We're not going to agree.
You'd have to really convince me that it doesn't follow the laws of how to take star trail. There's only one way to do it. Either the camera moves consistently in one consistent full motion, or the stars consistently move in one consistent full motion. No matter how far away the stars are, they're fixed, right? So you're going to have to move your camera consistently, and thousands of miles in different directions do not create that effect.
All I can say is the way our model is with those distances and speeds and rotations and whatever, we will see star trails in perfectly circular patterns.
I beg to differ, but I guess maybe I'll have to draw you a sketch.
Yeah. All right. I got to go. So, yeah. See you.
Time to feed the dogs. Do you know what I'm saying about this, Brian?
What a mental
Gio?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, man. The guy did the demonstration with the camera and with the table that spun. He had it on a perfect pivot, a swivel. I want to say, and he put lights up top, and he demonstrated that if you move away from the center, you don't get the same star trails unless you're in the center, or if you take it outside of the center, if you take the camera outside of the center of the rotation and you point it straight up, you won't get the same star trails. The only way to do it is if you angle at the center. So in other words, on Earth, if you turn your camera anywhere else but Polaris, you'd get different star trails, and that's not what we see in reality. To me, that's enough to show in empirical reality that it's the stars that are moving and not the Earth. But I don't think they accept that.
It's really that easy, in my opinion. That this conversation should have been over with that argument. To be honest,
I don't think you thought about it enough, dude.
I have, dude. I know that you think about the vector
showing
mass.
you why that's not the case. New perspective.
Set it up and do it yourself, Kosho.
I actually showed this to New Perspective no less than half a year ago.
If the camera's not in the middle, if the camera's not pointed directly at Polaris, you get a different star trail depending on where you point your camera.
Like, look at what I just posted in the live stream. You have all those different vectors. Even if it's a corkscrew, one consistent corkscrew motion, you still have all those vectors to deal with.
If you put a merry-go-round in the middle of a basketball court, in the middle of a gymnasium, okay, if you have cameras pointed in all different directions, it doesn't matter. The rotation is going to cause the very top of the basketball court, right above the merry-go-round. That's going to be the center of rotation, no matter where the camera's pointing. And the cameras are going to be. It doesn't matter where they're pointing. They're going to see the lights whirling around and stuff. But the center of rotation is the same for all of them.
So what you'd have to do is put that merry-go-round that's in the center of the gymnasium on wheels, right? And you would have it rotating as well as spinning, as well as rolling in one direction, just for the two vectors. And you wouldn't get the same result.
Yeah, it's going to do a complete lap every year. All right.
Doesn't matter about the relativity of the year.
Those star trails look.
Talking about thousands of miles, regardless of relative to the year.
Doesn't matter.
Talking over 500,000 miles in another vector.
That doesn't matter.
What you think, but I don't know. I don't know how you believe that.
I spent the past 10 minutes in the chat showing you how that doesn't matter. I put
you have the merry-go-round on rollers
in the triangle calculator, and it doesn't even want to calculate it for me because it's so fucking enormously small of an angle. It just says 0.
It doesn't matter your relativity stuff, dude. You have to have one consistent camera movement. You don't get that regardless of how far away they are.
It's not relativity, dude. It's simply parallax and triangulation in trigonometry. If you have the one base of the triangle that is 3 million times shorter than the length of the triangle, then the angle at the other end of the triangle is going to be so close to 0 that the triangle calculator is going to tell you it's 0.
So you're saying that the concentric star trails are caused by the 8,000 mile rotation of the Earth. Yet
it's caused by
in another vector, 500,000 miles of displacements going on, and you're still not going to get any kind of angle change that causes a time elapse to be totally different than what we would get with a stationary Earth and one consistent sky movement.
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth is 360 degrees in 24 hours, which is much quicker than any of those other movements. It doesn't matter how much faster they're moving through space, because that's irrelevant. You're talking about revolution.
Well, you're saying because it's quicker relative to the other ones? See, this is relativity, and you're saying
no,
it's not.
I didn't say relative.
Literally, but you're saying, but literally, it would move. Okay, but over an 8-hour period in its orbit, it would move over 500,000 miles in a different direction, right?
That's irrelevant.
It isn't irrelevant.
It is irrelevant.
No matter how many times you say it or think of it that way, it isn't, because it would change your camera movement. You'd have one camera movement in one direction as well as another vector in another direction, which wouldn't create the concentric circles, no matter how the distances and calculations make you think it would be.
If I remember correctly, it takes 200 million years to orbit the galaxy. So it means any given day, in a single 360 degrees rotation of the Earth, the movement through the galaxy is irrelevant. It doesn't matter how far you're moving. It matters what portion that 360 degrees you're experiencing for that time frame, because that's going to determine the angular movement of something in the sky.
But you admit that the rotation is a different direction, a completely different vector and direction, but they mean the same thing, but the different vector, right? It's a different direction completely than the orbit, right?
Yeah,
And
they're
that
all
you'd be
different vectors.
literally moving over 500,000 miles in a different, along a different path than your camera is moving with the Earth, right?
I agree it's a different vector.
Okay.
I disagree
Right there,
with
you're
the fact
done.
that you brought up that distance, because that distance is irrelevant.
Irrelevant to the whole, and it maybe in some relative way of thinking of it, but it still doesn't account for the fact that the camera's now moved in two directions.
Yeah, right. But one of those
Right.
directions,
So
one
then
of those directions is not going to show a change in that 24-hour period.
So your angle to the stars wouldn't change?
No, not based on our movement through
your angle to Polaris changes
movement
just
through
from walking across the Earth.
For
It
a long time, it would, but not over one night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're comparing the 24-hour rate, which Star Trail is usually about 3 hours, but a 24-hour
You want to try to draw? Okay, wait.
degree is much faster than any of the other rates.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing that I posted with the 66,616 miles per hour with the different vectors and different arrows showing it these different directions. Can you draw me a sketch of the camera on a place on Earth focused at Polaris, right? Let's just say that the galaxy spinning could be Polaris, right? We'll just use that as it, right? How would the camera motion stay consistent enough to create those perfect concentric circles?
And you got to draw it, to scale.
Okay, I can draw it for you.
No, you don't have to do it to scale. You just have to show different directions.
Or we can all use our brains, because I just told you the ratio. It's about a 3 million to 1 ratio. If you're talking about the two extreme ends of our orbit, the farthest distance that we're going to travel in reference to the sun, and about 100 light years, which we'll give Polaris 100 light years. But it's about a 3 million to 1 ratio. That means that the base of the triangle is 1, and the length upwards is going to be 3 million. Okay, so
but the point is that you can't have two directions with the camera.
Yeah, this direction is irrelevant, though.
Doesn't matter how far away they are.
Zero is my point. Even at the most extreme ends of the orbit,
wait,
the angle changes
the angle
zero.
changes zero. I thought you said the angle change would over 500,000 miles in a different place in time and space. Your angle wouldn't change whatsoever to those stars.
No, it would change. It's a number so small that, like I told you, the triangle calculator is going to give me 0. I could calculate it for you, but I'm telling you right now, the number is extremely close to 0. Close to 0 means that it's negligible.
Yeah, but Kosho, don't you understand if you change your angle, then it all changes, right? If you change your angle. What do you mean, no?
If you change your angle by some small fraction of...
if I change my angle 90 degrees or 180 degrees opposite, you're still going to get the same star trail if I just turn it completely the opposite way?
Did I say you turn it completely, or did I say that...
No, I'm just being facetious to show you that changing the angle is going to show you something different, bro.
That. Brian, that's clear. If you change it by 1 degree or maybe 5 degrees, this would be a big different view. If you change
you're saying that it wouldn't change
an arc second.
I know, but hold on, just slow down for 1 second before you make your point.
Then no, it's not going to change your observation at all.
Slow down, just let me say something. I'm making a point. The reason I went 180 is because you're saying by changing the angle, it doesn't show us something different. And I'm just saying, okay, well, how about I just turn it all the way around? You're saying that between 0 and 180, everything stays the same. Then all of a sudden at 180, it changes. No, it changes per degree that you change the camera angle, bro. It doesn't matter.
I don't know how to make this clear, dude. The numbers 1 through 180, these are numbers that are whole numbers, right? I'm talking about a number less than that, dude. Fractions of an arc second. Okay, so
I understand the math, bro. I understand the math. I know that.
Yeah.
So I understand the math, bro.
The angle is indescribably small. Something that you're not going to notice.
I understand the calculator shows you 0 because it's so small of an angle, but that's talking about the line between you and the star. Where he's talking about changing angle of the fucking camera. If the camera changes angles, you're going to see something different. There's no getting around it because if you change it 180 degrees,
it doesn't matter how far away they are.
Okay, check this out.
If you have 2 motions of the camera, it won't be the same result, regardless of how far away they are.
An arc second is 1 divided by 3600, right? So an arc
What
second.
Coach is saying is if you just drove in a straight line, you could drive a million miles. And
Brian.
wait, let me help you.
No,
Coach,
don't help
let me
me.
help.
Don't help me, please. Don't help me.
Okay.
Because you're talking about viewing something that's much smaller than an arc second in the sky. When you see an object's movement and you see it move by an arc second in the sky, is that discernible? I don't think it is. And I'm talking about something much smaller than that.
Right.
So let me rephrase
it
why this is not making sense.
In their model, new perspective. Okay, if we take and we drive our car in a straight line for 180 million miles, okay, as long as we're pointed up, Polaris, whatever, straight up, and if we don't, it wouldn't move at all. It'd follow you the whole way. You could go 5 million miles. I mean, you could go probably 5 billion miles. It still wouldn't move. It'd follow you the whole 5 billion miles. That's his point. But I think the point is, though, but if you change the angle of the camera and start spinning it, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a different view at every angle change. So if you turn it all the way around, you're not going to see it at all.
Yeah, this is what we observe, dude.
For me, flat earthers don't understand the scale, so they think the stars are close, and they think because we're rotating on the Earth, it should be wibbly wobbly all the time. But if I can explain what Kosho and Ruhif was saying any simpler, I don't know. I'd say the stars are really far away, and you're only going round in a little circle and an even littler circle. And although it's
I just broke down the scale, though, Don. I just literally broke it down, bro, in layman's terms.
You're correct. Relativity is what it is. That's what scale is. Because it's too far and you're doing two smaller circles.
But that's not necessarily reality, bro. That's the model.
Relatively.
Yeah,
but I mean, you say we don't understand, after I just laid it out in layman's terms.
Yeah, it's not about our understanding, Don. It's about does two different
misunderstanding on purpose by your arguments against the model.
Regardless of the scale, if you have two movements in different directions, if you have a spinning camera, that's one way. But if you have a spinning camera that also goes in another direction, it doesn't create the same result.
How is one
it's about the camera movement
fixed on Earth doing two movements? How is that?
Because you have the orbit and the rotation.
That's not two movements, is it?
Yes, it is.
That's the thing that the camera's on, making two movements. The camera's just one point.
Yeah, but the rotation and the orbit are two different movements and two different vectors. But you heard Ruhif admit that it's two different directions, right?
No, I wouldn't call it that. It's not moving in two different directions.
It doesn't matter if you call it that. It is literally two different directions that we're actually having.
It's wibbling on one point.
But you got to realize, you're arguing within their model. So if you're arguing within their model, it doesn't mean you're arguing reality. They're not necessarily arguing reality.
That's what I'm saying. Even within their model, it doesn't work.
Yeah, they're arguing within their model.
But no, it doesn't make sense even within their model is my argument.
You misunderstood it then.
No, I haven't.
That's the only explanation. If you don't think our model works, you have misunderstood it.
No, it's not true. You don't get it.
Check this out, dude. What's a 560 mile distance? Whatever distance that is, whatever you can think of, that's 560 miles. Okay. Imagine that you have something that's rotating. Okay, like a horizontal dreidel. Okay, it's a small little dreidel rotating horizontally, and it's rotating back and forth a foot apart. It's going from one distance to one position to a foot to the left or right. It's doing this back and forth, okay? And it's looking at something that's 560 miles away, okay? Do you understand the difference between what it's going to see when it's rotating and how that's not going to change in reference to that object that is viewing that's 560 miles away? It doesn't matter that it's another vector or whatever. It's so far away that the angular change is not going to be discernible. Much less than its rotation that it's doing, each day.
I'm talking about two different motions of a camera, regardless of how far away the stars are. If they're fixed, they're fixed. Because they could be close, they could be far, the distance away. If you move the camera in two different directions, it's not going to create the same effect.
I just talked about two different vectors.
The
problem is one of those vectors is irrelevant.
It's not relevant. You're saying it's literally 500,000 miles in displacement, but it's irrelevant because the stars are so far away. Your angle doesn't change.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. The angle's not going to change in a short amount of time. It's not going to be discernible compared to
over 8 hours.
through any hours in a whole
It doesn't.
year. The
It
whole
doesn't
year.
matter.
By the way, in
It
a
doesn't
whole
matter
year,
because you still
the
need
whole
one
year is the
consistent
foot
camera movement, and it's two
distance.
directions.
I know, but the distance that it does, the maximum distance it does, is a foot back and forth, and it does, and the object is viewing is 560 miles away. You think it's going to notice
matter.
that? It's going to notice that change?
Doesn't matter, dude. You're thinking of it relative to the whole. I'm talking about just the camera movement only.
Yes.
Two different directions doesn't work with that. No matter how far away they are, they're fixed. You would not get the same result with two motions, let alone three.
What are you talking? If you it doesn't matter what the other motion is. The object that is 560 miles away is going to look exactly the same as it did when it was a foot apart from where it was. It's going to look exactly the same.
Well, you would have to prove that, but then you would say that there's proof of it because that's what we see, and obviously we're on a spinning ball that's actually moving that fast, so that has to be the result.
I thought I did that mathematically. I thought I did it.
No, I'm not looking for mathematics. I'm saying, draw me a picture of the camera.
It would be to
draw me a picture of the camera.
And then use something.
Draw me a picture of the camera moving in different directions, with it being one motion. It doesn't work. You can vector math it to make it seem like the same motion, but it doesn't matter. It's two different directions.
Okay. Why? What justification do you have for just saying that?
Because if you like say, okay, let's say this.
These are actual evidence.
Here's a way of thinking of it. Let's just say you're in your in a gymnasium like you were talking about before with your carousel, right? Now, if you're on the carousel, right, and you're looking up at the stars and the carousel moves, I could see that, okay, that's one movement compared to the stars that are fixed above, and we could maybe get the same result. But once you start scooting, if you put that carousel on wheels and it flies across relative to your spin, it's flying 500,000 miles, or 66,000 miles compared to 1,000 miles, right? So you'd have to like just like push that carousel as fast as you possibly could across. You're not going to get the same result with your time elapse as just sitting in one spot.
We'll use the same. We'll use the same metrics. Okay, the carousel in the gymnasium. You're in the carousel, and the carousel is moving a foot back and forth in the course of a year. Every year, it moves back to its starting position.
Yeah, but you're talking about over a year. That's the same way you try to make the spin of the Earth seem less because relative to the whole, it's only 15 degrees.
I'm not trying to make it seem less. I'm trying to make it seem accurate. This is what it does. This is the accurate movements. Okay, and the object in the sky is twice as high as the ISS. So wherever we say the ISS is, it's twice as high as that. That's where the object is stationary. We're moving a foot back and forth, and this is what I'm saying. What change do you expect to see in that?
Because if there are 8,000 miles that you're moving, and the camera would be moving on Earth to create the effect of those circles, right? You're saying that's what creates the effect of the circles, right? Is just the spin of the Earth, right?
Yeah, well, yes.
Right. So if you have that and you have just the spin of the Earth creating that, but then you're moving the Earth. I know relative to the distance away, you think of it as not making a difference, but the time elapse would totally turn out differently, no matter what. Even if you just bump the camera when it's stationary on Earth, you just bump it a little bit, you're going to see that in your result, right? You can't say that a 500,000 mile distance change from your first hour to your last hour is not even is so negligible, like it's not even a bump in the camera. That is ridiculous. It's two different directions. It doesn't work.
That distance that you're describing, this is what I'm saying. You got to leave that out. That's irrelevant.
That's what you hope to leave out, but you can't. That's the thing. It doesn't work because you have to leave that out.
If I put it in there, then it becomes exactly like I described it, like moving a foot back and forth and doing something.
Can you draw me a picture of it, Kosho?
No, you know what? I can't possibly draw you a picture of that. You know why? Because if I made one pixel at one end, I have to make the fucking entire picture 3 million pixels long, which I can't do.
I'm not talking about to scale. I'm talking about show one consistent camera movement with two different directions. Besides just drawing the vector math type idea that it's all going in one direction, even though we're spinning in one direction and being orbited in another direction. You can describe it as one direction, but you can't literally show that it would be.
Point is, the other vectors are irrelevant. They account
That's
to nothing.
that's how
They
you have
account,
to
they
think of
account
it. I
for
realize
movement
that, but
that's
I don't think
known
you're
to them.
thinking of it in the right way, because then you have to also account for the fact that the sun is moving close to 500,000 miles per hour in another direction within that 8 hours.
Why would that
And I
matter?
know
Then?
you can say the rest of the solar system is moving relatively with the sun,
There you
and
go.
that's why I don't even include that. But you're still talking about three different directions and
What
making
about?
one motion.
Look, hang on, dude. You know you've said that's just relative, so you don't include that. How about we do the same thing for Earth's rotation and Earth's orbit, and say that's just relative, so we won't include the orbit.
Because the rest of this the model doesn't include the rest of the solar system moving along with our orbit and our
Well, you
rotation.
did on your diagram.
No, for the relative
you
to
did.
our sun, but not relative to our orbit and our rotation. No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
You posted a diagram.
I
that
drew
had the
different
whole
arrows
solar
for every
system
vector.
spinning through space.
Yeah, so right, that's along
In
with
the
our sun,
diagram,
but
you
not with
considered the
our
sun,
spin.
the sun's
But the
orbit,
spin of the Earth,
and just
the
now
spin of
you're
the
willing
Earth,
to drop it.
no, the
So-
spin of the Earth and the orbit are two different directions that aren't included with the rest of the universe moving along with us.
Just to take in
Those
my
are
point,
independent.
that you were willing to drop the sun, the whole system's movement because it's relative, but you're not willing to go any further with that.
I understand what
you
you're
still
saying
want to say
as
it's
far as
two
that goes,
directions, man.
but it is two directions because the camera has to
Yes,
have a
but that's
consistent.
fine. The cameras
No matter how
can
far away they
twizzle.
are, no matter how fixed
Cameras
they
can
are, no
twizzle
matter
on
the
two
angle would change enough to make your time lapse
vectors.
all screwed up.
It's technically possible for a camera to twizzle on two vectors and look at something far away. This is what Kosha is trying to tell you.
Yeah,
That's
but if you're
technically
doing time
possible,
lapse, it's so
and that's what
sensitive
we're
to
saying the
any
model
movement.
is.
But the fact that you're doing a time lapse, it's so sensitive to movement, and
It's
your
over
result
one
wouldn't
night.
be the same.
It's negligible over one night.
That relative to the whole, you can think of it that way, but it wouldn't be about
I
the
think of
camera
it that
movement.
way because
the camera
that's the
still
way it's
wouldn't make one
explained by
consistent movement.
experts that have studied it for like 1,000 years.
Yeah, right. 1,000 years.
Yeah,
This doesn't
maybe
work. I'm
longer
sorry.
in the
It doesn't
occulted
work.
world, maybe longer.
Even within your own parameters, it doesn't work. I know you think of it relatively that
Well,
they're
I'm
so
going to
far
have
away,
to
it would
assume
be
you
very little.
misunderstood it again. You misunderstood the scale. Of
You
the
can
distance.
assume that, but that's what you always do.
When you say it's two directions, that means you don't understand it because you haven't thought about a camera twizzling.
Are you saying it's not two directions?
Far away from things. You haven't thought about that properly.
Wait, Don, are you saying it wouldn't be two different directions with the camera
I don't
movement?
think of it as two directions. I think of it as
Okay, so
twizzling.
there you go.
On two vectors.
And you just admitted you think of it as one direction, even though it's two.
Twizzling.
Right.
It's not
you think of it that way,
moving like
'cause you
really
have to.
fast around. It's fixed to a point, but that point underneath it is moving.
Is
on two
67,000 miles
vectors.
per hour fast?
Yeah, the
Don?
speed's relative. Remember relativity?
Right. See, so it's all
Because
about
it's so
thinking
big,
of it relatively, so that
so
you can make
far,
it seem like it's the
speed's
same
relative.
choice. One consistent camera movement would not be the case, regardless of how far away those stars are. Even if you think of it as one consistent camera movement, it's not. Sorry.
I think we can just disagree. You think the model wouldn't work, and I think.
Well, if you have to think of it as one consistent camera movement, then
you have to
I don't
think of it
disagree
as
with you
the camera
having to think of it that
zooming
way. That's
along
what
on
you
two
have to do.
directions. That's how you have to think of it.
Well, draw me a sketch, Don. Draw me
Okay.
a sketch.
Okay, I will.
Without just a spiral that makes it all seem like one direction, because you're talking about two different directions. Three, in fact, at least.
Don't get too triggered, Pete. You know my style.
I know your style, yeah. But I think
I'm
that
telling Pete, he's telling me to stop bullshitting in capital letters. I don't want to get triggered by my own beliefs.
maybe Kosha will come up with a little GIF that'll satisfy me as much as his one that made it seem like north and south plane travel would just be like the magic winds. It doesn't matter which direction you're going. It still corrects the plane regardless, perfectly like a river. We were talking about that earlier, Kosha. The north to south plane travel screws up your globe model.
No, it doesn't. I
really does.
I had answers for all those questions, but I don't have time to answer those questions right now. I'm going to show you this picture, okay?
All right.
Okay, so this is what you need to calculate to make these determinations that you're making. That yellow line, that's representing one of the vectors, the rotation of the Earth and how fast those angles are changing. It's about
Did you
15
post something
degrees
I'm not
per
looking at?
hour. Say
Am I in the
what?
right area? Hold on. I think I might be in the wrong area.
Maybe.
Okay, I see it now.
It's about 15 degrees per hour.
I'm going to
But
DM you my diagram.
It's whatever reference, whatever those angles are. That's one of the vectors. So we'll just call it 15 degrees per hour. The other angle is going to be that angle underneath that red star. Okay, and that's going to change throughout the course of 6 months. 6 months from one side to the other. Okay, turns out that angle is just about zero. So it's about 0 degrees in 6 months versus 15 degrees per hour. Okay, and these are the two vectors that we're talking about. It turns out that 0 is irrelevant, so we can just disclude it. And you're only going to use 15 degrees per hour when you're looking at star trails. It's really that simple.
No, it's not that simple. But let me draw you another sketch that'll show you what I'm talking about. You can't have two camera movements, regardless of how far away they are. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. It doesn't. I know you have to think of it that way, but it really doesn't work.
I can't post images, so I sent you my diagram. I'll just explain it for the people that haven't seen.
But I don't agree that there wouldn't be any parallax shift either.
It's a blue circle.
The idea that they're trillions of miles away, we'd see no parallax over years.
Blue
like
circle,
the stars ending up in the
rotating,
same
going in a
position, even
circle.
though we'd be millions of miles in a different
Camera looking
position.
upwards.
Doesn't make any sense either. That's why they have to be infinitely
Well,
far
if
away.
you put the stars just at infinite distance away, right? Then it will all work.
No, it doesn't. Maybe the maths make it make sense that way, but in reality, it still doesn't work.
Yeah, sure. Philosophically,
with
it's
the
not
time elapsed.
acceptable in any way. But I'm just saying that their model accounts for that, right? By putting
Well,
the
the
stars
time
at
elapsed,
such
though.
vast distances away.
Yeah, but the time elapse would be screwed up if you have two directions of the camera, regardless of how far away the stars are. That's my argument.
Okay, so here's a star that's about 36 trillion miles away. Okay.
Well, which is sad to be, right?
Yeah. So it's 36 trillion miles away, and it appears to be moving relative to...
Dude, can't you even be intellectually honest enough to say it's sad to be that far away? Why are you accepting that, man? You have no kind of verification for that, right? You're just a priori accepting that it's so far away, man. It's not any argument or anything, man.
Okay, let me say, Flair, why don't you tell me how far away it is then? Please.
I don't know how far away
Okay, well then
it is.
shut the fuck up. Okay? Like, what the hell, dude?
Well,
If you don't know how far away it is, then I'm telling you how far away it is. You don't know I don't know how far away it is, because you don't know how far away it is. It's a stupid criticism.
Oh, come on.
I mean, someone's got to theorize how far away it is, or else no one will ever know, right? You're a solipsist, you can just say, I don't know. But then you're not part of the argument, you're just part of the solipsism cult.
No, it sounds like the other way around.
Well, that's how I see it.
I mean,
declaring that you know it is different. But yeah,
that wasn't a fair
diagram,
criticism,
dude,
dude.
in DMs. It's a great diagram. It shows how you can spin round in a little circle, spin round in a big circle, but the camera is still wibbling, pointing at the celestial sphere.
Hey, Flair, I gotta apologize, dude. I was kind of curt with you.
No, I perfectly get what you're saying, and you got a point there, sure. I mean, what I just said makes no real sense, right? But I'm just saying to, like, you know, to figure out, like, that it's 36 trillion miles away or whatever, right? I mean, I would be interested to go through the methodology maybe at some later point, but
Yeah,
don't worry, man, don't worry, man. I don't get it wrong, right? My statement wasn't that coherent as well.
No, you're right about that, man. You're right about that. I apologize.
Hey, Flair,
No
I've heard
worries.
you made a good point before when we were talking about plane movement or inertial frames, but reference frames, as opposed to non-inertial reference frames. I think you said something to the effect of whether you're on space, whether you're out in space or on the Earth, that plane direction would be either straight or curved, depending on if the Earth moved, right? Like what you're seeing would always be consistent, because if you're in the inertial reference frame, the plane would have a curved path according to what you would see, because it's going for the person in the plane, it seems like you're going straight. But then because you're curving away from the Earth, if you're on the Earth, you're spinning away from the plane, so you would see a curved path up in the sky, right? Isn't that what you're saying, Fleric?
That seems like a different point.
Yeah, it is a different point. But
I just wanted to say, for the star observation, aren't we considering an equatorial mount that gets rid of Earth's rotation completely, leaving only the orbit?
yeah, let me look into that. I haven't looked into that, to be honest.
I just thought, hang on, how are we going to see Polaris and see it all and get lovely star trails while Earth's rotating backwards all the time? Oh yeah, this depends where you are on Earth, of course. So we have to agree we're at a special place and we've got an equatorial mount, and then that can get rid of one of the movements. And all we have to do is think about how big the orbit is and how far away we think the stars are, and how long we can observe celestial sphere rotating.
The equatorial mount proves that it ain't a ball, okay? Because you have these little smiley faced and frowny type of pivot swivels, okay? If you were at the equator everywhere and just went straight overhead, you'd have an argument. But when you start deviating for the equator, you get this pivot showing deviation, showing that stars are deviating away in the north that they are from the south. The equatorial mount disproves a globe, bro. You're just not thinking about it.
There we go.
I see
Sorry, Don.
planes taking a curved path sometimes on that other point. I see satellites taking a curved path too at night.
And in reality, if you move the camera any at all, you fucked up your time lapse. Okay, I've got a camera. I've done time lapse. And if you even touch the motherfucker, you have ruined your time lapse. There's no smooth, there's nothing you can do. You touch it, no time lapse.
You need the equatorial mount. Because Earth spins, you need an equatorial mount. And then you need to not touch it and know what you're doing. And then you need to use a time-lapse app to make it look pretty.
Like I said, equatorial mount itself disproves globe, period, right on its face. Showing deviation. Stars can't deviate away from each other on a globe Earth.
What do you say to that, Kosho?
I don't believe that.
I think he's away from
Look
people.
Look at the equatorial swivel. Like I said, if it was all at the equator like that, then yeah, you'd have an argument. But that ain't the way it works, bro. North and south of the equator.
You're probably seeing a bad equatorial mount with tilt wobbling.
What are you talking about, bro? Just look at any equatorial mount and do the full 180. Okay.
I mean, how even are the stars' distances determined, right? Because I mean, if we try to do a geometric operation like on the surface of the Earth from two different points, measuring angles to the star, right? I mean, we would need a long enough baseline to do a triangle, right? But then if we are on opposing sides of the Earth, like we can't even see the same celestial object as it's for one above the horizon and for the other person below the horizon, right? So how do we even measure the distance to a star, which I would really be interested in going through?
The only way to do it would be to consider the Earth as a center point of every measurement. So just by them saying the Earth ain't the center is dishonest with the fucking distances, because there's no way to triangulate accurately, honestly, without having the Earth as the center middle point. It's just not honest.
I agree. Because if the Earth also does its orbital motion around the sun, then any point you take a measurement on the surface of Earth to a direction in space, you won't have a triangle after the Earth has moved, taking your next measurement, right? It would be a quad, like a quad figure, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, so I would really be interested in going through that. I mean, I'm not that competent on the subject. I'm just imagine that we should need a long enough baseline on the Earth, but this gets us into all kinds of different problems as well.
Yep.
And what Brian just said is worth a consideration too, because yeah, sure, you got to take it from a geocentric standpoint, your measurement, sure.
What do you think the stars are, Fleric?
Oh wow, I really could only speculate about the substance of the stars, right?
So you're really into like the positioning of how we see them, but you've got no idea what they are. That seems weird to me. Like a
What do you
disconnect.
mean?
You want to get in on the debate about the directions and mathematics and angles about how we see these things. But if I ask you what they are, you've got literally no idea what they are. And that to me seems
Why?
like a
How could we
disconnect in
know?
knowledge.
How could he know that? How could he know? How could anyone know what they are?
Listening to experts and understanding scientific processes.
Yeah, but if we're being lied to, just like you admit they lied to us about things, Don, then that's not really a factor. You're saying you know they lie to us about stuff, and you know they lie about going to space, and some of it's fake.
Let me teach
But
you.
then that's not included in us like all of a sudden believing them about what the stars are.
If you realize people lied to you, which is a very good realization for a truth seeker in this time.
So that would be included.
Hang
what
on,
the
hang on.
stars are might be
Hang on.
included
If
in
you
that lie.
realize that people are lying to you, then you have to discern the information from the experts and understand scientific processes better. But it's still the same process.
Well, that's
you just
the thing,
have to
though,
get rid of
Don.
the lies
It's so brilliant.
and then find
Maybe
the truth.
But no, it's brilliant enough that they have real science that can give you certain indications that aren't necessarily the interpretation that you're supposed to believe about them.
Yeah, how can you be an expert in stars? You look at it better than another person?
It's called an astronomer. You get telescopes and cameras and data from light, and then you study and think and theorize and understand what might be.
But Don, you admit that they're lying to us on a large scale about other things. So if including what the stars are made of and knowing that is part of the lie, then you can understand why that would be something that we would include as most likely included in the things that they're not telling us the truth about, because it reinforces the paradigm.
Listen to this analogy. I realized that I was lied to about God by religions, and then I worked out how to believe in God and what God really is myself. Even though there was huge liars everywhere lying about God, I still managed to find the truth on it and know what it is.
Well, at least you're admitting it's a religion.
This is my analogy. Even though there's lies, you can still find your own truth of what something is.
But you can't treat science like a religion. Come on.
You're not understanding the analogy.
That's what you're
Maybe
saying.
you are. You're just riffing.
You're saying you've learned to believe in the scientists like you learned to believe in God.
I learned to find the truth in between the lies, so not to be a solipsist.
Don, I see your point, right? I can understand what you're saying, and I can understand that you have issues with my reasoning process in that regard. I mean, can I try to defend myself then?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, because I mean, in a way, we have maybe on the surface the mathematical means to do measurements and stuff, right? But we don't have the means to go to the stars and interact with those. So in a way, I would first be concerned with trying to locate them in a way and to figure out maybe on the means I have on the surface, right? What's the distance? And then I could go on and investigate further. But I'm just saying that from a geometric point, we should be able to do some triangulation to a star.
Yeah, I know you can still get interested in geometric triangulation, but I'm saying, like, if we're on the edge of an island, we looked across to the other island, like, yeah, and we saw something special, like how we look up and see twinkling lights. And we might, over thousands of years, we might invent a tool where we can zoom in with lenses of glass, right? And we'll see little people or something moving around. We'll see green stumps. And we'll start to think, what is that? And you'll say, because we can't touch it, we can't know. And I'll say, no, there is ways to know. Because we've zoomed in really close, we can see, and we can compare it to other things we've seen over here. So maybe that green stump is like this green stump, this tree. Maybe
Sure,
those
that's
moving
reasonable.
bodies are like these bodies, us. Yeah, and maybe in another 1,000 years we'll invent an even better tool called seismology, where we can take data
Yeah,
in
sure.
from the light, and that tells us what it's made of sometimes, and what sort of chemical reactions happen.
I don't even know what lightning is, or the fucking celestial
We
northerly
do know
lights.
what
There's
lightning
different
is.
theories, much less the moon. They don't even know. You know,
What?
I mean,
What are you talking
these
about? We know
stars,
what the
bro.
moon is.
Your guess, it's a story, bro, with the stars and all that.
Rock
It all
in
stemmed from a
orbit.
guess. It all stemmed from a guess that Venus is the same size as Earth, and modeled from that.
No, that's not a guess.
It's ridiculous saying that little ass fucking light is the same size as Earth. That's ridiculous. That's the way they made Earth the same size as the lights up there, the little polka dots up there. They had to make Earth the same size so they
Skipping
can
over
model
huge
it,
parts
bro.
of the
It's nothing
story.
more, nothing less than a story.
Just skipping over huge parts of it. Analyzing the moon and theorizing distances and sizes compared to our own Earth. And then going to Venus, and then so on and so on and so on, until we make predictions and it matches and we think we're correct.
You can't triangulate to the moon, much less the fucking stars. It's ridiculous.
Let's say me and Flair, we're looking across the sea. We can't make a boat yet for some reason, because the sea's got a weird vacuum or ether on it, so we can't cross it. But we're looking over and we're fascinated with what's on the other side. And Beric wants to change angles and put a spinny camera and do triangulation. And I say, don't we want to learn what it is first before we care how it is? Or at the same time, let's try and learn what it is.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that.
I think my main point is that we get lost in the details.
What?
I think my main point is that people get lost in details when they're debating, trying to find a gotcha or trying to figure out for themselves what might be real. And while they're lost in those details, they live in solipsism, not knowing what's real for real. All the distances might not be right. I don't know. They seem to be right. For most normal practical things, it's hard to debunk their numbers.
So Brian and Cleric, you know what I'm saying about the two camera movements, right? Or do you think that their model actually has an answer for this?
You stated this before, but could you reiterate once again?
Well, I'll just post the meme that we've all seen before. Let's just take it apart and see if it's a FE meme that is just calling out the ball unwarranted.
Can you share my diagram I sent you?
Oh, did you send it DM?
Yeah.
I'll look.
It's Earth's orbit, and Polaris, and part of the celestial sphere. That's what's in my diagram.
Okay, here's the memes I'm putting in the live stream. Here's what we see flat earthers talk about, right? That you're talking about several different vectors that would not create the same concentric circles in a time elapse as one consistent sky movement with one perfectly stationary camera. Is that a straw man?
That top meme It's fine. It's not a straw man. Well, it is trying to be a straw man, but it's subtle because you're not making any claims. You're just saying, so what you're saying is this. And I'm saying, yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I see it, yeah.
The bottom meme, I think, is just wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you would use that in an argument here, that would be surely identified as a straw man, and then you will be proclaimed not understanding the model, right?
Right, but I'm
Because in a
saying,
way,
do flat earthers agree that that it wouldn't work with two camera movements? Or do flat earthers that understand their model, like Brian or you, think that their reasoning for it being one consistent camera movement, still creating the same concentric circles, is reasonable?
I mean, it's based upon this a priori acceptance of the vast distances where the stellar parallax is already reduced to a minimum, you know.
Yeah.
So this objections were already made in the like 15th and 1600s. So they had to expand the distances, right?
Right, but see, the thing is that the concentric circles are created from the rotation and their reasoning. It's the rotation of Earth that creates the movement, the apparent movement of these fixed stars, right?
Yeah,
So if
and the
just
orbit
the
around the
8,000
sun.
miles.
Oh, sorry,
So
go ahead.
yeah, so I'm saying if just the 8,000 miles of over that 8-hour period causes that effect of our viewing of those stars, and it causes those star trails, then you can't say that moving 536,000 miles in a different direction during that period of time wouldn't change the results of the camera, of the photo you're taking, because then you're talking about two vectors rather than one, and it's not the same. You wouldn't get the same results no matter how far away the stars are. They're fixed, right? So what you're looking at is a fixed star. And you can't say that the motion itself of moving that far, you're talking about 67,000 miles per hour compared to 8,000 miles per hour. So it's a lot. It's like
Yeah,
7 times as fast in a different
yeah.
direction, and it would
I
mess up
I
your
see.
results.
I
Just
think
that
it
alone.
will.
And just
I
because they're
think
relatively, over a year, that orbit is minimalized in your head, it doesn't make it a minimal change to the way the camera moves.
yeah, I think that will but I think that will come down as the argument though. Not talking as anyone, right? But I think it will come down to the angular velocity.
I'm saying just two motions of the camera don't create the same effect. That's all you need right there.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, sure. But I still won't.
It's kind of similar to the idea that we wouldn't feel the motion because they use the vector mass to make it all seem like one motion rather than several different motions, but they have to admit it's different directions at the same time. But the vector mass they take like if it's a 90 degree, like say we're going east 100,000 miles and then also north 100,000 miles. Well, they just take the 45-degree angle and say it's one motion for their vector mass. And that's how they think that it's okay. But it's not literally one motion. It's just mathematically one motion. Anyway, I think it's something that it seems like a lot of flat earthers still accept, and they're worried about curvature more than movement, when this could be like actually shown to not work.
I mean, from the harmonious picture which is perceived here on the surface with the star trails, it's just interesting to consider the possibility of someone's reasoning process, deducing from this appearance that it's Earth orbiting a sun and everything,
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I would take the rather philosophical road and approach it that way, we get this harmonious picture. So how do we conclude even that the Earth is in motion in principle, right?
Right. Yeah. To begin with, right. But I think the time elapse is key because it is something you could almost show doesn't work, because we know that, like, let's just say the stars aren't far away, and we're in a gymnasium like Osho was talking about, and the stars are just on the ceiling of the gymnasium. He wouldn't very well argue that it wouldn't change with the two directions, right? Because he knows that the stars are close enough that it would matter if you have two different directions. But he's saying that because the stars are so far away, the two directions make it negligible because of the relative to the whole, it's not very much. But I'm saying that it still would. It's like you'd have to like take the stars from the gymnasium ceiling and start moving them away, and then see how those two motions would somehow make the camera the one consistent camera movement. You still don't have the one consistent camera movement to create the illusion that these stars are making perfect circles. You have to have one consistent camera movement no matter what. You can't move it two different directions, and you will get streaks in your result. That's my argument. But it seems like a lot of flat earthers have accepted that their explanation is valid. So maybe I'm missing something. I'll admit to it if I am. But the vector maths aren't going to make it make sense, because you can't talk about. You literally can show that the only way to make that work is to turn the camera, like almost like you'd have to have it. You couldn't even do it handheld. I would argue that you'd have to point the camera at Polaris and have it almost like Napalm was saying the other day. You'd have to have it attached to like a wheel, the middle of a wheel, and just turn the wheel so consistently to still get those perfect concentric circles. Because if your angle changes in the slightest, it's going to cause the streaks.
So let's say
Dead center on the lens. Sorry, dude. Dead center on the lens as well.
Yeah,
that would have to be
dead center.
perfect access.
That's the only way to do it.
You've debunked the distances and the fact that we would see something different if we were doing these movements. What are you
because
left
you
with?
can't move the camera in two directions
A
and get the same result.
a flat Earth with mystery luminaries moving around above you. What a place to be.
Huh?
After debunking our model in your head and deciding you're right, what are you left with? You're on a flat Earth that they've trapped you in with mystery luminaries that you've decided can't be the same as the sun, even though they're lights in the sky like the sun. And you don't know what they are. They're just luminaries moving around in a circle above you.
So you're saying believing in a false truth is better than
New Age solipsism. That's what I call it.
But you're saying believing in a false truth is better than not having an answer.
No, I'm saying the fact that you have no answer should be very telling that maybe the thing you tried to debunk was actually true.
No, but we know that there's no answers to a lot of things that are impossible to know.
More sense.
But if it's impossible to know and that's the truth, you wouldn't want to know.
It's a fuller explanation that makes more sense.
Mental gymnastics.
Well, you're obviously going around what you're more comfortable with.
Hey Don, how did they decide that this, or when was it decided that the stars were far away? Obviously, they appear close, local to us, but when was it decided that the stars were far away or discovered?
Hey, that's a horrible straw man. They don't obviously appear close, and people don't decide they're far away. They claimed to have measured them to be far away.
I mean, so how did they do that then? Go back in history.
Let me try to answer that.
From the moon.
I mean, I think it was already like 2 centuries BC when Hipparchus decided, as he got troubles measuring angles and triangulating the stars, that he just proclaimed as an axiom that the heavenly bodies are infinitely far away. And this has been taken on from Ptolemy to the Renaissance heliocentrists, and from there on they all accepted this axiom. Brahe as well.
That's brilliant, man. So fundamentally, it was a decision by this man who may or may not have existed that put the stars at an infinite distance away, and everyone followed it from there on in. But can you prove that? That's the alternative hypothesis.
If you put it like that, Pete, yes. One man decided that was probably correct, and other men agreed, and then it went from there.
Yeah, and they build the model, they build the globe Earth, heliocentric, galactic, and Big Bang model on that basis. Very good.
Yep.
And you admit that they would do everything in their power to keep that the case if it was a big secret, right, Tom?
Hang on, let me think about that.
People getting fired from their jobs for questioning the narrative, that kind of thing.
Yes, they would do some protecting of the narrative, yes.
Right. Okay.
But they'd also spill the truth through the flat earth thought, right, as well, unveiling.
Right.
True science is honest inquiry, Don. True science, so it may be true that the stars are infinitely far away, but to build a whole model on the assumption that it's true without any testing or rigorous sort of investigation, this is highly flawed, isn't it? And it's anti-science.
You forgot the bit where they did all the rigorous investigation and then decided. You're thinking it's just a man that said, I know, let's tell them the stars are far away. That isn't how it works. I mean, it could be that much of a horrible trick, but I don't believe it works like that. I believe people want to know what the stars are, and they worked out if they put them far away, more of the math works, more predictions work.
Yes.
So they
in conjunction, putting them far away, associated with having the Earth spinning and having the Earth by extension and being a ball. Everything sort of ties in together, and all of these assumptions come together. But do they make sense?
Doesn't mean it's not true inquiry. It doesn't mean some people are not doing real science.
Do you believe this is absolute fact then, Dawn? That this is what is? Like they teach in school, that science is settled.
Sure
yeah, but it could be wrong, couldn't it? It could be completely wrong, because science is ever changing, ever finding out new stuff. So, you know, it could all be completely wrong, and then next year they could say, actually, if we fucked up, the stars are close.
That's the same with any idea, not just science.
Hang on, Dom.
Exactly.
And the science was developed according to the assumption that the stars are far away, the ball is in existence, etc. It has to be. It has to be. The language of science, the language we use, has to be developed according to this.
Science is thousands of years old. Globe models only 1,000 years old.
Don, you are someone who questions things very severely on many other issues, but on this issue, where is your rigorous? Where's your rigorous defense? Not defense. What the word am I saying? Literally here, I'm still in bed.
It's 4 years talking about
testing? Yeah. What is your rigorous testing of this?
Oh, I'm not a scientist, so I'm happy hypothesizing, theorizing, understanding, and knowing without any rigorous testing myself. I trust other people's testing.
Who you trust? Hippocrates 2,000 years ago, 2,200 years ago, or something?
Possibly. I might trust him if it seemed reasonable what he was saying.
You wouldn't trust a Greek man now, bud. Not to mind 2,000 years ago.
If someone says something that seems reasonable, I'm happy to trust that it might be true.
So you look up at the stars and the skylights and everything. As a flat earther now, I can see most of the universe. Well, a good bit of it anyway. But you look up at that and you say, those things that look so near, so up close and personal, are millions and millions, trillions of miles away. And you say that's reasonable.
What do you mean by they look close and personal? What do you mean by
right
that?
There, bud. Right fucking there.
I don't feel that. To me, they look quite far away, like I couldn't touch them.
You're kidding me, man, aren't you? The sun, the moon,
I'm telling you,
all the stars, they're right there.
When I see stars in the velvety black nighttime, I think that's quite far away. I couldn't touch that. I couldn't fly my drone to it.
Yeah,
it's
but
really
far away.
Far. It feels like a distant light.
Yes, but in relation to how far you fly your drone, hang on, please. In relation to how far you fly your drone, which will probably be a few hundred meters, whatever. 60, 70,000 miles might be far away, but
I believe if I could fly my drone 3 miles up, I still wouldn't get to the stars. That's how they feel to me.
Go in a high altitude balloon and you can't see the stars. They seem to vanish as you go up.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I believe if it's nighttime, you see stars clearly if you're high up. You'd see stars better than ever before if you went high up at nighttime.
The only thing that seems to remain constant is the sun. As you rise higher, the sky changes, it turns from blue to black. All the skylights disappear, or at least they should be visible, but they're not. And all that seems to be viewable is the sun at high altitudes. Strange.
Well, if the sun is blaring in your lens, of course you're not going to see stars, are you? Behind it.
What I think is happening is the sun is itself projecting the solar system lights, but then Polaris is projecting the whole of the sky. So it's ultimately one thing that's expressing or reflecting every other thing.
Yeah, bro, but how would you know that?
It's how would you know that? What can we know in life? I mean, it's all about.
How can you be so skeptical on what I believe when you think Polaris is projecting the whole universe?
Yes, that's what I think. Well, Polaris itself is a reflection from what's going on at the north center.
You're not in a position to be skeptical over anything I say.
No, man. I guess the thing is that everything sounds fantastical. No matter what I might offer up or any other flat earther as a possible sort of answer to things, it's still going to be fucking fantastical, you know?
Hey, excuse me. New perspective. Did you see what I'm saying? Man, now he addresses that you don't understand the model.
Yep. Exactly.
See, we're also
Don does that a lot. It's a defense mechanism.
Say the same thing.
No, I'm saying in chat. You know, Earth is life. Just mentioned you in chat. Doing
I
exactly
didn't see
what I
that.
told you will happen.
Oh, right. I didn't see it. Yeah, I don't care about what they say, but I'll look at it.
One look at a meme, we can tell that you misunderstood the model on purpose again. That's how it works.
Well, I haven't been explained the way it should work yet. Quite.
If you understood the model fully, you would have no question or debate against it. That's how it works.
What model, Don?
Heliocentric globe model.
Oh, the globe model. Okay.
If you understood that properly, you'd have no
the
debate.
fabled flat Earth model.
Once again, Dawn, if you take the motions attributed to the Earth and apply them to the central emanating source that gives us all the skylights, then we have some sort of determination or answer to what we are seeing in the sky. You just assumed that the Earth's surface is moving, the Earth's surface is contoured, and all of these things then have to be incorporated by our view of the skylights.
Well, if God decided to express himself with stars at a far distance from each other inside a black vacuum, that's what it is.
Could be what it is. But you won't be able to relate to. But Dawn, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Dawn. Here's the thing, bud. You won't be able to relate to any of it. You just have to believe all of it. Like every single aspect of the spinning ball Earth model, you cannot demonstrate it. You cannot show anyone in particular on the ground what's happening. You have to believe everything. You have to believe it.
Demonstrate and show you.
Well, that's not true. You can demonstrate a lot of it.
Give me one aspect of this. I've been waiting for one aspect of this, a fundamental foundation aspect of the spinning ball.
You've been given loads up till now. Come on.
Yeah, you can demonstrate. What?
You've been given loads of demonstrations, and you just
give me one
refuse to
aspect.
believe
I'm
them.
asking you.
Right. One aspect: objects in a vacuum fall at the same rate, accelerate towards the ground at the same rate. There you go. That's one aspect.
I'll give you.
No, they don't.
That's not true. A huge boat, boat disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, there's no perfect.
Yeah, there's a vacuum chamber where they did the test.
Yeah, they just didn't do it from a high enough height.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean from a high enough height? It's clearly they're clearly accelerating down at the same rate
to judge the difference.
It is far enough to judge the difference.
If they did it from a higher height, they would have seen the difference with their rudimentary tools that they used to, assess.
You could try to do that percentage. You could do it at a high height, but you haven't, have you?
How can you assert that if they've done a higher height? How can you assert something like that without any basis to say they will definitely have seen?
Because of the drag equation, bro. Your own math. F equals ma minus the force of drag.
What force of drag if there's a vacuum? What causes drag?
It's not a perfect vacuum.
Take it easy. Let him answer.
Admit that it's not a perfect vacuum.
Right.
So there's going to be some drag, right?
Pretty negligibly zero. Pretty much zero.
Yeah, in a small length of, like, a small distance, but from a higher
height. No, in the whole thing, it's pretty much... No, it doesn't. Because it's pretty... Yeah, yes.
So...
it depends on the density of air around you. If the density is so low, it doesn't matter what distance you cover. Hold on, let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
If the drag doesn't add up over the distance, right?
It doesn't
the density of air... It doesn't, like you're saying. If you have more distance, it's not going to cause more drag. That's not how it works.
It's not going to cause more drag, but each little particle, particle that causes resistance is going to slow it down, right? So the more drag, the more it'll slow down. The more space, I should say, the more height, the more it'll slow down.
No, the more particles, the more... No, not more space. More particles, more it will slow down. But there's so few particles in that chamber that it doesn't slow down, or slows down by such a incredibly small amount. It's not noticeable or negligible.
Yeah, because you're not doing it from high enough height.
Doesn't matter how high you
It
do
does
because
matter,
of the density
because it shows,
of the. It doesn't.
No, hold
because
on. Let
the
me tell
density
you
of
why
the
it
particles
matters.
is so low that it's not going to slow down by any noticeable amount.
It will relative to the other object, because the other
It will
object
not.
isn't the exact same.
It will not slow down.
Bro, you
There-
can't
there's-
just say that. The other object has a different
I can because we have
surface
demonstrated it.
area. Hold up, it has a different surface area. It's going to have more resistance because it's going to be getting more particles. Yada yada yada. The point is they're not going to be the same speed. So don't lie and say that they are.
No, you're lying because you're simply deliberately conflating the drag coefficient due to density with it being due to distance. It's not.
Bro, I'm not
Distance
talking
doesn't
about
matter
it
how long
being
you cover.
due to distance.
The drag
it's due to the
coefficient
surface
doesn't.
area.
The amount
area
of drag
of the thing.
experienced by both the feather and the ball, it was a bowling ball or something. The drag that they experience, it doesn't matter how far away or how high it is.
Yes, it does
All that
actually, because they
matters
have
is the
different surface
no, it doesn't.
areas.
All that matters is, the surface area.
Yes or
and
no? Does the higher
hold
surface
on.
area? No, you're
You were saying distance matters,
The higher
and I'm
surface
saying
area
distance
gets more
doesn't
drag,
matter.
right?
Yes or no? Distance doesn't matter.
The larger surface area gets more drag, correct?
The distance or the height where
Hey,
they drop it
Parmesan
from doesn't
cheese,
matter.
take it down. Take it easy, Parmesan cheese. We're
Yo,
only chatting here.
the
Take it
larger
easy.
the surface area, the more drag. Do you agree?
The higher the distance, the drag is the same.
I'll address that in a second. But
No, I'll
do you agree
address
that
my
the
point
larger the
first, because
distance,
that was the first
the
point.
larger the surface area, the more drag. Do you agree?
The higher the distance, the same amount of drag.
Incorrect, because
You're incorrect.
over that distance with a larger surface area, you're in each little segment, you're getting more particles that are causing drag. Okay, and that adds up. You're slowing down in every segment of that entire trip. That object with a larger surface area is getting slowed down more.
No.
So it's gonna fall at a slower
that's not
rate.
how it works.
I'm not
No,
saying it's additive. At any segment,
That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying it's additive.
Like fractal.
It's not
fractional,
fractal. It's not fractional. It's not additive.
It
doesn't
is,
add
because in any height of the thing falling, it's going to be resisting more particles, more matter.
No.
Because of its larger surface area. You can't just say no. That's the fact.
Because you're just wrong. Surface area.
All right. Explain to me
drag
F equals ma
coefficient.
minus
Right.
the force of drag when you admitted that there is drag. Go ahead.
There is. I didn't admit there is drag. Come on.
Yes, you did. You said there's a negligible amount of drag.
Negligible amount.
That means that there's drag.
That's quite different to saying you admitted there is drag.
Yeah, just because you haven't increased the scale. I'm telling you to increase the scale.
The context here is that the drag is so small, it's negligible. And you're just saying, oh, you admitted there is drag.
At that height, you increase the scale,
no,
it becomes less negligible.
The height doesn't matter.
It does if the surface areas are different. What aren't you getting?
Even if their surface area is different, the height doesn't matter. What
That's
matters
not
is
true
density.
at all.
It is true.
No, because the larger the fall, the longer the fall, the more disparity that you can view between the two objects. The more time it takes.
Why don't you test it? Why don't you test it, right? In air, you drop the same object from different heights, and you measure what the drag coefficient is for each
We're
one.
not talking about the same object. We're talking about two different objects.
No, but that's
in the
a way
same medium.
to disprove.
No, what you're trying to do is a false analogy. How about you test it?
I'm trying to disprove
Go to your
matters.
bathroom, bro. Go to your bathroom. Fill your tub with water. All right, and then take one bottle, fill it with like rocks. Another bottle, you could fill it with some from steel bearings, and then drop the two and see which one falls faster.
What's that got to do with anything?
You'll see that the one that's more dense will fall faster in the same medium.
That's because the buoyancy, right? That's completely different.
Wow.
First of all, you are in a medium, whereas versus a vacuum. There's the false analogy. You're the one that's making a false analogy.
It's not a false analogy. You're
It
saying
is
that
a
they
false
fall at the
analogy. It's
same
completely
rate.
false analogy.
No, you're saying in the same medium, things fall at the same rate. You're saying
that's not what I said.
No, in no medium,
nobody
they fall
said
at the
that.
same rate.
In air, you drop a feather and a bowling ball. They obviously fall at different rates because of the drag coefficient. Or
yeah,
the drag.
I said two bottles that are the same size. The only difference would be their mass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've tested that,
So
and they fall at different rates, do they?
Surface area wouldn't be a factor in this.
In fact, actually, let's think about this, okay? Since you want to think about it,
So
what
now you
forces
started
are
to think about it.
About your example, yeah.
Go ahead.
So what forces would be acting on the bottle?
Drag.
What drag? There is no drag. In water is buoyancy. It's called buoyancy.
There's drag in water.
That's if you're going sideways, all right. But if you're just dropping it downwards, it's buoyant force pushing it up, and gravity pulling it down.
Yeah.
Right?
You want to call it that? That's sure. That's fine.
Right.
I consider the buoyant force like it's drag, basically. It's something like inhibiting.
Well, it's drag slows you down. Buoyant force actually pushes you up.
Yeah,
that's why
and as this
floats.
bottle of steel bearing is falling down, the buoyancy is slowing that fall. So, drag
no, it's
and
not
buoyancy
slowing
in
that
regard
fall.
is the same.
It's. What do you mean buoyancy slowing that fall? What do you mean by that?
I said the drag is slowing that fall. So buoyancy and drag are the same in that context.
Slowing that fall, right? Whatever. The net force is what determines which direction it moves and how quickly it accelerates in that direction. Do you agree?
Of course.
Okay, great. Does the height of the water affect how quickly it accelerates downwards? If I take this same bottle, I drop it in a bathtub, and then I go to the seaside and I drop it 7 meters down, would it fall faster in the water? In the sea, I mean. In the sea, let's say it's the same. I got seawater in my tub. It's the same medium.
All right. In that regard, if you're looking at the bottle itself, individually, then no. But if you're comparing
it would not
with another
accelerate
object,
at different rates.
But if you're comparing it with another object, then yes.
So
because then you can
let me get this. Let me get this straight then. So I take a bottle. Let's forget the bathtub, okay? I take the bottle. I drop it, same bottle, in two different places in the same pool of water, right? One place is only 4 meters deep. Another place is 7 meters deep. Would it accelerate downwards with the same rate?
Yes.
There we go.
Bottle.
So the same bottle. So that means the height from which I drop it makes no difference to its rate of acceleration,
you're
does
not
it?
understanding.
No, you're not understanding. You're trying to conflate.
Let me explain it one more time, because I was very clear, but I'll try again.
No, you weren't.
Individually, when you're talking about a single bottle, which was not what we were talking about. We were talking about two different objects in the same medium, which was a quote-unquote vacuum, a non-perfect vacuum, right? Two objects, comparing the two. If you're only looking at the one, then yes, it's going to fall at the same rate in the same medium, obviously. But now if you're comparing two different objects with two different surface areas or two different densities, then they're going to fall at different rates, right? And the way that you can judge the disparity is by, you need to have enough of a length to judge it, because your tool isn't accurate enough to see this millisecond difference, okay?
You're trying to say that
if the height was higher, then you would notice the difference, because one would take longer to fall than the other, because its acceleration
so you're saying
is slower.
In that experiment where they dropped it from 7 meters up or 8 meters up, that was not enough to that they actually fell at different rates, but it was not enough to show it.
Now you're getting it.
That's kind of rubbish.
It's not rubbish, actually. It's mathematical. Your own equations support it, because you know that the force of drag is not zero. It's a non-zero value.
It's very, very close to zero. So you can do it for triple the distance. You'd still get them falling down at the same time.
You don't know that.
Reaching the bottom at the same time. That's what you're talking about.
You don't know that.
Reaching the distance. Yes, you do. Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Because yes, we do.
Hey, if you're so knowledgeable on the subject, then what would
later?
If you increase the scale? Oh, he just bounced. Run away.
Yeah, that was pretty antagonistic, man.
Entertaining too, though, right?
Yeah, I always like to hear you talking, man. Always very interesting.
Cool, man. I just got here too. Came in hot. How y'all doing?
Yeah, I had some food for thought before.
Yeah, don't let them get away with that stuff. When they try to say that the shit falls at the same rate, it literally doesn't. The only shit that falls at the same rate is the same object, the same shit. Monsieur Dodo.
Percentage, you know this meme with the star trails and then the like strawman heliocentric star trails, how they should look, right? You know this meme?
Is it in the chat?
Yeah, wait, I tag you in it. Give me a sec.
Let's see. New perspective. Yeah, the star trails.
Yeah. I mean, my answer to that was kinda that it's accounted for in the heliocentric model, reducing the stellar parallax to a minimum by just infinitely far putting the stars away, right? You know, that.
Okay.
But then the objection was that surely it's already still only one vector. The stars are moving in the trails, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure which stance to take on that one, because I previously kind of thought about it as a strawman, right? Because this argument is even old, as they had this discussions even in the Renaissance, right? When they began thinking about a moving Earth, etc. And all these star movements are only acceptable when they put them infinitely far away, you know, reducing this parallaxes, which would be and that was kind of my stance, right? But I can also see the point that if you just introduce another vector, there surely should be some effect, right? And this, in a way, analogously relates to the previous discussion, as he said it's negligible, which also would be the case here, right? It's negligible.
That's what they say, yes.
Yeah. So it's effectively
They
zero,
say
right?
They say that, like, the polar star, for instance, Polaris, is moving, but in our kind of our time, what's the word I'm
You mean the precession?
Our grasp of time is, the precession is just negligible, and we won't notice it until like thousands of years later.
Yes. Also, with Earth acceleration of the rotation, it's also negligible, right?
Yep.
So it's maybe just how it appears to be.
Yeah, it's just like everything else with relativity, you know? It will appear the same regardless of whether it's geocentric or heliocentric. Whether the stars are moving or the Earth is moving.
That's
the thing is,
crazy, man.
With their model, though, it's a little bit harder to believe, because they don't say an infinite distance for the stars. They give finite distances, and you would expect that over time, and they claim this, like with Bernard's star, for instance, they claim that over time they do move, but obviously the burden of proof hasn't been substantiated whatsoever. So I personally feel like we've had the same constellations for thousands of years. If that was the case, we would have, some stars like drifting away, and new stars kind of drifting closer as the Earth moves, and these stars are moving in their respective, directions, such that we would have a new constellation. or a new multiple new constellations, but it hasn't happened yet, as far as I can tell. So that's why I call bullshit.
Yeah, I mean,
Mind
regarding
you,
relativity
this
and
doesn't preclude. Sorry, I should just say this doesn't preclude Earth being a globe. It just precludes, the heliocentric model.
yes, exactly. I like to address the motion of the Earth in arguments at first, really, because I think it's relatable, and these points are really not that crazy,
Astronomy talks about a 25,000 year precession star. Are you saying that's
Yeah.
not happening?
I mean, from this 25/9/20 precession, it would follow that there's a precession of 1 degree every 72 years, right? And this is also kind of hard to substantiate in a lifetime, right? So you have to rely on the canons, I think. I mean, who's going to empirically verify and learn all of this astronomical stuff and then, checks 1 degree of precession every 72 years, or even a half of degree in 36, right? And I mean, what about the continental drift and the Earth's surface moving with the tectonic plates? I mean, if you build a telescope, right, and put it in a fixed place, but the plate is moving, wouldn't that cause a precession as well?
Yeah, that's true. I've never thought about that, actually. Yeah, just one layer of bullshit over another layer of bullshit, and they just keep on piling up the bullshit, man. But yeah, I never thought of the fact that they think that there's continental drift that would affect all of their observatories and everything that's permanently situated.
Yeah.
And even
I
the
learned
stuff
that
that
in
isn't.
early school. I don't know what the actual and nowadays stance on that is, but I'm quite sure there's some tectonic plate movement.
Yeah, I personally think that at these ridges, I forget what they're called again, but wherever the tectonic plates meet, I do believe that there is, this kind of this cycle, wherein you have magmatization coming out from in the oceans, and then it will come out at that ridge and push the ground outwards to the side, and it'll constantly be reforming, and it'll have the magnetic striping that you see and stuff like that, but it won't cause the land to move at all, because as it pushes outwards, those older the more older kind of ridges that were pushed out, they will degrade, and they'll become they'll go into the ocean floor and become basically that which is renewed and pushed out again at the site of the ridge. I don't know if that made sense to you, but it has to do with magmatization and how these tectonic ridges are even causing the magnetic striping to begin with.
All right, I got to drop out. Thanks for the talk, man. See ya.
Peace, Larry.
I got sunrise. I'm going to share my screen if I can. Out on the Chesapeake Bay.
Good night.
How the hell do I share? Chesapeake Bay. There we go. Nice little blob sun. Sorry, my phone doesn't like to stabilize. I see cranes in the sun.
Notice he called it a little sun. Local small sun. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. Far away, fucking huge. Yeah, I can stabilize that a lot better. But I mean, I'm sitting out here in a little fucking dinghy. It's about to break the water.
Stabilize as you talk about the sun being big and far away. Stay with your bull lies as you talk about the sun being big and far away.
As much as I move around, it doesn't seem to move with respect to the ground, so something weird about that. Like, it's really far. Oh, there's a reflection of the sun off the water, and it's in the air now.
Man, when you catch the sun reflecting off the water at the right angle, it's so blindingly like shimmering. It looks crazy how it dances, but it's like so bright.
That's about the best I'm going to do with the sun. It's now fully arrived. Still a little bit squished.
Arisen.
It's still a little bit squished
DeRozan.
up. Almost like there's a bunch of refraction.
Yep, that's true. Not terrestrial refraction, though.
Yeah, no, not terrestrial refraction, because, yeah, that's terrestrial refraction, yeah.
7/6, are you kidding me?
You think that's a big number?
Multiplied by R.
That's a few percentage points less.
Still a big number.
Man, that sun is hauling ass. Really far away at its maximum distance. It goes the same speed up as it does when it's right overhead. So weird.
Wait, you say it's a few percentage points less?
Less curved.
Huh?
Less curved. 706R makes the radius a little bit larger.
Got you, yeah.
Those cranes over by that sun are on this funny bridge that's underwater.
Hold up, I'm not watching your thing.
Oh, you should be. I know it's kind of shaky, so it could be really annoying. God damn it, stand still. Those cranes go to a bridge that's being worked on that's 20 feet above the water. There's no fucking bridge.
I like how red the sun looks.
Oh, where are you? There you are.
I feel we're not getting back to the roots of things, and everything is about defending the model rather than deciding what are the basic foundational aspects of the model.
Have a good one.
When we go back, this is the answer we get that a guy called Hippocrates, 200 years before Christ, just decided that the stars were at an infinite. Shut up, Myok. The stars were at an infinite level away. So this is the basis. Shut up, Myok. You're not in Gem Panda's.
Hey, guys, relax.
Shut up, Myok.
Myok, I can't see your stream anymore.
I was speaking, Myok.
I know.
Moyak, Dodo was speaking. Please be respectful.
Myok, Faker, shut up, Faker. Who saw the Twin Towers?
Dodo, you don't have to react negatively. Just finish what you're saying, please. And Moyak.
Okay.
Interrupt.
Yeah, well, why did he interject like that then? Why do you allow the same leeway
because he was
for
uncouth.
ball earthers and flat earthers when we know that the ball earthers are all, well, we know what they are. We can't even say liars anymore.
Hey,
anyway,
you guys talk to Pete.
My point is that we have to get back to the roots of it. And when we go back to the roots of the foundational aspects of the heliocentric model, the stars were chosen to be an infinite distance away by this Hippocrates, and everything developed from there. Off you go now, Myok.
Okay, so Hippocartus, things developed from there. Why? With intention, with malice, or that's just the way the cookie crumbled.
Oh, he's gone, is he?
Yeah, he left.
Okay, fair enough. He's only a disruptor anyway. But do you agree with me, percentage, that we have to go back to the roots, at least challenge these people on the roots and the sources of all of their basic foundational principles?
Absolutely, but I don't think the historic roots really matter. Definitely the roots in terms of like logic and evidence, that matters. But how it all started, kind of, this person lied and made this up for this reason and stuff. I don't think that matters anymore because we're so out of touch with the history as like the general layman, right? Are so out of touch with it that doesn't matter.
Right. Well, the point is that they have to justify it, not us.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to us, and they have to refer to historicity, and they have to refer to the model that's developed early doors and rely on the minds of others and the assumptions that they made. That's the point. They can't
The problem with that is, though, they are running the gamut, right? They have propaganda on their side. They're constantly reinforcing their thing. So, they lose nothing by not doing that, by not, substantiating their stuff. And if we have the mentality that we don't have to do anything, you have to prove your stuff to us. With us being basically on the defense, on our heels, it really doesn't help us. We have to actually attack them with like the best defense is a good offense. We have to attack them on their stuff because it's bullshit, and you can't just like say nothing when evil happens.
Well, I guess I agree, but what are you saying then, that you have to have some sort of ideas and thoughts and notions on reality, then present that to them? Of course, they're going to reject everything that a flat earther says. So where's the progress?
We have to attack like them for their lack of evidence. We have to expose the lack of evidence. We can't just say, "Hey, prove it," We have to actually expose their lack of evidence and like basically make people aware by doing that.
I think that's been done amply, sufficiently over the years. But if these people claim to be honest, then they will be able to trace back the very sources of their model and stand by everything. So that's the only way I can think of making progress against this crowd, the ball earthers. That my comment there was made at the ball earthers. For flat earthers here, we've got to use what's given us and apply it to our thoughts on reality. Maybe we'll make a lot of progress, because I do believe none of these historical characters existed, and the heliocentric greater model was built on reality. So it's there to be decoded for us, the inquirer. That's what I think.
I agree with that.
But that doesn't matter. We're here in the debate forum, so you don't have to dwell on that, what I just said there, but I do hold it as a moving forward principle.
I think also the fact that they don't have the evidence and time continues to pass. I think at some point, as long as we keep on exposing that they don't have an actual photo of Earth being a ball or a video of it spinning around or something like that, and they haven't went back to the moon and all that stuff, if we keep on pressing them on it, people will realize, I think, that it's bullshit. Just like in terms of the lockdowns and stuff like that, people started to realize that there was more to it with the lack of evidence and stuff like that, with all of the... Anyways, I don't want to get into it too much.
Yeah, some people.
Right? Yeah, but my point is...
At the end of the day, percentage, I think we're sort of on our own in this one. If you're an honest man, an honest person, an honest inquiry before you have to follow that path alone. And I get what you're saying. To the listener here, they'll be well familiar with the tactics of the ball earther and never conceding one thing. So yeah, it's just going to continue on endlessly here with the ballers. But yes, for the benefit of the listener or for the benefit of the individual, pay attention.
Absolutely. Well said. Hey, I'm off. I'll catch you guys later.
I don't know why
Anybody here?
Yeah, I'm here, bud. I was just about to jump in and ask, is there no one here for a discussion? I was going to say that generally I think the problem is with all the returning bowler defenders, we can't get to the root of the issue. All it has ever gotten to is that, well, the history of and all the great minds applied to the great conundrum puzzle have solved so much, and we would just trust those, and we'll take what we have now and we'll defend that to the death. I don't think that's quite good enough for the inquirer who is living right now, because there's so much suspicion about, well, news stories or information we get at present times, not to mind about whatever is emanating from the past.
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting that you frame it like Pete, because, like, I mean, the reality is like, I enjoy the discussion. I think it's interesting points people make, but I wouldn't call what I do defense. I don't think the globe needs defending. Like, I don't feel like I'm defending a globe, because I don't think that it's a, what you say, like a defending needing thing.
So it's established, RC, is it? It's already established to the point that there's no doubt about it, whereas all flat earthers have ultimate doubt about it. You know that?
Well, you can doubt fact, whether a fact is a fact, right? And that's fine, but like, I don't think that, like, people, if you try to attack, for example, I mean, you know, the thing that I'm willing to accept if the Earth is flat. I have no problem with it being flat. I have no problem with it being a dome. I just, like, I need us to account for some basic things that I think exist that aren't theoretical. They're not philosophical. Things like distances. That, like, I don't know how people get around other than denial that we don't know these distances. Okay, well, fine. If you say we do, but we don't, but every time I use or measure these distances, they're exactly what everyone has ever said that they are, then I don't have any basis on rejecting any of the distances that are said to be real, because every single distance that I've ever traveled in car, in airplane, and ship has been exactly what has been purported. So, like, the claim that they're not trustworthy or they're incorrect, I don't see it. I don't see any evidence that they are incorrect.
I guess the problem is when you talk about, I'd love to know how you measure distances from an airplane or when you're on an airplane trip, but the problem is that you will say that traveling from A to B, you travel a curved path, right? So that distance that you measure is curved. Necessarily on a flat Earth, it's a straight line. So there has to be some sort of transformative function between the two. But even taking what you said on board, why don't you try to disprove the globe? How have you tested the globe and its claims rather than clarify?
I've tested distance. I'm 15 minutes away from an airport where I'm getting ready to pilot an airplane 700 miles, and that's what I just did all of my flight planning. I know down to the meter exactly how far I'm going at every single waypoint, and I have to measure. I have a clipboard right here with me on my times and my speeds that I record down. And I have a timer, a chronometer in my airplane where it's just a mechanical chronometer where I just press the thing and you twist to your heading, and then you go, and I have to look at my airspeed every single time to see how fast am I going. So there's no transformation that's happening. It is simply saying, if I go in on this path right here, right, I'm not turning my airplane while I'm going on the path from each point to each point, and I know every single distance from each point to each point. I don't know how I'm being duped while I'm literally doing it.
Okay. So are you yourself flying the plane 700 miles? Are you sort of? Yeah, okay, brilliant. do you appreciate that as you fly the plane 700 miles, it seems, let's say you're a fixed distance from the ground, it seems like you're flying in a straight line, but you will actually calculate it for flying in a curved line over a ball with a radius of whatever 4,000 miles, according to the longitude and latitude system applied to a ball of that radius. Would you agree with that? It seems that you're flying in a straight line on over a flat plane, a level plane, stationary plane. Will you at least admit that's the way it seems?
I mean, it's not obvious to me. Like, I know that I'm not changing my heading, but it is not obvious to me that I'm flying over a flat plane.
Well, is it obvious that you're flying over a curved plane that's in motion? A curved surface that's in motion? How the hell can that be, man? We've all been in a plane, and you've been at the front.
As I get higher, I can watch literally as I'm going towards a destination. I can watch things go from obstructed to halfway obstructed to non-obstructed. And it's funny when you're flying, especially from west to east, you watch that sun go over your head in an arc pattern, right? That is completely consistent with being on a ball that is turning.
Okay, well, that's fair enough, but the sun itself could be flying over a contoured surface, might give you that impression, that arc impression.
Yeah, sure. And I've thought about that, and I'm like, well, yeah, that might work if I never moved from any other place on. But funny enough, I've flown in in each hemisphere, and in the north and the south. And guess what? Those arcs don't match up to me being over. Now, I could try to beg a question and say, but what if the sun isn't what it's supposed to be? Fine. Maybe we live in this weird, ethereal, heavenly thing. Fine, if I want to believe that, but that does not seem to be the case. I don't see any evidence that that's true. I'm willing to believe it, Pete. I really am.
Okay,
But it doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, so you said you got the impression when you were flying that you were on a contour surface that was moving because of your visuals on things in the distance that come into view more and more as you approach them. That doesn't say anything about the Earth's surface itself. That says something about your visuals, really, and the limitations of that, or the interpretations of what you see.
Fair enough, but I can go off you're asking what does it seem to me, right? You said, does it seem to be a certain, and I said the answer is yes.
Okay. Well, I've flown in a plane, and not in the cockpit, but it seems like that it seemed to me on all times. I flew from Ireland to America and all the way across America from Chicago to California, or San Francisco. It seemed, and that was a few years ago. It seemed to me that we were moving, and the plane was an extended, stationary expanse on all sides. No impression whatsoever that the Earth's surface was moving.
I imagine you weren't in the cockpit, looking at
I wasn't.
180 degree view in front of you, like you were looking at a small board, right?
Yes,
when I'm looking at it 180 degrees in front of me with this 180 degree view, it's more than obvious to me, that. Yeah, things are coming up over a curved surface, especially when I'm flying over water.
I have an issue here, and I think it's quite fundamental. When you look out your cockpit window and you see the horizon, you're talking about seeing the distinction between the ground and the clouds, right? And you call that horizon, but you already assume that the closest clouds are highest because over a ball, the rest of the clouds will be dropping away. Is that your assumption? You have to assume that, right?
It's not my assumption. It's what I'm observing.
Whereas on a flat Earth, as you're above the clouds, they would like as we look at the water on a flat Earth, as you're above the clouds will always seem to rise, like the water horizon to your eye level. So my point would be for a flat Earther, my explanation, as you're looking at the horizon in your cockpit, many miles away, you're just simply looking at the divide where the clouds meet the land. If you took away the clouds, all the land would stretch out further as well, and the clouds do seem to rise up, creating this barrier. That's what I see as happening.
And that's fine. That's fine, Pete. But I've stood in in areas that seem to be flat for a long time, and it doesn't have the tunneling that I often see with flat planes that are extended. right? I don't see any tunneling effects with any of this. And that's the other big point here is like, I don't ever see tunneling effects with this vanishing point. Rather, I see an obstruction effect that goes into view. And like I said, Pete, I am willing to admit otherwise or like consider other points of view, but those points of view ask me to ignore things that
Yeah, well, there is testimony, not testimony as such, statements from pilots, and there are a few
I'm
flat Earth
seeing
pilots.
rather than dig deeper into things that I'm seeing.
Okay, well, I'm just going to. Sorry, you broke up there, but I heard most of it. But there is testimony, and there are indeed flat Earth pilots who will refute your testimony, which they say yes, the Earth's surface doesn't move. We train as if the Earth's surface isn't moving, and if it's a flat extended plane, and that's what they've experienced as well. I've never flown a plane, but that seems to be in contradiction to what you have to say here. I don't know who to believe anymore, although I would tend to believe the flat earth pilot because he maybe awoken from believing that it was a ball, spinning ball earth, and came to his own reckoning. But I would say putting everything, because we're only here in the now, I would say that everything is fabricated, but it's fabricated for a reason. What led to a ball, what led to the greater heliocentric galactic Big Bang model is the decision initially to have the Earth moving. To have the Earth's surface we're all on moving, which goes against our grain, every grain of every man, woman, and child who's lived on the Earth. Might be true, but it still goes against the grain of our understanding and our experience, and that's the problem.
Yeah, Pete, I have tried to find these supposed flat Earth pilots, and every time I meet a supposed flat Earth pilot, it's always on an online forum, never with a, like, do they have any significant training? And a lot of times they're not even pilots. They took a few flight lessons, and they don't even have.
There's a regular, as far as I remember, on Globebusters, there's a regular. Maybe it's not Globebusters now, but it's a regular. He trains pilots. He trains pilots, and he's a regular outspoken flat earther. I can't remember his name now. There certainly are a few around though, and I don't vouch for them, but that's what they say. And of course, the usual question, RC Meister.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, go on.
Like I said, all I'm telling you, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, I was just simply saying the only people that I have ever heard claim to be pilots weren't actually, and I have never met one in real life. And the online claims of them being pilot typically have been unsubstantiated. Now, do I see it in the realm of possibility that some guy who is a pilot also claims to be a flat earther? Yeah, I can see that within the realm of possibility that someone would claim that, but I'm just telling you, my experience has not either been that they're actually pilots or that I have ever met one in real life, or one that checks out to be an actual pilot, especially a commercial pilot or a CFI or something like that online.
Well, you remember these type of forums for years. Of all the people who came to Flat Earth, I can't think of one serious person who went away from it. I think the only thing you can do is develop further, which I think I have in my own brain anyway, to say I know that the Earth isn't flat because we haven't defined what the Earth is, and something a part of the Earth is moving. Therefore, it's sort of like encoded talk, I think. Metaphorsics, I call it as well, a new word. It's like metaphor. Everything is presented to us as metaphor for what it is in actuality. Like the blue marble, if you take it apart, then you'll have all the constituent parts of the Earth itself. But I haven't known any serious flat earther to revert after all of these years. I think it's an impossibility to revert back to the spinning ball. And let me finish by saying, in all your encounters here, that there's plenty of intelligent flat earthers around. There's plenty of people who have considered both sides, and there is no going back. What do you think about that?
That's true, Pete. There's very, very few that really have gone back, I mean, I know there's like the kind of Sean G, some of these kind of YouTuber guys that were trying to get a following and whatnot. But I mean, there's no one really virtually.
I mean, Jose.
That says it all, Gio. That says it all.
Jose went back.
YouTubers trying to get popularity. Yeah, I'm talking about just regular people.
But hold on. No, I'm saying like regular. I have the only person who I know in real life was an actual flat earther. I went to church with him. We're actually really good friends. He's the one who introduced me to flat earth, and I listened to him for literal hours. We would go he would often come over. Me and my family, our families would cook together, and he'd talk to me about flat earth all day. I did not respond to one thing because I was just fascinated. Like, how do you think about things? And we just spoke for however long, and he's like, oh yeah, he listened to Nathan Oakley. He introduced me to them like all of this years ago. This is probably 2017 when I first heard about it. And he's not a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther anymore. Is that what you said?
No. Yeah, he's not a flat earther.
Why don't you bring him in here then? We'll ask him his reasons. Did you convince? How long did it take you to convince him? Otherwise,
I didn't try to convince him. We're friends. Like, I'm not trying to convince him of one thing. I don't give a shit what he thinks. Like, we go to church together. Our families know each other. Like, I'm not trying to convince him. He can do whatever the hell he wants, right? Believe whatever the hell he wants. I didn't try to convince him.
Yeah. Also, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that term flat earther, what does that really mean? Somebody might call themselves that. They might have various, versus what he really knew. That's what like Pete was saying. Like if he came in here, we could actually talk to him, because there's people that may be kind of on the fence, or, they're kind of thinking about it, kind of trying it on, and they really haven't distilled it. They haven't really come to a resolution. And so if someone like that kind of flip-flops a little bit,
let me be really, really straightforward, right? Really straightforward. He was very, very convinced of every single argument centered around Nathan Oakley's questions, right? That there was not a globe, right? 100% convinced. Now he's like, here are the reasons that I know the Earth is a globe. And that's what he will say. Those are the two statements that he can make there.
So what's his number one reason then, and you should care, of course, about what your friends think, because if you don't, if he's a flat earther, you're a globe earther, you're close, and he's just not listening to your basic reason, you're soon going to fall out. Of course you are. But what's his best reason for reverting back to the globe then? As far as you know. Yeah. Yeah. Sure to be flimsy.
He started looking into NASA, and he just thought, these are some really trustworthy.
Friendship is not based on what he thinks is the shape of the Earth.
These guys are really solid.
It's a joke, isn't it?
No, he is.
You're conveniently breaking up, I see.
Yeah. I think his NASA stuff. I mean, he's but the reality.
You were roboting. You are roboting.
The reason he mentioned that is because the only person he knows in reality happens to be his best friend, close friend from him, who was a flat earther in 2017, which brought RC Micey into it. I think we all appreciate and understand as we go through our daily lives and our daily communities or whatever, there are very few overt flat earthers around. There are surely people who've heard I've asked a few people the other day, I try to ask people often enough. The simple question I asked them, have you heard the possibility that the Earth might not be a spinning ball as given? And they generally answer yes, they've heard the possibility. And all I do then is I just advise them to take it seriously, that I'm a flat earther. And well, see, you like that term as well, but flat earth and relative to the globe to Earth for years, and there's definitely a lot to it. But yeah, the chances of meeting a fellow flat earther on the street at random is very, very slim. I think for the most part, people it's not that people don't care, they're just not inclined that way, you know what I mean? They're just not, they're just not inspired that way, I guess, to ask these questions. Too wrapped up in other things.
Yeah, when I said that there's like virtually none that have kind of really gone back, I mean, yeah, obviously that number's not zero. Like I said, there's people that are maybe kind of on the fence. They're trying different ideas on. They're thinking about this and that. And yeah, there's people that also change their mind in various ways. But kind of like Pete was saying, the vast majority of people that really break through this deception and distill it into their being, understand it, at least to the breadth of what they need to understand about it, it's a truth that remains and sustains. It's like being aware that your girlfriend was cheating on you. You're not going to go out of that understanding. The next day, you're not just going to say, oh, you know what? Actually, she didn't. Like, if you knew that it's true. So in that sense, the great majority of people that come to this remain on it. The globe is absolutely popped. It's just the most non-reality understanding. So you can't go back to something that's non-reality after you've broken through that.
Yep. But Gio, here's my thing. Here's my big problem with what you just said. It's one phrase: distill it into your being. I don't have jack shit that isn't like my values and my belief in God and those types of things that are just into my being. I don't have the globe distilled in my being. I don't care if it's a globe or flat. Like, I don't, and try to distill that into your being.
Well, Orson Maxey, since you're a pilot, have you spoken to other pilots about flat Earth, and do they all scoff and mock and go, dumb flat Earthers, or is there anyone who takes it seriously?
Actually, funny enough, I was in a fly-in last weekend with a bunch of guys who, like, I don't think any of them have college degrees or anything, but all of them are very good pilots. They're all aircraft mechanics, right? They work on airplanes. We have a kind of a club that we do fly-ins together and stuff like that with old Warbird airplanes. And they're amazing pilots, some of the best that there are. And we were talking about flat Earth. And that, funny enough, we're all having breakfast together at one of the fly-ins. And they're like, have you guys heard about this? And I was like, funny enough, heck yeah. And so they had been, on Nathan Oakley forums and stuff like that. And these are kind of older guys, just kind of like Steve's age, right? If you know Steve over at Betty's. And the reality is like, yeah, people have talked about it, and they're like, go back and forth. Well, what about this? What about that? I mean, it's a fun discussion, but there was not one pilot there who thought the Earth was.
Fair enough, I guess. Fair enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't say pilots are not necessarily even experienced or knowledgeable about the shape of the Earth. It's not really even in their wheelhouse. I mean, they're following certain charts and certain equipment, but I think in general, as a profession, for example, there's probably definitely more in the pilot field that have considered it, thought about it, people have asked about it, etc., especially in today's day and age, than, let's say, doctors. There's probably less doctors that probably people are coming and talking about this with them. So I think as a general profession, pilots would be more likely to at least have some feedback on it because, yeah, people are asking it and whatnot. But at the end of the day, they fly as if it's stationary and planar. So they're not really using anything that involves a globe to fly an airplane. So they don't really even have to know about it. They're just following the protocols and following the training of what they're doing.
Is that your impression, Gio, that like all pilots do is just like follow a manual or a training?
Of course, dude. Of course, they're trained and they follow. Absolutely.
That's funny that somebody who isn't a pilot and doesn't know anything about aviation thinks they understand how pilots do pilots.
Well, they've all been trained, so this is what I'm saying. This is why I mentioned it. If they're not highly educated or don't put their time into thinking like this, they have been trained on simulators, which are over a flat, send a stationary plane. So that should at least bring them cause to talk. Then when they look at Nathan Oakley or other argumentation, which should only boost their thoughts, right on that.
Pete, none of us have been trained on simulators. I was never trained on a simulator. None of the pilots in my flying club were trained on simulators.
You're roboting a fair amount there. Yeah, I mean, they're basically robots.
Cut out, Gio. Maybe you finished. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. So even in spite of that,
I think
sorry,
I,
you cut out, but after you.
yeah, sorry. I think I hit my mute button halfway through that. No, what I was saying, I'm not saying that they're robots like some insult robots. I'm just saying pilots they're robotic in terms of following a protocol. Like they're operators of a machine. So when you're an operator of a machine, you have to be, very in a sense, like single-minded, like it's not, I mean, there are some pilots that do more kind of creative type flying, but so I guess it depends on what type of pilot.
Gio, I am absolutely fascinated about your layman's understanding of what a pilot does. Where did you get the idea that where did you get the idea that we're quote unquote just follow? Now, are there protocol that pilots follow in like emergencies and checklists? Absolutely, but like, where did you get the idea that like pilots are always just following protocol? That those protocol are like robotic and univariate.
Yep, within all the restrictions, the FAA and all of the rules and restrictions and licenses, yeah, you're just operating robotically a machine.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree. I don't think there's any great deal in flying a plane. I think if any of us put the time in, we can all do the same thing.
Do you think that in a given scenario where we have an emergency? Yeah, Gio, I would challenge you, like, if you robotic in it.
The connection is desperate, RC. My see you keep going on and off mute as well. Maybe you're in some sort of.
You're roboting all the time. I see.
Yeah, not to be insulting or anything, but yeah, a glorified bus driver. That's what a pilot is. You pretty much you learn what's going on in the machine, get your practice in, and then you gather confidence with the more flight miles you have. And that's not to be insulting to anyone. I don't put them up in a pedestal, but certainly if they're open-minded and you have this bird's eye view of the Earth from a cockpit, 180 degrees, then you should be taking flat Earth seriously. And after all, RC, might you take it seriously enough to be heavily involved in these type debunking anti-flat Earth tirades over the years. So there must be something to it. It can't be as scant as you represented. There's no flat earthers around, and anyone you have met, you've convinced them back within a wet day or something. I don't buy that.
I'm sorry. I'm pulling into the airport right now, but Gio, if you are in the Midwest, I would love to take you flying sometime so that you can see, you can put your idea to the test. How robotic is it what we do?
Didn't mean it like that. If you stepped into a Formula One car and with all the buttons and jigs, you wouldn't know what the fuck to do. But with a little practice, a little time, you can understand it. But I'd love Gio to go along in the cockpit with you, RC Meister. Take a recorder, record what he sees, and give his impressions. I'm sure as he looked around him, he would only become more of a flat earther because now he has this peripheral.
I would just let Gio. I think it's funny that given your lack of experience with aviation, that you would say something like, "All pilots just follow the protocol. They're robotic." Blah blah blah. I mean, like, okay, like that's an interesting idea. I'd like you to see what happens. See how pilots actually work, how we think, and like I just think if you're in the Midwest sometime, I would love to be able to take you flying and so you can test your idea as to whether we're robotic or
not. Come fly with me. Come fly away.
Come fly with RC. Cool, man. No, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, but the Gio, like, in all honesty, do you really have this impression that are you challenging your own? Like, it's like, wait a minute, where did I get this idea that they're robotic? Is it like this archetype that you have for it? And is it based in anything that you actually know about how we actually fly?
Well, like Pete said, when I said robotic, it wasn't about like an insult, like, oh, someone's just a robot. It's more about the structure of protocols that you follow when you operate a machine like that?
Yeah, I like to take on that because it's a learning process, and some things take time to make it automatic. I rarely drive a car since years, but once I step in, it's immediately it flows like nothing else. Everything goes automatically, so it can be called kind of robotic. For instance, learning to ride a bike and then get a steering wheel that goes the other way is almost impossible to react on because everything goes automatic. And when you can learn to ride a bicycle like that steers the other way that you do the steering, and when you learn that, then when you go back to the normal bike, you have to relearn that. That goes a little bit faster because there's still some residue of the forming learning process. But yeah, there is a kind of robotic part to it. That's not an insult.
And I think what's interesting in things like Geo says, like if you fly the types of airplanes that I do, especially like warbirds, general aviation stuff, you realize that like every single airplane is so incredibly different that you have to, like, that's why I fly so much, is because I have to keep up with, you know, the finesse that it actually takes to know how to work with these different airplanes. And then the non-roboticness, like the multi-layered thinking that it takes to do something like flight planning. Like it is not a straightforward, like we give an origin and a destination and it spits out a route for us. Like there are commercial systems that do things like that, but the reality is like when you're in general aviation like I am, there is very little that is robotic about how we operate. Now, are there protocol-based things that help keep us safe and like that we can check ourselves with? Absolutely, right? But like that's in anything to kind of help you stay safe and do those types of things that are going to, like, you know, get you done what you need to do. But at the same time, it's like to call it univariate or to call it like single-minded thinking. That's why I want you to come out and try it. Like I want you to see how single-minded some of this stuff really is not.
Well, I mean, they're very rigorous. Like, I know someone who's like a top like F-16 pilot in the Air Force, and I mean, when they train those guys, whew, it is very regimented.
Well, have you considered, like, is the regimenting in terms of thinking, or is the regimenting in terms of skill that you apply to multifaceted thinking? Like, there's a difference there. Do you know what the difference is?
I guess depending on what you're flying, you have to have a certain intuition, a certain capability, a natural sort of talent for what you're doing, especially when FC or Air Force flies. And of course, there would be intensive training when you're dealing with such complicated machinery. I think we should bring it down to the basic level of a Cessna or some very, very basic, simple aeroplane where the foundation principles are the same, and then sort of take it from there, because that's what we can relate to. I don't think you're grasping Geo's point completely.
I think he dropped out, so either he lost his connection or he'll be back. But what I was going to say as well, I mean, planes can fly on autopilot. So just to show you how robotic it is, at least certain types of flights, the whole thing can be done with a robot. You know, in this day and age, even the takeoff, the landing, all of the directional, it all can be done with a robot. I'm not saying every pilot is a complete robot when they're flying. I would say the ones that have the most kind of variability are the ones that do like trick flying, you know, the ones that do somersaults and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Red Bull flyers. Yeah.
Those guys are pretty talented.
I don't know why he can't just say what he sees, though, Gio. We've all been on planes, so apparently you get a different view from the cockpit. But for fuck's sake, we are moving in a straight line over a stationary plane. That's the way it appears. But even he said that's not the way it appears to him. He said it appears as he looks at the horizon, and things go from invisibility to half visible to full visibility as he approaches them. This gives him the impression that he is flying over a moving sphere. It's fucking stupid. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, he was saying something about that if it was flat, that there would be a tunneling effect. Did you know what he meant by that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask him. I hadn't a clue what he was talking about there. I assumed he was talking to someone else, one of you, about that, but I haven't a clue what he's talking about. Absolutely no clue.
Because I've rarely heard. I mean, he was really saying that when he flies, he's saying on all of his observations, it's a sphere on every level. He sees the curve and sees the things being obstructed in the distance. I'm thinking, what? That's not even, most Globird don't even, I mean, even pilots admit, yeah, we just fly as if it's a stationary plane. But all of a sudden RC's up there and it's just big curvy video game cartoon ball up there, I guess.
And suddenly all the pilots agree with him. All the pilots he knows, they scoff and mock and laugh at the idea that there might be a flattened stationary surface. This is ridiculous. Someone is telling us tall tales, I feel, Gio.
And I like how you were asking him. You're like, well, there has to be something to this. You've been involved in it for years.
They're so passionate, all of them, aren't they? So obviously, I think we're always meant to figure out their game. What they do is help the listener see that they are being so dogmatic and so restrictive, and then the listener, then with the open mind and open heart, will see that there's something wrong. That if it was the truth, it wouldn't need such heavy defense from all of these returning characters. So I think that's the positive in all of this. But yeah, it's up to us to see through these characters personally, which I think I have long since seen through them anyway.
Yeah, he did mention something about that. He said that because you were asking about why he defends the globe, and then he said, well, I don't think the globe needs defending. But it's like, well, but you've been here doing it for 5 years. It doesn't need it, but you're here doing it. How does that work?
Thousands of hours they spend, and yeah, if they're all professionals on good money, they're after wasting, in a sense, thousands and thousands of dollars, as they could be applying it to a job or another skill or a trade or something. But here they are, just convincing with the same story, returning story on a daily basis. The same people of the same things. It doesn't make sense. Makes no sense. I think they're afraid of God, Gio. Do you think most ball earthers are atheists? Do you think they're afraid of God or afraid of finding out that everything is potentially significant?
Possibly, yeah. But then is that actually just God wanting to delay its return to itself?
Well, maybe it's all part of it. I'm sure everything is part of it. I'm actually sure everything is significant in our lives. Everything. So I'll go with the latter there. They're helping in their own big way, the awakening of mankind. I guess it all depends on how it's going to turn out. There's two possibilities in my mind, Gio. We're either fucked or we're saved. Now, if we're saved, then this means that all of the characters here who are returning, playing the same role, are doing it for a greater good, even though they mightn't be aware of it. But there's a greater good in play. Now, if we're fucked, well, then we can easily see why. They keep us occupied for years on end. Of course, we've been here years on end as well, only to keep us distracted from the main crowd, keep us separate, and then they get on with their plans. Of course, it does look all dark and dour to many conspiracy theorists at the minute. But yes, I have hope that the latter statement you made is correct, that it's all part of the Creator's greater plan. We will be in for a mass awakening and everything will turn out wonderful, great. It's truly what I feel.
Nice, man. That's awesome to have that positivity. Yeah, I feel that too, but there also may be some turbulence along the way.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And I think this year especially, well, in order for the new to flourish, the old has to be brought down. So I think this is what's happening in 2022 especially. So many revelations are coming out, and we're not out of it yet, Gio. Apparently this month holds, this month holds promise. I keep saying that about every month, but this month especially holds promise. And we're out of the corona, straight into the fire with the war in inverted commas over in Ukraine. So there's some greater scheming going on in the background. And yes, I do think that the old has to come down completely. All illusions have to be shattered, and then the new will be free to be revealed, which was always there anyway. We're just getting back to the future, yeah.
Here.
Nice one.
I don't know if you guys heard, probably not, because I think he was just doing it last night. But Brian Leakey had this list of questions. They were kind of for globe earthers, I think. I mean, they were definitely targeted to that. But it was fascinating. He had this long list of questions that he was asking. I think he asked them to Ruhif, and then he asked them to Don. And then he was going to do it to Kosho, but I don't know if he did it with Kosho. But Don's was really good, and so was Ruhif's. Basically, there were just all these questions about the globe Earth, about the horizon, all kinds of things, and they were just really good questions. And it was very interesting to hear the answers. How different, like Ruhif and Don, very different answers. And so it's kind of an interesting thing to see, like, where these guys kind of stand, on these things. And there's kind of this idea that, oh yeah, the globe earthers, they all agree, it's just this homogenous, it's the model, and it's all figured out. But really, you start to see when you ask them these questions, these guys have wildly different answers, wildly different perspectives on certain things in terms of, specifics. And so, yeah, it was interesting. He was like writing down the answers and, and all of that. So it was a cool exercise. I would like to see if he wants to ask more people, like, the list of questions.
Talking to yourself, Alex.
Hey, Travis, are you going to do that talk with Beerman? You said, is that at 1 o'clock today?
Yeah, it's going to be 1 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah.
Eastern time?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be in or out at that time, if I'll be at my computer or not, but I could set up. Well, okay. Do you think are you going to want to do it here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to record it anyway and put it on my channel. I probably will be streaming live anyway, but I just figured for your audience too, if you wanted to do that.
Yeah. So, do you think you'd want to do? Because the one thing about the stage channels is they don't allow you to share your screen. There's like no screen sharing in the stage.
Oh, well, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
That won't be good for you. I mean, it would be fine for audio, obviously, but yeah, I mean, see.
Well, then, would you want? We could just do it in the regular VC and live stream too.
Yeah, I mean, I can. Yeah.
I mean, I could set it. Does everyone else?
Of in live stream too. Maybe keep it first a little constricted. I don't know.
So, Travis, do you think you'd want everyone else to be muted, or would you, if you had server mute capabilities, would you just manually mute people, or would you prefer that everyone is auto muted? That's the only setting I'd have to set up for that.
What does auto mute mean?
Well, I can set the permission so that everyone who joins will automatically be muted, and then you'd have to unmute them manually if you want them to be unmuted. Otherwise, it would just kind of be open, and then you'd have to mute people. But of course, somebody could jump in at any time, and then just think it's an open conversation, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah, do the auto mute. So does that mean, like, say for instance, if I did let someone in and they got a little bit rowdy, would I be able to put them back on mute?
Yeah, like basically everyone who joins. I mean, I might make it so that mods are not auto muted because obviously they can unmute themselves anyways. But I mean, not that they're going to be interrupting or whatever. But no, it'll be for like anyone who joins, with either voice verified or live stream verified. I can set it to where they'll just automatically be muted, and then so anyone who joins is just muted no matter what. And then if you want to unmute people, you have to manually unmute them. And then if you want to remute them, then you'll be able to.
That sounds like the best plan right there.
All right, cool. Because I think I'm going to get this set up now because I might just because I don't know exactly if I'm going to be here at that time or not, like right at my computer. So I might just set it up, and I can give you the I think it'll be like a live stream host role, like I think it's called guest live stream host. And then that'll give you the mute capabilities and all of that. So I'll probably just get that set up in the next couple of minutes, and I'll just probably turn live stream 2 on and just have it just live. Even if it's quiet down there, that's fine. It can just sit there, and then and then when you guys are ready to go, it'll be live. And then, like you said, you're going to record it yourself as well, so you'll have your own stream. And then I can always cut it later, cut out all the silence if there's a bunch of silence in the beginning.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, man.
So it will be in live stream 1 tonight. Okay.
I think they're going to do it in live stream 2.
2.
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll get it set up, and then I'll give you the role, and then I'll just set it so that everyone who joins is automatically muted. And then, basically it'll just be ready to go. You just jump in there, and then I can give the role to Beerman too, so he can mute and unmute if needed as well.
Okay.
I'm not too sure how to mute and unmute, but you can probably pass that on and show me how to do that. I just got a quick question regarding the time. You guys say 1 o'clock. Is that 7 p.m. my time?
I think that's what.
I think that's what we said when we were talking the other day. Yeah, 7 o'clock your
Yeah.
time.
So
Yeah.
it's 3 p.m. now, so it's 4 hours from now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And is there a time limit? Because I've put about 7 years of research now into one little presentation, and yeah, it's been taking me 2 days
I've
now.
got a 3 hour I've got a 3 hour window to mess with.
Okay, no, that'll be enough time.
And then Travis, for your recording, are you going to want to bring in another account to stream it through Discord, or are you just going to have it running through your own system?
I think I'm just going to use Streamlabs to record, and then yeah.
Okay, because you'll need the audio from the whole room on the Discord, so you have it set up to do that.
Huh. So you're saying that? Well, I could do a test run. I could do a test run to see if, because Streamlabs is set up to take whatever comes in audio on my PC, right? So if I have Discord open, like if I wanted to start streaming your live stream one because the discussion was good, I think I would be able to just start streaming with no problem because I've got an audio input setting. But I can always just do a check. I can do it. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to do it yet.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's doing that, if it's picking up through your, like whether your mic would be way louder than the other ones, or whether.
Well, I'm making my coffee right now. It's almost done, and I can just run over to the computer because I was going to start looking at stuff anyway. I can do a test run and see if it's got audio.
Yeah, and I mean, it'll be recording. It'll be live on YouTube. You know, on this
Right.
channel. On this channel,
Right.
so even if something happens or doesn't work or whatever, you can always just cut the audio, you know, from the recording here, and then attach it to your own video later as well.
Yeah, I'll be over at the computer in like a minute or two, so we can test run it.
Yeah. In a couple minutes, I'll be able to, because I'm doing something else at the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna start doing it in a couple minutes as well.
Okay, cool. So then I'm going to see you guys a little bit later. Let me start wrapping up everything, and then yeah, I'll see you guys in the live stream 2 later.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, and I'll just say real quick, Beerman. Yeah, I'll be giving you a role that will allow you to. Pretty much the only thing you'll need to do is just mute and unmute people if you need to. But it's basically just server mute. It's when you pull down the menu next to someone's name. It's just it's just red, and it's called server mute. The way that room's going to work, everyone's going to be muted automatically when they join. So if you want to unmute someone, actually the way you have to do is you have to go to that server mute. You have to server mute them and then unserver mute them, because when they come into the room, they're just going to be like automatically locally muted, and the permissions won't allow them to unmute. But then if you want to unmute them, and this goes for Travis as well, it's you got to kind of do it twice. You got to server mute and then unserver mute. Then that'll pull them off mute. And then if you want to remute them, then you just do the server mute again. So
All right, my eyes are glazing over.
just click server mute twice to unmute people, and then after that, it's just mute unmute.
I don't think it's going to be a problem, but yeah, I think we'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah, and it's
Okay,
it's mostly just going to be a discussion with you two, right? Like you might have, like someone might want to ask a question or a comment, but it sounds like it may be.
Well, you know, I put a feeler out for Sky Free and Heath Carmody, so we'll see who shows up for the party.
All right, cool.
Awesome. Then I'll see you guys later. I'm going to keep listening on YouTube. Yeah. I just wanted to confirm the time as well.
Yep.
So yeah, perfect. See you guys later. Bye.
Cheers.
Hey, Jazzaconda's in the house. What's up, Jazza?
Hey man, how's it going?
Hey, all right. How about you?
Yeah, good, good. What's happening? Quiet day on the flat Earth.
Quiet morning at the moment.
Oh yeah, you in the States?
Yep. Yeah, sun's almost starting to activate the blue sky.
Oh yes, so you must be on the West Coast.
Yep. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast.
North or south of New York City?
Very far west from New York City.
Oh, okay.
New York's on the east side.
Right, Roger, copy.
I think I'm going to intentionally start saying banana just to tick Jeremy off. Banana.
Is that a Branchism?
Yeah. You didn't hear the conversation yesterday when Branch was talking about using the over and out code. The safe word was banana. When you stop talking, you say banana.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you got at least it to be said at least 10 times. It's like those walkie-talkies when only one person can talk at a time. I was thinking that could be like another option if Discord had a feature that, let's say someone's done speaking and then 4 people want to speak. And like if the Discord could just, whoever the first one to light up, it just gives it to them. It's like another idea, but problem with that is that everyone will be like, clicking their push to talk, trying to get it to be kind of frustrating, but it's kind of like, it would be like walkie-talkie style where it only lets one person talk at a time.
It's like that that Jack Black movie, Evil Woman, and they're talking on the walkie-talkies, and you know how when you let the button off, it goes, and he makes the sound.
Right.
He's like, Roger, can't be. You don't need to do the.
I don't know if I've ever even heard of that movie, Evil Woman.
Yeah, Jack Black, Evil Woman, and that guy, the main guy out of the first American Pie that tested out the pie. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I never got into those movies, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good movie, good comedy.
I was at a different place back then, so I would probably definitely watch it today.
It's worth a watch.
Yeah.
It's all about the cliche about how Jack Black, the high school sweetheart, that he's the wee fat boy that has the crush, and then it's not until later in life that he ends up marrying her and having a sweet old life and stuff. It's quite a heartfelt story. Yo, so Gio, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh no, that's all good, man. I'm just new here. I was just making sure, obviously, I was just making sure that if we have some differences of opinions, unlike other servers, that if I disagree, I won't be permanently banned forever. Is that how it works in the server?
We were just talking about that yesterday. Not about you, but about that principle.
Yeah, I mean the way. Yeah, no, I mean we had like very, very few bans. There's only about 3 or 4 on the whole server. So only for really egregious things that, in that sense. So yeah, no, that's not an issue. In general, I mean, yeah, everyone's allowed to speak their mind freely. The thing we just moderate, for, a lot of like the sort of toxicity, personal attacks, disruptions, sort of all the stuff that's in the server guidelines. I think I gave you the voice verify, but I think technically you haven't agreed to the server guidelines. You can just do it whenever you get a chance. But if you go up, it's like the second from the top on the upper left. It says server guidelines. If you go there, you can read all the things. It's all pretty standard stuff. Just and then you type exclamation point agree, and then it'll remove, because you still have the role that says agree to the guidelines. So once you do that, it'll remove that. But so yeah, but we moderate for everything on there. But yeah, we don't like censor people or shut people down for their ideas or thoughts, or even mute people for having their thoughts or their perspectives. So
oh, all good.
yeah, it's been a while, man, since I've chatted with you. I think probably way back on probably Gems a long while back, or maybe on 24/7 at some point.
Yeah, 24/7.
Back in the day. Yep.
But yeah, man, that's when I first talked to you. When I first heard about the Flat Earth-thon, I still remember the day, April 15th, 2015.
That's when you first heard about it?
Yeah. Old Eric Dubé has 200 points. Or 7 points that old...
Got repeated over and over again?
193 contradicted all 7 of them. But hey, I'm not blaming anyone.
And your life has never been the same since.
It has been greater, if I could say anything.
Improved on every level?
Every level, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, overall here, we try to have the conversation as free-flowing as possible and let it roll. And because, yeah, I know what you mean. There are some servers that it's like if you have a certain perspective, you're going to be banned or muted or, yeah.
And I haven't been here, but I'm hoping that maybe you guys are in between, because 24/7 is obviously Flat Earther driven. And the other one, Gem's server, is globe earther driven, but maybe this is a happy in between, which would be good.
I used my Streamlabs last week, and now I'm trying to do it again, and I've got an error that I don't recognize, and I got to try to figure out how to fix it. Oh, I know what it is. I figured it out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Okay, thanks. Okay, I fixed it. Yeah, so I have audio feed. When you guys talk, I can see my my bar light up.
Don't tell that to all the girls. Why do we
Gio, give me a mic check real quick.
got your strength 5? Meaning loud and clear.
I wanted Gio to say something, but you said it. You said something, so that's fine. You're a little bit low for me on my computer, Jess. So I'm gonna try to turn you up.
You know, I've got your strict 5, clarity, volume, everything good as gold.
So what do you think, Jazza? You think that we're going to figure out what the Earth is before the NWO tries to take us over?
Well, see, what I want, you're not going to ban me for saying that I don't think Vince McMahon is going to take over the Earth.
Who's going to take it over?
Vince McMahon, the NWO, the wrestling heavyweight. The guy that did anything. Vince McMahon. He's not the NWO. He's not going to take over the Earth. But go ahead with your next question, Gio.
No, I was trying to just come up with a clever way of saying, do you think humanity is going to come out of the darkness of deception with this cosmology stuff? And
I thought that was my funny way by saying Vince McMahon because you said the NWO.
I guess I just don't know who that is. I thought you said Ed McMahon, but no, you're talking about a wrestling thing, a reference that I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know anything about wrestling. I just know the NWO and Ed McMahon, who's the owner of the wrestling group, but that doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, dude, do you you don't believe, it's flat, right?
Yeah, I think the word flat is not really descriptive enough, so I wouldn't really use that word myself exactly for it, just because it's not really nuanced enough.
Well, I mean, if you think back to it, right? I don't think it's inappropriate for us to really say that we were given that term back when we were kids in school. They thought the Earth was flat. I mean, that was absolutely what we were told. You know what I mean? It's like this. So who was it that said? I can't remember if it was Meisty or somebody else. It might it might have been Nidhug. We were talking about this issue, and he was coming at us saying, "You're just trying to re-brainwash your kids, blah blah blah." And I said, "No, we're trying to give them the ability to think through the options, right? We weren't given those options." And he said, "Yes, you were, but honestly, if you think back to it, no, we weren't. We were just told that they thought the Earth was flat. Columbus did this and that, but we weren't presented with these options and told as children, this is the way some people see the world. This is the way some others. You are going to have, no one did that for us. Absolutely. You know what I mean?
Right. It was just the unquestioned standard that you just had to get on board with.
And so then it's just the same thing in terms of all kinds of education. We were just given information. And I say it the same way when I talk about my coming out of Christianity. We were just told this is what this is. And we were told who the baddies were. These are the baddies. We're the goodies. You know what I mean? It's all indoctrination down to the very core. I mean, but at the same time, even social etiquette is indoctrination. Holding doors for people, saying thank you, saying please, pardon me, excuse me, yes sir, no sir. You know what I mean? So there's this interesting spectrum in terms of what should be just indoctrination. Like, you're going to do this. You're going to say yes, ma'am. You're going to say excuse me, ma'am. You're going to do this. No questions. But then on the other topics, you've got to be a little bit more, like you said, nuanced. Like, these are things that you are going to have to decide for yourself. And I'm here to try to help you to think through this, right? Think through this. How would you do this? What do you think? But that's just
Yeah, there was basically zero opportunity for most of us in our generation to even question anything outside of just the globe as the absolute only answer to where we lived.
right. And I taught at a Christian school for a while, and as a classical school, it was very high on training in cognitive abilities, where you are, it goes through the trivium, right? Grammar, rhetoric, and dialect, right? Grammar just gives you stuff, just information, boom, boom, ABC, 1, 2, 3, information, information, information. And then, what's the next stage? I think rhetoric is the last stage. Rhetoric is when you're older and you're able to then take all of your tools and you show us how you have learned to master these tools of cognition. Like, can you support and defend what you believe? And so we tried as best we could to equip the kids to think critically about other things, and not just, like, I would be asked, Mr. Finley, what do you think about this? And I'd say, well, what do you think? Right? Like, I wouldn't tell them what I thought, because then I would influence them, so to speak. And like, I just believe this because Mr. Finley believes it. Like, what, and so anyway, my point is, what is my point? I lost my point. Oh, no, I can't get it back. Basically, it was just giving them the ability to evaluate other positions and objectively critique them.
Yeah, which is kind of, the globe is kind of rare in that way too, because most things in school, well, I don't know about most things, but there was a fair amount of, here's why we know it's the case, and here's why we know it's not, and you had a little bit of leeway, like there was some option with it.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. So I went to the headmaster of my children's school. They go to a Christian classical school. And I went to him and I said, look, have you heard about this flat earth stuff that's going around? He's like, yeah. I said, because they have a debate course for the upper school. You take debate. I said, would you be willing to have, an opposing side come in and present, the opposition? He's like, no. What the? Like, are you serious, man? Like, what the heck? Like, why are you afraid of something that's not true, right? Why wouldn't you let someone come in? And because I was also gonna, I presented the case of my position on the Bible as well, right? Like I said, we could have a debate, and he wasn't, was absolutely not interested in it. So it's really sad, I think.
Yeah, that's much more like the way a cult functions. When there's like one cult teaching and you have to abide by it, and if you go outside of it, you're like shunned and no other ideas are allowed, and then there's some kind of coercion around adapting, like you have to adapt to the teachings of the cult kind of thing, or else you're, shunned or ridiculed or called crazy. That's like all textbook, like archetypal kind of cult dynamics. I'm not calling that person you're talking about a cult or anything like that. And yeah, maybe I am referring to heliocentrism in a sense as that, but it's just that kind of unquestioning like standard that you're just not really allowed to question it. You're not allowed to consider other options at those early ages.
Yeah, the science is settled. Shut up.
Yeah. I was going to say too, Travis, you were saying the term flat earth, because I often think about this. That was sold along with the globe. The globe was sold, and then it was the term flat earther or flat earth was right in there with, oh yeah, these, the desert wandering, ancient peoples who didn't know any better, and they just looked around, they thought they were on a quote unquote flat earth, and they were flat earthers. So it's like that term is actually like bound in with the globe programming at that early age of don't question it and ridicule anyone who's a flat earther as being out of touch and, foolish old time, understanding kind of thing. Whereas, this Copernican revolution is what we're in now. And it's, blowing our mind with science.
You do know that science replaced magic, right? You get that? Did that come through?
Yep. Yeah, I could hear you.
Yeah, I'm just saying that science replaced magic. There's a video, if you look at it on YouTube. It's called "The Magician's Twin," and it's from C.S. Lewis, or the idea of what C.S. Lewis was propounding, that magic couldn't really seem to influence the world, so it switched over to science. And it's interesting that you hear a lot that technology would look like magic to certain people, So, and obviously all the chemistry came from alchemy. Astronomy came from astrology, so it has its roots in the metaphysics and magic. So the science just replaced it.
And it used to be the body and spirit, and now it's the body and the mind, right? Oh, well, you can't control the mind sometimes. It just, it does what it does, just as long as you don't act on it. But what if you had a spirit, right? Like they're like, oh, you can think about, was it minor attracted person? You can think about it, just don't do it, right? What if you had a spirit that was if your spirit thought about evil things, you'd be a bad person, right? That's just how it would be.
Well, it's funny, you look to the stars to find your origin, right? The Big Bang Theory, they looked to the stars and discovered the Big Bang. The ancients who looked to the stars for the guiding force of their lives. So it's like, it's the same, a lot of it's the same concepts and the same thing. It's just, they just repackaged it into something else. Just a different packaging, Those aren't intelligent beings up there, but you can still look to the stars to find your origin. We're star stuff. We didn't come from the gods of the stars, but we came from star stuff. So what's the difference? I mean, what's the difference? Look to the gods to find your origin. Look to the stars to find out there's a Big Bang. Look to the stars to find out the ground beneath you and to figure out what the ground beneath you looks like. Look to the stars.
Yeah, that being made of stardust thing, they've really pushed that quite a bit. I mean, I just see it, just a like it's like a colloquialism at this point to say that. And it's kind of interesting, like just this idea where if the stars, the idea that the stars are, the heavens above, and if our souls come from heaven kind of thing, then in that sense, like in that kind of like perhaps more like ancient understanding, from that idea, it's like it's not that we're stardust from some huge vacuum of a universe, but that we are like stars are souls and we're souls, and there's some kind of correlation with the heavens and that kind of dynamic. But it's like perhaps they've sort of taken that and then twisted it into now this new kind of heliocentric religion thing where instead of being like from the heavens or, stars or souls kind of thing, it's like, no, now your physical body is just stardust from the random Big Bang. And so, yeah, you're not really the spirituality part of the stars. Now the stars are way out there and your body is just part of this Big Bang. So in that way, you're stardust, like a materialistic interpretation of it.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Exactly. And then, even if you say mind and soul, both mind and soul are immaterial. So what's the difference between the two? I think it's the exact same thing.
Well, I mean, that's interesting too when you think about the biblical terms that we have for the trichotomy and dichotomy, spirit, soul, body. Pneuma is wind, breath, spirit. Suke is life. When you it's a little bit of the same too with the Hebrew with nefesh, because when you look at Genesis, when God creates the beasts, they're described as having nefesh just like man. And in the Greek, suke is really just a generic reference to that which is alive, that which has life.
And even in the, just think that through too, in the biblical thing, immaterial or the impersonal immaterial substance became alive. Well, even in evolutionary abiogenesis, it's the same concept. Immaterial, non-intelligent matter became living. It's the same idea, just repackaged in a different way. The neighborhood's having a garage sale. Everybody's having a garage sale in this neighborhood.
It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
Yeah. I'm out having to work today. That's why I'm on here today.
Oh, it's a very good day then.
Well, I don't like working if I don't have to help it. If I can help it.
So, Paul, in your viewpoint, I'll just use the word God, however you interpret or, reflect upon that. But do you feel as though that God created the heliocentric model as part of this whole play, or do you think that it was created sort of separately from God in that sense?
I don't know. I never really thought of it in that way. I mean, I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, if you want to give things the benefit of the doubt, I mean, things have evolved. Just our people, how different, like what we're just describing. Thoughts and concepts evolve and change, and understanding evolves and changes. Could God have influence on that? Probably. I mean, obviously he does. I think. To what level? That's another question altogether. I don't know. Is it a part of him? Seeing what we'll do with it? I don't know. Is it a control mechanism? I don't know. I mean,
Gio, are you asking? Are you asking if it's like the same thing that like God permitted it to happen? Is that what you're asking?
Well, that's the thing. I guess it gets down to what one's definition of God is. Like, is God all of it, or is God, creating and then letting it all roll out from there? So, yeah, I guess that would depend on that. But I guess, yeah, like my question is like, do you think the I guess in a sense, like, is the heliocentric model in the globe a creation of God? Like, is it designed to be part of this whole time period that we're in as part of the actual creation? Or is it kind of something that is aberrant to the creator?
well, I would say, I guess I was thinking about it after I stopped. I mean, we all have free will, and if God exists and he's a free agent and we're made in his image, then we're free agents to a certain extent. I mean, which means we're not absolute free. There's limits to that freedom. So he's gonna allow things to play out because of that, whether it's true or not. I mean, and that and we're all easily deceived. I mean, just use the biblical concept. We're like sheep. Sheep are easily led astray. One sheep runs over the cliff, and guess what? The rest of them go too. So it's just It's the nature of a human being, I think, at some level. So I think we're swayed by ideas, swayed by concepts. We have a herd think that goes on that's hard to break. So I mean, I don't know. That's why I said I don't know. And sometimes I've always told my wife, and I've just learned in my life that I'm always taught in extremes. I never learn in the middle. It's always in extremes is where I learn things. And I can see that an extreme in a position like the heliocentrism, or even getting so consumed with even flat Earth, can be a means of teaching. Like if I hadn't gone down this conspiracy world and went completely almost to the far end, I would have not opened up my thought process to being able to question. So it took that extreme to break through some thought process. And hopefully I found some balance in my life again, not even letting flat Earth be all consuming thing in my life, but going down that path opened up my thinking to a large extent. So there could be something to that God allows those things to happen to kind of teach and help us to learn. But that's just my thought through my experience. So.
Yeah, it kind of made me think of like a canvas by which we can develop discernment.
Yeah, and learn to think, learn to process, not just accept.
Yeah. Everything around us is the canvas. We're the paint.
I used to ask this question when I first got into the flat earther in the conspiracy world. What price are you willing to pay for the truth? You know, and I asked this to some of my friends, and one guy was a philosopher, you know, got a PhD in philosophy, and he's a teacher now. And, you know, I said, would you sacrifice your family and your friends, and would you, for the truth, for the sake of the truth? And he actually told me he couldn't. I was like, so he, pretty much he would allow things to be for the sake of his family, you know, so allow a lie or allow, you know, things to be because of that. And I thought, well, what do we do with that? What do you do with that? Is truth that important, or is it not that important? How important is truth? And truth will cost you something. It'll cost you something in a way.
Yeah, I've got an interesting anecdote. When I was studying a particular topic on the Bible, I was being led into a different direction than my tradition, and I actually read a book by a man in my tradition, and the way he argued for his position actually pushed me farther away from my tradition. Like the way that he presented his case was so well argued that he stopped where his tradition stopped and wouldn't go any farther. And I understood you can't stop, man. That you just unplugged this hole, and you can't stop this. So I emailed him, and I said, I really appreciate your book. I thought it was fantastic. I learned a lot. I said, why aren't you going in this direction? And he said, tradition. That was his answer. He was more comfortable staying with his tradition than going where the evidence lay. And I just was surprised by that, I suppose. I would rather he would have said, I don't think the text allows for it, right? The text should stop you from going any farther. And I was at the point where I'm like, yeah, the text is telling me to go in this direction. So for me, I actually studied myself out of a job. I had somebody in my church group as a Presbyterian. The collection of pastors in a geographical area is called a presbytery. So one of the pastors, because I was verbal about my views, pressed charges against me. So he was going to bring me up on charges, and I just gave up and said, I'm not fighting this. You know, there's no point in me trying to, you know, I'm not going to convince you guys that the text is correct and you guys are wrong. So I just acquiesced and handed in my credentials.
Well, I mean, I have a similar story.
What kind of charges? What kind of charges?
I'd like to ask that.
Well, it's a Presbyterian church. It's the most conservative Presbyterian church.
Was it like in-house charges regarding the people of your church, you mean?
No, it was external. The guy was, but I was ordained, right? So as an ordained minister, I was subject to my brothers who were also ordained. We're on an equal playing field. So we're all subject to each other. No one's higher, no one's lower.
But it wasn't like charges for like stalking or something, is what I mean.
No, it was not.
You know what I mean? Like,
no.
I was so into the topic, I had to visit him at his house. You know what I mean? I was wondering what you meant by charges.
No, it was purely doctrinal.
Right.
Purely dogmatic.
What were you saying there, R2R?
Paul?
I mean, Oh, sorry. Oh, Arto, I forgot. I had to change. I changed my name, so real. I done changed it. You can just call me Paul. I'll put my name up there so people can call me that.
You can call me. That's my name.
Okay. Most everybody knows me by Paul anyway. So, what I was going to say is I kind of ran into something similar with similar, not probably to the extreme that Travis went through, but I left the church because of a doctrinal teaching position that I wanted to take, and I got hammered over some things, and I got asked not to come back, because I would not submit necessarily to the pastor in the way that he would want me to submit, which, I mean, my way of teaching and the way I was teaching was more question oriented and driven, and he wanted it to be a certain way and whatever. Just a long story. I'm not going to get into that, but it was a similar kind of thing. And I even approached the senior pastor, the elders. I would talk to the elders and the pastors individually, and they would agree with my position on what I wanted to teach. But then when you got to the collective, I was told I couldn't, which I thought, how's this contradictory? When you got the individual pieces saying that you should, but then the collective saying no, there's a disconnect somehow. And then all they could come after me is like, you're hostile. I was like, well, yeah, because I'm pissed off because of the way you guys are handling this. So of course I'm hostile. Of course I'm bad. But anyway, it's crazy when you start pushing the boundaries and doctrinal positions. Even like I think the discussion was last week was over the things that might potentially show the Big Bang wrong, and what happens? Everybody comes out going like, "No, don't touch my sacred doctrine." So I don't think that's kind of what Travis is talking about. Don't touch our sacred doctrine. Don't touch our tradition.
Well, yeah, a lot of them churches are like 501c3 churches and shit, and they can't get into political realms and shit. And it's like so much of the Bible is like actually like religion itself is an adversarial thing to government because it proposes a different higher power. And then once you start getting into politics, all those guys are like bound to like not discuss politics. And unfortunately, these bastards have made the cosmos a political fucking discussion. Like, how absurd.
Well, this wasn't even my topic. My topic was on the Nephilim and evil spirits and where they came from. That was my topic. I mean, it wasn't political. It wasn't even a political concept.
Right, but they see it like that. But you know what? They're all over it too. Like if you get into like the Nephilim and stuff like that, they're like, "This is just code for Jews." You know what I mean, dude? Like, you can't fucking win. Like,
well, and when I was doing my research on it, I could go back and find ancient, even commentaries that talked about it. It's been, it's not like it's something that was brand new. It's been around for, hundreds of or 1,000 years, and it's not like this concept's a brand new concept, and but you just can't talk about it today. I think the church. The sad thing is, I think the church has limited themselves. Like you said, I mean, even the political. I mean, Jesus would stand up and talk to Pilate, and told Pilate, that's a political leader, stood up against religious leaders. I mean, throughout the centuries, that's what's happened. And that's why they killed Christians because of it, because they stood up against the political or religious perspective. Tyndale, who was one of the first English translators of the Bible, was persecuted by the church because he was trying to get the Bible into English. So anyway, just crazy.
well, I think they've always kind of occulted the information. You know what I mean? And like, it's like like the people who go to become priests learn a lot more and a lot different kind of subject matter than like your layman who goes to church to learn from them. You know what I mean? There's a weird like little thing there. Plus also it's like most religions like espouse the position of like, hey, don't offend the ruling government of whatever nation you live in. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I remember when the one topic I was talking about, I was using the biblical terms from the Bible directly, and basically the pastors told me not to do that. He said it would confuse the lay people. I was like, wait a minute. If I'm using biblical terminology and using a biblical phrase, how would that confuse them as long as I'm clear and make sure they understand it? I mean, why are you trying to? Why? Go ahead.
Oh no, it's just I mean I hear you. I think it's much like flat Earth. It's like the idea of like, hey, not every like it's like you're not going to tell your grandmother maybe about flat Earth. You know what I mean? And like how fucking like everything she's believed is a lie and fucking there's a black pope and everything. Like you're not going to get into that with grandma. And I think that that's how they look at all of that kind of unique information from the Bible as like it's not for the lay people. Remember, they're the sheep of God. They're the lambs of the, they're just meant to follow the leader, right?
Well, let me give you an example of something. This is kind of what I have a problem with that thinking. Though here's an example. I was asked to do a class on a book out of a book, and there's a book called Tactics. They were going through the book called Tactics, and they asked me to do a chapter out of that. And when I was reading that chapter, I'm going like, how do I teach this? And I couldn't figure it out. And I thought, I saw somebody actually played an atheist, and became, and did that to the church, but he wasn't really an atheist, but he played the atheist. And I thought that's how I can teach this in a way is I'll just do it in that kind of framework. So they knew I was a teacher in church, so I couldn't really hide that I was an atheist. I said, but I'm gonna role play being an atheist, because I know all the typical atheist arguments. And so I played that, and I realized about halfway through what was happening, I was actually undermining the people in the room because they didn't have enough grounding and enough depth that they didn't know how to handle what I was doing. And I had to shift back into becoming a teacher just to help them process some of the things I was bringing up to them, which tells me that their depth of understanding was very limited. And I thought, these are people been in the church probably for decades, and they didn't know how to handle some basic concepts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say be careful on that. I hear what you're saying, but think about flipping the script and saying that you did that and you argued the case for flat Earth, and then all of a sudden you start seeing people in your audience go, "Wait a minute, this is making sense," and then you're like, "Wait a minute, they're starting to think the Earth is flat." So it's a fine line between whether or not they are shallow and aren't able to think properly about what you're doing, or is what you're doing so well done that they're like, "Oh, this is making sense."
Well, but I knew some of the things that I was bringing up, and I was actually asking, kind of set it up for them to kind of counter it. Like, how would you counter a position like, I forget exactly what I talked about, but, evolutionary theory or something like that, or whatever. I can't even remember what it was. It's been so long ago, but they didn't know how to respond to those things. That's what I'm talking about. It's not that I was making good sense because I was just making arguments that, was just, what's the term? The script, I was just, just using the script you hear, without knowing how to respond. And anyway, I know what you're saying. Trust me, I get it. But I realized that I had to start showing them how to answer those questions. So basically what I had to do, I had to show them that there is answers for these questions. There's answers for those things, that are substantial. So. Oh, and I brought up flat Earth, and I think that was actually one of the other things I lost my position because I started talking about flat Earth. That's when I first got into it. It tells you how long ago it was, several years ago.
How dare you?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting. Like, it's like, I find it intriguing that people will be like, everyone's so stupid and they don't wake up and da-da-da-da-da, and then they turn around and try to wake those people up. And it's like, I'm sorry, I thought you understood that they were not competent enough to grasp these ideas anyway. You know what I mean? And then you wind up like, it's like no good deed goes unpunished. You know what I mean? Like you start telling your friend about the most intriguing subject you've ever studied, and they want to kill you for it. You know what I mean? And it's almost like, wow, this is weird. This is tough. That's why these rooms and Discord and even just the people around are so fucking cool.
How old's your baby, Issa?
Oh, she's coming along, man. I don't like to get into it. Less than a year, brother.
don't think you're supposed to know the dog. The dog interrupted. You're not supposed to know.
Yeah, my dog goes nuts.
You think the dog knows it's on Discord?
I tell you that with Discord though, I've been fighting with Discord a little bit. I lost my account with Discord, so like, I think it was because when Nathan's when that got taken down, since I was a mod on there, we got nuked, and I've been actually emailing Discord trying to figure out what the hell happened. So of course I got a sock account to get back in, but and their standard answer is, you violated terms of service. I'm going to say, show me. Can you show me the post that violated terms of service? And all I'm getting is silence, nothing. So just to be forewarned, I heard you guys talking about being banned in a server. Well, Discord can decide to ban you at an instant just because they don't want you to be around anymore and not give you a reason why.
All you got was crickets, and now they want us to eat crickets.
Yeah, exactly.
Did all the moderators on that server, did they all lose their accounts?
I think so. Righteous lost his. I think Betty lost hers. I lost mine. I mean, that's probably why we haven't seen Clint. Maybe some other people that have just seemed like they've disappeared. It's probably because they lost their accounts and can't come back in. I don't know how I was able to get mine. They didn't obviously Mac or server ban me. Somehow I was able to get back in. I just used a different email address and I got back in. So I don't know why, but other people.
Nathan Oakley agent confirmed.
Nathan Oakley is confirmed, you said?
Confirmed agent. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
What was the? I never really heard the story. What was it that they told Betty? Like, did Betty just wake up one day and boom, it was gone, and then they just said, terms of service, just a real bland message, and that was it?
Yeah, I can see. I don't know what happened specific with Betty. I've not talked to her directly. She said she wanted to talk to me this week, so I don't know it's probably about all this. But I can show you the email I got because I was actually, the funny thing is I was on Discord talking on here, and I think I dropped off for just a second and came back, and I was gone. It was that fast. And then even in their terms of service, because I read it, they're supposed to give you a warning, like that you've done something. There was no warning. I went back through all my emails looking. I just see if I could find any emails for a warning. There was no warning. So I don't know if they're purged. What's that? What's that?
Those bastards.
Oh yeah. So no, I don't think anybody's safe. I think the tech giants are getting in their fingers into everybody, and they don't want free speech. They don't want to be able to talk freely.
Yo, did you just hear about the precedent that just dropped, bro?
No.
The courts have ruled that the platforms had no right to censor people. These shithead fascists should get sued by fucking everybody. I'll put a link in so you can look at the ruling.
Yeah, send it to me. DM me directly because that would be interesting. I could send them that ruling in my email.
I only have like a screenshot of like a caption of the ruling, but it has the information of what the ruling is, so you could look it up further if you want it. But yeah,
that'd be fine.
I'll put it in the chat and I'll put it in the. I'll send it to you. But yeah, dude, dude, we're gonna win this fucking. We already won in 2016. It's just everyone has to get on board, and they're getting on board. It's fucking dope.
Well, I went onto Twitter. I was actually getting into Twitter too, and I said, Twitter, this is what's happening to Discord. I posted Twitter, and I thought that might get some response from Discord, and it hasn't. So.
What's the context of this ban, Lisa?
It's just a arbitrary. Something maybe have happened, and who knows? It could have been a vaccine thing. It could have been who knows what that happened, and they just arbitrarily took down a server. Actually, it wasn't just. I think it wasn't just Nathan's server, Betty's server. It was a couple other servers too got taken down. So.
But I mean, you see this everywhere today. It's everywhere. It's on every platform. It's just everywhere. It's like who's that guy got arrested because he said a tweet about it. He had a doubts about the election thingy, and he was arrested. They took his work phone away. FBI, like, he didn't do anything wrong or illegal. This is happening everywhere. And as Isha says, it smells like fascism.
Well, it is fascism. I mean, it's the what is it? I mean, what's going on with? I know whether you're a Trump supporter or not is irrelevant at this point. But the fact that they're going after not just Trump, they're going after everybody associated with Trump, and they're trying to get it in such a way where he can't even have an attorney. So anytime somebody steps up to try to defend Trump, they go after the attorney. So it's like it's definitely fascism. It's definitely going in a direction you don't want to go.
I don't know, man. It's I mean, Joe Biden's speech there. I don't know how much politics we can talk, but that was just he basically called 90 or 100 million Americans enemies of the state.
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much. You can, and somebody said I heard somebody say this once. I said if you pull the fascist card and you start pulling that card, the thing about it is the sword can turn back on you. So you set up this environment for this, then the very thing that you used could come back on top of you. You know, so they don't realize what they're doing.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, it is backfiring. I mean, I think it's pulling a lot of even Democratic people or liberal people or leftist people. It's pulling them back to the right because they're looking at this and going, "What the fuck's going on here? They're destroying everything."
Well, that's pretty much what's happening. I mean, I kind of listened to both sides when I
I couldn't send you a message. I don't know why. I'm just on my phone and I can't seem to be able to send it to you. But I put a screen cap in the what do you call it, chat.
Okay, that's fine. I'll find it. I'll screenshot it. So, go ahead.
It won't let me send you a fucking message. All right, go on. Sorry, bud.
People are paying attention. People are. I mean, we know it's two sides of the same coin, but we're listening to alternative media. We're listening to Fox News. We're listening to this, that, and the other. It's just incredible what's going on. It's like the death of democracy. Or...
Nah, man. I think what's happening is like, honestly, it's like there's something going on. Like these bastards, if they really were in power, they would never have relinquished any power. Like the lockdowns. Like look at California. California is like completely Nazified. Like that's what they would want to do across the board if they had real power. But they don't. And they're not like, look at it like this. Joe Biden calling everyone enemies of the state. It's like, dude, U.S. citizens are classified enemies of the state since fucking 1933. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not new.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about this. This is kind of connected in a kind of a weird way, but I think SD shared his video on Jim's server, and I was listening to that dialogue, and Jim said, "This right wing, da 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 da. You're just right wing," calling SD that, and I thought to myself, why does he use that term? Why is it such a? I mean, then I have to say, then you must be left wing. If you're calling SD right wing, then he must be left wing. So why by you saying that statement, why are you making that a big deal? So which means you're saying that your position as the left wing is superior to the right wing. So that
I imagine Jim would walk back from that and be like, I'm a centrist kind of a thing. But the point is like they look at it like they can label you, but you can't label them. But they also know like, it's a BBC talking point or like I don't know why anyone would, or I don't know. I mean, Jem, of course, is going to label someone right wing, like you know what I mean, just to try to stifle their position and bring in a political conversation that has nothing to do with the subject matter, probably.
Well, the thing is, as soon as you do that, let's say, I mean, if you start calling people by name, you're first of all you're committing the genetic fallacy. which means you're saying that I can't hold a specific position on a certain topic and not be that the only way I can hold that position is if I'm in a specific people group, right?
Well,
You
and
can't
that's what,
question it. So
and they're going to return fire by saying, well, you call us anti-flat earther globers.
that's why I don't use it. I don't use it on any topic. I mean, I use it just to kind of generally describe the position.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't like it. I don't call, I don't specifically like call someone a science denier like Hayden NASA does all the time. You're the science denier. Well, that's a ad hom, and it's also a genetic fallacy. How am I denying science? I'm just denying maybe your understanding or your interpretation. That doesn't make me a science denier.
Well, also, remember too, it's like if somebody's gonna like call you right wing, but then they're gonna like be okay with like forced mandates and lockdowns. Who's really the fascist right wing? Who's the right wing?
Yeah, who's the fascist here? Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. I mean, that's the funny. If you've seen those interviews where people go out and say, "Are you pro-choice?" They go, "Yeah." It's like, you believe in the right of women? Yeah. What about freedom of your my body, my choice when it comes to vaccines? Oh no, we have to impose vaccines because of health. I'm going like, it's a double standard.
Alex Stein did such a good video about that.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that. Yeah.
Did you see him? He went up to Dan Crenshaw. Did you see that? And then Dan Crenshaw tried to fucking grab his phone and slap his phone out of his hand.
Yeah. Well, I noticed that too. It was like we all get heated too, but it's so funny that if you go to a pro-choice rally over a pro-life rally and look at the demeanor of the two, who's more angry? Just watch videos of it. I've used the. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, but there's another double standard. Martha's Vineyard. We're
I love that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty rich.
Yeah, no human is illegal, and they send 50 people there. Oh, they're using people as political pawns.
And they go like this: we don't have the resources.
Exactly. And guess what they do? They deport them out of Martha's Vineyard. They deport them out. They take them out of Martha's Vineyard.
Put them in a military complex now, didn't they? Where was it?
Yeah, somebody said they should put Martha's Vineyard in control of the border.
It's classic, man. That is so double standard, and it's hilarious.
Oh, dude, it was funny. Have you seen there's like some threads of Facebook stuff?
Tucker Carlson was brilliant, bro.
Where people are like, you should let them live in your house, Julie. You have 2 summer rentals. Like, just exposing them, just going in on each other.
Honestly,
Tucker Carlson did a great thing. Dude, Martha's Vineyard is the most unpopulated place right now with like hundreds of open fucking houses because nobody's staying there because it's seasonal and they won't let them stay there.
Did you see the one that's about 2 nights ago? Yeah, please, whoever is listening, go back, look at Tucker Carlson about 2 nights ago about Martha's Vineyard. It's actually his best piece I ever seen. I don't leave comments, but I left a comment on that. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I mean. Like, I think, like, we have to take into account that common sense is flourishing right now. Like, just because it's not on the news, it's like, the revolution won't be televised, kind of a thing. Like, these dipshits are going to run the script into the ground, and that's why we were getting into last night. It's like you can only talk to these nut jobs for so long before you realize there's no convincing them. There's no whatever. They just need to realize that they are the minority and they're surrounded by people that hate them. But they are breaking, or they're getting broken. Thank God. You know what I mean? Even though and the best part about it is like they had to be in control. Like Biden had to win so that everyone could realize, hey, wait a minute, Biden is the white man that we're all fucking hating on. Biden is the face of this fucking, like, Democrats literally fucking are the ones who fought for slavery. Like, they are the fascist fucking dickheads, and they're getting exposed for it, which is fucking great.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, here's another piece of the equation. Marvel, And I've been watching a lot of videos about Marvel right now. And if you look at the new movies, like the new Thor: Love and Thunder, and if you look at She-Hulk and even some of the other stuff on Disney and all that stuff, like if you compare what they call phase 4, phase 5 to phase 1, 2, and 3, and the nature of the hero and the nature of things, and you look at the new, it's like the viewership's dying. Nobody wants to go see that stuff, the new stuff. It's because they've worked in all this woke ideology, you know. And so because they've done that, they've just eliminated, 80%, 90%, 70% of their viewers because of that. Who wants to watch it?
Yeah, wokeism is killing shit. I mean, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Little Mermaid. It's just killing storytelling. It's just it's so politically woke and all this shit that it's crap. And people just give it fucking 2 stars.
Yeah,
out of
you
10.
saw Disney's coming out with one where it's like Satan like has a kid, and like it's like fighting for custody of the kid.
What?
It's like a new Disney movie that's coming out, or fucking yeah. They're like it's like Satan like demons. I forget what it's called, but it's like about a kid that the devil has with some woman.
Oh my goodness, that's stupid.
Crap.
The good part is that like they're all like a bunch of transhumanists like trying to become robots, and they're unhealthy, and those of us out here just keep procreating. They're gonna die off, dude. It's all good.
Oh, I've thought about that too. It was like, the pushing the transgender and the pushing, girls getting, things chopped off, boys getting things chopped off, and then pushing, the gay agenda and all that stuff. Yeah, you're just gonna put yourself into extinction. That's all you're doing.
Are you familiar with Matt Walsh or whatever? The guy who did that movie, What Is a Woman? And he recently did some thread where he was talking about translucent people, and like somebody
the mermaid thing.
and like
the mermaid thing.
and like somebody tried to comment him, like to get his opinion on translucent people and shit, and he's like, I'd love to come and join your show and talk about translucent people, but because they use the term trans, everyone's like, oh, it must be righteous. Fucking dumb fucks.
Well, truth is a low commodity, and I've been saying this for the last few days too. Is if you change the definition of a word, to try to win your argument, you've already lost. So you're over. So
that's what gets me, and like has been my. I mean, I think even just that conversation about gravity, like the term gravity, and like meaning weight, and like not necessarily the term gravitation and shit. You know what I mean? Like once we I've always felt like we should stick to the fact that there is gravity, but the point of contention is about gravitation. You know what I mean? And like and I think I just think it's something to be aware of. Like it's that slippery slope of language regarding this conversation of the shape of the earth and shit. But it's gravity exists. It's gravitation we have a problem with. You know what I mean? The cause of gravitation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's the cause is the contention part. It's not the actual thing that we can observe, like things falling down.
But then,
we observe that happens.
Right, but then I've been told it's like, oh no, gravity means, gravitation, because colloquially we use the term gravity to mean gravitation, and like, I just think that stifles honest debate because you're updating the language to suit the preordained discussion. You know what I mean? Which then lumps all flat earthers to look stupid by saying gravity doesn't exist, when actually our point of contention is with gravitation, not the fact that things go down. And like,
yeah,
I don't know. I've been nitpicky about that term for a while, but
yeah, when I do hear flat, I don't push against it too often, but when I do hear flat earthers say gravity doesn't exist, I'm going like, yeah, okay. When you say that, what do you mean? Like,
right.
That's why when you say gravity, define it for me. What are you saying? Then I can tell you if it exists or not. Or we can talk about if it exists or not. But if you, things have weight. Well, yeah, things have weight. I can put it on a scale. I have weight, too much weight, but I do have it. That truck in front of me has weight. My truck has weight. So if you want to talk about weight, we can talk about weight. So, but if you can talk about something else, let's talk about it.
Still a theory, though, right?
What part's a theory? See, that's the thing. What part? It's a theory.
Yeah,
What's
I know. but yeah, the sophistry of it all. I mean, I don't know, but it could exist, whatever. But to me, it's just it's still a theory. It's not a law yet. Things go down, yes. Could be all other reasons for that, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't straight out. It doesn't exist, but maybe it does. Now that I listen to you guys, but it's still a theory, right?
Well, the thing is,
What would
like,
you say
there's
you tell
there's
me.
there's an agreed upon
that's the point
average,
of contention,
right? 9.8 meters per second, right? That's an agreed upon average that things will fall within a vacuum, and we have equations that are useful that we can use based on the reality that things do have a tendency to go downward based on their mass, right? So there's usefulness, there's things that do actually take place. The thing that's in contention is, what is the causal nature of this downward vector, or what is the causal nature of what we see when we see things quote unquote attracting to one another. So the causal nature is what's in question, not what we actually see and observe. And I think that's where people get confused, and it's very easy for somebody to say gravity doesn't exist and lose somebody in a conversation, especially when you're trying to discuss something like flat earth with somebody that may have not heard too much depth within the subject, and you immediately come out and say something like, oh, well, gravity doesn't exist. You're going to lose them right there. They're immediately
better yet, they're like, I love it when it's like gravity doesn't exist and you're just suffering from cognitive dissonance. It's like, oh my God, dude, you're just failing at arguing for flat earth. In my opinion, like, you know what I mean? When someone just outright is like, well, you're under mind control and you just wouldn't understand because you've been indoctrinated by the Black Pope and fucking, whoa, slow your roll, dude. Like, I'm trying to convince my grandma over here, and you're over here like the Black Pope and the evil Jesuits, and you're like, whoa, like, calm it
What's wrong
down,
with you, bro? Nobody convinces grandma. Leave grandma alone.
right? And probably.
So,
Yeah, man,
does weight exist? Would you say that weight exists?
Of course.
So
yeah,
you can give me. Would you be able to provide solely, like, if somebody was like, gravity exists, I'd be like, well, can you give me gravity? I could give you an object that is affected by gravity, and I'd be like, oh, okay. And then somebody was like, well,
See, but that's
there's
where.
weight.
Hold on now. See,
Isn't
but
that
hold
the
on.
same thing?
I think. See, but this is my point of the terms, and this is why we're so far down the road, and nobody has addressed this in one sense. Because, like, you can't ask me for gravity. Like, things have weight, and because gravity just means weight, I can't give you, like, weight in that sense. But the issue is, like I said, the point of contention is gravitation. The cause. Like, if I get things have gravity. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
no, I get it. It's like
gravity's cause is the issue. That's all. Was it?
so it's like weight's cause, right? That I could rework again. I'm devil's advocating. A baller would be like, well, then what's the cause of weight?
Right,
Like,
and that's a reasonable question. That's a reasonable question. I think. You know what I
So
mean?
again, just trying to be unbiased, it sounds like weight and gravity are the exact same thing. They're a word for,
they are.
Yeah. So
They
to say that weight exists and gravity doesn't. I know you didn't say that, but you did say gravity exists with the gravity. So I'm just saying, like, to say weight exists but gravity didn't. That's not the best way to go about it.
Yes, 100%. And that's why my point is, like, if we can parse this back a little bit and use the term gravitation, it now puts you into the scientific discussion. Whereas when you just say gravity, it's like if I say I'm having
gravitas, right? It's just the heft.
Well, like the idea of if I say, like, I'm having a gay old time, just because we're in 2022, that doesn't mean that I'm having butt sex with my buddies. Like, it means, like, that I'm having a gay old time, just like it meant in fucking 1940. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, it's only because, and then, people have made the claim to me, like, oh, well, it's, everyone knows that gravity means gravitation. It's like, no, they don't. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, you can use words in their old term forever.
Yeah,
And
gravity means weight. That's what the word came
That's
from.
it. Gravity means weight.
It had nothing to do with the reason why.
Right, exactly.
Hey, if nothing's going on, I need someone to jump down to Livestream 2. We're going to be streaming in a couple hours, and we're just going to test when someone comes in, if they come in muted automatically. So if you don't mind, just jump down in real quick, say hello to Geo, or because then we'll see how it works.
Yeah, I had done that in mine because I like hosted an event and like hundreds of people were coming in, and yeah, I think you could get it so like everybody who joins is muted except for certain roles, which is if you're like, hey, I know these people aren't interrupters, so I can give them the free speech role because I know they're not going to be a problem. But it's like that with everything. Not the like the gravity weight, right? Okay, you take why is there weight? We don't know. Why is there vision? We don't know, right? Like when you really get down to it, all of these things that they say they have explanations for, they really don't. They really don't.
Well, what's got me is like we were kind of getting into the other day talking about like does science prove things, and I'm of the opinion that you can't prove anything personally, but like what the fuck point was I gonna make? Like the idea that like man, forgive me, I started thinking of another thing, but like the idea that like all of these subjects, they get down to such like when you get down to the nitty gritty of each one of these subjects, there comes a point where anyone honest has to say I don't know, and thereby almost like it points to the nature that there's a creator, which I think is so cool.
Bro, that's me. I've been saying that's my entire argument, right?
Yes,
Like
sir.
that's the one thing I say. It's like, yo, we don't know, and I'm like, God, right? Once you get to that point, that's God, and
right. But you can't. It's tough to enter that idea into the materialistic discussion. You know what I mean? But yet, it's still prevalent in the materialistic discussion. Like they can't escape it, and that's why they are. That's why it's give me one miracle, permit me one miracle, and I'll explain the world to you. You know what I mean? And they have to have a miracle
you got to get that first one.
in every one
Just
of
give
those
me
fucking
matter,
scenarios.
right? Don't ask how it got here. Just give me all the stuff, and I can then from there I can make life, I can make evolution, I can make the Big Bang. Just give me the stuff, right? That's all I need.
But also too, even I was like, remember this even too. It's like I was kind of mentioning. I used Rumpus as an example. If I was the captain of a ship, you know what I mean, like a gentleman like Rumpus or one of these, like Coach or something like that. It's like, look,
Yes, that's Rumpus.
You would put that guy in the nautical, whatever, in the hull with the maps, and make him do all the course corrections, make him do all the mathematics. But we're not telling that dude where we're going or why. You know what I mean? Like that dude is built for doing my math problem so I can get to where I want to go. That has nothing to do with their opinion.
Yeah, once you tell him where you're going, he's gonna be like, "Oh no, that's not a good place. You don't want to go there. We're gonna."
Well, no, you just give them the coordinates, and you say, "How do we get to these coordinates?" And they go,
Yeah, no, that's because you don't tell him where you're going. He'll start
or
having
why.
an opinion on it.
You don't tell them why, or you tell them some. Well, better yet, what they used to do was tell them that we're going to get gold, and that's where the materialist is like, "I'm going to come." You know what I mean? Because there's gold, and so like it's just like that's why I think even like or paradise or any of it, it's like to the materialistic man, heaven is 40 virgins and steaks everywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking
a better
material.
Earth.
It's material.
A better Earth.
Right. It's material shit.
It's Earth. Yeah, it's just Earth, but without all the shit that they don't.
And you never have to go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit.
Hey, that's part of my belief is that when you die, you get like your little world, right? Depending, again, if you make it to heaven and you've proven that you can be a god, right? Like you can harness the powers. Yeah, I think you get a little Earth that you can play with. And that's where they get all the ideas for these video games, right? It's all based on something.
Interesting shit. But yeah, I definitely think like you gotta. Or I don't know. It's like certain people are the navigator. You know what I mean? Do this math problem. You know what I mean? We're not going to ask
Well,
you
yeah,
how
it's
to.
like people don't be like, oh, he has OCD. No, he's not. He doesn't have OCD. He's just made with a very specific purpose, right? And then you put him into this fucking thing that is not his purpose, and you're like, look how weird he is. He's just stacking things into neat piles. Yeah, because that's he has a totally other purpose, and he's just trying to fulfill it here. You know. Not every kid was meant to sit for 6 hours. Not everybody learns like that.
Check out that meme on the left video. It's fucking brilliant. It's funny because it's true. Isa, you there?
Yeah, man. What's up, brother?
Yeah, I'm just going to fanboy a little bit. Love your music, man. I actually have a playlist. Just your music, bro.
Ah, thank you, brother. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, yeah. You know, man, I lost, or not lost, but I broke this microphone that I used to use to record, and I tried to order another one during the whole pandemic, and they couldn't get the one that I wanted, so I wound up with this rinky-dink Samsung piece of shit, and I can't record anything I like. It sucks. I gotta get a new mic.
It's
Yeah, we got to record Bandsaw's song. Didn't Can't Prove Nothing. I don't know if you were here for that one.
Oh, I haven't heard that one yet. No, we need to get some. What do they call it? GoFundMe or something. Get GoFund Isa a new mic, please.
Yeah, that'd be dope. I was thinking, I've thought about it, but it used to or I don't know. I used to contemplate the idea of what is victory? You know what I mean? Like, what is victory? You know what I mean? Like, what is what is victory for anybody? What would your notion of victory be?
It's winning, bro.
Right,
You
like, but
mean like
what's the
do you mean like in this world, like in what we seemingly want to be fighting against? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, but yeah, whether it be what is victory? Like, and I guess my point, I'll ask you, what is victory?
I mean, very simply put, victory would be a triumph over your adversary, whether that be in like sports, right, winning the game, or in war, right, defeating your enemy. But I don't know if the outcome of victory is always necessarily the idea or the
Well, like, I guess my point being this is like, oh, go on, brother. Go on. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I don't know. Typically within like war or something like that, I don't think the outcome after you're victorious is necessarily even vaguely resembling what you are thinking you're fighting for, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Freedom means there's no one left to kill.
Well, like, or yeah, nothing left to lose. Like I think of it like, because freedom, or victory, like, and that's what I'm saying is like, it becomes a point where like, for me anyway, like victory is like a peaceful life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm at peace with my neighbors. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I have a nice book collection. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the things
Yeah.
I
think victory is different for every individual. If you're talking about like in life, what would you consider a victorious life? Like you overcoming and living the perfect life for you. I think that's different for everybody.
Right, but isn't that like really the only victory attainable?
100%.
And I guess like that's why I look at it like, shifting the focus from like let's say like for myself in regards to music or something, like shifting my focus from being like a flat earth rock star, right? To like, a simple life. You know what I mean?
And
Like,
in that sense, Issa, I think the only victory you can have is over yourself when you think about it. Right?
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. Like,
Yeah,
and
man.
that's what, even fighting the desire for any kind of, accomplishment or, recognition of accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like fighting that desire to be recognized. Do you know what I mean? So it's not, because all of us have done things in this community or any, throughout our lives. And like, and it's just learning how to, kind of like that noble concept of not looking for recognition for your good deeds kind of a thing.
Well, like, why are you doing it? Right? Like, are you like, I'm going to go be this so that people will know who I am? It's like arm wrestling, right? That I can relate to. There's people that take huge amounts of steroids, right? Just to get this physique that they would never want in their everyday life so they can win at this thing, right? I'm like, that's why you did it? That seems ridiculous. I do it because I love it, right? Like, if you're not doing it because you love it, you're doing it to just, be remembered. I think you're doing it for the wrong reason.
Doesn't that warm the cockles of your heart, though, Lisa, knowing that somebody's out there working the night shift, putting your playlist on, listening to your music, moving away?
Oh, dude, I am so happy to hear that, dude. Like, you know what I mean? And like, honestly, like,
that's why you do it.
I've kind of like, I've always kind of secretly hoped that like, Welcome to the Show is just gonna fucking blow up the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, or something along those lines, like one of the tunes that are already out there. Like, that's something I think would be cool. And I think, and I've often said, like, hey, like, I mean, I have a whole theory, the Mount Meru Festival. You know what I mean? We fucking create a fucking festival where it's like, it's Mount Meru. It's not flat Earth. You know what I mean? And like, and just, there's ways to do it, but it's a lot of fucking work and it's like, and it's a lot of fucking energy for a big ego stroke to some extent. You know what I mean? Like, that's why, I mean, of course, like, it'd be fucking awesome. And I think as an artist, like, I'm always doing shit, but there's just, I don't know. It's complicated, man. What is victory? I guess is my thing. Like for you to be able to play my shit during the night, fucking, whatever is victory. You know what I mean? Because I've got intellectual people that are fucking movers and shakers in the world. Checking for me and checking for my music. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, I want that.
Yeah, but there's so many good. Like, look what you've done. I love that.
Where can we find your music, Issa? I didn't even know that.
I put a little link out there. I don't know if it's working for you, but
okay.
Satellites.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
And yeah, man. Yeah.
It's good shit, bro. It's good shit, and I play it. I don't care who listens to it. I mean, they hear the music, and they come into wherever I'm working, and they can hear that it's something about something about the earth. About what? And I'm like, yeah, man, it's cool shit, bro.
It's fun. I love. I like the. I just that. What the fuck is it? Go on home, Angry Glober.
Because it's so Irish. It's so Irish. Don't
I
you
like
have
that.
a fucking home of your own?
Yeah, I love the. Yeah, and I love the. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome?
Yeah.
You know? It's fun.
Yeah, just thought I'd fanboy there a wee second. Just,
I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it, man. Fucking big time. I appreciate it. You know, I've always wanted. I mean, shit. I would love nothing more than to quit my job and go fucking play music around the world. Believe me.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of
Yeah, I wish.
Is
God
there,
willing.
do you put the links out for like donations and shit, or is it?
Well, you know, man, I used to get fucking. I mean, dude, like Google owes me like almost $2,000 in fucking in super chats, and then they fucking throttle my account and I can't access anything. So
No way.
Oh yeah, I was like, you know, when I was doing my things, like I was getting super chats and awesome fucking people would fucking throw loot, but I never took it. I was just always waiting and letting it collect. And,
Shit. Maybe it's time for BitChute.
yeah, but you know what? Even then, that's where I just like, you know, unfortunately, it's what these big tech companies wanted was for people like myself just to be like, this is too fucking frustrating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
they're looking
like,
to get victory over you.
yeah. Also, I think it's kind of like there's people out there that have tried to fucking copyright my music and make it so that I can't fucking, you know, there's interesting shit going on. And that's why I was even looking on like I have like a whole new sound even right now, you know, like and I would love to fucking get into that and record it. But like I said, I'm having an issue with my mic. It's kind of tough. And then when I do record shit, it's like it's not the way I want it to be. And I used to just send it. Now I'm like, with the mic and fucking whole show, I don't put it up. But yeah, I fucking plus my channel is so like I mean, literally all my videos are like stuck at the same number for the last fucking 3 years.
They're ghosting you, bro.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, shoot, who was the other guy? Like Fam? What the fuck was his there's another couple of artists that I just haven't seen in a while that are fucking dope. Like Crow, 777 is pretty, or not 777, Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I like that guy. Like, you know, there's such a cool artistic group. I mean, shit. I mean, remember? I mean, we did Flat Earth, you know, Flat Earth Music and Arts. Round up your friends and come to FEMA camp. Remember, we did all that fucking years ago. Round up your friends and come to FEMA camp. Flat Earth Music.
Yeah,
Flat Earth Music and Arts.
That preceded, I think, the International Flat Earth's, whatever, all that. Their first one, which was in Raleigh, North Carolina. I think we did FEMA camp like days before, maybe like 3 or 4 days before they did.
Really? Yeah, we
It was a long
were
time ago.
some of the first, man. We're like, you know, and it's kind of like I used to talk even with my boy Cathexis. It's like, you know, just like it's like a big tidal wave of flat Earth is coming, and we were like out in the ocean far enough to just go under the wave and not get consumed by it. Now, like flat Earth is this big tidal wave. You know, we're all still out at sea, safe, but fucking the flat Earth is about to hit the shore. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of how I feel. Like the first wave kind of ducked under the
Or
small
it's
wave.
like the baby sea turtles now that they're all trying to get to the ocean.
Right, and they're fucked, and we're out here like, oh man.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should tell them.
Well, I don't know. I feel like there's less seagulls now than there used to be.
That's for sure. Well, they're neutered. You know, and that was the other thing too that's interesting is like a lot of the stuff that we went through early on, it was so brand new. Like, you know, to be called like a racist, this or that and the other thing just because you're a flat earther. Now it's lost its luster. Everyone's like, oh, what am I, a fucking racist? You fucking, you know, non-argument having piece of shit. You know what I mean? People are over the slander. Whereas fucking years ago, people were like, oh my God, this is fucking,
Yeah, the
Now
slander
it's
was
like,
pretty intense at the start.
Right. Now everyone's like, no. We understand that when you're losing the argument, you turn into a bitch and say, you don't understand, or fucking you're a racist, or whatever Antifa fucking coin term you're going to fucking throw at somebody who's kicking your ass in an argument.
You turn into a raging moron.
Well, it's like they've exposed themselves for their lack of fucking substance. And that's what's happening now, is that more and more people are realizing that they have no substance. And like, and that's the point. What's up?
It amazed me the talent that just has come out of this community, like yourself and flat Earth dude. And
well, you know, man, it's like I'm convinced. Like flat Earth is for those of us who were like disturbed with this psychotic, materialistic, lobotomized society. And like, you know, and flat Earth is like the puzzle piece that like made everything right again. And once you realize, like, and then the trick, I think, is to just realize, like, hey, man, everything's right for you because of this. You're not going to change other people. Like, flat Earth is a blessing for those of us who got it.
Yeah.
And like, you know, and like, I'm grateful for it. I don't find it that I have to share it with everybody. It's like sharing your favorite hunting spot with, you know, a hunting community. Like, fuck off. Get away from my fucking hunting area.
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean? Like,
I have no compunction to share my worldview with somebody else, and somebody else's worldview has no never mind on my worldview, and I would never try to change their worldview, and I would never sit and argue with somebody about it. This is what I think. This is what I know, and you know, whatever you think and know, you believe or whatever. That's fine. I you know, I don't care. I'm not going to sit and shout expletives about like I wish your family would die of cancer just because you think that the Earth is not the shape that you've been brought up to believe it is. It's just
I
like to go to like you know, places where like they're into dogs or cats, you know, on YouTube. And then if they're into dogs, I tell them that they should be into cats, and if they're not, I like curse them off forever.
Cats are bad.
Right. Exactly.
well, the worst part, I mean, that's where, like, I remember even back in the day, I was like, to Globers, like, look, your attacks on flat earthers are making you lose this argument.
Yeah.
Despite your whatever you think you're doing, all you're doing is creating more flat earthers. Like I used to say to the Globers, like, you know, like boats going over the curve of the earth, like you're creating the holy mountain out of a molehill that every flat earther comes down from. Because you just can't relinquish the idea that boats don't go over the curve when you're at the beach. And because you won't relinquish that idea, you create a flat earther every day by denying that, you know, you're not going to see curvature from the fucking beach. And every day that you make those arguments that no, it's a little bit of obstruction and refraction. Every time you make that argument, you create 5 new flat earthers who stand like fucking pariahs on the mountain of the molehill that you created, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it. Like, I seen there was this big program on the BBC one night, big major program, major channel, and you know, Brian Cox, billions and billions of stars, and you know, he was refuting about the shape of the Earth and everything, and his so they asked him a question. I couldn't believe this. Okay, what is your number one proof of the Earth is a globe? And this is one of the high priests. He's like the other guy. I can't remember his name now, but his number one refutation that or proof that the Earth is a globe was ships going over the horizon. It was the most ridiculous thing I ever seen. I just laughed and thought, "My God, are people really this fucking stupid?"
Well, that's why I've said before too. It's like these societies. It's like Elon Musk when he's like, you know it's real because it looks so fake. It's like he's winking at intelligent people. Like, hey, look, we're surrounded by morons. These people need this space. These people need this space shit. Don't fuck it up. Like, you know, and that's why I feel like, you know, when you come across like an ardent, you know, an adamant glober, it's like, you know, that dude, let that dude be a glober. You know, there's no reason. Like, you know, it's like, hey, that's cool, man. Go get the vaccine too, buddy. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Harsh, bro.
But they know, and they know that they're surrounded by fucking brain dead people who need like anxiety medication to like go to work.
You see, now you said that it makes a lot more sense. But I've been thinking of this too, because it's almost like they are taking it's a major form of duper's delight. Look, we're surrounded by idiots. We can tell them anything; they'll fucking believe it.
Well, that's the point. It's almost like a warning to those of us who can think. It's like, hey, look, you're surrounded by idiots. Act accordingly. Like, stop trying to wake up. Stop trying to wake people that would kill you for your beliefs. It's like if you try to tell your friend back in the 18, in the 14, 1500s that you're having like premonitions of like of whatever. It's like all of a sudden they're going to go to the pastor and they're going to be like, I think he's a witch. You know what I mean? Like, why would you even tell that person? Like, why, stop. Like, this is why secret societies have known for all the time. It's like, hey, most of these people are fucking retarded. They'll want to kill you if you tell them the truth. Look what they did to Pythagoras. They hunted him down and killed him.
Wasn't it Socrates? They made him drink fucking hemlock or something, or because he said something about.
If he wasn't a figment of Plato, but yeah, same shit. Like that's why like society condemn. Like I love Bill Hicks or whatever. He goes, at the end of that one thing where he's like, people like John Lennon who came and told us like everything is peace, and what do? We kill those people.
Yeah. Like, I remember that skit. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Right. Like, like why, like, I don't know. It's like, and I also like the idea that, God speaks.
Tradition.
God speaks to the hungry through bread. You know what I mean? So it's like, when you see your brother, like maybe what he needs is a couple bucks to get some dinner, not a diatribe about how he's a mind-controlled zombie living on his, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like there's no reason to go there. They're not ready for it. Like, and I also think like the public education system has always fucking told everybody. I mean, every fucking school probably on the fucking earth has on the wall that knowledge is power. So they tell you right away, knowledge is power. And then what happens? People are like, I don't know nothing. I'm proud to be fucking stupid. Right? I mean, like people can't even spell there, and there correctly.
Yeah.
They don't know how to use the language. They're not going to understand some complex. Like, that's why you're not going to argue the intricacies of light with someone who's just fucking brain dead.
I mean, like at the start, I was kind of like, "Oh my god, this is quite a revelation." I sort of told a couple of people and whatever, but I soon realized within 6 months of a year that I should stop bothering. It's not my place to change people's minds about their reality, whatever they want to think that is. So I never mentioned it at work or something out there. And you would sometimes feel like you're not doing your duty, just because you've come to some kind of a eureka moment of revelation. But it's still not your play, because you're only going to get kickback from that. You're only going to get people saying he's a fucking retard or this, that, the other. It's and there's all this friction and shit like that there. I say, listen, bro, this is what I think, and whatever you think, and they, you let people understand that, even though if your political views are different, or you have a different opinion of the war in Ukraine, people get really upset with you about that. But as soon as you mention the shape of the earth, they want to they want to punch you in the eye and give you two fucking black eyes, and I said no, that's like, I'm not afraid of that, but what's the point of going through all that fucking trauma and angst and fucking shit just because you're trying to convince somebody that what you know what I mean? That's the point I was trying to make, if I made one at all.
I think of it like this: is like if you're going in the woods and you see that there's some deer. Like, let's say you're with your friend, you're going through the woods, and you see deer tracks, and you see that there's like hair on a branch, and you realize, like, wait a minute, there's like a deer right around the corner. And if you say to your buddy, hey, there's a deer right around the corner, let's stalk up, and then you stalk up and there's a deer, you know what I mean? You're like, wow, that's so cool. And then your friend is like, how did you know there's a deer? And you might go, well,
I saw the signs.
Well, yeah, I saw the track over here, and then it was really fresh, so I knew that. Then I saw that there was a nibble on the branch over here, and then when we went around the corner, we saw it. And they're going to be like, you're a liar. I didn't see that. And they're gonna hate you for telling them how they fucking missed whatever, but then they're pissed off that they missed all the signs. So now they hate you because you saw the signs. And that's why sometimes when you're dealing with those people, the best solution is just tell them, well, what happened was a little fairy jumped out down the tree and whispered into my ear and told me that there would be, your ancient lost lawn grandfather transmorphed into a deer right around the corner, and he's there to greet you. You might as well just tell them some fantastical fucking bullshit because then they're like, oh wow, what did the fairy look like? And you're like, well, he was little and he had green wings and a pot of gold. You know what I mean? Like, and they're like, whoa, tell me more. Like they'd rather discuss like the nuance of what the fairy looked like that told you that there was a deer around the corner than face the fact that they're fucking brain dead when it comes to reading the earth. And so act accordingly. Tell them that the fucking fairy is fucking still in your ear. You can't see him. Like, they'd rather believe that than fucking face the fact that they missed everything.
Well, I've never had a negative experience talking about flat Earth out in the public square. My whole immediate experience, negative-wise, was just with my ex-wife when my son, who was 13 at the time, wanted to talk to me about it, and she just flipped. She had no desire for this discussion to be going on in the house. But in terms of being out in the public square, I've never had anybody get hostile or antagonistic.
Well, that's because they're looking at you like, oh, look at the poor crazy guy. Right? They're doing what you should be doing to them. They should be, oh, look at him. He thinks the earth is flat. How
Well, no,
adorable.
my point, that might be true, but my point was to just say that there's never been a hostile aggression. That's all I mean.
Well, I used to always preface it, and I used to do the on the street interviews and shit like that, and I've got a litany of those videos. But what I always asked them was have you heard of the flat Earth theory? And that seems to distance oneself from calling it flat Earth, because then
Sorry,
you kind of get into the notion of all theories. What's up?
See you soon, bro. Sorry, good talking to you. Gotta go.
Good talking to you, brother. Thank you for rocking the music to us. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Isa. Cheers, bros.
But yeah, I've never had an experience like that though. But I've definitely had people that I thought I could talk to about it freak out like a glober. That's why I'm so. You can't just label all globers as fucking J-Trig, because I've had conversations with actual friends of mine that turn into the glober. They just turn into them.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they're arguing about fucking the moon
Agent Smith pops out, right? You see the Agent Smith programming pop out, and you're like, "Whoa!"
Right.
I thought you were an individualist, and it's like, no, no.
They're like,
That
no, I
programming you got right now.
I support the orthodoxy, so don't say anything that doesn't agree with it. But you could say that with anything that there's a way of doing something. Like music, right? A lot of times there'll be people that are real sticklers for how you play music. If they go to music school and if they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for their education, they'll be very particular about it.
Right.
They'll feel like you're not even really playing the same kind of music that they're playing if you're not using all of the extended minutiae that they're using to make.
You don't understand modes.
Right, because I don't understand modal harmony, right? Because I'm not using it overtly like you're using it. You were taught in a music school to do this to sound good. You know what I mean? I'm just abstaining from that, And so, can you not teach yourself music without a book, without music theory? Can you not learn the fundamentals of why it works, and make music? It's that kind of thing, man. It's just using your brain, creative problem solving. It's that kind of challenge, I think, that piques up a lot of people, that they haven't tried to turn. They didn't know that there was a light switch to turn on here, They're like, oh, wait, shit. If I turn the light on, I I can see all these new things that I didn't before. But if your light switch is just off, then you're like
It's a color
you're
switch.
you're doomed to globerisms. Anyway, morning, Jeremy.
Yeah, I just always used to like that. And even if like you get into it with them, it's like there's some of these guys, like I like that, you don't know how bread works and shit. And it's like,
Is
that
that a
one.
J-Trig? I've heard this people bring up bread so much. I'm like, is that like the Evil Ocean or something? Or are they
No,
just J-Trig?
me and Jeremy started getting into how the globe, like, cause I've always said, like, if you said to a Glober, I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, they'll be like, you're a liar, like,
Why are you
and
here
like,
lying? You're here lying all day about peanut butter sandwiches.
right. You know what a peanut butter sandwich
You
is,
know, you prefer salami sandwich. I don't know.
but also that's where Jeremy took it to the next level. He said, you don't know how bread works.
Right. Well, that's why I thought, because Jeremy does use J-Trig stuff. So I was like, is bread a part of J-Trig? Like, is there a manual that's like, here's the bread thing. You'll fuck their brains up with the bread. Don't even.
Wait a minute. Are you an actual baker? No, then you can't. You have no business talking about bread.
Well, the first attempt at this was Jem saying like, yes, well, we all know that we can make our own bread, but do we do any of it? So do we really want to know how it works? When he's the one who makes like English puddings, he's baking them like.
You cut out, or maybe I did.
Yo, who was there when Smooth was talking about some kind of science? He was trying to do like science with the bread. Was anyone in here for that?
I just like, you don't know how bread works.
Yeah. Smooth was talking about how it was a random, chaotic discovery.
Yeah, you know what's a rabbit hole? Is look up how old cheese is. Like cheese. Like they have no idea how the fuck. Like they say that it's because somebody carried milk in a fucking stomach. That like that's how
Yeah.
they. It's interesting, but it goes back so like all those. I don't know. That shit's cool, man.
Yeah, actually, the enzymes in the stomach of an animal is what creates cheese. Like
Right there. Yeah.
rennet. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But they like But the point is like how far back does that go? How long have we been making cheese? It's an interesting rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the old way of doing it is you'd harvest an animal and you take the stomach and you like hang it up and just let it dry and let it ferment, and all those enzymes end up creating the rennet in the stomach. So then you kind of scrape the rennet and then mix it with the milk and you get the cheese.
Right. And they try to say that it was like, well, it's interesting. I looked into it one time and they were saying how it goes all the way back to like Sumer and like, and how like, probably somebody put milk into a stomach to carry it from one place to another. And then they showed up and there was cheese, like they don't know, it's so old. They don't know how old it is, which is cool,
What about the oldest cultivated plant known to man? Being
Cannabis?
Cannabis.
Is it?
That's what I heard. But I mean, I would hear that, wouldn't I?
Especially in your circles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, crystal people will believe anything.
What?
Forgive me, be right back.
Hey, kitty.
So, Issa, I didn't hear the response. How old's your baby?
He'll be right back.
Oh, that was him? Oh, okay.
Literally
Hey,
had to tell that
Grim,
guy
are you
Smooth he doesn't know how bread works.
It works like this. You put it in your mouth and you chew it.
Grim, how big is your crop? You do commercial, right? Or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
How many acres you have, or like what's your crop look like?
I don't like to talk about that.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I mean, it's good enough.
Well, I was just asking. I was just curious about the deets. You know, I mean, like, do you use like a greenhouse, or are you outside, or
All of the above. Greenhouse, live
yeah?
depth. Yeah, indoor.
I have
Hold on one second.
old,
Okay, go ahead.
I have old friends from California. That's their nephew is up in Oregon, and he's got like a multi-million-dollar system. And they were telling me about how he constructed a pond that was going to be an ecosystem, and he uses the pond to water his crops. And they said like he's got like 12 to 15 feet plants.
Yeah, I've got a partner. I've got a partner in Oregon who has the same thing and has done the same thing.
His last name's Rio.
It's pretty common. Yeah, a lot of people do that. I mean, I've got that here. I have a creek comes off the mountain though.
Do you know Daryl Davis down in Junction City?
I might, yeah.
he's got 30 acres, and he's got I think maybe if he hasn't added.
Travis just airing out niggas over here.
No,
but he's
airing out.
No. He's got his own business. He's legit, so it's not like.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'll tell you what. I had a buddy. Well,
it's still.
The problem is this, Travis. Like the thing is, like for instance, I know of a kid who got fucking they found out where he was. They robbed him. They came in. They beat the shit out of him. Fucking beat up his wife. Beat up his fucking thing and took all of his pot. The problem is there's more to it. Like people don't talk about these things.
Oh, I get you. Yeah. I get you. All right. Yeah. Well, call me naive then. I'm like,
right.
People are good.
Right. That's shit. So that's right. Remember,
people disappear up here, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Like I was wondering if Grim was hiring all the meth heads. Fucking true.
Fuck no. I don't fuck with no meth heads, bro. Nobody on any type of drugs, man.
Dude, you know what? I would love to come out and visit you, Grim, and fucking work like a month or something with you. That'd be so cool.
Check.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, check.
That would be fucking cool as fuck.
I would have you playing guitar more than doing anything else, probably.
Dude,
yeah, right.
Hey, man, you know what, dude? I fucking, me and some buddies of mine, we made it. It was an album, and it was 4 plants. And we found out. Check this out, Grim. Maybe give it a shot. The best music for plants is 17th century choral music.
I thought it was like the best music for my plants was stuff that I actually, if I'm singing to them, they like my CO2 coming out of my breath.
Well, right. That's the whole point with the like choral music is just people singing. So it's actually real people. Real people's voices.
Okay, so I totally agree with you 100%, scientifically and all.
Well, yeah, but at that point, it would just be the frequencies rather than the CO2 because you're talking about playing a recording.
Right. But it's vibes still. It's
right.
You know what I mean? Like it's like that, and that the music of people, like plants react to people just like they react to the sun, and it's just interesting that
to find out if it's different with a recording than it is with the physical beings, because I mean they're very electromagnetic sensory type beings, these plants.
You know what though? I think in the same way that like when you turn a song on and it gives you the chills, I think it's the same thing. You don't lose any of it. You know what I mean?
That could be, yeah.
I mean, that's how I think of it anyway, because it's sound and it's vibration and it's traveling over electricity, aka the ether, right? You know what I mean? Through the ether. it's like it becomes alive again. It's like when music goes through the radio, it like comes out the other end, activating the ether that activates you to react to the music or something.
Ether, what's that?
Right. Well, I think of it. I'm really into the whole background radiation concept of like that's our evidence of this, like this idea that like particles aren't traveling; they're just excited and they activate. And I mean, I don't even think I mean, I dig that theory a lot. Like,
Where do we find out the background radiation is actually re-emitted cosmic waves to microwaves. Like cosmic waves are absorbed by the Earth's oceans, and then an absorber is also an emitter, water. So this salt water then re-emits those cosmic rays as lower energy microwaves that then interact with hydrogen in the atmosphere, causing a monopole. A little heat in the data. That's what they're thinking is their microwave background radiation.
And what if that isn't the voice of God? Do you know what I mean? Like, the emanations of like the voice of fucking God from when he said, "Let it be." You know what I mean? Like, or "Be and it is." That's how, you know what I mean? Like, I just think like, well, to get back to the idea of like, I mean, that's a really cool thought. Not to poo-poo it, but like, but just that idea of like, that either way, it's like these things are excited. I just love that idea that like, it's already there.
Yeah, the light's already there. It's
already
like
there,
the
man.
wave on the lake,
And it's like,
the lake is
it's
already
like
there.
when somebody says something and you were like, like when somebody says something you were thinking almost, or it's like, it's akin to that kind of a thing. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's so cool to just think of. I'm kind of vibed out on the idea of the music coming through the speakers to the plants, and like the way that can activate like an emotion in people. It probably activates in plants, you know what I mean? Because you're exciting the particles around them that hear that sound, and sound is, word, sound, power, man. Sound is the most coolest fucking thing ever. It's like when people say, "Oh, I have to see it to believe it." Well, you can't see sound. I don't know. It's so cool. But I do like that idea of like playing music for plants and shit is so cool.
What if you could see sound though? What if we just don't know how?
Well, I mean, you could see the effects of sound. I mean, yeah, I don't know, right? Who am I?
Right.
But like, I mean, I've heard friends of mine on LSD see color when they see, when they hear sound, they envision certain colors and shit.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I thought I had synesthesia because when I was sleeping and I get like startled awake, I see like a bright flash of light. And there's been several times where like the cat will knock something off the shelf and startle me awake, and then I'll be like, "Cindy," talking to my wife, "Did you take a picture of me?" She's like, "No, why would I take a picture? You're sleeping." And it's like every time that happens, I see like a really bright flash of light. And then someone said, "No, you don't got synesthesia. That's normal."
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting.
That whole sound thing, yeah, with like water memory. You guys ever looking at like water memory and shit and shit like that? It's awesome. Also, I mean, you can see sound. You guys know everyone's seen the thing where the guy pours salt or sand or whatever over the plate, and then he plays a frequency or something.
Yeah. It's cymatics.
Cymatics. Okay, I said that at the exact same time that he said that. Who did you hear say it first?
Jinx, I said it first. I heard myself say it first.
Have you ever tried to mix sonoluminescence with cymatics in a lab?
Who knows, man? Who knows? They might as well.
That would be very cool.
How could you though? It's dry.
Yeah, now you'd dry it out and find the algae, and then use the algae as the sand.
Dynamically sun illuminated.
Right? Wouldn't that be cool? That'd be a cool fucking light show.
Would it be too light though? The algae would be too light.
The light show would be too light though.
Howard, did you get a camera yet?
Morning, yeah. No.
Come on, man.
I'm buying an airplane, man.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Fuck
know that.
yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. Cool. That's
How
the
long have you
coolest
been
damn thing
flying?
I ever fucking did. Well, I've been soloed for a couple of weeks, and
oh, nice.
Of course, I'm considered a pilot, but I got to get my license, so I still got to do some maneuvers.
Congratulations, bro. That's fucking awesome.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it is. It is, man. I took off and made that bait, the downwind, and I was doing my downwind, and it dawned on me, I'm flying a motherfucking airplane. It was pretty cool.
I see a lot of seaplanes, and that shit just a lot of buddy of mine. They go fishing in places you got to take a plane to, and fucking terrifies me. Fucking hate flying. So fucking cool though, dude. Very impressive. I had like I think they were F-22s like over our head the fucking other day. It was so impressive, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a whole nother level, right?
I know, bro. I was like, holy shit. Like, it makes space travel seem legit. Like, you're like, holy fuck. Those things are fucking mean. But yeah, dude, just being in the air like that, fucking brutal. Good shit, dude.
Thanks.
I got a friend of mine that was, he was planning on going to get his copter license because he was looking into it. He was saying that copter pilots make a good deal of money. Crazy amount, he said.
Yeah, helicopters aren't supposed to fly, and when I was an EMT, I got to fly in the air evac helicopter a little bit. I never did like it. You know, it just didn't seem like you were supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, my boys used to be linemen, so they would travel on the helicopter to the pole.
Yeah,
and they drop them off on the pole with the helicopter and shit, dude. Fucking
crazy,
hell, bro. Woo. Dude, like, I've got to say, some of the shit, like how they tighten up spans and fucking, dude, lineman shit is unreal, dude. The fucking so cool. But the helicopters, they take those dudes and their fucking feet away from them poles. It's fucking, and like live power lines and shit, like fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been infatuated with like piloting vehicles and driving ever since I was like 5 years old. My mom would like let me drive the car, and I've always wanted to like fly a plane and shit. I've had like high-end computers like ever since I was old enough to like work and do all sorts of like piloting like on the computer or the joystick and everything like ever since like the 90s. And I gotta say, man, I've always wanted to fly, but I'm terrified of heights, and I don't have good eyes. So I just ride a motorcycle. That's dangerous enough, right?
Oh, yeah. I like people that can run dozers. I always find that interesting. People that can run fucking like equipment like that, like fucking nothing. Shit's so cool.
I know this is like it is on topic, but it's a little bit of a different thing. But have you heard that they have like videos of like huge machines like that, like bulldozers, like just moving dirt, and like people like buy the videos just to watch them?
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me. I'm sure there's like a bulldozer Olympics.
Yeah, it's like bulldozing enthusiasts, and they just sit there and watch these videos of people just.
Well, dude, you ever see them like pour tea or like they put an egg, like, you know what I mean? They put an egg down on a teacup with like a fucking big ass bulldozer and shit.
Oh
like
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
that is
all
like
that kind of precision is so fucking, it's cool.
Yeah, backhoe Olympics.
Yeah, or like even yeah, dude. There's so many cool trades that have so much going on. That's what fascinates me. Is like I always like the idea that like enlightenment cannot be learning everything, because there's no way for any one person to learn all the information available. And like if you start getting into like every single trade has like such unique information, tools, lingo. It's just fascinating, man. Like life is fascinating, really. It's just so cool.
That's what I don't understand. Like people don't realize that many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So when someone like stumbles across you and you're like, define space-time right fucking now. It's like, I don't know the definition of space-time. I just got here. I just got my donuts. I just sat down. Like, I'm a little boy. What do I know?
Yeah. Well, that's where they're like, so where's your map? Like, what? Just fuck off.
Did I come in here speaking math, and now you want to change the language on me? Like, homie, don't play that. I'm not very good at math. I've always admitted it openly, and always ask questions or say nothing.
like the idea of like, how come you don't have it all solved? But I also think like it's like the anti-globers that are anti-flat earthers that are going to push flat earthers to the truth. Like when I hear Zanuck, I almost feel like Zanuck is like trying to, unfortunately, and dare Zanuck hear me say this, but like Zanuck's like trying to help flat earthers, like figure out the model for flat earthers, because it's going to be those guys that push. Like, I think, who was it in here last night? Riggs was like, hey, we need a place to disseminate and fucking go into the information and da-da-da-da. Like, for me, I couldn't care less. But there's going to be a school of flat earthers that are going to try to answer all these problems and go down the rabbit hole and solve the, you know what I mean? Like, all the new inventions that are possible, let's say, just, regardless of the shape of the earth, but like that, it's going to take the new minds to be able to do all those things. And how cool. You know what I mean? It's going to be the anti-flat earthers that are going to push flat earthers to create all these solutions. I just, that's kind of cool to me. I think they kind of push it along to become more like, because they're like, well, where's your map? And they're like, forces flat earthers to be like, we need a fucking map. You know what I mean? It's just interesting how it pushes the discussion.
Well, you're supposed to utilize your haters, right? If you're not utilizing your haters, you're doing it wrong. So people that come up here and they disagree with us, I've learned a lot. I've learned so much, because I didn't graduate high school, so I didn't know a lot about citing my source. I mean, I kind of remembered it, but didn't remember how important it was. Because I'm the type of person to like quote somebody and not give them credit because I don't give a fuck. How am I supposed to remember all these people's names and where they said it and the date they said it and what the content? Fuck all that. I just remember like a golden nugget of truth and spew that shit out from time to time. But like I've learned so much, good stuff from educated globers, that are like, kind of showing me the ropes a little bit just by paying attention and watching how to make good arguments.
Pretty based actually. So it's kind of funny because that means they kind of give you free education. Annoyingly.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I've definitely been educated for the past 7 years, for sure, on a lot of things, except for the stuff that I reject.
Yeah, but even that's a free workout because your ability to reason and evaluate, assess, it's all part of the process too.
Well, yeah, that's why I think anyone even dared to come out here, because you were like, I know for myself, like, I mean, I remember being friendly with flat earthers, and they were like, "Why do you go talk to the ballers?" And it's like, well, how else am I gonna like parse my ideas out?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't I look like? Because if somebody's coming online and they're saying, "Hey, look, you're being deceived by flat Earth, and you're being deceived by these people trying to tell you that we don't, go to space and we don't do these things." Well, like, you have to be honest with yourself and say, well, am I being deceived by the flat Earth, people and the movement and the whole fucking thing? Am I being deceived? And then you go and you subject and argue with them, and you're like, wait a minute, you guys are fucking nuts. It makes more sense on the flat Earth. Fuck you. That's what I think, But you got to go have that. If you don't have that discussion for yourself.
Yeah, all you got to do is listen to last night's conversation between Kosho and Jeremy. It was crazy.
Yeah, see, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm over it all. Like that debate shit. Like, it's for whatever.
Your conversation last night with Kosho, Jeremy, you couldn't get him to give you a straight answer.
Yeah, obviously that. Yeah, these guys are.
Well, never a straight answer. NASA, right? Not a space agency.
I look at it like, but then, continuing to ask these people, you know what I mean, about questions that they can't answer, won't answer, or they definitively say they know the answer to, I don't know. At what point are you just like, it's maddening? Like, why bother? Personally.
The ability to double speak as smoothly as Kosho does is pretty amazing, to be honest with you. I mean, just the simple things that he does sometimes when he answers a question.
Well, yeah,
right?
like
if ultimately he wants to say yes, he'll start with no. And if he ultimately wants to say no, he'll start with yes. Be like, blah, 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 blah. You know, you ask Kosho a question, he'll be like, yes, that's wrong because blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like his ability to just transition between saying yes and saying no, both at the same time is amazing.
Well, that's why I always felt like the subject matter of law, like, you know, I always kind of looked at what I did or was doing for a long time online was like trying to teach people how, like, hey, when you're talking to a blower, it's like talking to the attorney for the other side. And here's what they're doing. Like what he's doing is it's called a confession and avoidance. So, or even like, and then you have other terms like conditional acceptances, and there's ways to, like, you know, diffuse anyone's argument and and make your own, and that's all they're doing, but they never concede, and that's why there's judges, because you wind up with, you know, an attorney who will never concede anything to the facts, so you need a third party to make a decision. You know what I mean? The problem is in flat earth is that there's no judge, and that's why the judge is the listener, because that's the person who's going to decipher whether he accepts your information or the other guy. But
don't you think that it was that simple back in the day, where you just had a community of people, and if you had a disagreement, you know, the whole judicial system per se wasn't commercial. You had a disagreement between neighbors, they can't solve it. You go call Issa, you sit down and say, look, these are the facts, or, you know, if Issa's not available, flip flop, or then if Issa had a problem, then you're the judge one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called the thing, or maybe I can just post it in text here. Essentially, this is basically what happened in Northwest Europe. They had basically everyone assembled, and then they would, you know, lay it out in front of the people, and then they would decide both on laws and on judgments about conflicts.
Because if you think about it, and again, creating a tumbleweed
that's what we had
Oklahoma
before kings were there. This is what they did before kings and such existed.
Right, but then you're leaning on the ignorant masses to decide about a particular subject matter they may know nothing about. That's why they
No, I think it was
but if it's conflict,
the
though,
clan
again,
members,
Time to
not
teach.
clan members. You know, like I'm thinking Scotland, right? Like I'm from the McAllister clan. Like, you know, they would get together and like the elders or the rulers would, like, for each clan, like, you know, cast their vote or whatever, give their opinion. I don't think it was like the masses that were voting back in those days. I think it was the elders.
Right, and they had the wisdom to know the difference between, you know, what's what. It's like, you know, the Solomon's thing
So
with the
with the English, you know, Germans, English, Swedish, and so on, the Germanic peoples, what they did was basically every man who was capable of fighting. Essentially, if you were able to hold a sword and fight, then you had a voting right. Because
right, it's like jury duty. You know what I mean? To some
yeah,
extent.
but the concept is really, you know, imagine you have two groups of people in a disagreement, right? In your valley or whatever, and then you notice one group of them has twice as many people as the other, right? And so you do that conflict, and then the bigger group beats the shit out of the other one or kills them, and then they get their way. And the thing, basically this assembly of all the men that can fight, basically gets the same outcome. The bigger group wins of the men that can fight, but without the cost of the other group dying.
well, to me, your description is too generic and ambiguous. Like, I don't know what the conflict is. So my point was to just simply say, well, between neighbors, I don't need a majority. You know what I mean? And so I'm saying, to a certain extent, if you have a small community, relatively small community, you're not going to have conflicts 24/7. Like there's not going to be a lineup to where you're going to have to say, okay, like I can't see your case until 3 weeks from Tuesday. I'm booked. You know what I mean? So I think that the simplicity of society is like there's actually not as many conflicts as we might think, and they're really simple to solve.
I mean, there's different options how to solve them. So Yeah, but I mean, it's an interesting question, right? Because that's where the problems emerge in a society. It's where they have conflicts, right? Like if everyone can do what they want and there's no conflict, then it's fine for everyone. But so the interesting question in running a community, in a sense, is the moment where there's a conflict. So it makes sense to discuss that aspect, right? Or do you disagree?
Yeah, everything's fine until there's a conflict, right? Like right now in the United States, the left is like accusing the people on the right of not only being like their opponents, but like insurrectionists, right? There's literally been leftist politicians use the words "call to arms," right, when talking about women's rights. I won't get into the details and the minutia, but yeah, if Republicans were saying, you guys are the enemy and you're extremists and you're terrorists, that would be an extreme position to take. But that's actually what the left is doing. The left is saying, like, if you're not one of us, you're an extremist, you're a terrorist. Well, that's an extreme standpoint to say that
It's
your
a slippery
political
slope.
adversaries. I'm almost done.
If I,
To say almost done. To say that your political adversaries are like the enemy and like terrorists and extremists. That's like the roads to civil war. Those are fighting words, right? I mean, in any culture.
Yes, and I guess this ties back to the thing, the ancient assembly mechanism, and the reason why it was created there and in Greece. Essentially, if you say you don't want to resolve things just by checking out who's the majority, then the same thing gets resolved by fighting instead. And I mean, that's a valid way of solving conflicts, but it's more costly for both sides because people die, right? So I would suggest to them that the other method is better, but if they don't want it, then as long as one side chooses the violent path, then it's the violent path to resolve conflict.
But that's what I find it even like with this flat Earth shit, and what I've always kind of felt
Source
is
for
like,
solving a conflict.
well, you know them, they want to divide and rule,
of course,
right? As intellectuals, so like the thing is like, how do we diffuse what they want? You know what I mean? Because they want Globers and flat earthers to totally not talk to each other, to be completely separate. And it's like, by creating the bridges of communication with the other side, that's how we diffuse because remember, if violence gets chosen, then there's more likely that they're gonna control the outcome, because chaos is done. Truth is, the first casualty of war is truth, right? So it's like, that's why I think it best, you know what I mean? Like, really, the job of any of us, Glober, Flat Earth, whatever, is to diffuse the animosity between the parties.
Yeah, and this is why free speech was invented, so to speak.
And the courts. That's why the courts were created, because it's an individual issue, and you don't want to drag your whole society to war because you have a point of contention against your neighbor.
The problem is courts are also part of a hierarchical power structure, which, as long as it's not corrupt, is fine. But ultimately, if one side runs the place at a given moment, then
Well, see, that's what
yeah.
I mean. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. My thing, especially like in our society, like what's so crazy is that they've complicated issues so much so that they're actually correct in what they're doing in their rulings, but we don't understand the structure with which they're operating. So like what the court systems of today are doing is completely right and righteous and correct regarding the letter of the law. But and I think and our remedies are also fully available, but we don't understand the landscape of their court system enough to be able to get anything palpably, rewarding.
Well, what about
I agree.
this thing, right, where they've said that there's an unproportionate amount of blacks being arrested for whatever crimes or whatever, right? And so that they're just stop calling those crimes so that they can balance out the amount of whites and blacks that go to jail. Something's going wrong. Something's weird and going wrong here on purpose in a really big way. And
Well,
I think
it's like this. It's like
a lot of people are becoming aware of it. This isn't new though, relatively, where they're basically saying they only want to arrest as many blacks as whites.
Yeah.
Basically,
So it comes from proportionally, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll see that they've met their I've already arrested enough blacks this month quota. Here's blacks doing a crime. Let's walk away from that, ignore it, and then, you know what I mean? I think something's wrong.
We were getting into. Oh, go on, brother.
Okay, thanks. The shift that has been going on is the following. Historically, in the Western civilization, the most basic foundation for ethics was the Bible, right? I mean, you don't have to agree with the Bible, but it was the one that was what people generally believed is the foundation of
Media of
morality.
the day. Yeah, that was the media of the day, right? That's your news.
It was the
Or
meme.
it's even the rule set.
You know?
I mean, it's even the like essentially. You think the Constitution is the most basic thing, but in a sense, below the Constitution was the Bible, because even those who came up with constitutions and such, they would be back then very very faithful Christians, and the Bible has nothing about equity in it, right? So what in the West usually was believed that there was the core element was the individual. And so, for example, the idea of justice was that an individual would be judged by his or her personal actions. And then we got this great innovation called communism, right, with Karl Marx, where they introduced essentially the idea of equity, right? And this idea of equity that not every individual should be judged on their merit, but you should judge people by example. For the first thing for the Marxists was the class, so that people are collectives, first of all groups, and you want to balance the prosperity and the well-being of groups. And essentially, this is the thing. This is the big conflict that 2 or 3 generations of academics in the West, especially in the US, have been brought up with the value set of equity and not individual justice. And so it makes perfect sense. What they do makes perfect sense if equity is the foundation of your morality and not equal rights before the law for individuals. And then and for their equity goal, then of course it's almost inevitable that they would do the things they do if
So
you
what
believe
makes
that's
them
the foundation.
unequal? Right. Here's the big question, right? What makes a person, right, decide to do more crimes, more violent crimes? What's unequal about them? Like, is it maybe their IQ? Is it a lower IQ situation where somebody wants to commit more violent crimes?
Disparity, right?
Right. I mean, okay, so is it complete disparity when you actually do have all of the same opportunities as everyone else around you, but you choose a different lifestyle and you choose that to claim victimhood so that you can take the easy route out and do all the stealing and not work hard for your living and blah, 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 and live a rapper lifestyle?
See, the problem is that you see people as
Let's
individuals.
face it.
I don't see that as an excuse. I see that as racist white people saying, "See, since you're so low and you're not very good, we're going to give you all these different, you know what I mean, excuses to get away with shit because you're just not as good as us."
Real quick before we.
Let me defend that because that was something I said. I wasn't really thinking race. I was thinking the other 4-letter word that rhymes with grape. Disparity drives them because only 40% of men are breeders, right? The other 60% are involuntary celibacy, right? So I would say that desperation drives this, and I think if we went back to like the old way of like enforcing marriage, like one woman, one man, then things would be like more evenly divided, and maybe if the women could step back, a little bit of the I don't know what do you call it, the third wave feminism, right? And maybe get like a husband, then there would be less rape, right? Is that logical? I mean, I think it is.
No,
I mean,
Hey,
on a
let me.
sociological level, it might be, but I don't. I think on one hand, it's probably not gonna happen on a practical level, and then of course, even in the traditional sense of justice, I guess if it's illegal to rape, then don't do it.
Yeah, real quick before we get into the societal breakdown of communism and capitalism and shit. Like, yo, check this idea we were talking about last night, and I'll just run through it. We don't have to divulge or get into it, but like, they got rid of the planet Pluto, right? And like, what the planet Pluto, astrologically, like whatever the fuck, was like this, like, it's like the underworld. It's like facing the karma of your deeds and shit like that. And like, the society is so cucked that like they got rid of the archetype of of like of like of fucking of responsibility. Do you know what I mean? And
The head of the family. There's
this is the
fucking
result, man. This is the result of a bunch of these cucks who can't even handle
yeah.
being called by the wrong pronoun. You know what I mean? Like,
Fucking Homer Simpson, the man is stupid. The man doesn't get it. He can't do it. The woman has to control that, the household. This mentality that it's been going on. We've been getting conditioned for this for quite a while.
well, they've destroyed the archetypes, is what they've done. It's like the presidency. The presidency used to be this archetype of whatever, and like that's why some people believe they put in Clinton to get like blowjobs in the White House because it defames the White House. It defiles it. And they want to defile all of these archetypes that help man. You know what I mean? And so like that's what they've done is they got rid of Pluto. They've disgraced every fucking archetype. It's postmodernism.
Yeah, the more precise, post-structuralism, but yeah, postmodernism is closely linked to that. And yes, it's a conscious effort. Like it's the scholars write about this. Like basically the idea. So the irony is they basically want to deconstruct, as they call it, the grand narratives, which of course includes all the archetypes, but it goes way beyond that. But the irony is that after that apparently we aren't left with no constructs or no narratives, but just as they deconstruct them, they replace them with new ones. And the interesting part is that they believe that all such constructs are only an instrument of power, and so they just see it as a power game. Basically, they want to replace old narratives with new ones that are more favorable to the power structure they aim for, and that's where the motive of equity comes in, because the new power structure is supposed to allow for equity between collectives within a society that they defined, right?
Well, that's why they get rid of. That's why they get rid of like the religious sentiment, and that's why they fight against like the biblical nature of things. History is because they can't. They have to Well, for one, religion itself is adversarial to government, so it's adversarial to the power structure. So they need to try to reinvent these archetypes with a bunch of limp-wristed tools that will never fit the mold.
This is 100%.
And they're failing gloriously.
What I see is different than that, right? So religion was their old power structure. Now they're just converting and transforming their power structure that was a religion and still is religion right now into some. See, they never lost control.
But the problem, but the issue with that, though, Grim, is that religion actually has fruit. There's fruit in the family that is religious. There's fruit in the society.
Self-governance.
Right. They have a
Temperamentalness.
Right. They provide a fruit. This is the issue. It's like, and versus this new power structure thing, which is void of any fruit. There's nothing. There's no meat to it in what they're providing, whereas it is in the religious sentiment.
Mr. Grimm, I would somewhat disagree historically that religion was the power structure. If you look at medieval Europe, there was always the fight between those two groups. There was the worldly ruler, the king or whatever, prince, call it as you may, that ruled in a land, and then there was always this secondary power structure of the church that would be in conflict with them. And a big reason why Protestantism even emerged was because it was an attempt of the worldly power structure to neutralize the Catholic Church in that case, in its in its power in challenging a worldly ruler in his land. So I think it's
actually exactly backwards, right? Because they needed the church in order to decry a king in the first place. That's how the kings in the mentality of having a king ever even arose, was the king of the world, Jesus, the
And
God,
the
the king.
divine right to rule. I agree with Grim.
So one was
Maybe
accentuating and accentuating the other, basically by affirming it, and so then to take the illusion, and make it look like that they're separated. They controlled opposition themselves, split themselves into a controlled oppositional group, because obviously they're still using the same book. They still tithe to the same bank.
But weren't there kings before Jesus, or during Caesar? Caesar was roughly the time of Jesus, and Rome wasn't Christian yet. But Caesar took power to become essentially a king, and the emperor, which is like a really big king. There was, Persia had a king. There were many kingdoms in the ancient Middle East prior to Jesus emerging. So I wouldn't, also in polytheistic cultures. So I wouldn't necessarily say that. Authoritarian rule has the precondition
Well,
that
yeah, it's
there's
almost like an
a
innate.
Christian Jesus.
It's
No,
like an
it wasn't that Jesus was the idea of, it was religions, right? And of gods. Jesus was more of a popularized idea that people could grab hold of, because there was more of a marketing behind it, right? You had people just completely wiping out countries just to put the book on their coffee table and walk away.
But weren't like Rome and Persia and such kingdoms with many different religions that all bowed down to the same king?
I'm just wondering, why would there be a King James version? Just saying.
Well, I want
It's
to
not
go
so
back to just a
separate.
few seconds and address that. He was trying to unify Scotland and England and to get everybody like on the same page. It would help if they had like a good foundation to go on. And yeah, I think the King James version was, slightly manipulated, maybe heavily manipulated. But to go back to like Moses, like, oh shit, I got all these slaves and they don't know how to like govern themselves. Like, what the fuck do I do? Like, okay, I'm gonna go up on the mountain. I'm gonna come up with a golden rule. Like, this is the 10 plans. All right, if everybody follows this, we can just, get along long enough to like make it to somewhere, right? Because they couldn't afford battle on two fronts, so they had to kill everybody and leave nobody behind, unless they get attacked in the ass, where the women and the children and the goats are. So those 10 rules, like, they're pretty good rules. Like, if you love your neighbor, you won't try to steal his life or his wife or his car, right? So those are pretty good rules to start a foundation by. And if we could all agree on that, I think society would like stop swinging so hard to the left and the right and maybe end up a little more in the center.
Right. On the King James Bible, I think there's another thing going on there beyond religion. For power, in terms of power, it is very valuable if you want to keep a realm, a kingdom together, if they have a shared language. And in a sense, the King James version synchronized the language across the kingdom, or or England and Scotland, because before, much of Bibles were in Latin, and then otherwise it was local vernacular, and King James basically synchronized, it standardized English in a sense as a language across the land, and that helps with a sense of unity. Like a lot of identity around one's nation is about the language. Historically, before the colonial age, at least.
Yeah, I want to think about what Grim said. Maybe it goes hand in hand. Like, maybe the king usurped his rule by saying, I have a divine right to rule. And maybe, the church like usurped its plan, like, okay, I'm going to go in here like a military. Oh, damn, they defeated us with kindness. Like, oh, shit, what do we do now? Like, the martyrs have one more martyrs and have one more people. And I think Constantine was kind of under this thing to where if you can't beat them, join them. Right? So, and I think a lot of people, they talk about the deeds of the Romans post-Christ, and they do the pin the tail on the donkey fallacy. Look how violent religion is, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of think the two go hand in hand. But this is how it should be. God's law, obviously, would be the most high law. Then you'd have the supreme law of the land, the Constitution. And for everybody who can't fucking figure it out that you're not supposed to cause harm, injury, and loss, like that would be where, you know, the courts come in, right? So everybody who's governing themselves with a good book, right? And you know, oh, I broke a code. Oh, God forbid. Not the code. Like the code is the lowest thing, right? It's like statutes. Like, don't go 31 over here. I mean, business.
I also think there's a certain level of power subversion going on with the whole idea of Christianity, actually, because what Christianity makes impossible for a ruler, if the people is Christian, is that the ruler can claim godhood, like in Egypt or Persia, or even partially in Rome, where the ruler, the emperor or king, would say he's himself like God, and if he's God, you can't, you know, he can't do no wrong, right? And by Christianity, you enforce the whole idea that a ruler can never be, you know, godlike.
Well, in
The whole-
Christianity, there can be no like king because he's the priest king, according to the Book of Hebrews.
Yeah,
So
but
if he's
no god
the
king.
yeah, he's not a god king. He's a priest king.
If that at all, I mean, in many Christian countries, that wasn't. I mean, usually that wasn't the case with kings, that they would describe
No,
themselves as that.
listen. Read the Book of Hebrews. It says he's the priest after the order of Melchizedek. Right. So if he's the Messiah, that means anointed king. Right. And if he's the high priest after the order of Melchizedek of the Most High God, then he's a priest king, right? I mean, that's literally what it says.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you look at countries with a Christian majority through history, that this was not the historical norm. That this would be the way the kings would present themselves as priest kings. Usually, they didn't.
Yeah, of course there was priest kings past, like Egypt. They were priest kings,
But
weren't
what?
they?
Yes, but are we talking like in the Christian? You know, the times were mostly Christian, like the past 2,000 years in, for example, Europe. That wasn't the case, right?
Well, it may not have been the narrative because Catholics are Trinitarians, but he's not, you know, the God. Right? That's not who he is.
Yeah, in Egypt, actually, they were very serious about the whole the godliness of the king. So in ancient Egypt, it went beyond priest king; it went actually to god king. As far as we learn history now, because what the fuck do we know, right? I mean, none of us have really made themselves sure that the translations and all are actually true that we are being told. But it's, you know, always a problem with authorities in education.
How does anybody know what happened 2,000 years ago, and how would we prove
Right.
it?
We don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a faith thing. I mean, all of history is like faith. So, like me as a video gamer, I play a lot of real-time strategy games. And when I look at what Hitler was doing, where he preemptively attacked Russia and then went to war with the West at the same time, I'm thinking, well, that was dumb, right? But if you think about it a little bit longer and harder, if he would have went to war with the West and he would have defeated them, they would have, you know, partially defeated each other. Well, just like, you know, Mussolini, who came in and like took the spoils of war and just like, oh, thanks, that was free. You guys killed each other, and now we got,
It's
you know, a
clear
really
real
powerful
estate.
communist state, right? So then I look back at like, okay, well, on the Eastern Front, why did Hitler retreat? Well, I guess for the same reason, you know, the French did retreat. They thought they were going to win, or whatever. But there was plenty of times where Hitler should have ordered a retreat, and that would have been like way better in the outcome.
Yeah. So with Stalingrad, from what I heard, it was a mistake by essentially Goering. So in some past pockets, it was possible for so Goering was in charge of the Air Force, the Luftwaffe. In some past pockets, Goering was able to do an airlift. Basically, you know, like the Berlin airlift, basically like that, just in the war for units that were surrounded, until they could get other troops could reach them and end the how's it called in military terms? the encirclement. And he was simply wrong. He didn't have the resources to supply them, and so the choice to not retreat was made on the fails idea that they could be resupplied by an airlift, essentially, which didn't work. So yeah, at least yeah, I mean that's at least how the current understanding of the history of this is. Because
Anyway, the point
Stalingrad was the big one.
the point is that there's all these narratives, right? And if you look at the American narrative, like Stalin was a good guy. And I don't know how, I can't say it with a straight face. Did you hear me laugh afterwards? Because for anybody who believes that was a little bit of duper's delight coming out of me just now, because Stalin was nowhere near the good guy. So who was the good guy in the war? Was it the Allies, right, who raped 8 from the 80, or was it Stalin who killed like 9 million people? And then who was the good guy in World War II? Can somebody show me?
I think it was beyond that. Like in general, wars are not fought about morality. In general, they are fought about, essentially power interests, and the morality is instrumental. It comes after the fact to unify your people around your goal. Like because it's hard to convince Americans that they should go to war with China for the sake of American military hegemony. So you have to, of course, explain it around, these are very bad people and we need to fight them for the good. Because people are willing to fight for the good, but they rarely are willing to sacrifice their life for the power interests of their own elite. And this is the same across the world. Yeah.
You German. Are you under the impression that you were like the Germans were the bad guys in World War II, just in a kind of meta sense?
I mean, in a sense of them having done lots of bad things, yes.
Which bad things? Do you think they started
shooting captured insurgents, for example? Like in the Netherlands, there were some essentially like the Taliban, partisans against the German occupation, and when they had been captured, they were executed oftentimes. It's I think immoral.
Yeah, but do you know what happened to the German soldiers when they surrendered? They got worked to death in Siberian work camps.
I agree. But one wrong doesn't make the other right. Or whatever the
I
saying
agree
is.
with that. Can I just? Are you under the impression that the German state started World War II?
What?
Are you under the impression that the German state started the Second World War?
In the sense that they did the first military actions in Europe, yeah.
But did they make the first actions that led to war?
I mean, this is really, really hard because you can in causal chains you can always get one step further, right?
Yeah, for sure. But like what I was told in school when I was 13 and 14, Germany invaded Poland. Germany bad, everyone else good. And then when I grew up, I realized that was pathetic. It was one of the most pathetic narratives I've ever learned in my whole life.
So Pilsudski and the rulers after him in Poland, they were granted lots of territory with a majority German population in the Versailles Treaty, and they were fairly nationalist, and there was quite a degree of let's call it oppression of the German local majority, national minority, and was a bit of a weird thing with the public behavior of the British, because the British and the French, they had formed an alliance with Poland where I said Poland would be protected by them in case of an invasion. And so they sent mixed signals. So basically, the Polish government got a reassurance that the British would get involved right away if there was a problem, which emboldened the Polish, while at the same time the British government sent signals to Germany that they would not get involved. In a sense, this this made both sides more likely on a trajectory of conflict. Another oddity is that when due to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet Union and Germany together invaded Poland, the French and the British chose to selectively only declare war on Germany, but not on the Soviet Union, which is a bit odd because if they did simply applied the rule or the agreement they had that they defend Poland, they would have declared war to both of those countries. But I mean, of course, for power reasons, that makes no. I mean, for power reasons, it's smarter to only fight one at a time, right? So I can see why they would do that.
I have to say, your knowledge on this is very impressive. And you know, a lot of the things that I have to tell other people, like forcibly, you've already mentioned. So it's actually quite nice that I don't have to, you know, tell you these things, because I have these conversations often when people they go by the very basic bitch narratives, and they kind of just Germany bad, you know, and everyone else is justified in their actions, which is complete nonsense. So yeah, that is interesting, and that's why I always like to remind people that the Treaty of Versailles, which came from the First World War, was I would say it was the excuse to invade Germany. As we already know, that there was an international clique of people who'd already declared economic war on Germany because of their economic war on the economic powers within Germany that were strangling them. And you probably know all about the great miracle, the great economic miracle, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't think that anyone's good in this war, but the Germans were absolutely done dirty many times, and to the point where their invasion of Poland was necessary to save those German people who were being massively oppressed by what was German land only 10 years ago, right? These people were now being massively oppressed
years before.
Yeah, go on.
And for 600 years or so before, it was German. But what I wanted to ask you is, who do you think is to blame for the Ukraine war this year having started?
Oh, we're switching subject. To be honest, I don't know enough about it. All I know is that all of these competing international interests aren't actually competing international interests. You have very powerful people in countries, and they sway public opinion with propaganda. So, if I was to guess, I would say that there's a bunch of oligarchs that don't particularly like Ukrainians or Russians, and want both countries weakened. But that would be my guess.
I mean, Ukraine is fairly unimportant as a country, so probably it's mainly on weakening Russia, because Ukraine doesn't matter really.
It's a way to divide the world from, you know, America versus Russia. Yesterday, someone's like, "Oh man, if I was strong enough, I'd love to go fight them. I hate them Russians, man."
Oh man. So I can give you my answer. I think this is an odd one, but I mean, an unusual take, but I think it's Biden. With one sentence.
That's not unusual at all.
With one sentence, he said, right before the Russians invaded, what Biden said was that USA would under no circumstances get militarily involved against Russia in Ukraine. Instead of just saying nothing.
Yeah.
That was like 2 days before the invasion or something, 2 or 3 days before the invasion actually started. And because otherwise they were on the toes. The Russians wouldn't know. Would they go in? Would they get involved? Would they not get involved? Right? They were on the toes, but Biden basically gave them the blank check that USA wouldn't get involved, so they could have some confidence in their invasion.
I want to say whoever was saying that they want to go fight the Russians, I think we should start a GoFundMe so we can send that motherfucker to a Russian slap-off contest and see how much he enjoys fighting the Russians.
Yeah, there seems to be the dual narrative.
Russia's hard.
The Russians at the moment, where they're both big, bad, scary, and mean, and also incompetent. Right? Okay, they can't be both. So you know, the narratives around this need to become clarified before I can even take any of them seriously. And to be honest, since they come from the mainstream, I don't take them seriously anyway. So yeah.
Russia's hardcore. You know, Russians are strong people. But you go to someone's house or someone else's place, it don't matter how strong you are. Like, look what happened when we went to Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? Come to my house. I don't care how big of a bad motherfucker you are. If we're at war and you come to my house, you're going to get fucked up.
Or Afghanistan, right, with the Taliban.
Yeah, pick something. You go to someone's house. Look what happened when England came over here and tried to, you know, we took our independence. Anything. You go to someone's house, you're going to get fucked up.
These are very much First of all, Ukraine and Russia borders each other, so they'll be very familiar with the territory next door. Second of all, the amount of military that the Russians would have parked on Ukraine's border would be massively more than the Americans took to Vietnam or to Afghanistan.
Yeah, but we're sending. Okay, I like what you said earlier about the Russians being incompetent. They are, but I mean, we're sending them tons of stuff. We send them surface to air defense systems, all kinds of shit. So
yeah, I know. Well, that's my point. You can't be running two narratives that are basically the opposite. Like on the one hand, Russia is this clown that can't do anything right, doesn't even know how to tie its shoelaces, and on the other hand, it's this burgeoning war machine that's going to wipe out Ukraine. It can't be both, but yet both narratives seem to be circling.
I mean, before we even went there, I think the civilians were fucking them up with Molotov cocktails. The Russians were running out of fuel, like their logistics suck.
How do you know any of this?
I'm just going off what I saw on TV, TikTok.
A bunch of it just sounds like bollocks to me. Like, do you really think?
I mean, I saw the video. I saw the videos of the tanks getting hit with Molotov.
Well, what did you actually see?
I've seen like tanks and armored vehicles and shit getting hit with Molotov cocktails.
Okay,
you're right. It could have been. It could have been anything.
It could have been. It could have been Ukrainian propaganda. It could have been Russian propaganda. Who fucking knows?
Yeah,
I wasn't there.
No doubt. Yeah, me either.
But that's what I'm saying is suspicious. Like, if you've got two opposite narratives going on at the same time, they can't both be true. So I'm not going to believe either of them, to be honest.
Or you could believe them both. Do it the Glover way.
I know one thing. From what I could tell, the Russians, when they went in, they were being kind of soft-handed and pulling the punches. Normally, when the Russians go in somewhere, they just like fuck everything up. But it appears that they were trying to like scale it back a little bit and be a little more humanitarian, since the Ukrainian people really aren't the problem.
Well, plus they got their own people in there. There's a lot of Russians in there. They don't want to just go, and you can't just go killing civilians. Like, if you have a population against you, it's almost impossible these days to win that war, because you can't. There's like rules of war where you just can't go kill everyone.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's using the shock and awe campaign. I think
you can't do it gangster style, like get down or lay down.
So one interesting thing I want to mention, Chaiki, which used to be a guy who came on here all the time, he told me that the Americans saved 0 Jews from the concentration camp, and that was a lie, and that I needed to stop repeating it. The American people went in and saved the Jewish people out of the concentration camps. He told me that was a lie. Now, I don't know what you think of that.
You know, Chaiki's Israeli, right?
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm wondering, why the hell would he say something like that?
Well, because he likes to be a victim.
He also likes to argue.
So, are you actually wondering that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, like, why would he want to, say that his people weren't saved out of there, and that, like nobody came to save the Jews, or whatever his narrative was.
Bro, do you know how big the H industry is? Just the industry. Just around this one event.
Does anyone know Chaiki well enough to answer for him?
Yeah, I know. I've spoken to Chaiki many times. He's a pathological liar.
What's the H?
Yeah, I knew it was his narrative. I mean, I didn't believe him. I was just like, why would he say it though?
Yeah, I didn't say the H word. There's an industry around a certain event with regards to a certain type of people who are allegedly in chambers within Germany in the 1930s and 40s. That industry today is still worth billions, right?
Is it heroin?
Sorry?
Is it heroin? I mean, I don't know what.
No, it's the second letter O.
You could just use heroin as a safe word.
The heroin
Their safe word.
Yeah, the heroin course. Right.
The heroin addicts.
Like the industry around this, let's call it a legend, because then that doesn't say whether it's true or false, is worth billions even today. Right. So you won't find anyone who benefits from this either in terms of social credit for being a victim or financially going against the narrative. You're just not going to find it. And anyone else who doesn't go with the narrative, who isn't from that group, just gets called anti-Semitic. It's really simple. And there are people from that group who say, actually, I'm not sure that happened. And they either get basically deplatformed or killed. So what else is there?
I got it. Thanks.
Yeah. I didn't want to go too far into that, but
Yeah, no, it's kind of difficult. But yeah, I get that. So what about
You gotta say, at the risk of sounding like Eric DeBay.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but I don't give a shit about any of that. People can believe what they want to believe. I'm not really into the whole race thing at all.
It's kind of crazy
I
that
think
you
it's
get arrested in Germany if you question it, though.
Yeah, 17 countries. The thing is, though, Larry, this isn't really a race thing. This is actually a freedom of speech thing. Like, if it happened, right, and it happened exactly how they say, you should be allowed to question it because it's true, right? If it's true, why would questioning it be bad? Because you're just going to find out that it was true, right?
exactly
like the jabs.
Well, yeah, like many of these things, like when they say misinformation, what they really mean is you challenged authority too much.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's kind of you guys had me thinking about the whole biblical conversation earlier, and like how like religion is like innately against government, and how like interesting it is that like the story of our people is that there was a man who went against the government, and he's like our most prized hero in history. So much so that we fucking base as BC, before Christ. You could be common era or whatever, but like it's before Christ, after Christ. Like our religion is founded on a dude that was like, "Hey, fuck big government," and they hate it.
I recently told a cop about the idea of self-governance, which is like a really old idea. And he was like, well, once you do the self-governance thing, then you don't need cops. And I was like, exactly. But he was like pointing it in a bad light. Like, not only do they want, like, they don't want vigilantes, because if everybody governed themselves, right, what would be the point of having a cop? But also, if you govern yourself, what would be the point of having a cop? So they don't like it either way, which means they like the perpetual slavery system. And I think that goes for like all governments. Like Christ was saying, like, I'm going to go and do this. Screw you guys. I'm going to do my own thing. And they were like, well, you can't do that. Like, you have to do our thing. It's like, well, if you, look at what Christ was saying, like a lot of the stuff was like, set the captives free and language like that, and knowledge, know the truth and it'll set you free. And they don't want people to be free in the mind. That's the worst place they can be free.
Right, and that's why like all these overarching totalitarian systems want to get rid of religion, because it's something that combats the state ideology. That's why it's like all these atheists who think they're so profound for not having a religion. It's like, your religion is the state, asshole.
Yeah, there's a hole in every man's heart, right? And not most men are leaders, right? So what do? They fill that hole with following whatever is the perceived authority. And if God doesn't exist, then man becomes God. And what man is going to be God? The most powerful man. Well, who would that be? Right? That would be the state. And I've been pointing this out, this cosmology, this Big Bang cosmology turns people into statists. And I don't really get that at all. But why would you want to be a statist? Like, there's so much better things to, like, follow. Like, your own free will, right?
You know,
Your own inhibition.
I've always just thought it's so interesting that, like, the Masons use the square and the compass. You've heard me say this before, but like the idea that the square represents the earth, which was man, and the compass represented the stars, which was the soul. And what they've done is they've pushed them both together. Like the materialist cannot distinguish between soul and body, so they've made it all like the sphericity of the soul. They've like superimposed that on the earth, thereby binding the soul and man together. Like they've just castrated all fucking thought. That's what they tried to do.
Yeah, I agree. And I meant to say ambition, not inhibition, like that's. Well, since no one jumped on it. So I think it's kind of like Moses, like freeing people, like, or, Neo getting freed. Like the first thing you have to free is like the mind. And if you can't like show people like how to think freely and how to think self-governing, like it's never going to happen. And I think the people are served that which they deserve. And the more and more people rely on the state, the bigger the police force gets, right? The bigger the boot on the back of our neck, the stronger it gets. Because if we don't govern ourselves, well, what's going to happen? Well, please, Daddy Government, take care of me. Well, you better be home by 9 or you're going to get the boot. You better do this or you're going to get the boot. So I think it's like at this point, like the culture war is about to peak. And not necessarily a physical war. That's not really what I'm talking about. But it's either collectivist or individualist. Now, there's strength in collectivism, right? Many stick strong, right? Planet of the Apes. But it's even stronger if everybody is an individualist with the same set of morals. If you think about it.
I like to refer to Prodigy from Mobb Deep. He told us there's a war going on outside, no man is safe from.
Well, something you said there, Hank, funny you just brought up song lyrics. I was thinking of the same thing. I know earlier in the day we were talking about, songs and how you can get that tingly feeling from a song or whatever. And the song that I thought about is actually the one I'm going to quote now, which Hank just alluded to, or at least sparked it in my mind. The lyrics from Bob Marley, Redemption song, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Very powerful lyrics.
That's why I think the globe is so important in this. Like it can't go anywhere. Like nobody's gonna win this fucking shit show because the globe has to be there in order for you to exercise the muscle of discernment. If it wasn't there, then you wouldn't be as intelligent as you are. In the sense that you can see it for what it is. Well, like once you have to be able to see it and then be able to see it for what it is. And you can only see it for what it is, and the corruption and all the rest of it, until you've come from it, and that develops the muscle of discernment, which if we didn't have, none of us would be here.
This globe thing
Happy
could end
Shabbat,
someday.
everybody. I guess the people get a day off from disrupting on Saturdays. Please continue.
Would you say the Globers got the day off?
No, the disruptive ones. Right? You notice that we're not being disrupted unless you guys banned them all, so it's better.
They work in shifts, bro. They work in shifts. They'll be here. They're just late.
Well, they've been doing so well over the past few weeks. They got the weekend off. Their bosses were good to them.
So, you know what, guys? You guys been doing so good. Just take Saturday off.
Larry wants to have Glover's band.
No, we don't want Glover's band. I was just joking. Thank you, Papa Soros. I'll take the day off now. Go to the beach without binoculars.
Well, I didn't get off today, so I have to be here with you guys.
Yeah, I'm not off. But...
Yeah, they just sent you in because we thought of that idea that they were off work. Nice try, buddy.
Good cover.
Hey, yo, Copernicus, I'm wondering what your issue with the Christ is in regards to like issuing an indictment. Because check it, I've often thought like this, like missionaries, right? They were serving the Lord. Well, like you get served a letter to come to court, right? So when the missionaries went everywhere, they were serving the people with the offer of Jesus. And they were saying, hey, do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior? And they had 4 doors. And any society that said, nah, got wiped off the fucking map. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, like in a way, like they are like, I was just curious what your take was, like serving an indictment on government or serving an indictment on. This stems from a comment in the chat. Forgive me.
Yo, Travis, what's your discussion about with Beer Man today later?
Don't know if Travis is here. If Travis isn't here, I had a question for Hoymar.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hoymar, can men get pregnant?
That depends on what Google says, right?
No, it depends what you say.
But
Just
I
look it
think
up
they
on Google.
I think
You
they
can look
can. Oh, I will say I think men can't get pregnant. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be cast out of the Globe Indoctrination Center if you start thinking for yourself.
I'm not sure what that has to do with what I think the shape of the Earth is, though.
How dare you? I don't either, but for some reason, most Globers think men can get pregnant. So I thought I'd ask you.
It is possible that I'm not, I'm missing some information that they have, but I think they can't get pregnant. So.
Now, I think they might be missing some information you have. I think that's the way around that is. Anyway.
There's no way you're missing any information. We know how men work, right? We know how women work. We have all the information.
Literally.
There's no like new information came about in the past few years where we're like, oh, we missed this that whole time.
Yeah. It turns out the ovaries are in the balls. Oh, who could have known?
Yeah, he said no, he kicked out of the indoctrination centers, right? Yeah. The Globe Indoctrination Center. So you're going to get kicked out of school. That's what you're saying. And then you said, I don't know what this has to do with the Globe.
Oh well, I meant in that sense, Gem Panda server, but whatever, same thing.
Oh, what's the difference?
I thought he was going to get kicked out of college because he said that.
What's the difference between indoctrination and education?
I can tell you that right now. If you come to Lake Fork, right, it's a really famous lake up north of Texas. A lot of people come from all over the country to go there and fish. I could demonstrate to you how to fish, right? Because Lake Fork is a man-made lake. The trees are actually popping out of the water, right? So you're not just going to go there and be an expert fisherman, right? So I could demonstrate to you how and where to actually fish the lake, right? Because it's a very interesting lake, right, to fish at. I've been there before, by the way, with my grandpa. So the thing to understand is that I could tell you, right, or I could demonstrate. So education without demonstration is pure indoctrination because it comes from the mind and imagination. However, if the education is purely through demonstration, there's no indoctrination.
Well, okay. In science. I see, but that assumes that, like in the site or in the environment where you get your education, you can demonstrate everything that you should be educated about, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah. In science, in science, your all of your classwork is associated with the lab, in which you demonstrate what you've learned in the classroom.
Not all of it.
That's why it's called science, right? It's not theoretical astrophysics. That would be different, right?
I want to tell you guys something I learned last night. Or go ahead after this. I want to say something. When this is over, go ahead though.
there are just some things which are hard to demonstrate, in a lab with limited methods, limited, facilities to do so. But what you're saying basically boils down to this synthetic method, right?
Sure.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, what's the alternative? You just make shit up and then you can't prove it and then call it fact.
Welcome to pseudoscience, boys.
Well, that
yeah,
is the
if you bring something up and you can't back up your assertion, then that won't convince somebody who's skeptical anyway. I agree.
Yeah, but if they're 8 years old, they won't know.
Yeah, good point. That's a good point. I mean, some of us.
Oh, here's what
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, go ahead.
No.
What are you gonna do? Like, how are you gonna? I know what you mean, right? But how are you gonna solve the problem? Like, you can't just say, well, then we're gonna let the children stay ignorant because we don't dare to teach them anything, right?
What's worse than being ignorant? Believing the opposite of the truth would be actually worse than being ignorant. So I didn't go to school and graduate high school or college or anything like that. And a lot of things that I'm learning right now are actually true. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't have to unlearn, which is beneficial to me because I'd rather be ignorant than know the opposite of the truth.
Yeah, and it's funny because we talk about this a lot, and there's a lot of people in this chat who, I mean, like, obviously, Larry's just said you didn't finish school or whatever. Winston often says he dropped out of college. There's loads of other guys who say that. I'm the complete opposite. I'm a product of the education system. I have 2 degrees, right? So, but I also understand that what they've taught me is largely the opinions of people who were famous in those fields. Like, one of them is music production. It's not really an important degree in this respect anyway. Whatever. Like, you're not really learning technical skills outside of how to get on a computer and make a song. But the point I'm trying to make is that people have this huge, like, respect for education when it's formal, but not when it's informal. And that's I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, I think you have.
It's hard to teach children when it's hard to teach them the real truth of the world when they also believe in Santa Claus at the same time. The problem with the globe is that they have to believe in the globe before they even believe in Santa Claus. It's the root. And they don't even go to school. They don't even go to school to learn the globe because they get it from everywhere they look.
I mean, think about the reality of what you just said with Santa Claus. Honestly, if that's not a psyop, what the fuck is it? How do you penetrate all of society with this myth that's completely commercial? 100% commercial. Like, just think about that. How the fuck did it ever start? Right? Who like what little village told their story of blah blah blah, and then somebody goes, "Ooh, that's good. I think I'm going to spread that around." You know what I mean? It's like crazy how that one seasonal mythical thing that's absolutely commercial is worldwide.
Yeah, and has been ever since way before mainstream media. Way before.
Crazy, right? Exactly, right? That's the crazy part too. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Jeremy, man. You were wanting to get in.
All right, this is what I learned last.
All preschoolers.
Yeah.
So this is what I.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So this is what I learned last night. All right. 99.9% of numbers, probably more than that. Over 99% of numbers contain the number 7. Do you guys know that?
Huh. That's interesting.
That's just Price's law.
What does that mean?
Don't you worry about that, Puddin'.
But that's true of every.
You're hot micing.
That's true of every number, bro.
I know. I was just gonna.
I said that's Price's law.
So I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
That's Price's law. There's always going to be like the 1%, right? You play Monopoly, there's always going to be one winner if you actually obey the rules, right? There's always going to be like 1% of the population selling 99% of the music on iTunes.
Well, no, I mean, it's not really a statistical kind of law, more the fact that if you think of literally every number, there's going to be a 7 somewhere along the line. The only ones that don't contain a 7 are quite rare.
Just the higher you go. But I mean, you could say that you were right, Crypto. You could say that of all numbers. 99.9% of numbers have the number 3 in it. And 99.9% of numbers have the number 4 and 5 and 6. Pick a number. 0 at every number. Maybe not 0. Actually, I take that back. 1 through 9. But yeah, this is the kind of games you can play with math. You know what I mean? That doesn't even sound right. 99% of the numbers can have every number in it. There's 10 numbers. How's that even seem possible, right?
I think isn't it like called digits? The numbers like 1 to 9, 0 to 9. Will it be the digits?
Yeah, digits. Yeah.
So I guess what you would say is that almost all numbers contain. Yeah, you could also say if you say there's basically infinite number of numbers, so to speak, then most numbers contain all digits. No, that's unlikely.
Yeah, 99% of the digits 1 through 9 are in every number.
Well, what about the Roman numerals? Like the Roman numeral doesn't have a 0 in it. So like, what about that? What's up with that? You know what I mean? It's got a system of counting to 10 and starting over. 10 is X and then XI. There's no 0 needed.
Then again, in a sense, those digits are only representations, right? When you go to numbers beyond 9, then they just become representations. So, for example, x22 in Roman numerals would be 12 in hours, or in the common decimal system, and then you would have another number, a few zeros and ones in a binary system. So, I mean, because the digits, in a sense, are actual numbers, right? 0 is an actual number, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on until 9. But then 10 is already, synthesized from 2 digits, 1 and 0. And then you could also say this could also be another representation, x1, just x, I mean, with 10. So yeah, that's the thing with 0. It's it's in a sense a representative thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this was just to show you guys the games they could play with numbers. All right, it's one of the games they could play with numbers. You can make anything be anything.
Well, yeah. What I saw something on Facebook the other day is like, hey man, check this out. The year I was born and my age equals 2022.
I know, I saw that too. That's true for every fucking year,
right?
Yeah, of course.
It's true for every.
Yeah, my mom sent me that, and I said to her, "That's true for everything," and she was like, "Oh,
wow!"
Like last year, next year, 10 years ago.
I mean, this is like really dumb, right? like the day I'm impressed by this.
Yeah, I mean, just on what Travis said about you can lie. No, sorry, maybe Jeremy said it actually. But
no, I said it. It was really good. I said it.
All right, fair enough. If it was good, you said it. And if it was bad, Jeremy said it. Yeah. So basically, you guys must have heard about the whole. You can use maths to make half of, like, an empty glass of milk or whatever equal a full glass of milk. You guys heard about this?
Run through it.
Yeah, that would be fractional reserve lending, right?
Well, I mean, it's actually incorrect maths, but obviously people who don't understand maths might be persuaded by it. So you just say that half a glass equals half a glass, and then you say that the glass on the left is half an empty glass, and the glass on the right is half a full glass. You then times both sides by 2, and now you have an empty glass on one side and a full glass on the other. It's not legitimate, but people who don't understand maths will be like, "Oh, sounds about right."
Oh, it's even maybe even more further nuance. The math, in a sense, is correct math, so it is applying the correct rules of math, but it is not correctly correct representation of the reality, because you can say anything in math. The question is if you choose the right mathematical expressions to make a reasonable representation of reality.
What do you think? Well, have you ever heard of the story where the 3 guys go? Have you ever heard of the story where the 3 guys go rent a hotel room, and then they found out, there was a discount in the room, and they give them
yeah.
$5 back.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you could run through that, and it'll all seem legit.
It was like $30, and they all had to give $3. It was like, they had $27, and there was $3 left over, and blah blah blah. Yeah.
They tipped the guy $2. Yeah, I mean, you could run through it, and everything you're saying at the time is correct, but it won't equal out.
Check. Mic check.
Check.
God. Somebody divide by 7.
You stopped. You broke up. Somebody do what?
Somebody please divide C by 7.
You still broke up.
360 by 7. Divided.
360 by 7.
Yeah, divided.
What's the answer?
Wouldn't it be 5 something, wouldn't it?
Can't divide 7. Can't 7 divide.
Yeah, whoever's trying to do this 7 thing, you're flipping up, and we're just getting numbers now.
5.51.42875. 51.4.
That can't be right.
51.4.
Okay.
No.
51.4.
No. It doesn't divide in whole.
I didn't say it was whole.
Fuck.
You're breaking up. Maybe it's because you're breaking up, Snacks. You break up every once in a while, so maybe what you're saying is
and we're trying to do number things, and it's not coming. It's not working.
What am I supposed to fix?
I don't know. Maybe
By the way,
disconnect,
they're
reconnect.
educated in the UK and not the United States, so maybe that's
maybe like change your position or restart your phone or disconnect, reconnect Discord.
If I take it off speaker, can you hear me better?
There you go. Speakerphone's a no-go for Discord usually.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm new. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to say, 67. I don't know.
No. Whatever you got going on, the thing is still happening.
Yeah. I hear it's 7.
He was perfectly fine until he started to spit out.
Howard, you're breaking up, Howard.
You're
breaking up, Howard.
I know it.
You got to land the plane, Howard.
Next, try using push to talk. That'll probably solve your issue.
I hate push to talk.
You don't got to push me to talk.
Push it.
Howard, you ever just need the whole fucking weekend to recover from your week, man?
Dude, I didn't get in till yesterday afternoon, and I went home and took a shower and washed clothes, and I'm back on the road.
Shut up. What about your reset, bro?
Yeah. Well, I'm still on paper logs.
Shut up, dude. What the
Paper
hell,
logs.
man? Listen, man, will you hire me as a driver for you?
Well, Jeff might. He's actually cutting back. We used to have 30 trucks in the group, and we're down to like 13 trucks, and he wants to go down to 10 trucks. He's made millions in this business, and he's wanting to retire, but he's got his kids still involved in it.
I don't know what you mean by when I ask you for a job and then you tell me that story. I don't understand how to interpret your answer.
Well, I mean, the group that I'm working with I'm not actually working directly for myself, although I am an independent. I'm actually logged on with another man's authority, and that's what I'm running on. So
again, you got any openings?
No, well, I mean,
they're cutting back. They're trying to cut back.
Yeah, I would have to get my own authority and get an MC number and all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay,
which
that's
might
cool.
happen, Yeah, it might happen in the future.
Well, hey, listen, if something comes up and you guys need a driver, team driver, whatever, let me know.
Bro, they ain't even doing that no more. Left Lane's about to start delivering shit with his plane.
I know, right?
If only I were young. If I was young enough, I would definitely get my commercial license. I don't mean to fly big planes, but to be able to ferry planes and haul overnight packages and things like that. I would love to do that.
Bro, all that shit's going to be out soon, right? Everything's going to be, there ain't going to be no more truck drivers when all the vehicles are autonomous. Even that, there ain't going to be no overnight. They're just going to start droning shit all over the place.
Well, then after that, you'd have to, there's got to be something, if that were the case, Howard, think outside the box. Like, there would have to be a yard jockey. Like, there's something that an automated system is not going to be able to do. Because you'd have to automate. You'd have to. I'm going to tell you. Settle down. You'd have to automate the fifth wheel. You'd have to automate the kingpin, right? So you'd have to create a complete system that's going to drop your landing gear, dislocate the kingpin, so you can pull the truck away from the tractor. That's all manual. You got to have that be manual.
It's got to plug it up, unplug it, and all that. Yeah.
So you're telling me there's no way to automate disconnecting your, the
I don't know that it would be. I don't know
trailer
how,
from the.
Yeah, I don't know how you would be able to do that in a financially feasible way. Like, you'd have to build a fucking machine that's going to do, again, I don't know.
Yeah, to build a machine. Yeah, they build a machine. I mean, we have machines now that build the whole trucks, right? These trucks are coming off conveyor belts, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll figure out how to disconnect the trailer from the truck or whatever you got going on.
Well, hey, man, Howard, we got to put our brains together and create that mechanism and make millions off that.
Right on. Shit,
is it like hooking a trailer onto a truck?
No, it's not a ball that way. It's a how would you say it, Howard? It's a gear. It's a slip gear. Like, you push the the hitch into a spot, and then there's a other hitch that comes out around that hitch. I've never had to describe it. How would you say that?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I would just call it a bar lock on a pin. Your trailer's got what's called a kingpin, slides into a slot, and then a bar slides across the back of the kingpin, which holds it in place. And it'll do that automatically, but you have to manually pull the handle to release it, which I'm sure they could servo that and just put a servo motor on it, flip a switch, and it would pull it.
Yeah, easy peasy. Left lane already did it. Boom, we're good.
Yeah,
you guys are out.
Listen, no. The wear and tear on that, man. I just can't see it working.
I mean, do you even need the truck driver to do that? Can't the people at the store or wherever you're loading up or whatever just do that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. To a certain, what I was saying was, to a certain extent, even if you automate the truck, you're still going to have a manual, person doing something. So then figure out what that something's going to do and become that man. That's going to be this position.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're talking about just, hooking the thing up or something, it takes 5 minutes as opposed to you guys taking 5,000 hours, driving all over the place. It's wildly inefficient, the whole way we're doing shit right now. You don't want
You gotta start your own think tank problem solving company, Jeremy, because you've got quite the sharp mind for that one.
I am the think tank.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't have any overhead; it'd just be you.
No one listens to me though. If we implemented my ideas, it would crash the economy.
That's why you got to buy a plot of land, start your own community.
I saw a TikTok. They said if you get 150 people, I think it was, buy land, you're actually able to start your own city with laws and stuff. Is that true? Or
I don't know, but you don't need fucking laws, man. Laws are commercial.
Laws, Travis.
Laws, listen,
Travis,
okay.
You need laws.
Laws are commercial, bro. Right?
Okay, me and you live on a land. Me and you live on this land with this 150 people, and there's no laws. And I just kill 4 people in the middle of the night. What now? What?
Rules are different than laws.
Right.
Well, okay, there's a rule where you can't kill people, and then I kill 4 people. Now what?
Like no running around the swimming pool. That's a rule. That's not a law.
Yeah, jaywalking, all that shit. There's
I know. Yeah, there's a rule. We have a rule where you can't kill people, and then I go and kill
No.
four people.
That's a law. No, that's a law. It doesn't need to be commercialized. Okay, rules are commercialized. Laws are intrinsic, inherent, and natural. Jaywalking.
So we need these laws, right?
Jaywalking is not a natural law. Running around the swimming pool is not a natural law. It's a rule. What's running? Ooh, you're walking too fast. $500 fine. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about insanity where people just do whatever the fuck they want, like you. Yeah, good point with the rule.
What's your chat with Beer Man about later?
Refraction, bro. Refraction. I just posted at 225 an image that's obviously got mirage in it. So, but basically,
you know what? I actually knew that. I knew that, and because I messaged you back about it.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot.
Yeah,
I'll go over there if there's a mod. If there's a mod here, I'll go over there and watch. I can't leave these people unattended, though.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So anybody listening in this live stream, we're going to be in live stream 2 in 9 minutes for a presentation by Beerman. So come on.
Said 9 minutes.
Yeah, isn't it? It's 12. It's 12:50, right?
I wonder if Beerman's going to bring beer nuts.
It's 6:45 my side, so it's probably 12:45 your side.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Listen, stop that noise. What is that? Happiness? Is that what happiness sounds like?
Shut that baby up.
That's what curvature sounds like.
Beer Man, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this a while ago, like a year ago or something like that. But do you have huskies?
I did have one, and she passed away November last year.
Mine. So I have two. I had a full-blooded husky and a husky mix, and my full-blooded husky passed away in between Christmas and New Year's this past year.
Oh man, sorry to hear as well. It hits hard, eh?
Yeah.
I'm still not over it, but yeah.
Me neither. I was thinking about her this morning, and I saw that you were on, and I remembered we might have had a conversation about that a long time ago.
I wept like a baby when my cat died, like 7 years ago. I wept like a baby, man.
Me too.
Yeah. Yeah, I also cried for quite a while when I was still working for someone. I couldn't even go into work. It was difficult. It was losing a family member, man.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's more difficult, honestly, losing an animal, because I feel like the animal never gives you as much negativity as a human can, right? So it's all just like pure love for the most part that you receive from that animal, and it really sucks when you lose that. Whereas a human being, lots of times there's a little strife and stuff like that that can come into play, but it's just like almost like a pure love that you get from the animal.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's almost zero selfishness. If anything, the human is selfish, where the animal is not. If you had a shitty day at work, or yeah, I don't know. I can't, you can't even explain it with words. It's just, I think it's just there's no selfishness from their side, and like you say, pure love.
Hey, real quick, did you guys train your dogs, or are you just like whatever?
No, I trained mine, and I've actually got a prosthetic joint in my right elbow from. I taught her stop, go, left, right, and when it's not snowing on the mountains here, I used to take her on the skateboard, and there was a car coming ahead of us, and I told her to go right, and because there was a street coming ahead, but she turned too quickly, and I hit the pavement, and I went flying forward, and she was tied to my wrist as well. So if I had to fall, that she wouldn't carry on running, and I would lose her. So as I fell, my arm dislocated, and she still pulled, so it ripped.
Oh my
joint.
god!
Yeah.
Did you scream?
I didn't know it was broken. It was just hanging. So I've broken quite a lot of bones from skateboarding and things like that. So I'm sort of used to it. But each bone I've ever broken, it never hurt unless you force move it or something like that. But if you leave it in the position that it's hanging or whatever, it doesn't hurt. But I noticed when she was pulling, I couldn't do anything. My arm was literally just dangling, and my fingers were numb, and everything was numb from the elbow below. And so I pulled it off, or took it off my wrist, and she pulled me back home. And I also, with that fall, I got a screw in my left wrist from a fall when I was 16 years old. And that bone re-broke with that screw in it still. So they want to do a re-operation on that one as well. But I said, no, it's fine. For now, it's okay. It's not unstable, but yeah, it is a bit of a balls up.
So when you were running her, did you use like sled dog calls like G and Ha?
No, I
Or
just taught you the
did you say
basic English. Stop, go,
Okay.
left, and right. I kept it basic and simple.
Cool. Yeah, we had a sled dog group close to my house where we would go meet up with other sled dogs and put them on like summer training sleds and allow them to pull the sled around this like 2-mile loop. So our dogs learned the sled dog calls, and we would have guests in the summertime come down from Alaska where they're running the Iditarod, and they would come, help us train and teach the dogs and all that kind of stuff. So my dogs know the sled dog calls. Like if I say G, they're going to go to the right. If I say Ha, they'll go to the left. It's pretty cool. They listen very
Yeah,
well,
it's awesome.
especially when they're like
Yeah.
on the line.
Very intelligent breed of dogs, are the Huskies, and our one was starting to learn how to open doors, and she was letting
Yeah.
herself out and doing things like that. It's quite incredible what they do. She eventually stopped doing the door thing, but she was very good with the stop, go left and right. But like I said, I just taught her the basic things. Actually, I had a lady that complained about me having the dog pull on the skateboard like that, and yeah, I think there was a newspaper report as well about this woman actually wrote the report and complained about it, but saying it's animal
She thought it
cruelty
was
and
like
things like that.
bad for the
Yeah,
dog.
yeah.
No, when all we'd have to say is we're going to the sled dog. Like we just had to say sled dog, and our dogs would get so excited. Like they love to get on something and pull. Like that's what they live for.
Oh yeah. It's like a sheepdog. From baby, they know to herd sheep. They just know how to do it. The Huskies, I think, just in them, they know what they need to do, and she loves it. And yeah, that's why I knew it wasn't animal cruelty. But this woman, she didn't obviously understand. But yeah, we do have these Husky sled groups here where they run them on the beach and with bicycles, and they call it bike jawing and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed the skateboard, and then I used to rent out a snowboard, or I rented out a snowboard and took her up to the snow. And yeah, just naturally they know how to run on the snow. It's really incredible. But other than that, she was a fantastic companion. She slept with us in the bed as well. We had a sausage
Yeah.
dog as well. But he passed, was he 2 years before she passed away. So now no animals. We got a bit of freedom because my wife and I never went away for 10, 15 years, purely for the dogs. We didn't want to leave them alone or in care of someone else. So we're a bit more free now and want to explore a bit.
Yeah, similar story. So our husky mix, who is actually like the older of the two, she's still around, but she's starting to wear down considerably. And I think once she passes, I think we're going to take some time to travel because we really haven't had. I mean, we've done some traveling where we can take the dogs, but it's been a hindrance with the dogs. So I
Yeah.
think we're going to go without dogs for a little bit of time and maybe do some traveling.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's worse because I lost the husky in a very like quick, almost unexpected, very traumatic thing that took place, and that was very traumatic for us. But watching the one dog just slowly decline, I don't know if it's better or worse for something quick to happen and they're gone, or to watch them slowly degrade over time.
Yeah, so ours was
Well, it's
also
not.
like an overnight thing, and it hit hard. And I literally that same day she passed, I went and I sold my Jeep. I had a Jeep Wrangler that I loved to bits, and it was my dream vehicle for so many years. And that same day I went to go sell it, I just said no material thing is gonna do it for me anymore. After when she passed, it hit me so hard that I just said that I thought I loved my Jeep, and I got rid of it and I bought a basic little car. And I just said I don't want any more material things, no fancy things in my life anymore. And yeah, I'm actually happy with the move. I don't have shit things in my shit in my way in my life anymore, like over hoarding crap. And yeah, it actually changed my life in a good way, which is pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, they're a great breed of dog, man. Like you said, it took about 6 years for ours to stop digging out from under the fence and taking off. And they're so smart, but they're also such independent dogs. It's almost like a cat in a dog's body kind of thing sometimes.
100%.
Yeah.
And they say it gets better, but it doesn't get better, man. I miss both my dogs terribly, like it happened yesterday. We actually spoke about her yesterday because we got a blanket on the bed, and she used to love that blanket. And it's like, oh man, this is Dakota's blanket, and we have still her hairs everywhere. And we sold the house.
Yeah.
We moved into a new place now that's more lock up and go, that we can go out a bit more after her passing. So even with this move, we're still finding her hairs in the new place. It's like, yo, she's still with us.
Yeah. Having a husky, you're always going to have the hairs. The fur gets everywhere, for sure. Yeah, it was a strange thing. We had occasionally, if we were out for too long, the full-blooded husky, if she couldn't hold it, she would actually go pee in the house, and it was usually on a rug that was right by the door to go out. She didn't do it that often, but she would occasionally do it if we had left them for too long. And we had just purchased a new rug, and we're like, I don't know if we want to put it down, to replace the old one. And we had just put that new rug down, and we had just washed her kind of like stuffed animal thing that she has in the bed. So we just washed the stuffed animal thing, so it no longer had her scent, and we just got rid of the rug, and we put the new one down, and we were very hesitant because we didn't want to just ruin another rug, because she would just go to the bathroom on it again. But all of that within 24 hours, like this traumatic thing happened and she was gone. It was almost like, it was weird. We'd never washed this stuffed animal that she always cuddled with, and then we washed it. We hadn't replaced the rug. We replaced the rug, and it all happened within, like 24 hours time frame, and she was like gone. And my wife totally regretted for the longest time washing that little stuffed animal, because she was like, man, I wish we still had that. She used to sleep on it every night. It had her scent on it for so long, and now she's gone, and we'd washed the stuffed animal, and there's no getting that back.
Yeah, dude, it's tough. But yeah, I'll give you more of stories as well from my husky side now, but I need to hop into the live stream too. I got a little bit of a presentation to give there.
Oh yeah, cheers.
All right, cheers, man.
For the record, Bob Marley was Shit.
Was the shit? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he was the shit, man. Not only like musically, like the man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love the interview he had with the guy one time. The reporter was asking him about stuff, and he's asking him if he's a rich man or a wealthy man. He was just like, "Man, what you mean rich? Possession make you rich? Nah, that ain't. I ain't rich like that. To me, his richness is life forever."
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he wasn't perfect, and he probably made mistakes in his life and whatnot. But yeah, the dude's philosophy is legit.
And I'd say he's one of the few artists that everybody knows about who also kind of had most of his music geared towards the creator, right? I'd say he's one of the few.
Right, but you know, everybody talks about the guy like he only sung about marijuana. You know, that's his narrative.
Right.
That's the narrative around him, his mainstream narrative.
I don't even know if he really sung about that much, to be honest with you, right? Maybe he did. I don't really think he did. I think they just, you know, the Rastafari type religion or culture, it's just kind of ingrained in it. It's part of it.
Yeah, Robin Williams did a really good skit about how in America we got the atomic bomb, and in Jamaica they got the atomic bong. And when America shows up, there's radiation and devastation. But when the Jamaicans show up, it's celebration.
Nice. Facts, man. Facts.
You know, I often think about like a lot of Hollywood films that I've seen, like Chris Farley, you know, kill Whitey. You know, he's sitting there smoking with the Rastafarians. Kill Whitey, but I don't really think that there's a whole lot of that in their culture. They seem to be, from what I could tell, pretty chill. I don't know about the Rastas that live in, you know, other parts of the world, like the UK. I'm sure somebody in the UK might have a different opinion. But from every time I've come in contact with them, they were just like extremely chill dudes.
Yeah, so one of my soccer coaches in college, he was from Antigua, and he was a Rastafarian, and yeah, super chill. He just cared about like being healthy, being having a good clear sense of mind and body and soul, and it was chill with everybody. So
So I felt like I could get along with like anybody, right? Like, because no matter what you say, you're not going to trigger me. No matter what you do, like if you step on my foot and steal my lunch money, I might think to myself, like, you know, man, that guy really needs some lunch money because I'm a big scary dude. Like, this guy just like came up out of nowhere and just like stepped on my foot and stole it. He must really be hungry, you know. So I'm just gonna let him have it. You know, as long as nobody's like trying to kick me into the curb, I'm not likely to offend myself. Unless, you know, I actually feel like this dude's fixing to stomp my head in the curb. But yeah, I think I could hang out with anybody, like no matter what their policy or religion is or whatever, as long as it's not just, you know, my policy is chaos. I'm here to, you know, make heads roll or whatever, right? So I think that more people need to be like tolerant, you know, because the left preaches tolerance, but come on, do they practice that? And then the right is supposed to be like we're all equal under God or whatever, because they're the more religious type. But do they really preach tolerance? Because I've been hearing a lot of people on the right say a lot of weird, extreme. I've heard a lot of extreme people say, we need to kill these homosexuals and all that crazy stuff. It's like, really? Like, you're just gonna line them up and mow them down? Like, is that really the answer? It's like all these extreme people just need to chill the fuck out. Like, just because someone's different from you, different culture, different race, whatever, right? You don't have hazel eyes. Okay, so we can't get along. It's like, it'll be all right, bro. Yeah, I got hazel eyes. I don't have brown eyes. It'll be all right.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think it's a lot of it's how we're, for lack of a better term, brainwashed through media and schooling and all that stuff is to view people as categories and specific groups and try to attribute certain qualities, attributes to
So
the
that you could label them,
overall
right?
group. Yeah, to the overall group, this collectivist mindset. And I don't know, if you just, like myself, I just operate on an individual basis. I don't care what you look like, whatever. Interactions with people on a individual basis is going to get me to react in specific ways based on that individual, not because of some sort of overarching idea of a group or something like that. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, collectivism is really weird. Although I do see utility in it. When the Moors came up out of Africa and started invading Spain and Europe, it's like, oh, we could put our sides together, go kick their asses, and they can go back to where they came from, and then we can go back against bickering amongst ourselves. So I do see it, but I honestly think we're all stronger as individualists, right? Because if I was part of the guerrilla warfare, then you just delete, the guerrilla team. It's like, okay, I'm no longer here. It's like, but if I'm part of nothing, right, you might get one of us, but there's 330 million just like me, who only want to be left alone by the government and have individual liberty and have, nobody trespassing on my rights, government or.
Yeah, I agree. It's I don't know. The collectivist mindset is what many times can allow for the atrocities that they're claiming to save us from. It's interesting. It's a weird mindset. It's interesting to step back and look at society from a psychological standpoint. Look at all the different political types of rhetoric that come out of politics, how it's applied, and what the outcomes are. But you really have to look at it from a neutral perspective. Otherwise, you're always going to see it through some sort of skewed lens, and you're always going to have some idea that this side is better than that side, or X, Y, and Z. And
rhetoric.
There's so many faults on both sides. I mean, just the idea of this dichotomy of two different sides, this paradigm that can be perpetuated by just pitting one against another. But looking at either side or both sides or all sides with a neutral lens, you kind of see it for what it is. And it's almost like, yeah, I can kind of agree maybe with this side overall more than this side overall. But once you start to do that, it kind of sucks you into the whole duality, right? And you start, whether willingly or unwillingly, kind of fighting for this thing that you understand is is controlling. I don't know. I'm not making that make sense.
I think I got what you were trying to say. Like, if you do like start to indulge in it just a little bit, some people are going to be weak enough to where they find themselves like voting R or voting red just because that's the thing to do. When really, like, it shouldn't be like that. It should be like each individual claim on each individual like basis of information or evidence, and then each individual person judged on their deeds rather than, oh, you're a Democrat, I don't like you. Because I can't do that. Like, I like the fuck out of Tulsi Gabbard, right? She was like talking about stuff, make Kamala Harris look like an imbecile, right? About how she locks up black people for smoking weed, but openly cackles about smoking weed. It's like, oh, then she extends their sentences to, fight the fires. It's like, when Tulsi was saying that, I was like, damn. And then what they did is they changed the rules of the debates to where they excluded her from the next one. So they literally changed the rules to exclude her. And so it's for that reason, right, that I look at both sides on everything. So there's plenty of Republicans who are not actually Republicans. They call them rhinos. And they're just running as a Republican, just so they can get elected. And then once they get elected, they do the opposite, right? And I think that should be like illegal as fuck. Like, if you don't even attempt to, do your goals, like there's a guy who's going to be running against our governor, Beto O'Rourke, or whatever the fuck his name is, Beta Male. And he was the guy that was like, hell yeah, I'm coming for your AR-15s and your AK-47s. It's like, oh, you shouldn't have said that. Because he's not coming literally at our door, right? He wouldn't be man enough. He's a beta male. There's no way that he would come up to our doors, be like, yeah, I'm here for your AK-47s, your AR-15s. No. Like, what he means is that he wants authoritarianism, right? So there's authoritarianism on the left and the right. So when it's not on the left, that's what we call liberals. They're not leftists, they're liberals. And on the right, people like my brother want Trump to be the emperor so that he could just get everything he wants done, right? Me, I'm all the way like down at like the libertarian. Like, the government is only there. We only asked you to do like 19 things, government. And then you went all crazy and like invented all these other things that you could do to keep yourself paid and keep yourself busy. When it should just be like, the government is here to protect our rights, our borders, and our property. That's it. That's it. That's all they're here for. And they're like, well, ATF, instead of making that like, a place where you can go buy alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, we're going to make it like a regulatory agency. And then we're going to start making up like all these arbitrary rules and change the definition of a trigger to an automatic weapon. Like, a trigger is an automatic weapon now? Go ahead.
That'd be a dope ass store. That'd be a dope ass store, bro. Alcohol, tobacco, firearm store.
You can't buy the alcohol and the firearms on the same day, but you can come back tomorrow after you shoot or after you sober up, whichever one it is, right? It would be like that. But we regulate the fuck out of ourselves with these politicians. But the most important part is that if we're not involved at all, and the only people that are voting are like these people who are like Democrats, then we're not participating or whatever. It's a republic. It's not a democracy. Like, can you imagine, going over to the king of Saudi Arabia and be like, yeah, I'm glad to be a part of your country. I just want you to know that I'm a libertarian. Off with his head.
Well, I mean, now you could just go over there and identify as the king of Saudi Arabia and do whatever you want.
All right, I got to make a phone call, find this customer there. I'm surrounded by
Remember how they treated Ron Paul?
Oh yeah. It's like he won the Iowa straw poll and they couldn't even like announce that he won the Iowa straw poll.
they name the second and third place. Yeah.
Yeah, Ron Paul's campaign back in, what was it, 2006?
7, 8?
Yeah, somewhere around there. It's pretty eye-opening if you followed that, right? Where the people who were actively supporting Ron Paul came up with the Tea Party, and how the Republican Party just came in and completely co-opted that whole entire movement. Like if you didn't see that whole thing take place, it was very interesting and eye-opening to see how quickly the mainstream can come in and just totally hijack a movement very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. Then shortly after Ron Paul, you could see that happen in other examples, like with BLM and things, where they hijack the movements.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. I mean, around that time is when I really first started digging it. Well, it would have been before then, but this is when I was in the thick of digging into what is fractional reserve banking, all this kind of stuff, like a deeper dive into economics, because I enjoyed economics in school so much. I just did a deeper dive after school into other fields of economic theory and thought that aren't taught in school, right? So like Austrian school and all that kind of stuff, and that's how I fell into that. But anyways, yeah.
Do you see how the Occupy Wall Street movement got squashed because it was actually a real movement?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. They literally get peaceful protesters and they get the SWAT teams after them. It's like, as long as you're not protesting something important.
Yeah, I think the the biggest problem with all of that, right, is just people's laziness or inability to discern what's actually taking place, right? Because the average person outside of that movement, casual observer, takes what the headlines say as gospel, and
yep.
Yeah, they're so easily controlled, right? And then when you do see these things take place, and you can see how easily movements can be co-opted, and how the media can sway people's opinions so quickly against anything you're trying to do to actually affect change. It can, on the the flip side of that coin, it can cause people who legitimately want to see change to become so apathetic that it passively squashes itself.
Well said.
If Wall Street was ran legit, it's a good idea, I want to invest in a company. I can't buy a whole company. I like the idea of it.
Oh, yeah. It's just how quickly the lies can spread from mainstream media. They'll
What was the whole
the
Wall
movement.
Street movement trying to do? What were they trying to even do?
Well, ending the Fed was kind of like the Alex Jones way of saying it. But they were all occupying Wall Street, as in camping out in front of the Federal Reserve. They had tents and stuff, literally camping out.
Why? Why? What was their goal?
Was it
shut the Fed down? The Federal Reserve?
Yeah, and it's more about the never-ending inflation and all of it. It's a bigger message, bigger meaning. But then the mainstream media kind of takes it as they just want to burn down society or whatever, and they spread this lie.
Bro, you're trying to shut down the Fed is a scary thing. These people, Lincoln wanted to introduce a greenback. He died. JFK wanted to shut it down. He died.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, there's presidents all over the world like that change their currency and die all of a sudden. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like they start selling in euros or whatnot.
Like that's why I was surprised when this crypto thing out. Right when crypto came out, I'm like, oh, they're gonna shut this shit down right away, right? I'm like, there's no way they're gonna. I'm like, they had a monopoly this long on the currency. I'm like, there's no way they're gonna let some new currency come in and fuck with their monopoly. But I mean, it's still going. So
No, honestly, for them, getting everybody onto a cryptocurrency is like a totalitarian's wet dream, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Even though it was sold as like decentralized, because if you were in some of the communities that Bitcoin was initially like marketed to, I guess you could say, you could see why they targeted specific communities to be early adopters of cryptocurrency, because they would be the most resistant to it if they actually really understood what cryptocurrency can do if it's in the hands of the bankers.
I mean, it seems.
Yeah, it's a
Oh yeah,
tool,
if it's
basically.
in the hands of the bankers, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of it, even as far as like efficiency goes. We're handling cash. You got Brinks trucks driving around full of cash and guards and shit for the cash. Like with the cryptocurrency, you don't need a bank. You don't need a building and multiple buildings in every city all across the world. Like it's just wildly more efficient. I know they'll
Well, it's
tell
one
you
step
Bitcoin,
closer.
They'll tell you Bitcoin's more inefficient, but I mean,
So
I
it's
don't.
like more centralized. Is it Bitcoin's kind of like more centralized than the others?
Well, once everything becomes cryptocurrency, right, and you have this blockchain and you have ledgers, there's no way around hiding at all what you're doing. Like you're not outside the purview of the government, and whatever portion of whatever you're doing they feel like they need to take from you.
Well,
Like
they don't
once
know
you
who owns the wallet. If I have a Bitcoin wallet, they don't know who owns that wallet.
Right. So the thing is, once everybody becomes put onto like central bank digital currencies,
cashless.
Yeah,
and
they're already
everything
doing
becomes
that now. I
cashless.
don't even know why they're trying that, because 95% of the money, give or take, is all digital anyways right now. Like we already been doing that.
Not for the criminal enterprises out there.
Yeah, there's still a lot of cash transactions that take place, and transactions that are outside
Yeah.
of the bank, outside the purview of the government.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just saying, like, most of the general population has been using this digital currency the whole time, right? I
What
barely
if the
handle
drug war
cash.
has been funding, the federal bank war this whole time?
It has been.
Yeah, Iran-Contra kind of stuff.
Yep.
I think it's one step closer to a digital ID or digital currency, not necessarily crypto. So, like he's saying, once everybody's on crypto, that can crash and fail, and then they can come in with their actual digital ID currency.
Yeah, there's going to be, at least in my opinion, there's going to be a streamlining of this, right? Everything's going to become digital. It's going to be some type of crypto or something like that. Everything is going to be logged. Everything is going to be tracked back to whatever your identification number is. Everything's going to be within the purview of the government. Basically, everything is going to be on the up and up that you do transactionally. And then they're going to be able to scale back a lot of the laws around taxation and what is taxed, and be able to come in with a very simple system of like whatever started off with a 50 cents per transaction, or 0.5% of every transaction that takes place goes to tax. Nothing else takes place. There's no other taxation. Everything is just transactionally taxed, right? So even if you're receiving your paycheck, you're getting a 0.5% tax on that because it's coming in. Anytime you spend it, it's 0.5. And they create this system where it's very streamlined and very easy. But then once people get onto that, it's very easy for them to slowly increase that percentage that they're taking from every single little thing that you do.
Yeah, there's cryptocurrencies that I mean,
There's
usually
one
the
problem
sender.
with your idea.
Oh, all right, go ahead, Godric.
So I say, good morning, guys. There's one problem with the idea. That problem is that's not going to keep people poor. Okay, go.
Did you say it's going to keep people poor? Is that what you said?
Your new system is not going to keep people poor. That's why it's not good.
I don't know about that.
It's 100% going to keep people poor. That's the point of it.
Oh, okay, never mind. Go on.
You know what's crazy is that poverty is like manufactured in a lot of ways. I mean, yeah, not everybody could be, Bill Gates or Donald Trump or fill in the blank richest asshole, right? But like if everybody had like their own land, they could like grow their own crops and sell whatever excess they had to the people who weren't growing crops. And it's like, what if I told you guys there's like this technology where you get this thing and it's called a seed and it has like the ability to write like a whole genetic plant that produces more seeds and fruit. And then you take those seeds and you get the point, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, people are like, I'm impoverished. It's like, well, have you been letting the earth grow for you? Have you? And it's like, I don't have any land. So it's like, okay, I know what I need to do. I need to get land. And then when I get land, then maybe I could like work for myself rather than working for someone else. Or maybe I need to work for myself to get the land. But it's like, all the poverty is mostly in our head.
Have you taken any sociology courses, or do you know about generational poverty or generational wealth?
I know about that.
The system's designed.
How
the system's
exactly?
The system's designed to keep you broke, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the system. Like, right.
You're kind of cutting out. I agree for the most part.
Right.
Hey, Hank, you're wrong. Do you want to be called Larry or Hank?
How do some people get rich and some people don't? If the system is designed to keep you poor.
Because
it's the average. Just because we got one billionaire every few million people, or one Justin Bieber out of every million boys that can sing. How do people get rich?
Singing is something you're born with. Singing is something you're born with. You can acquire money.
Sure.
There it is. It has nothing to do with it. The system is a tool, right? My grandfather, bro, he had nothing. Literally, his father died. He started working when he was 16 years old. Had nothing. By the time he was 65, he was a millionaire. So it's personal choices. It's just personal choices.
Yeah, and what we learn in school, right? We don't get taught in school. I mean, maybe if your parents teach you.
Stop right
I
there.
just one time would love to finish a sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
Watch the clipping. Thanks. Thank you. Just let's watch the clipping, guys. So when you're growing up, no one taught me about. I mean, I guess it's the choice by your parents or the school system or whatever. But that's the system. Like this, it's definitely not designed to. The system's not designed to make everyone rise up and not be poor. They need these poor people. The system needs the poor people.
The poor people are the ones that make the bad decisions.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, well,
can I be heard?
You're roboting. You're roboting, Larry. It's going to be weird calling you Larry. I've been calling you Hank for. You're still roboting, bro.
You can call me whatever you like, but I'll go.
Yeah, you cleared up at the end. Try it again.
Yeah, so this whole idea of like rich and poor, right? It's all kind of relative, right? And is everybody meant to be quote unquote rich? Should people be quote unquote rich? Is that enriching them at all from a standpoint of their like soul or personality or who they actually are? I don't know if it is, right?
Like you said, it's all relative.
Most
Not
people
saying
are
you're gonna have one person that's gonna have the money, and the 99% of people are not. That's just mathematical fact.
I mean,
It's
are
not
you
that we
rich
have
to be able to say one way or the other?
Money is just a thing. Some people don't go for money, right? Like, and then you'd be like, oh, this guy went for money, this one didn't. Oh, the system's not fair. No, that's not how it works.
It's a very useful thing. I'm just asking, like, are you rich to be able to say one way or another what rich does to you?
What do you mean?
I just
Money corrupts. So you're talking.
Poverty
Oh,
and
it's not.
wealth comes in cycles. Sorry, Jeremy.
Did you almost call me Kosho?
Yeah.
Is this not kosher?
We don't need to be poor. Like, right, the hand was right. It is the bad decision making that why people are poor for the most part. You know what I mean? If you grow up, say you grow up poor, you can now make the decision to go to work, save a few bucks every week, you know, and in 10 or 20 years, you're going to be well off and you won't be like struggling poor anymore. So you can definitely climb up out of that. But I mean, the system is designed, the system is designed to get all your money, right? They pay you, say you make $2,000 a month. Now you've got car insurance, a car payment, rent, a cell phone bill. You got to eat. Like the whole system is designed to get all of that $2,000 or whatever you make every month.
Yep.
Well, you know, I'm not trying to offend, but when Mexicans come here, right, there's 12, 13 of them in one apartment, right? I watch them go shopping, bro. They all drive one truck. They all pull all their money. They buy like $500 worth of groceries all at the same time, 2 carts. Like some people just, you know, like I said, the system is just a tool to be used. A lot of people are lazy and they end up getting taken advantage of, right? Like, oh, you know, the guy that opens the door, here's $1. The guy that helps you with your shoes, here's $1. But if you do it all yourself, you don't got to pay those dollars.
Yeah, I think it's really hard for people to accept the fact that everything that you have in your life is what you deserve. Every single situation you're in is what you deserve.
That's God's greatest fucking achievement right there. That is the magnum opus of his creation, is that everybody has what they deserve.
And here's the thing, you know, somebody could be sitting here trying to champion for the poor, but maybe somebody who you would consider as poor could be happier than a pig in shit and is loving their life and doesn't want any more quote unquote wealth that you're trying to put them into. You know what I'm saying? Like, who are we to try to say, oh, these people need to have more, these people need to have less?
I mean, no offense, but I'm the guy who buys their food and puts the lights on in their house and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like every time I go make money, they take a little piece of that money and give it to these people.
Not everybody. When you say poor, not everybody is receiving, you know, government assistance, right? There's people that are considered poor that receive zero government assistance and they're very happy.
Absolutely, yeah.
In order to succeed and get out of poverty, you need like a living wage job. And in order to get a living wage job, you need to have decent education, a diploma perhaps. In order to get a diploma, you need to have a decently developed brain and nutrition throughout your childhood development. In order to get food and childhood development, a proper childhood development, you need to be born into a family with that isn't below the poverty line.
Like I consider anyone living check to check, you're basic, you're poor. You know what I'm saying? Not just the people on. So like most of the country is poor people. You know what I'm saying?
You got to look at what it used to be rich when you had a lot of land with a lot of things that produced, right? A tree grows bigger every year and you get more, right? And then you make more trees and like more land and more you grow. But now everything is money, right? So it's hard to judge. That's why there's not enough for everybody, right? Everybody can have their own plot of land that they grow shit on. Everybody can have that. Not everybody can have $1 billion.
Well, you make a good point, Jeremy. When you said that, you consider people poor, anybody that's living paycheck to paycheck. That's pretty much true. And when you think about it, when the bank's thinking about lending you money, really the biggest key factor that they look at is your debt to income ratio. So you could be making $100,000 a year, but you could have debt obligations that are forcing you to live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah,
and
me and my wife make over $100,000 a year combined, and I would consider. I mean, in the overall scheme of things, I have a half an acre. I live in a raised ranch. We got 2 cars. Like, we got all the stuff, but like, we still live paycheck to paycheck. So, like, in the overall scheme of things, I would consider us poor.
Yeah, I mean,
Get rid of some stuff.
Because at any moment, right, something could happen to one or both of your revenue streams, and within a matter of less than 60 days, you could basically lose everything based on your debt.
Like, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, the whole system's designed to get all your money. Like, we have this, this house, and we got to pay the mortgage on it. It's big. Our mortgage is big. My wife's got a car note, student loans, our grocery bills through the roof, the electric, like all this shit that's designed to get all your money. I'm telling you, all the cell phones, all that shit.
Yep.
Your cell phone bill, your car insurance. Do you know how much money you got to make to actually like be able to even get ahead to save a few bucks?
Jeremy, actually not that much, depending on your decisions.
How about money
right?
management?
It's all kind of based on your decisions, though. Because you could buy a $5,000 Honda Civic that you can maintain yourself, keep it in perfect running order, right? And it's all
even
about
even if that's the case, you got gas, car insurance, maintenance on the car. It's still going to need oil changes, new tires, everything. Like, I'm telling you, it's hard to get ahead. You need to make a decent amount of money to be able to get ahead.
Yeah, and what most people find is when they start making a decent amount of money, they start increasing the amount of shit that they're paying for on a monthly basis too, because they want the nicer car, they want the boat, they want this, they want the bigger house.
We moved out of the trailer park. Like, we're not going to stay in a trailer park. We needed more room. That's why we moved out. So we had to get. It's based on your circumstances too, though, because like if it was just me and my wife, we'd be balling right now. But we got a whole bunch of kids, so we're not.
Also, a living wage isn't minimum wage. Some people are only.
I bring home close to 2 G's a month. That's without even health insurance, because the health insurance is in my wife's thing. If I had to have health insurance, it'd be even less. So let's say health insurance is, I don't know, $200 a month taken out of my check. Now we're down to $1,800, right? Then let's say it was just me on my own. I got to pay rent. That's $800. Now I'm down to a G, right? You got to have all that car shit. You got to get around, be able to drive to work, or you could ride a bicycle. Like I said, there are things you can do to be able to save, but I don't know. I like the kids now that are turning 18. A lot of kids now, instead of going to rent an apartment and shit, they'll go like buy some land, buy a RV or a trailer, put it on the land or one of those tiny homes, and set up shop. That's fucking smart right there.
Well, can I just say, like, when I was a kid, I found it a lot more easier to save up for a car or a computer that I wanted, or like a PlayStation 3, 4. I was able to buy those things every time I wanted. However, like, the older I got, even the better job I got, like you said, like, the more money you make, you kind of spend it at the equal rate.
Yeah.
As soon as you realize, oh, I'm making this much a year, so I can afford a decent car, but then the repairs and the gas and everything, it all like equals out so that you're at zero at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's designed. I don't know if it.
You start buying Starbucks.
You just start spending more money. I've actually cut down a lot on the because I was spending like $10 a day at the gas station on buying lunch or sodas or whatever. I'm like, yo, that's a lot of money right there. That's $300 a month you could be saving.
Yeah. I don't want to brag, but I'm spending $47 on cigarettes and Red Bull every day, and then I buy like.
Well, let me tell you something. About the cigarettes. I bought a $200 automatic cigarette rolling machine off Amazon, and you buy the tobacco in the tubes. the cigarette, like I went through this years ago, even before the automatic machine. I had a hand crank one, and the amount of money you save is insane because I can roll a pack of cigarettes and it'll cost like $2, maybe $3 tops.
I've thought about that. Actually sounds like a great idea. I also want to just smoke. Like, that'd be fun.
Newports or Marbs are like $10, $15 a pack or some shit now, depending on where you live.
Quitting saves you even more.
Yeah,
or
when
you should honestly you should quit. Yeah,
I'm
you
talking
should quit. But
47.
Bro, Red Bulls are really bad for you too, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was addicted to it for a minute. Like they really
Red
acidify
Bull?
your body. Yeah, oh yeah, real bad. Inflammation. Like if you're,
they're wild expensive too. They're like $5 a pop or some shit. So like, dude, yeah. Like if my wife's the smart one out of both of us. My wife's the smart one, and she's always telling me she's like, you spend so much money on frivolous little shit like that $10 a day at the gas station. You
bro,
know,
this is the difference between rich and poor people. Bro, my grandfather made his kids buy their own shampoo, deodorant, toothbrush, toothpaste. Like, you know, it was what it was. Like when you're stingy, you're stingy. He used to pick up bottles and cans for the 5 cents.
Yeah,
bro, this is a true story. He used to drive a Jaguar. He had a $25,000 Rolex, and he's on his hands and knees reaching under his car to get a can. And I'm like, God, just leave the fucking can, bro. It's 5 cents. It's just a can. He goes, it's not a can. It's 5 cents. He couldn't look at anything as not money. Like it was just
the thing. My dad used to tell me all the time, all the drops fill the bucket, right? Pennies make dollars.
Bro, it's true, man. And the thing is, when you go drops at a time, right, you won't go. I had to work my balls off to get those 50 drops, right? You know, so you're not just going to go drop it on something stupid. Like you don't like spending money when you got to make it a cent at a time.
Well, whenever I buy something, I always tend to look at it as in how many hours did I have to work to get this, right? Not gas or food or anything, but like anything that I don't absolutely need. I'm like, if I had to work, you know, I had to be at work for 20 hours to be able to buy this thing, you know, and you put it in those terms, and it's like, well, do I really need that thing, or, you know?
Yeah, so cigarettes can really add up. I'd been smoking American Spirits, which are pretty expensive cigarettes. They're about $10 a pack, and smoking a pack a day. And we've had
just $300,
$500, $3,500 a month, a year.
Yep. So we've had some stuff come up.
$30,000 a day.
We had to, had to get a new roof this year. Had to get new AC last year. Just more expenses. Everything's getting more expensive, and we started to look at how much I was spending on cigarettes. And I recently started playing ice hockey again, and my deal to my wife was, I'll quit smoking if you're cool with me, buying all the equipment and starting to play ice hockey again. She's like, deal. So I just played in a couple tournaments, and I just recently got into a league, and she's like, why are you still smoking? I was like, oh shit. So it's been about 4 days now since I bought cigarettes or smoked cigarettes. So
nice. Congratulations. Keep it up. Yeah, good luck, man. It's tough.
I quit. So I smoked a pack a day forever. I mean, I smoked my first cigarette in 4th grade, if you can comprehend that. But
yeah,
I was smoking a pack a day by, middle school, high school. And I quit in 2007.
Damn.
And I quit for 10 years. And I was in a very stressful situation at one point and broke down. I was like, yeah, give me a cigarette. And that's all it took. Floodgates opened back up, and 10 years of not smoking cigarettes, I was back to a pack a day in no time.
I was in the same position you were. Like, cash was tight when we first bought our house and shit. We need a lot of work done on it. So I realized I was spending, over $300 between me and my wife. We were spending like $500 a month at least on cigarettes. And I'm like, yo, that's a lot of money. Like, that's not even feasible to do that. Why? Like, that's, so I was like, well, I can roll my own cigarettes. I was like, fuck it. I just bought that, I bought a machine. Now I just roll my own, and just stupid cheaper. Like I tell anyone, if you smoke cigarettes, just roll your own, or find someone who does roll their own and ask them if they'll do it for you. You know what I mean? Like,
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously want to quit for monetary reasons, but certainly for the health reasons as well, you know?
yeah, no doubt. But I'm saying, if you don't quit, stop buying a $10, $15 pack. Yo, Newports are like $14 where I am.
17
like,
Canadian
wow.
Belmonts.
You know, the system gives you ways. It gives you many ways in which you can lose your money, right? It's your choice to put the quarter in the slot.
Yeah, but some of the things you need, though, like, right, okay, I need to have a car to get to work. You got to have that, right?
Oh, that's, you know,
find a job closer to home. I hear you.
Bicycle, bro. You know, I've seen people like, you know, and it's all, what are you willing to sacrifice, right?
Tell
Like,
you
what are
what.
you willing to sacrifice?
I'll tell you what, nowadays, if those electric bikes, like if I was out there and I was a single dude, like, I mean, yeah, you could get one of those electric bicycles for like $1,000, and now you don't have car insurance. You don't have that wild amount of maintenance. You don't need to put fucking gas in it, you know?
My buddy,
a car payment.
Just move closer to your work if you can, you know?
Yeah, and the thing with that electric bike, you know, if it's $1,000, you're saving. So you dump that $1,000 into that bike, and then take the amount of money you would be spending on a car payment, say like, you know, $300, $400, $500 a month. So within 3 months, if you took that car payment amount and put it aside, put that in an account, and now you have the money for the next bike that you need when this one breaks down. And all it took
you'd
you
be
was
able to buy 10 bikes. You'd be able to buy 10 bikes, but yeah, driving,
but
even at minimum, if you were to go, you said earlier, go buy a $5,000 Honda Civic, even then, bro, it's still going to run you like $300 a month worth of stuff for the car. You know what I'm saying? You still got to have gas. You still got to get car insurance. Car insurance where I live, I got a great driving record. This shit's like $100 something a month.
Brakes, tires, fucking shit breaks down all the time.
Gas. I mean, gas. I'm spending $100 a month in gas, which is high for me. I was spending $50 obviously when it was, you know, cheaper, but
this is why there's already
just in gas.
There's already a system in place, right? Like the horse, right? A horse is free transportation. You just park him, he eats his fuel, get back on and go. Like we're trying to reinvent the wheel, you know, so they can control everything. Bro, you can be piss drunk on your horse; it'll find your way home.
Yeah, right.
Have you seen that video of the Amish returning home and then the cop pulls them over? He like cuts them off.
Tesla's the new horse. The Tesla's the new horse because even if you're drunk in your Tesla, it's still gonna get you home, right? My bad. Go ahead.
Nah, bro. Tesla's a fucking...
Yeah. Hey, yo. Can anybody hear me? Yo.
We hear you.
Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah, nice. Hey, yeah. I recently quit smoking cigarettes almost close to a year now. I don't know. It's getting there. It's awesome. Like not having all that money to spend on that stuff that makes me I don't know.
Wait, what?
It's smelly. You got ashtrays. You know what I mean. Your clothes never smell like.
What are you doing with the extra money now?
And time. Don't forget the time. It has to take 7 minutes or so to smoke a cigarette. That's almost an hour.
Yeah, now he uses that money to smoke crack.
Right. Right. I moved on to heroin. Yeah.
Meth, crystal meth.
It's like, well, no, I mean, I spend that money on other things that I want to have, though. But like, you're spending money on the time. You're actually spending money to have that 7 minutes to smoke your cigarette. You're doubly wasting your time, and you're shortening your health up. And it's a tough thing to get out of because you think that you're the smoker. And that's the toughest part, is to like disidentify yourself with this habit. It's like saying, like, you know, quitting drinking fucking sodas all the time or energy drinks. Right? It's all that stuff is tough to like separate yourself from the habit, because whatever, we're creatures of habit. That's how we get wired that way. But it's really worth it. I think that it's worth trying to do. I don't know if you're trying to save money, or, you know, but what you said, like rolling your own or tubes. I used to just like, You know how I started I started cutting the filters shorter on my American Spirits, and it makes it like a harsher cigarette, and so you kind of smoke less and you get more of a head buzz with it, but it also makes you kind of like a little sick. And after a while, it just kind of like you're like, I don't know, you could kind of take it or leave it. It's like, if you make it a more unpleasant experience, it's easier to quit, I guess. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, guys.
It's a good idea. One of the things, man, so you quit smoking, and lots of times when people are looking to do something, especially if it's like monetarily driven, like, oh, I'm going to quit smoking because it's going to save me X, Y, and Z money, you almost have to purposely and consciously take the money that you were spending on that thing and intentionally redirect it on like a weekly or a monthly basis into something else. Otherwise, it's just going to get dissolved into a bunch of other little shit that you're doing that's eating up your money.
If you're going to take that money, put it into something that's going to like maintain its value, a piece of equipment, maybe. That's kind of what I get into, like messing around with like cameras and lenses and things that retain value, so I can resell them possibly. But you know, it's just having the extra money that I'm not like spending on cigarettes it's just nice, you know. That's all. And breathing a little bit easier, I cough a little bit less. In certain states, they put like a whatever, like an extinguisher agent into the cigarettes. I think that sometimes that just sucks so bad that it's almost worth quitting. You know, it's different than like 20 years ago. The cigarettes are different.
Yeah, I agree. But on the point of like budgeting, isn't it interesting that like we can go through our primary school, we can go through middle school, we can go through high school, and we can go through college, and we can come out of that whole entire system at let's say somewhere between age 21 and 24, and throughout that whole entire process have not learned at all how to budget and manage your money and run your freaking life and your household. Like zero input into that. Like to me, that seems almost intentional, when some of the most basic things we need to understand to be able to like manage our lives and not get involved in like the pitfalls of not having enough money, how that kind of snowballs into more and more fees and fines and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like just isn't taught to us. And it's one of the most basic things that we should know and understand.
Good point.
I've heard that point come up. Like comedians even make fun of that. Like they don't teach you about anything. Taxes, mortgages, unless you actually choose those courses in college specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even then it's like take an accounting class, get an accounting degree, have a master's in taxation. It still doesn't teach you how to budget within your own freaking household. Like it really doesn't. It just teaches you how to look at somebody else's financial statements, but it doesn't necessarily say how this is applicable within your life and how you should apply these principles to your day-to-day operation within your household, you know?
Yeah. Now you're buying like Robert Kiyosaki books so that you can like patch up this hole in your information. Like why do we have to go to that? You have to go to like kind of fad financial gurus to patch up the holes in what should be just open financial information, or like educate should be easy to learn all this stuff now. Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah,
I agree. You know, like
Robert Kiyosaki teaches you what you don't learn in school.
That's true.
We all know it's designed to make obedient workers, not smart workers or anything. We've all heard the George Carlin jokes.
Yeah, was this a real thing? I just saw on TikTok. There's this like film or something you can put on glass, and it's white. But then if you like plug it in or something, it's clear, so you can see through it. You guys know? Anyone know that's like a real thing?
Yeah,
they've had this.
You can get shower glass that does that.
Yeah, it's usually what they use it for. They use it for like bathrooms or a shower, or basically
a
if the door opens or whatever, then it's transparent, and if it closes, then it's but you can't see through it.
If you think of it like little blinds, like microscopic blinds, when a current is passed through the blinds, they close, and then when the current's not passing through, it opens.
But you can make it happen or not happen, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, with a light, with a switch. Yeah, you flick it on, and a current. Oh, go ahead.
Why aren't we using that? Sorry to cut you off. Why aren't we using that on our glass for our houses? Like that shit would be dope in the summertime.
You can buy stand-up showers that have that glass, and you can buy individual panes of glass. Like, it's just a matter of cost.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be big for the summertime because that film's like white, so it would like reflect all the light. That's what they're using for that. Koja?
Say again?
You said they are using it on houses and shit?
I said some people have it. Some people have it in their own house, but you usually see something like that at like a business. But I've seen like reality TV shows where they have it in the bathroom for like the showers, like you said.
Yeah, I've seen it here in my buildings. I just can't remember where.
We're trying to figure out energy, because we use a lot of energy here. We're trying to lower our electric bill.
Yeah, but you're thinking about this glass, Jeremy, and we're talking about budgeting. That glass is going to be super expensive, whereas a curtains or blackout curtains are going to be way cheaper.
Yeah, but you know what happens with the curtains? We got blackout curtains, but you know what happens? The sun shines through the glass, hits the back of the curtain, and now it's expelling the heat in your house. If you have that thing on the glass, it stops it like in its tracks, is what I'm saying. And as far as budgeting goes, that we're trying to cut down on the
if you want to stop that, you could just use Mylar sheets. It'll cut that whole infrared shit just right the fuck out.
Yeah, but we want to be able to we're going to be able to take them like on and off. Like we still want to see out of the windows.
If you could just put it on the inside of the curtain. You know what I mean? But you don't. Anyway.
No, that'll make it dummy hot. That'll make it even hotter, bro. Have you ever seen when they go camping these survival shows? Have you ever seen these survival shows where they'll have to make a place to sleep or something, and what they'll do is they'll hang a plastic curtain in front of it and then put a Mylar sheet in the back, and it makes it like a sauna. They'll be in like the Arctic. It'll be so hot you have to like open a piece of the plastic to let some cool air in.
Yeah, the solution you're talking about with the glass that fogs up on its own, like it's a nice, elegant, expensive solution. However, obviously you can put there's like tin paper. It's like a tin foil paper that you can put on the outside of the glass, so it wouldn't, the light wouldn't penetrate through into your house and then expel the heat onto the curtains.
I used to have a heliostat. When I lived in Vermont once, I bought a heliostat. It's obviously the opposite of what we're talking about. For the winter time, I would, it was called a sunflower heliostat. It would track the sun all day and then bling it into a window to like make more heat hit your house. Those are neat.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was neat. It didn't really do much, but.
Yeah, my grandparents built a passive solar house where it was built into the earth. In the northern side of the house was built into the earth, and then the southern side was just basically all windows. So in the wintertime, the sun would be obviously lower on the horizon in the wintertime, and it would come in through the windows and help heat up the house. But in the summertime, the sun would be, above or more northern, so it's not coming directly in through the windows. And it's built into the earth, so it would maintain kind of a more normal ambient cooler temperature within the home. And directly in the middle of the house was a high efficiency wood burning fireplace that was built of like adobe as well. So it would not only like radiate the heat from the like surrounding of the fireplace, it also had electric fans that would push the heat from the fireplace all throughout the home.
Yeah, if we had a fireplace, we'd be set. Like I have a little fire pit out back, but nothing actually in the house. I'm trying to figure out, and I have tons of. There's like woods behind me with. I could have a fire going nonstop, for nothing, just dragging some shit back and chopping it up with the Sawzall or something. But if I could get the heat into the house, like I'm not trying. My wife don't want me to build no elaborate shit. I already threw a whole bunch of ways I could bring it in the house, like with pipes or pumping water or whatever. I had a whole bunch that thing with the Mylar and the plastic. That was one of my ideas that we could have heated up under our deck. But what's up?
I don't mean to change the subject, but it's tangent.
No, I had one thing to say to Jeremy.
Yeah, go for it.
There's
real quick. You're next.
For $50, you can get one of those Mylar sheets that plugs into your outlet, and it fogs up with a switch. That's all I wanted to say.
It's see-through, and then it's not see-through.
Yeah, just like you were explaining. It's just, but you put it on the inside or on the outside of your window.
All right, send me the link.
Go
ahead, Coach.
I shall.
I was gonna ask you guys, because I was riding bikes last night with a girl, and so I was able to speak up. But he came in. It was when RC Micey was asking him those questions about that electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, and then the cause of the downward acceleration and stuff. I know a couple of you guys were enamored by that, and I was just curious what you guys thought, because RC Micey was kind of asking questions about it. Gio was asking questions, but Jeremy, obviously you were you're like, this is awesome, dude. This is gonna change everything, dude. This is the best theory I've heard in my life. I'm just curious.
Well, I'm just saying, if you can make things go up and down with electrostatics. So what now? What is that included? Is this electrostatic thing included in this space-time theory at all?
No. I mean, it depends on how you mean. It's unrelated, but you could, of course, combine them if you wanted, but they are not the same theory.
Yeah, it was. I mean, as far as the up and down thing on Earth, like we already know electrostatic. Dude, I want to hear more about it. Believe me, I sent Wits at a DM this morning hours ago asking, you got any good videos of you detailing this and exactly or whatever. But I mean, at least it's something you can work with. Like we know electrostatics is a real thing. You don't know if space-time is even bending or not, or if that's even a real thing.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to get into all the details of what you just asked, because there is obvious answers to what you just said. But I'm just curious, because a lot of things he said was that the downward acceleration. So Gio asked if that was the cause of it, the 9.8 meters per second, and he said that that's just an average, so it's not the same everywhere. However, it is. When you say it's not the same everywhere, it's not more than a percentage difference. No matter where you are on the Earth, between 9.8 or 9.82. So
it's also a height thing. It's also a height thing, like if you got much higher, then it is more than 1%.
Yeah, much higher though. Like way high up, and you have to have a platform to measure your weight and all that kind of stuff. And that was the other thing is,
like if you're in a like.
Hold on, you guys. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I mean in principle you can have a balloon, and on the balloon you have how's it called, a balance. How's it called, a weight measurement device, like with force sensors.
Yeah, scale. Yeah, right.
So
go ahead, man.
You guys always ask why down. I'll be explaining relative density to you, and then it always gets to the end. It's like, well, why down? Right? Why down? Just does electrostatics not do this for you, or what?
No, not nearly. So there's a couple things. Here's the problem with the electrostatic potential, and I'm not going to say people don't understand it that talk about it, but they talk about it like they don't understand it, and that's because electrostatic potential, when you have that in like electrostatics, the electrostatic potential is based on the distance. Like, yeah, so when you're talking about it increases with altitude, that's only when you're comparing it to the surface. like you're talking about the potential between the altitude and some lower area. So just the fact that it increases with altitude is not that's not
Get this straight.
significant to
Let me
give
get
it
this
a.
straight. You're saying the only reason. Wait, I'm just saying the only reason it works is because it's relative.
No,
So y'all
I'm
can have
not saying it works.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not saying it works. I'm saying it's described incorrectly. Like it's not. Its increase is not based on like, oh, it's getting stronger as you get higher. The distance
Weaker,
between these two locations is greater. So this is what's creating. If you were able to connect these two
What do you
regions.
mean weaker?
Say what?
Weaker as it gets higher.
No, it gets stronger as it gets higher. Like it grows as you raise altitude.
Between what?
Say what?
Between what two objects does it get higher?
No. Between two regions. So it's like they say it increases by 100 volts per meter as you raise altitude. But that's if you connect these two regions, these distances. If they have a connection that is able to provide a current with no resistance, then you'd have something. But the reason why it's not really a thing is because air has an extremely high resistance. So
now you're talking about electric field, right?
Well, no, the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, which is the supposed mechanism.
Yeah, but that it changes over distance
right.
Yeah, that's a field.
Like would a fire, if starting from the ground, since a fire is a plasma and it can conduct electricity, would a fire be taking advantage of 100 volt per meter voltage?
Well, see, that's the other thing is that 100 volts per meter is only an accurate description when the atmosphere is calm and steady and there's basically no weather taking place. But anytime there's something like I guess a fire, but really like a thunderstorm or something like that, that electrostatic
100
potential.
volts per meter just done with wire. I've seen it demonstrated.
And did you test that yourself, Kosho, or are you just talking?
No, I mean I've done that thing where you pull it from the air. You just raise like the cable up, like you have a cable, you have a thing on the ground, and you have like a pole or something, and you have a wire. Trying to.
The way you're talking about this, Kosho, it doesn't lead me to believe that you've done it. You said you've had this wire, this thingy, right? It's a Corona motor.
I have wires and things.
No, I didn't create a motor with it. It created just like a way to capture the energy.
The Corona motor is how you see where the downward current, right?
Yeah, so you'd
Isn't
have
there actively a downward current?
Well, you have to have a way to connect to that other region, so like a cable or something like that that has a raised elevation.
Bro, is there a downward flowing current on Earth?
As I said, that not naturally. Like there is a current. There is a current, but it's very weak.
What? So it's man-made or something?
Well, if you have to create a man-made one to overcome the resistance of the air.
Can you? So you say there is an electric current from higher in the air to lower in the air? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. There is a current that goes from.
There's a
so
current,
there has
downward
to be
current.
So there has to be a charge difference, right?
Right. Exactly.
So how is the charge? I mean, maybe you don't have to know that, right? But I'm just wondering, why is that charge difference being maintained? Because if there wasn't something again and again creating this charge difference, you would just have the current stop at some point.
Yeah, that's the ionosphere. That's what the ionosphere. That's what it is. It's
they made up the ionosphere. They made up the ionosphere. My bad. Go ahead, Kosho. I'll go after.
No. I mean, it's being bombarded by solar radiation, and this creates the charged particles in the upper atmosphere, and it's that difference that creates this.
Potential. And so the current is what? The current is then the electrons going down.
Well, no, it's just a difference in charge.
The ionosphere. Let me just give you a little history on the ionosphere. Marconi sent radio signals to very far away that shouldn't have been able to be detected on Earth.
Yeah, right.
So this is basically an affirming the consequent, like, oh, well, there must be this ionosphere then. This is just them assumption on assumption. Anyways, go ahead.
It's basically that something must reflect the radio signals down to Earth. Earth reflects it back up, and that which in the air is that reflects it down. They say that it can so that it can reflect it. It has to be ionized. It's roughly the reasoning by Marconi.
I mean, that's kind of regardless because the ionosphere is used in other ways. Jace was just in here. I was going to ask him what that thing's called. they make these things where they bombard particles and they take like a picture, but they used to use observations at the top of mountains or in balloons to.
Yeah, but I want to again go back to the current thing. Because I want to understand this. Okay, so you have an ionization. That's what you suppose. Okay, suppose this is all true. There's an ionization going on in a higher atmosphere layer from solar radiation. So you get basically, I don't know, air particles, I don't know, oxygen or whatever, right? And it gets ionized. So ionized means that the shell or whatever you want to call it loses some electrons. And then suddenly the leftover of the atom is positively charged, and then there's some free electrons, right?
Yeah, that sounds about accurate.
Yeah. Okay. And so basically then you would and now those one of those two has to go down to the earth or something, or because at that point it's still. I mean, there might have to be two mechanisms, right? Because one has to be the current, and the other has to be the one that essentially compensates for that.
Yep. Can electrons move matter? Just curious.
What?
This isn't. Can electrons move matter?
I mean, yeah. What is it? What do you mean by that, though?
And there's a downward flowing current on Earth.
Yeah, down an electric current, but that's not necessarily because particles themselves are, being being transmitted down. The current is caused by the difference in charge. Like
So there's no electrons involved with it.
No, there are, but I don't know why you're saying like they're pushing something or moving something. I'm not sure what you.
There's a downward flowing current, and there's electrons.
Yeah, there's electrons.
Are the electrons not moving?
Sure, yeah, they're moving. But what do you mean? Like, what are you asking about them pushing?
Is it the ions? Is this the ion
which direction
current?
Which directions are the electrons moving? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the charge that's really moving. But I know that the ground is considered the negatively charged, and so it's like the positively charged ions.
So if that's the case, yeah, then the ions would go down.
Well, the charge
and
is
the electrons.
going down.
Yeah, but technically the charge is carried only by an object. It has to be either the ion or the electrons that are going down.
Yeah, but the object doesn't have to physically move, right? Like the charge
if it's
is
an ion, for a current, of course, if you want to have a current of the positive charge, then the ion has to move.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to necessarily move closer to the ground or anything.
You just said there's a potential field. You just
right,
said
yeah, but that's the current.
then,
like it's the charge difference.
Yeah, but charges don't exist without a particle that has the charge.
That's right. But the particles moving closer to the ground is not influencing that so much. It's just a difference.
What do you mean? But the ionized party moving is a current.
Yeah, the current is not in the air. The current is not the air current. It's the current of the actual charge. Like it's not. It's not like the.
That makes no sense. Sorry, it makes no sense. I can if I want to have a current, I can only either have the electron moving somewhere, that's an electron current, or I can have the ions moving, and that's an ion current. But without a particle moving, there's no charge. Charge is an attribute and a property of particles.
Okay, well, the current in the wire is the electrons traveling through the wire.
But aren't you saying? In that case, yeah, in a wire, electrons are moving. Yes.
Yeah, they're not moving out of like they're moving rigid, like in a rigid lattice, right? They're just it's just the charge is moving.
but that's how it behaves in a solid body. But we're talking in a gas, right?
Well, no, well, yeah, in a gas, which the air has much higher resistivity than the wire, so. But regardless, it's not that the gas is moving.
Yeah, but the thing is that particles are fixed in their position in the wire, and they are not fixed in their position in a gas, and that's why this is a different behavior in terms. It's above a current, and in a wire you have electrons moving essentially over the valence what's it called in English? Basically the most outer shell, the valence shell of the particles, and then they move from one to the next to the next to the next in a circle, more or less, yeah. And if you're in a gas, like in a lamp, like those gas lamps that have ionized gas, halogen lamps, I guess. I don't know for the English term. There you actually have the ions moving, and if you have the ions and the electrons separated in the ionosphere, as you say, then what would have to follow is that as there is, as you claim, a potential field, that inside the potential field, the ions, the positive charged ions, that would have to move down towards the negative field sink, which is the Earth, and the electrons, if that's the opposite direction, they would have to go upwards. So they would have to separate.
Right, but do you understand that they don't have to move a great distance? They just have to change from being closer to one.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they continue moving if there's still this field?
Because there's more. They just ran into air or whatever. Like it's like same thing in the copper in the copper wire. Like the electrons will move over to the empty.
I mean, sure, sometimes they will crash into it.
They don't have to move a great distance.
But that will not de-ionize them. They will still be there.
Sure.
And then if they're still there, then they will again be accelerated downward. So they will continue to go down.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying though. They don't have to travel. Same thing with if you imagine the electron in the copper wire. No,
but they would.
They just have to.
Why would they not?
Why would they not? Why would they continue to go?
Because
why would they keep going?
Potential field. Because there's still a potential field accelerating them downward. Of course.
Yeah, but it's once they so like if you imagine like an empty pocket. So if you imagine like there's an ion and it was attractive to something that had extra electron or whatever, and it's being satisfied by that.
But again, you're talking about the behavior in a wire and not in a gas. Sorry,
I'm talking about in the gas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but in a gas, there's lots of nothing, and then there's a bunch of particles in it. That's what a gas is. And even if you collide, if there's a kinetic collision between particles, that may stop it, that may deflect it, but the sum of behavior over all these interactions would again end up with being a downward acceleration from the potential field that it is within the freely moving ion, right? So I normally don't ask this, but do you have some background in electromagnetism or electrical engineering or anything?
Yeah, I have a degree in electric engineering. Yeah.
Yeah. But then you should be aware that this happens.
Yeah, that's I'm describing that this is what happened. This is how the charge is transferred. But the charge being transferred doesn't mean that the particle is going to continue to move.
Man, you really have a degree in electrical engineering.
Right. Do you understand what resistance? Do you understand what resistance is?
Sure.
Do you understand that the resistance in the air, regardless of the fact it's a gas, is much greater than the resistance in a copper wire?
Yeah, but it essentially only slows down the charge flow. It doesn't stop it.
Yeah, exactly. It slows it down. But the fact that it doesn't stop the particle from moving doesn't mean the particle is going to all of a sudden hit the ground. It's still a gas. It's still going to be doing the same thing all the other gases do.
Yeah. No. But on average, but over time, if they don't stop being ionized, if they don't recombine with an electron, they will continue again and again on average to have a flow downwards to the ground.
That's why this electrostatic potential in the air is almost always there when the weather is calm. So it doesn't go away.
I don't even see why you think this is such a. I don't see why you think there's the problem in this happening. I mean,
no, this is not a problem that this happens. This is a fine thing that happens. What I'm explaining to you is that this is not a cause for you having weight. This doesn't.
I don't say that is it.
I know you don't, but this is the conversation that I'm talking about.
But
you're talking about how somebody said that was the cause of your weight.
Sure,
but the thing is that can't possibly be the case.
But when you made a claim that the ions in some wouldn't continue the flow until they are on the ground unless they again recombine with an electron.
Well, no, they're bombarding against other molecules in the air all the time, same the way all the other gases are. So it's not just going to continue to the ground. It's going to bounce off the other air in the atmosphere.
Yeah, but you have to understand this is a statistical thing. They may bounce off from one, they may bounce off from another, but in addition to the bouncing off that all the gases do, right? Those gases who are ionized will have continuously all the time, no matter where they are, as long as they're ionized, have a force downward from the from the potential fields that you just described.
Okay, so what's your point though, man? Because
I just want
I'm talking about the way
want to correct you on this specific point. That this was not that you said that wouldn't happen. Of course, it happened.
You're saying all the ionized air would go
But
towards
then you
the
would have
ground.
to say, then you would either have, I mean, but we could, sure. I mean,
Yeah, no.
I mean,
What about air that's not heavier than the it's not heavier than the other air? So there's a.
What do you mean not heavier?
Well, there's hydrogen and helium, and this gets ionized as well. There's O3.
I mean, it's a statistical thing. They are some are higher up, some are. I mean, the distribution depending on
Right.
densities is different in different air heights. But all those who are ionized, as long as they don't get deionized, will on average have, as they are ionized, the tendency to go downward, and they will do so until they either are down at some point after a long time, or they recombine with an electron.
Yeah, and most of the time they're gonna be bombarded by the air on the way down, right? And the direction is going to change upward.
But the air thing is just a statistical phenomenon, right? That happens in all directions. So
Yeah,
even if you bounce off and then you go up, then that would again be bounced out. So that part will even out in the long run, and at most it can slow down it, but it cannot stop the effect of the force in some
Right, but
over all the parts. So it has to happen in the end.
Yeah, the resistance is extremely high in the air, which is going to create make that current extremely weak, which makes that component of the relationship between it going up and going down makes it.
Yeah, but you claim that it would never. I mean, this is part in the. We have the charges that cause lightning. You know that they actually go down. That you actually get this charge separation that then is resolved by a rapid ionizing that happens with the charge due to the high voltage charge difference with lightning. So what I say is correct.
Well, yeah, what you're saying is that the particles are going to have a compulsion to go downwards. Those charged particles. This is what is creating the current, but it's not going to cause them to continue to go. It's not going to cause them to continue to go forever.
It's not even causing it. It is the current.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's the cause for that current. This is what that current is.
The potential field is the cause for the current. The moving down is the current.
Yeah, but the charge moving down. I mean, those particles, the positive charge of those particles moving down.
Sure. Yes.
But then being bombarded by other particles as they go down there, and they're caused from not continuing to move. In the case when that happens, they're not continuously going down until they get to the ground.
Sure, they do. I mean, sometimes they will get stopped by a party, but then they will. Besides that happening, sometimes they will have the force downwards, and so in some they will go down because
net
without a force field.
Net effect is the current.
Basic physics, man. Yeah, I know.
Effect. Yeah, well, but I don't understand what you're disagreeing with.
I think you just don't get. I think you just don't get that they will actually go down.
No.
In some.
Okay. Yeah, they're going down. The net effect is that the current is going down. This is true, but a single particle itself is not going to be in the upper atmosphere and then just be compelled downwards, continuously. It's the net effect is that the current is downwards.
Yeah, and oh god, like seriously, guy, I mean, no.
I don't understand what you're disagreeing with, dude.
Let you say that an ionized particle or a load of ionized particles, that have a force going in a direction, and they are moving in a non-ionized gas, would, even if they don't recombine with an electron, not ultimately end up on the bottom. That's what you're claiming.
No, that's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming is that the charge is not caused by these gases being, positively charged in the ionosphere and then continuing downwards. This is not what the charge is. It's the net effect. It's the net effect of that charge moving.
No, the charge moving is literally just the current. That's the same thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The particles themselves, is not the description of the current. The particles themselves moving downward is not the description of the current.
Wait,
But then I don't know what you're
particles,
disagreeing with.
the ionized stress, yes. Ionized particles moving down. Yes, it is. It is the description of the current. Ionized particles moving down that's an electrical current. Yeah. If you have on average charged particles moving, that's the very definition of a current.
Right. Yeah. The average, the net effect. Right. It's not. It's not the actual. It's not actually the charged particles.
Yeah, and with the average, so have you ever looked into kinetic gas theory?
No, what's that?
Okay, never mind. Because the kinetic gas theory basically describes the behavior of gas at a particle level. So not on a statistical level, but on a level of and within that, they will ultimately, if they don't recombine, they will end up on the bottom. And that is not even this is not something that would in any way counter your overall argument. Okay, it's just a detail where I think what you said is incorrect.
Yeah, I'm describing the ionosphere and the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere. It's not a description of the particles continuously moving downward. It's a description. It's a description of the charge, right? So this is my whole point.
Yeah, but the reason would be why there is this charge there continuously is because they are being generated that high up continuously, and essentially that they continuously generate up there. You get the further separation of actually, and then you get a further effect from electrons moving up, particles moving down. Ultimately, the reason that then Earth is never mind. It's just continue a thing, okay? It's fine. I'm just really distracting from the actual debate you guys have, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I don't know what you're disagreeing with at this point, but what I'm saying is that this is not a cause. This electrostatic potential, which is not constant, it's only the average is only existing whenever the atmosphere is calm and there's no activity going on in it, and it's also cannot possibly be a cause for weight and a downward acceleration, because there's plenty of things that don't have any net charge as in the material that are being compelled downwards, and there's also things that are on the ground that have, you put them on a scale, they have weight, and there's no reason for that.
Don't attract electrons or ions. Yeah, I mean that's 100% correct. That part I can agree with, but the other part that's not that I can agree with.
Okay, well, regardless, to the people who heard Whitsitt say this last night, I'm wondering why that's appealing, this idea as a description for.
Probably because they don't fully grasp electrostatics, let's say. I mean, that's probably why it appeals to some people.
So when we're talking about electrostatics, the application of Coulomb's law would deal with something that would have a magnetic charge to it, right?
Electrostatic potential as well.
Or electrostatic potential, right? So you have this high electrostatic potential between objects. So like positive and positive would repel one another, positive to negative, you would have some attractive force, right?
Yeah.
So this is similar to what we see kind of within magnetism when we're talking about a North Pole and a South Pole, right? If we have two North Poles, you would have a repulsion. And if you have a North Pole and a South Pole, you'll get this attractive force taking place. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, but by North and South Pole, yeah, you talk about the polarity, for sure.
Right. So when you have a bunch of, have you guys ever played around with those little BB magnets? You know what I'm talking about? So if you have a large mass of these BB magnets, not even a large mass, but a mass of them, right? There's no real distinct North Pole and South Pole within that mass of magnets, right? Would you agree?
You get the what do you call it? The incongruent magnetism, or what do they call that?
It's incoherent, right? There's no definitive north and south pole within a clump of these BB magnets.
Right, yeah, there's no overarching one. There's a bunch of little ones, but
some, but in some it more or less evens out largely.
Yeah, so it's this clump of magnets or matter that have enough attractive force to where they can coalesce together with one another, right? But from an outside perspective, they would still have an attractive force that would be weaker than if they had a well-defined north and south pole to them.
I mean, it
So there
really
is
comes down to how you direct them. If you would direct them all in the same direction,
correct.
Then it would have the sum. But if you basically do half and half, then it would neutralize to the outside, the overall force.
Correct. So if you have what's going to become a magnet and it's not charged yet, right? So it hasn't had a high voltage current pass through it to make it become a magnet yet.
And it's the kind of material that actually has that happen, yeah.
Specific materials, right? So what changes qualitatively or quantitatively within that piece once it becomes a magnet?
In the case of iron, for example, it has a bunch of regions that are already polarized themselves. So it's basically like an incoherent magnet.
It's like with the balls. It's basically the thing with the balls, just that the balls are fused together. That's how you can imagine it. Like if you would measure on a very small scale, you could locally measure magnetic forces, right? But then you measure next it, and it is randomly in some other direction. And by the electrical field you apply to reorient those small pebbles in that sense, or just fuse together pebbles, then you get the same effect like if you had those small pebbles and you all oriented them in the same direction.
Right. So we take that little mass of BB magnets and we ensure that all the poles are lined up correctly to where we get this kind of like coherent magnet out of a bunch of these little things, right? So I'm just trying to draw kind of like a comparison between the two, right? So I'm looking at these little BB magnets and comparing that to what maybe be taking place on a molecular level with this little chunk of neodymium iron boron, right? So once we pass that strong electrical current through there, we get this alignment of all of the
synchronization of the orientation, yeah.
Correct. So then you create what we would call a magnet. You have this coherent inward and outward flow between the north and south pole of the magnetic, and you get the magnetic field. Now, if we're looking
greater sum of the field, in the direction you want.
Right. So when I look at this, right, and I look at something like Coulomb's law that's dealing with electrostatics, right? It's dealing with something that is positively charged or negatively charged, right? But if we look at the clump of BB magnets that's all kind of incoherent, we would say really that this is kind of like a neutral charged object, right? It doesn't have a very distinct North Pole or South Pole type orientation. It's just kind of neutral. But when you take that
approximately
that
neutral,
chunk
because
of these,
if you measure precisely enough, you probably get a tiny deviation. But
right. But the funny thing that happens with that grouping of all these little BB magnets they're kind of incoherently magnetized is you can take a magnet that has a very defined north and south pole, and it'll attract both sides equally to this massive incoherent magnets. So you'll get an attraction to the north and to the south regardless within an external magnet that is coherently charged. So you have this attractive nature between these two objects that isn't really as powerful as if you had two magnets that were attracting North Pole to South Pole. You don't have this quick, strong, attractive force. It's not holding together as tightly as that force is with a coherent magnet, but with an incoherent magnet. What the fuck? Sorry. Within the incoherent magnet, you still have
an attractive force, but it's very weak. It's not nearly as strong as this coherent attractive force. And when I look at something like Coulomb's law dealing with electrostatics, and then I look at the universal law of gravitation, to me, I look at these two equations and I'm looking at, okay, here's what I would consider coherent magnetism on this side. And on this side is what I would consider incoherent magnetism and how we have these attractive forces. But it's dealing with electrostatics. So we have this Coulomb's law, which deals with coherent electrostatic forces. And then we have the universal law of gravitation, which the only thing that we're changing in the equation is really the force that we're dealing with. So we're dealing with this weak electrostatic force based on the size of the mass of the object. So you have these quote unquote neutrally electrostatically charged objects that don't really have a definitive, positive or negative electrostatic force attached to them. They're just kind of neutral. But since they are made up of a bunch of molecules and things like that are held together by electrostatics, overall it might be neutral, but there's still a very weak attractive force that's taking place in the same way we're talking about kind of like the BB magnets. Does that make sense?
But then wouldn't but if you would say that the gravitation is the same force, then other smaller objects that are charged would all the more be attracted to something big that is not charged. So I mean, I guess what you mainly hint towards is that all of those are inverse square laws, right?
I mean, I'll not answer for him, but I know that's what they say.
Yeah, so yeah, I agree they are inverse square laws, if that's the question.
Yeah. No, I'm not asking if it is an inverse square law. I'm just looking at the relationship here, right? And when it comes to gravity, and I think this is why Kosha was bringing this topic up, right? It ultimately comes back to what is the downward force? Why do we have this downward force? There seems to be ideas, but no real good explanations, right? We have this word we call gravity, but there is no real definitive explanation for what is creating this force. What is the cause of the effect that we see, right?
Yes.
So this is kind of the overarching conversation. And when you guys were discussing that there is a flow, an electrical flow within the earth, so we do have this disparity between elevation and ground level, where we seem to have a flow of ions and electrons, upwards and downwards, right? So we have this taking place, and then all matter is inherently held together by electrostatic bonds or electrostatic forces.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it stand to reason that maybe this is what's taking place? We have everything that's held together electrostatically. We have this, what we call a negatively charged ground below us. And then we have, as we increase in elevation, what appears to be an increase in a positive charge. So we have this up and down vector that is set between this disparity, and we're dealing with material that is all inherently electrostatic to begin with.
Well, then I would give you the argument that you actually could make an experiment to test it, because if you can make an electric field that is as strong as the field of the Earth, just in the opposite direction, then you should be able, if your hypothesis is correct, that then things such as only would levitate, right?
Right, but think of the amount of energy that's required to make an electric field that would match that of the Earth. I mean, what are we dealing with?
You only want it locally, right? You only want it locally.
Well, you can do that. I mean, you could create something with like a Van de Graaff generator, and you can create these situations where you have a negatively charged plate and a positively charged plate above it, and you can introduce electrostatics, and you can see things levitate. Like that's easily proven.
Yeah,
right?
but not but the thing is that it's 100 to 300 volts per meter, and if you would put it like upside down on the Earth, like a 3 meter high room with that field strength, then you as a person wouldn't levitate in it, despite it having the 100 to 300 volts per meter upward force on you. And it will only affect you in that sense if you were actually, charged yourself.
Your body has basically it doesn't go through your body because it's just basically like a, what do you call that?
It just doesn't affect your body because your body is largely neutral electrically, so it evens out. It would technically even out, I guess.
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking.
Right,
Is how this relationship? Because I understand what you're saying about the incoherent magnetism, but in this case, like with the electrostatic potential, it wouldn't have anything to do with that anyway.
So let's kind of think of this on a smaller scale with like electronics or something like that. So if we had something that was similar to like a capacitor, or that had, two plates that, one's positive and one's negative, when we put material in between it, can we get any material to make movement towards one way or the other?
Charged material, yeah.
Well, even neutrally charged materials, right? When we're working with something like the Van de Graaff generator, we can get these smaller objects to do this, right? And we don't necessarily know 100% how high up we go before we reach the max charge, right, with elevation. So we don't know the full disparity.
Do you reckon someone knows? You reckon someone knows, the army, the powers that be, they know exactly the nature of this enclosed realm and they take advantage of it?
Could be, Pete. It could definitely be the case, no question.
It has to be Germany, doesn't it? For goodness sake, we're just finding out about flat Earth and the true nature of our reality in recent times. They must have known it from the very outset, at least. Those closed circle people in the know, they have to have known it.
Maybe. I don't know if they had to have, but maybe. Most likely they know now. I'll give you that.
Most definitely they know now. Remember Tesla and all of his inventions and his operating sort of procedures? Of course they knew that. Isn't there the conspiracy? Did you hear that George Bush or George Shultz stole all of Tesla's papers? And the possibility that they also killed him prematurely? Surely you've heard that.
Yeah, definitely. I heard that.
So they all know well enough. That's the only way I think we can go forward anyway, just assuming that anything that we come to find or speculate about is already known. I can't see how one can approach it in any other way.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like if we continue to think along these lines, right, and we start to think about this charge potential difference that we have, or this flow, this kind of natural energetic flow that we have here on Earth, there's ways that you can tap into that, right? And there's certain people that certainly have a vested interest in making sure that we're dependent on transportation that relies upon fossil fuels and all this kind of stuff, right? So there is possibilities out there should we start to think a little differently as to maybe why we have this downward vector and this upward vector, what kind of sets that? What is the actual cause of the effect that we see? I think if we really try to dig into that and figure that out, there may be, benefits to humanity. Should we be able to figure that out and better work with it, as opposed to just kind of fighting against it and saying, it's this bendy, warpy space-time stuff that we can't really prove, but it's the best theory that we got going. And unless you can get some peer-reviewed paper, you're not a scientist, blah blah blah, all this naysaying shit that we get constantly.
Well,
right?
formulate your own thoughts. I would encourage every individual, and I have something to say about that as well. Yes, we have a downward vector. I say it's the ether. Something is withholding the waters beyond. And if there's a barriers, a force might be emanating from the earth, and then every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So we are under this reactionary force, which is more powerful, closer to the barrier. It evacuates all the atmosphere. And as we come down to ground level, then the atmosphere gets thin to thick. So,
to respond to what Napalm said, that's why I'm I'm not opposed to an idea like this or any idea at all, given that there's evidence to suggest it and and it makes sense. The problem is that there's mechanisms being introduced that are that have true there's truth into the fact that there's electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, and this creates current, a very, very weak current, and it is true that this could be tapped into. Given that you get rid of that resistance and you create some, like I said before, if you had a superconducting wire that was long enough, there's no electrical resistance in it, and you could kind of capture some of that energy in a useful way. However, that requires the superconducting wire, and other than that, the things that this mechanism is being that people are claiming that it's actually causing, like the downward acceleration of objects of great mass with no charge. It doesn't make sense to me. And
well, you're looking at it as like the sole causal agent, right? There is still things at play with density and buoyancy, right? You still have these things that are at play that contribute to what's taking place. But I wanted to ask you a question, Kosho. So when you're talking about this downward flow of energy that we have here on the Earth, and you say that it's very weak, can you give me any idea as to how weak that force is compared to how weak gravity's force is claimed to be? What is the relation? Do we have any idea?
I had a quantity at one point. I don't have it on top of my head, but it's something that makes it it's a negligible in most cases. Like I said, unless you have some sort of wire connecting these two things. But the resistance, when you do the equation for what that current is going to be, you take what the charges are, and the difference, the voltage as you raise up is true, but the resistance also increases by a great deal, and that resistance is going to make that charge different, like impotent. So
you're looking at it all wrong. That's why. Look at this link here from some Galucci guy who does an evaluation of Wallace Thornhill's electromagnetic gravity. It's not this electromagnetic force you're talking about that they're talking about here. They're talking about a distortion on the electron path because of the structure of the atom, causing the dipole moment in the matter itself, meaning the matter attracts mass in the same way. It's a different explanation. It's because of that very tiny, infinitesimally small force that we don't understand the scale of, but is electromagnetic.
This is interesting. I'll check this out right now. But the context of what we're describing is about the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, and that being either an influence or causal agent of downward acceleration.
It influences a lot of things, like the flight of a spider in a ballooning, right? Shit like that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, this thing that you introduced us just now is based on the subatomic relationship of what actually is going on with the charge and the magnetic dipole moment and the electron and stuff like that. This isn't
with a magnet. It would cause a daisy chain effect, but this would be on a different scale altogether.
Well, the problem that I haven't heard addressed is that the air around us, it's a potential, right? So it's not like flowing ion around us. You need a device that has a mechanism that can ionize the air, like a corona motor or a Van de Graaff generator or something of that sort. But we are not that. We are bulk matter, which is electrically neutral for the most part. We are a mechanism to ionize the air around us. So that shouldn't be keeping us on the ground.
Hey JS, how you doing, bud? And Kosho as well. A good question for both of you. How do you prove that gravity is? Well, just before I say that, there's certain sections of flat earthers who will deny ether. But how do you demonstrate or prove that gravity is a pulling force from the center of the earth as opposed to a pushing force? Because I do hold that there is a force in play, a pushing force from above, maybe potentially associated with the barrier, the nature of the barrier in flat earth thinking.
No offense, Pete, and also Grim, because I think I'm looking at the thing you posted, Grim, and I'm definitely going to check it out. But I'm just saying, these things that you guys are introducing, they're kind of related to what's being talked about, but yeah, we're talking specifically about the downward, not gravity in total, but the downward acceleration on Earth, and that having an influence, or that being influenced by the electrostatic potential in the air.
Yes, it's absolutely on point, Kosho, because you maintain that there's a very weak electromagnetic potential in the air and there's a strong gravitational pull from the center. But continue, please. Yeah.
But the point being missed is it's a potential, right? The air is not ionized naturally. It's oxygen and nitrogen and other gases that are neutral molecules, right? So there isn't like a flow of ions around us going up and down. You need a mechanism to actually ionize the air. And our bodies don't do that. We are not mechanisms that ionize the air. We're not corona motors. We're not Van de Graaff generators. So that whole idea doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not down with that. It's because of a electric gradient that there's a vector of magnetic or a gravitational vector. That's not part of my. That's why I brought the because that's easily disprovable in a vent with a fucking Faraday cage, and and you can fuck with voltage and do all this other kind of stuff, and you're just seeing that you're working on a very different level. It's a different scale altogether that
Well, there was another guy before that was talking. I don't know what his name, but he was saying that there's like a flow of electricity around us, and that's not true. It's a potential. It's not a current.
Right.
And
but remember, a 2% ionized gas is considered a plasma. A gas that's only 2% ionized can behave like a plasma.
Jace,
I'm just saying there are actually like Alphean waves and things like that slowly moving electrons travel behind where you don't actually read them, and coming.
Kosho, didn't the German gentleman that was just in here kind of establish that there was this flow, right, of ions and electrons?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was not describing that as what's happening, because I was using an example for copper wire,
but is Jace kind of contradicting that now?
Yes.
So
the air around you is not ionized. It's not electric. It's neutral oxygen, neutral nitrogen, neutral argon, and other gas molecules.
And this is what creates the resistance. And I was going to ask Jace, it is true that the potential comes from the ionized gases in the upper atmosphere, though, right?
The potential is like if you were to ionize that region of the atmosphere, then that's the amount of current that you would be able to generate.
But isn't the ionosphere kind of a necessity for?
The ionosphere is a different thing, though. I'm talking about here at the ground. The ionosphere is actually ionized by different mechanisms, like the sun.
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the whole system, the overall system, right?
We're not living in the ionosphere, though. Down here at the ground, the air isn't ionized.
You got to understand that there's freely moving electromagnetic circuits. They're very complex, and Markov currents and all kinds of fun stuff going on where there's not just straight lines going on. There's donuts and helixes off of donuts, and they all penetrate the planet. and they're all coursing through us at any given time right now.
All right, I have that current, by the way. I had, whoever was asking, I think Napalm was asking. I think it says 2 picoamperes per square meter.
Yeah.
It's very weak, though.
But hey, Kosho, why do you need to dominate again and not consider the alternatives? This is what we're trying to get at the end of the day, is
He
the nature of
actually
our
is in a way
reality.
right now. Like, come on, it's not. He's not throwing a roadblock. What are you doing right now?
Yeah, but everything connects, Graham. The notion of gravity is associated with the center of a spinning ball Earth. But if there's a prevailing force, I'm asking simply, this is associated possibly with the electrostatic. Can you stop interrupting? The electrostatic or electromagnetic force. And if the both are connected, then we need to investigate these areas.
That's what I'm saying, right? We can't just by decree say it's true. Therefore, they can't argue with us.
Okay, so on top of what Jay said, the main point is the question, and Grimm almost kind of he kind of sort of gave a answer to the question, but the question overall is: there's electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, or any mechanism of the magnetic field, or any other sort of electrical charge, anything. How is this the cause of weight, downward acceleration, and how does it even how does it influence this in a meaningful way? Because
you can manipulate it and make things float. You can manipulate it and change things weight. We know that we have all kinds of energy in the air. We know that there can be repulsion of gases with electrostatics. We know we can literally harness energy from electrostatics. We know we have an electric gradient. We know we can literally change something's weight with electrostatics. We know that all matter is electrostatic. So hey, can you show me where the bending and warping of space-time factors into weight? Or we just critique electrostatics and then we just believe fairy tales as if they're facts on the other side of things.
Yeah, but this is my criticism before, is the things that you're saying that you just listed like a list of facts. Those are factual
Objective
statements.
facts, yeah.
Factual statements. The question though is, what's the relationship between the thing that everything has weight, variable weight depending on how massive it is. So based on the mass, basically, not based on the charge. And how is it that these electromagnetic phenomena, how is this in any way giving purpose to that?
Based on the mass, not the charge. Can you give me one piece of mass that doesn't have a charge to mass ratio? And can you give me any mass that doesn't have any charge?
Okay, so what I said was a relationship between the weight. What I said was the weight.
That's Coach. That is the relationship.
Hold on.
The relationship is that they all carry these charges.
That's fine, but here's the problem.
Don't do this with space-time.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Everything has hold on. Here's the issue. Everything has a variable weight, so the weight varies with different things. The thing that is in relationship to that variable weight is the mass and not the charge.
It's mass and gravity,
the charge and the weight don't have a relationship.
What holds mass together?
Okay, the charge and the weight don't have a relationship like the mass and the charge.
That's the point.
What
So it
holds
takes
the
more
mass
charge
together?
to hold more mass together, right? So therefore, there's more charge.
Yeah, he won't answer the question. He said mass and charge are different. I said, can you have any mass without charge? Yes or no?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like these facts that are being stated, or these questions are being asked.
Why can't you answer questions?
I'll answer the question. I'll answer the question. I'm telling you that the answer and the question are not related. Are not related to the causal agent of what gives things.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for, can you give that relationship? Can you give that reason?
You can't have mass without charge, and if you need more mass, you need more charge. We have charge to mass ratio, so you can't have mass. You define weight as mass times gravity. Gravity is downward acceleration, begging the question of what causes it. You can't have mass without charge. You can't have weight without charge. You can't have density without charge. All of it requires is charge. Now, you think there's something else there called gravity, and you don't apply any of this critique to it. Now, we're talking about something we can manipulate and prove. We can't have any mass or weight without charge.
Okay,
that's not good enough, though. We can now talk about concepts spinning and warping, though. That's legit.
That's another question. Why do you say that you can't have mass without charge when those are two separate properties?
Name one thing that has mass without charge.
It's like saying an electric current, magnetism, and the electric force are two separate things when they're of the same thing.
Name one thing that has mass without charge, please.
But I'm saying these are two separate. Like things have color and also things have length.
They can tell you things
there
that
aren't
have
things that
charge
have
without
length that don't
mass.
have color, but they're not related to each other.
5 different definitions. One of them is like resistance. I asked you a question, and you guys can't answer questions because you guys.
I'm telling you that I'm answering the questions
because I'm destroying your entire paradigm because you want to believe that space time bends and warps. I said, can we have mass without charge? Can you name one piece of mass that doesn't intrinsically have charge, please?
I did answer that question.
I can't do that.
And then
I don't
I
see
explained to you why
on
that's
free radical
irrelevant.
either.
They're two separate properties of a material. Those properties
Define
aren't in
mass.
relationship to each
Define
other.
mass then. Since you know it's separate properties, define mass.
Mass could be describing an object or material's inertia. It's a resistance against acceleration.
Okay,
Like
does it have
describing
resistance
the amount of
acceleration
material
without charge?
in
Does the
in
charge of
object?
something change its resistance to acceleration? Yes or no?
It can.
Okay. Uh-oh.
No, but
What is
again,
inertia?
this is an it's an
Throw a
irrelevant
circular
point.
logic here. What is inertia?
Inertia is a resistance against acceleration. But go ahead, Jace.
It doesn't always.
It doesn't always. That's the problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Jace. Pass the
If they
buck
were
over to Jace at
if
Kosho.
they were two of the same
So therefore, we know concept spin.
there would
Hey
be
guys,
examples.
everybody's kind of talking over each other. Hey,
Yeah,
Jace,
everyone relax. Thanks.
Jace, did you have something you wanted to contribute to the conversation?
You just fart?
Yeah,
Sounded like you just farted. Yeah.
Your voice changed, but your breath is still the same.
Right. All right.
What
Well,
was it?
if Jace doesn't have anything to say, go ahead, guys.
But
This
no,
is
he
what's
was saying
so
the same
frustrating
thing
about it, right? Because the reason the Glovers have all teamed together to go against this is because I'm pushing it, obviously. And so now it's popped up in the conversation because what they know is that obviously what we're talking about can actually be demonstrated in spades, and we can show that everything's electrostatic. It's an actual tangible thing that can be manipulated and proven. And they need to defend some fairy tale that can't be proven at all. That space and time bend and warp. And they don't apply any of this critique to it at all. Like it's like whenever if I say, "Oh, space and time, that's totally different." Oh, I could just say all the same things you say. The difference is we actually can prove what we're talking about, which is that you can't have mass without charge. Then you have a charge to mass ratio. Then you have like 5 definitions of mass. You can't even agree on it. And then we know there's a relationship between resistance to acceleration and charge. And so you can't define mass, but you're sitting here lecturing us to tell us about how you know that they're different and not related at the same time. It's hilarious.
Can you stop turning this into a flat earther against Glober argument? Because I'm a Glober and I'm supporting you in every way in this argument.
He almost turned it into everyone against him. No one's
You
arguing
make me
this
feel
just
bad.
because they're not arguing it just because it's your argument.
kidding.
Why are you now? You're going to do everything you can to address what I just said, right? Like everything in the world.
Yeah, hold, I'm addressing what you said. So maybe if you're not going to make multiple points,
I'm leaving.
If you're not going to make multiple points,
leave,
then I can address one point. But you made several points with it.
You're the only one on my team here.
No, but yeah,
let's hear more ball earthers speaking. Let's hear Kosho with more
what
of his
what Jace was trying to jump in and say was the same thing I was saying. Like, you asked about the things being influenced by the charge, like if it's going to change your resistance against acceleration. I said, you asked me that, and I said, hold on, dude. You asked me that, and I said, yeah, that can happen, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen, and it's based on the charge of whatever's repelling or attracting that, and based on if the other thing has a net charge,
and the shape of the thing itself as well.
Well,
I know
regardless,
most people don't know this. It's not regardless of the shape because a sphere, like charges.
It's regardless of my point, though, is what I'm saying. Regardless, things, the material that has inertia, the mass, is not in relationship to a charge. These are two separate properties, and they're going to have two separate results when you're doing
they're only
any of
two
these
separate
tests.
properties if you're not trying to understand his major point, which was the thing holding the mass together it's an intrinsically small, scaled down to unrealized a bit of charge. We don't understand it completely. We know it's there, though. We know it's holding it together. Even in your theory, it's there holding this thing together, right?
Yeah.
And that in of itself, it can distort the electron's path in the orbit around the atom itself. That could then cause a dipole moment between a relationship between two pieces of matter, which would cause a very infinitesimally small, measurable, in a maybe like a Cavendish experiment type, gravitational pull towards each other, seemingly. And it would be that reason why it happened, and not some space-time curvature or something that you can't even manipulate or has no value because it's untestably, unfalsifiable.
Yeah, it is.
Any other screwball earthers want to jump in? Any other screwball earthers?
I hope at some point someone will repeat. But
Can
Yeah,
I
I
just
did.
add something real quick, Kosho, before we
Sure, but
move
it's
forward?
hard to respond to.
Kosho,
Yeah.
you're next. You're next, Kosho.
Yeah, so Grim, when you were talking about the Cavendish experiment, typically this is done with two masses of similar masses, right? So two lead balls or two bowling balls or something that is of similar nature. So to me, it would stand to reason that these things of similar composition would probably have a very, very small, but a tendency towards one another, right?
Oh yeah, molecularly, just on the or even a repulsion, depending upon right.
Right. Because when we think of it, like the elements on the periodic table of elements are all just ordered by what we would call their atomic mass. So then we're dealing with these electrostatic forces that are
Balance, yeah.
contained within these very small elemental things. And then when you scale that up into a larger scale, like you're still dealing with these forces that are involved, at least in my opinion.
Right. Well, I mean, I kind of might imagine it like a pole inside of a pole. Like there's still two poles, but one of them is surrounding the other. Right. So it's like, there's a measurably small amount of, repulsion, but a long range attraction. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the closer together you get, you might see that there's a repulsion, but at a certain distance, though, you'll find there's an attraction.
Yeah, but that's
Just like
not.
with the steel balls under a two opposing magnetic fields.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
when you have
magnetic fields.
when you have the charges completely canceling each other out, like in the case of a molecule that's it's got an even number of electrons and protons, the charges cancel each other out, and the net charge is zero.
Right.
There's no residual.
Yeah,
There's no residual charge.
mathematically it is, right? And to the theory, but if like I said, if it were actually not the case that we were encircling one pole with another, then you could read that from one location, but then read it differently from another.
Well, what do you mean it cancels each other out?
When charges cancel, the net charge is zero.
How's that work? How's it cancel?
There's no such thing.
Yeah, they do. If there's a net charge, then it's got some, whatever the magnitude of that charge is. If you have the opposite charge, they're canceling each other out, and that's them as a system has no net charge.
So how do they cancel each other out? See if you can actually answer the question.
What do you mean? It's if they're part of a system, like in a molecule, for example, the charge of that system is zero because the positive charge and the negative charge added together is the same value.
Okay, so
cancel zero.
That's like telling me because I'm right. Hold on. I want to explain something, Kosho. Kosho, that's like telling me I'm going 0 miles an hour just because my friend and I are both equally going 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, if you're traveling the same speed as
you forgot we're still covering 60 mile an hour ground though.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant though.
No, it's not, because we're covering ground. This is what we're talking about. This could be in that covering ground, could be that gravity that we're looking for.
Yeah,
but you want to throw it away because it's not happening, because mathematically we can call it zero even though it's not zero. But we're not living with math. Math doesn't dictate the universe. Mathematically we'll call it zero. No, because there's still something happening there that we need to incorporate into our idea. We're going 60 mile an hour together.
I got you. If you're moving one speed in one direction and the vehicle you're in is moving the other speed the other direction, then you guys, in reference to the outside system, you're going to be moving no speed. So they do cancel each other out.
You see how ignorant that is, though, right? So
that's exactly the case.
Yeah. So
they cancel each other out, then the net result is zero.
God. So it's a mathematical construct.
Exactly.
There's no such thing as positive and negative charge. Things don't run around with a plus sign or a negative sign. That's a mathematical construct we use to quantify charge. It's a process, okay? Charging and discharging. That's all it is. It's more or less charging or discharging. Expanding and contracting are opposite, similar to charging and discharging, but they're the same thing. There's never a scenario where there's no charge. It's a process of it discharging or dissipating, seeking equilibrium, or increasing in charge. So the fact that they quote unquote cancel each other out means nothing. It's just close to the state of equilibrium and always has potential to exit that state of equilibrium. So you don't just have no charge. It is so ignorant to say, oh, well, since the charge and the discharge like basically balances each other out with equilibrium, therefore there's nothing there. That's ridiculous.
There's
That's
no
like
charge
making the
there.
mistake of grounding your
All right.
complex electrical system to the ground, thinking that, oh, because it's the ground, then it must be zero charge, and you're adding all this dirty electricity to your system because of the ground.
Yeah, what is negative
You guys are
charge?
going to piggyback off each other. It's going to be hard to respond to either
What does
one of you
negative charge
guys.
mean, Kosho? If you have
before
negative charge,
before you make another response after his response, respond to the other thing you said, okay? Because what you're describing, this idea of the way electromagnetism works, and that not having a charge, or there not being two different charges, opposite charges. How does a nuclear reactor, for example, operate then? Like how does the mechanism of a neutron how is it capable of bombarding a nucleus of an atom if it's not, because it's actually not it's not charged itself?
I'm not interested in all your little concepts of
It's
atoms.
not concepts. I'm actually about this actual real life mechanism.
Hold on,
No.
Costo. Hold on,
So
guys.
I'm
because-
asking a question that's going to expose the whole thing. Okay, so if something has negative charge, what does that mean? It means it has less than no charge.
No, the negative and positive thing, it doesn't matter. You could use any two words, black and white, up and down. It doesn't matter. It's just two opposite charges.
Opposite charges they're not opposite. They're not two different types of charges. Charge is just charge. That's why I'm pointing out it's so stupid. Like negative doesn't mean you have something charging, then you have no charge, and then you have something negatively charged. That doesn't make sense. It's a mathematical convention to explain and express discharging. Okay, that's all that it is. There's charge in the whole entire thing, and that's what holds all this stuff together. So even if something's neutral, it has electrostatic potential, and there's actually still a charge there. And so we're pointing out you can't have acceleration or mass or weight or density or any of these things without the intrinsic charge that holds everything together. And that's just objective. You guys are now trying to say, no, that doesn't work because if sometimes when I have more charge, it doesn't go faster because you don't understand things. And somehow that equates to, we just have to give a free pass to this conceptual idea of space-time bending and warping, and somehow that's legit. The hypocrisy is blowing my mind. It's so disingenuous. Like one side doesn't have to prove anything. The other side, you can just make up stuff and ask a million questions and then try to critique it a million different ways, but you apply no critique to the other side. That's the problem.
You got to try to make one point at a time, man, so it can be addressed. But regardless, the thing you said about space-time not being able to be tested or whatever, space-time is strenuously tested. It has been for the past 100 years, and it's passed those tests. As the cause for the things that it's being claimed to cause.
No.
So no.
See that blue Einstein ring?
Where's the graviton?
That's proof of gravitational lensing.
Where's the graviton?
Well, why would a graviton be a consequence of space-time bending?
Oh, so you don't think there has to be a graviton?
No, I don't.
Okay, you're triggered. So space.
I'm not triggered. I just don't think there needs to be a graviton.
Yeah, well, your little quantum world disagrees with you. So the problem here is that space-time hasn't been proven in any way. So we're talking